Chapter 1 The System. The Repository of Mind. Have ye truly traversed through realm? The Celestial Realm, Xin Province, the Northern Domain, the Tianyan Dynasty, the wasteful Crown Prince Dongfang Yuan, Hospin Shiste straining falcon sandwalking dogs, indulge in Jin music Candrivel River night? A this moment, Dongfang Yuan awakened from his slumber, casting a glance around, realizing he wasn't said with the Nara splendent Palasiksamber. Beside the bed lay several women's undergarments. From the memory is flooding into his mind, Dongfang Yuan comprehended the gravity of his situation. He had indeed crossed into a fantastical world. Moreover, he had directly inhabited the bediofed Crown Prince of Tianyan Dynasty, a top-tier power in the Northern Domain. However, the current predicament of this prince is far from favorable. Merely half a day ago, news arrived from the battlefield at the border that the Emperor of Tianyan Dynasty, the original owner of this body, had fallen victim to treachery orchestrated by three formidable beings at a level of law manifestation. Along with the million-stronger Mai of Tianyan Dynasty, Theo perished in battle. Upon the return of this news to the court, his younger brother, the second Prince Dongfang Xian, immediately sought to eliminate him. Dongfang Yuan's mother had perished due to conspire Scythemiment of his birth, which had led to him being cherished by the Emperor of Tianyan Dynasty, who had vehemently opposed the majority and named him the Crown Prince. Yet, Dongfang Yuan way sage in Yuan cultivation waste, disinterested in training gone consummate by carnal pleasures. Thus, the original owner of this body had fallen victim to the second prince's beautiful scheme, ultimately meeting to my sane bed. Indeed, there is no cruelty greater than that of a royal family. Dongfang Xian, your methods are quite insidious, able to poison me how ruthless. As Dongfang Yuan regained his composure, recalling the sensations from his memories, Heffel to kill in his legs. He slowly rosto his feet and examined this body. Great. He was at the midst of the Nage realm. In comparison to his brother, wo spired to seize the throne, that disparity was immense. Dongfang's in he decabite dane exceptionally high apta to the four cultivations in secondhood, possessing the legendary supreme bone. He was renowned as a prodigy throughout the Northern Domain, having entered the powerful Wind and Cloud sect, where he garnered heaton shino fa rank hinge expert and was taken on as a disciple. This want do. Nout hat father is dead. Thico urta sindisare. How can me feeble self contend with Dongfang Xian? Dongfang Yuan felt overwhelmed. Others had traversed to this world often big in his invincible forces, effortlessly overpowering Gal. We had here arrived amidst such peril, beset by internal strife and external threats? Just as Dongfang Yuan wore a face of despair, at a light full sound suddenly echoed in his mind. This sound is. Dongfang Yuan abruptly lifted his expression of disbelief. Detecting the host's slow spirits, the activation condition shape been met. The system is booting. Please wait. 1. 9. 57 foot. 95 foot. 100. System activation successful. A cold, mechanical voice resonate thoroughly within Dongfang Yuan's mind. This is the system. System? Dongfang Yuan inquired tentatively. I am here. A mechanical voice responded in kind. By heavens. He had indeed not matured. Dongfang Yuan was filled with excitement. System, what functions do you possess? He sked with eager curiosity. It must be noted that those like Keth Sect Master Zhou, the Divine King, and the Divine Emperor hail Sarid to greatness, through Huradoff their systems. These ways a colossal opportunity whether he could as Sinton wings depended on how tightly heckling to his advantage. Ding! The system comprises 12 functions. The first developed Tianyan Dynasty the stronger the dynasty becomes, the more territory it expands, and the higher its prestige, there are other words. Develop the dynasty. Given this, it seems a must inherit the throne. Dongfang Yuan stroked his skin contemplatively. However, now that possessed das system, Heffelton daunted by his brother. With his system at this side, he'll make Dongfang Zin's supreme bone serve him instead, a fitting recompense for the poison he had endured. Thesa can function pertins to the host Sunyan with the beloved Shude consort successful a bear offspring. Reward shall be granted. The beter thief springs qualifications sor physique, themer bountiful their words. Particularly noteworthy themothers destiny and fortuna value must be at least 80 or above, with the minimum physiquestand being sacred body, while a minimum qualification standard is extraordinary. The higher thesis standards, the stronger thief springborn. Good heavens! The minimum physique standard is sacred body, and the minimum qualification standard is extraordinary? System, are you jesting with him? Can even find such a person? Dongfang Yuan felt Topango existential doubt. Tobe clear, the were thofa sacred body and extraordinary qualifications was near lowestial. In this world, the physique rankings were as follows: mortal body, spiritual body, royal body, emperor body, sacred body, divine body, celestial body. And the qualification rankings were inferior, medium, superior, extraordinary, path transcending, boundless. To simultaneous lie meet hesitwa conditions, along with a fortune of exceeding 80, one would be hard pressed to find an isuka individual in the entire northern domain. Even his brother, endowed with supreme bone, was merely off the emperor body level, with qualifications writ as superior, still a tier below. As for prodigy soft sacred body caliber, amongst the countless beings synth northern domain, there were scarcely a few. The sacred body, Athena mind please, when cultivated to perfection, is destined to brain nigh through the realm. Moreover, the possession parallel combat prowess under nowadays invincible within the realm. Such prodigy Asario fin regarded as treasure as bethemo stellai te powers in the entire Shin province. According to Dongfang Yuan's knowledge, there were in a more than 10 publicly acknowledged sacred bodhisinthuoli of Shin province. How on earth might fin Simeo nu home meets these requirements? This Zachary forth the host the systemdo as no terrange matchmaking, so the host mas si kauta swida bleppertner independently. Dongfang Yuan felt a bitter taste in his shiart. A this moment, has sudden lie recalled something. Right, system, what about my new begift pack? You cannot deny method. What a thirst possess, imis thavis well. Otherwise, with me current strength, I want just fail to take yak consorta might eliminated by me brother themaменtis tepaudo thepolis. Dongfang Yuan relentlessly press request. Huas no texagerating in theslightest. In his current state, a mere collision with Dongfang Zin's supreme bone would likely lead him to a white flag and lay out a banquet. PS innate realm, gathering cheer realm, spirit guiding realm, earth profound realm, heaven profound realm, wandering dragon realm, celestial being realm, carefree realm, law manifestation realm, heavenly sovereign realm, half saint, great saint, saint king, saint emperor. Chapter 2 Scheming for Power. System. Ding. The newbie gift pack has been dispatched. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Gontianzu and Realm Cultivation Card, 4P Claw Manifestation Level Slaying God Guards, and Boundless Level Qualifications. 1 P off homing Chaos Divine Art Upper Grade. In an instant, 4 figures suddenly appeared beside Dongfang Yuan. All 4 clad in golden armor, wielding dragon-slaying golden swords, exuding an overwhelming gaura, their body is brimming with unparalleled might. Greetings, Master. Upon their arrival, the 4 performed a synchronized Bodo Dongfang Yuan. Nani ed forsic formalities. Dongfang Yuan weighs immense thrilled with these 4 slaying god guards at the side, wishled Herr Dongfang Xian? What supreme bone? In the end, I twood mere leaser v segarment for him. P-claw manifestation level. Such strength weighs read sufficient to be considered at the entire northern domain. Within Thirtinian dynasty, acid from his father, only the high-ranking minister, the left chancellor, held a similar status. The Tinian dynasty weighs a top-tier power in the northern domain, with merely 2 individuals sat the P-claw manifestation level. Now, with Furby his side, Dongfang Yuan could be said to possess the means to stride confidently. System. Activate Tianzu and Realm Cultivation Card. Dongfang Yuan immediate telecommanded. The Tianzu and Realm Cultivation Card is being guessed. Suddenly, Dongfang Yuan's body radiated with brilliance, and this cultivation array began to surge in astonishing pace. Innate Realm Peak. Heaven Profound Realm. Carefree Realm. Law Manifestation Realm. Tianzuan Realm. Dongfang Yuan's cultivation firm lies settled dath of fierceful Velof Tianzuan Realm. Heffel 10 overwhelming surge off power coursing thruffum, and dis divines and sea expanded, capa yo fin vlopping theme tire palace an instant. Dongfang Yuan washai li satisfied with his newfound strength, and hurried in his aura, refraining from recklessly unleashing pressure. 8 Yanzuan Realm Expert. Such beings were exceeding Lyra-Renth northern domain. Typically, onlidominant powers like the Wind and Cloud sect, Cold Bostoftians Unlevelgriat figures. Evenem and Goth are formidable top-tier powers, der Wooden Libio Nortwa present. Now that is realm Hada Sin Deto Tianzuan, Henalongera guarded Dongfang's Sathriat. In the time that followed, Huazano Arita leave Hispalasane stead, under the protection of the four slain god guards, he began to cultivate home in chaos divine art. In the Western Palace, a thismament, with an air splendent palace, the figure of second Prince Dongfang's incident the hall, surrounded by virile individuals. Are you certain the Theastrula dead? Dongfang Xin inquired of fast-stunning, beautiful man before him. If Dongfang Yuan were present, Hu'd undoubtedly recognize harassed the verlumen who had poisoned him. Toad second prince, it is indeed truth attire turned on life tur confirming that his life force had complete, fated, he can no longer exist in this world, the woman replied. Excellent, well done. Ha 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 ha. Given that, you may know her attire and dressed well, Dongfang Xin said, as my leg racing, is facia glanced at an elder limon beside him. Fielder understood, then spoke in comment. Yes, it a Kimaleave, the woman said. Ah. Just as Sheddern taunted, Fielder suddenly struck, unleashing gay fierce flame directed at her. The overwhelming force of peak Zying Ziarium was for beyond what this woman could withstand. With that shriek, she was instant like consumed by the flames, reduced toshes, erasing gal trace off her existence. What a farce. How cold do you allow a threat like Yaudo continue living? Himph. Women are indeed often endowed with beauty but lacking in intellect, Dongfang Xin scoffed, slowly turning Toak outside the hall, muttering, Father is truly foolish for bestowing the tight-leaf crown Prince upon Dongfang Yuan. No Thaddeus dead, how could the Twastever seek vengeance for you? Oh, father, do not blame me for my ruthlessness citizen plight hat Dongfang's worthy of the position. Only I can take the throne and save a Thicinian dynasty from peril. Upon reaching the entrance of the hall, Dongfang Xin gazed at the sky inside. Your Highness, now that Crown Prince Haspist, Itis Demito summoned the officials, allowing Joe Rhinus to send the throne and seek vengeance against the Dreamin' Jim Pyre for his majesty. Another elder, clad in official robes, spoke up. This man, named Zhang Lin, served as Grand Tutor of Tianyan dynasty, holding a first-rank position, and was a practitioner of medieval phase Iron Griom. Fielder ho hated earlier was Nemed Taihan, AC Condrank General. Both mean were official soft Tianyan dynasty, and it was evident they were firmly aligned with Dongfang Xian. Very well, in that case, Grand Tutor, Illivathir arrangements to it. Summoned the civil and military officials prepare for the coronation ceremony. A glimmer of ambition flashiden Dongfang's insides. Understood, Your Highness, Zhang Lin replied with a bow. In the Crown Princess Palace. Currently, Dongfang Yuan possessed the highest Valinata talent known as Wu Yang. After diligently cultivating homing chaos divine technique, had swiftly master it. Now, Heffelte transformative your job strength coursing thruffum. This homing chaos divine technique has indeed extraordinary alt hockey havian la mastered the fierce thoth, with my current strength that the fierce till veloftians unreal. I can now rederival hosa these event leveloftians unreal. If Fiorito acquire the complete cultivation method, my combat power would surely ascend to even greater ranks. A thismament, Dongfang Yuan slowly rose, concluding his meditation. Ding! Detecting the presence of a fated woman within the dreaming empire, shoutingly, possessing a Fateval of 95, with the Nina Nether divine body Anling Deotalent Shies their incarnation of Tana Nether Empress, now awakened. Itis advice said ta cultivate relationship, also detecting a fated woman from Tahuan sect, Hanwanxiang, with a Fatevalu of 85, possessing Tahuan's sacred body and extraordinary talent Thuraneta Karm suggests ta cultivating a relationship with hair would lead to significant brain eye, through Synthi host. Just as Dongfang Yuan concluded straining, two system notifications secoed in his mind. Two fated women. One is, astonishingly, feathered princess of the dreaming empire, their incarnation of Nine, the Empress. My goodness, how old have a thought hey turd princess of the dreaming empire is their incarnation of Nine, the Empress? What a coincidence. Dongfang Yuan has narrowed slightly, filled with emotion. These was due to the fact that his father was murdered because he was ensnared in a plot with ruler of dreaming empire, in collusion with other PKF Zion forces, ultimate liberation gone the battlefield. It can be said that Dongfang Yuan's foremost ascupan ascending the throne would be to launch an assaultant dreaming empire and obliterate vengeance for his father. And now, the third princess, Xiaoqingli, isophated woman, eliminating the dreaming empyrean taking Xiaoqingli as a consort would undoubtedly her boridi presentment the. It canon libiturmid destina litherarber hatred, Haymust. Nine Netherworlds Empress, prepare to accept your fate. Asmal flickered within Dongfang Yuan. With the system in his possession, he felt no trepidation regarding his cultivation speeding comparisant. Xiaoqingli, even if Shuarito harbor immense hatred form in themed, he believed that, even as an empress, he could foster a long-lasting bond with her. As for the Huan sect lady, he did not intend to expend much effort to stay it. The Huan sect way at power in the northern region, and the Tinian dynasty was not yet, both content with them. For now, he will take it step by step, beginning with dreaming empire. However, with the system at his disposal, Dongfang Yuan was confident the tide would not belong before Han Wangxiang will so fall into his grasp. The Huan's sacred body, with its innate charm, was indeed remarkable. Chapter 3. The Realm of the Celestial Sovereign System. What is the current prestige value of the Tianyin dynasty? Prestige value of the Tianyin dynasty. 1200. A special reminder. The host can only enhance the dynasty's prestige value after ascending to the throne. For every increase of 100 in prestige, the host shall receive a reward. Additionally, there are achievement rewards associated with prestige. Upon reaching prestige values of 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, and so forth, the host shall receive a grand achievement gift pack from the system, containing bounteous rewards. Upon hearing the system's response in his mind, Dongfang Yuan nodded slightly. It seems the urgent matter at hand is to inherit the throne before considering anything else. As Dongfang Yuan pondered this, he suddenly heard a commotion at the door. 4 God-slaying guards sensed the approach of a stranger and were about to take action, but Dongfang Yuan gestured for them to hold back. From this day forth, the Tianyin dynasty will entirely belong to the second prince. We have endured for so long, and at last, we shall have our day in the sun. Yet, I still find it somewhat perplexing. How could His Majesty appoint Dongfang Yuan as the crown prince when the second prince is such an extraordinary talent? How could a good-for-nothing, infatuated with lust, be deemed worthy to be compared with the second prince? What does that matter? The prince has already summoned the court's officials to the Grand Hall to prepare for his succession. All we need to do is bring Dongfang Yuan's corpse and fulfill the task the prince has entrusted to us. At present, Dongfang Yuan's cultivation is remarkably high. He overheard the hushed whispers of 2 men approaching. Without knocking, they pushed the door open, fully aware that Dongfang Yuan was deceased. Creak. As the door swung open, 2 middle-aged men entered, their initially calm expressions transforming into shock upon seeing Dongfang Yuan gazing at them. Dongfang Yuan. Oh no, Your Highness. What? How could you? The faces of the 2 middle-aged men changed dramatically. Dressed in armor, they found themselves in disarray upon realizing Dongfang Yuan was alive and that 4 god-slaying guards were present in the room. How could this be? How could Dongfang Yuan still be alive? Could it be that the information of the second prince was erroneous? These questions swirled in their minds as they stood there, bewildered, unsure of how to explain themselves. Lieutenant Lin, what brings you two to intrude upon my prince's palace? Dongfang Yuan inquired, a playful smile gracing his lips. We the 2 lieutenants found themselves at a loss for words, struggling to articulate a response. I just heard you mention that the second prince summoned the officials to prepare for his succession. Is that so? Given that I am still alive, he must be destined for disappointment. Dongfang Yuan regarded them with an air of calm assurance. Upon hearing this, the 2 lieutenants' expressions shifted to one of shock. Why, you know. One of them stammered. You thought sending a woman would suffice to eliminate me. He must have greatly underestimated me. Though Dongfang Yuan proclaimed this, he was acutely aware that he was now the reincarnated Dongfang Yuan. For had it been the original host, a mere woman could indeed have been his undoing. The 2 lieutenants trembled at his words, exchanging glances that conveyed their mutual understanding. Whoosh! In an instant, the 2 figures shot forward, daggers appearing in their hands, emanating the aura of the dragon-soaring realm, their oppressive presence forming an invisible barrier to obstruct Dongfang Yuan's retreat. Dongfang Yuan, if that is the case, allow us to escort you on your final journey. The second prince's grand ambitions are not to be hindered by a mere waste of space. The two lieutenants flanked Dongfang Yuan, preparing to launch a coordinated attack. Now that they had been discovered, there was no reason for restraint. As long as they could deliver Dongfang Yuan's corpse to the Grand Hall, their mission would be accomplished. Seeing the two men charging towards him, Dongfang Yuan remained rooted in place, neither dodging nor evading, his expression unchanged, exuding an air of effortless tranquility. Boom! Just as their weapons were about to pierce Dongfang Yuan's body, a flash of sword light swept across, a gust of wind swirling like countless hurricanes, instantly sending the two men hurtling backwards, gravely injured, their meridians shattered, crashing to the ground. A god-slaying guard had made their move, without even drawing a sword, merely with a swift motion of his fingers. He unleashed a blade of sword energy that left the two men severely injured. Cough. How is this possible? How could you have such a powerful ally? The two lieutenants, now gravely wounded and lying on the ground, coughed up blood, their eyes filled with trepidation. Dongfang Yuan smiled faintly, then released a hint of the Celestial Sovereign's pressure, confining its range to the room. Celestial Sovereign, the two lieutenants, now incapacitated on the ground, exclaimed in horror in unison. Their expressions were akin to those who had seen a ghost, their eyes wide with fear. To them, it was as if a dream had materialized before them. The once infamous waste of a crown prince had achieved the realm of the Celestial Sovereign. This was the pinnacle of power in the northern domain. Not a single celestial sovereign could be found within the entire Tianyin dynasty, yet the wasteful crown prince, who spent his days indulging in pleasures and revelries, had reached the celestial sovereign realm? How could this be? And as the fear etched across their faces, the pressure emanating from Dongfang Yuan descended upon them. Boom, boom. In an instant, the two lieutenants were crushed beneath the weight of the celestial sovereign's pressure, exploding into two clouds of blood mist, vanishing into thin air. After eliminating these insignificant foes, Dongfang Yuan wore a devilish smile and remarked, "The court officials, at the succession ceremony, I wonder what expressions will grace their faces upon seeing me. Let us proceed to the Grand Hall." "Yes," the four god-slaying guards responded. Chapter 4. The Crown Prince is dead? At this moment, within the Grand Hall of the Tianyin dynasty, civil and military officials had been summoned. There was a murmur of discussion among them, while two elderly figures in the front row radiated the aura of the Dharma aspect realm. One was the national master, Wang Yuesheng, at the late stage of the Dharma aspect realm, currently the third strongest in the Tianyin dynasty. The other was Wu Xuanqi, the left chancellor of the Tianyin dynasty, at the pinnacle of the Dharma aspect realm, undoubtedly the most powerful figure in the dynasty. However, all present wore white mourning robes, their expressions somber due to the death of the emperor of the Tianyin dynasty. Grand Tutor Zhang Lin stood behind the national master, gazing silently at the doors of the hall. At that moment, a sound of footsteps echoed, and all eyes turned towards the entrance. Emerging in mourning attire was the second prince, Dongfang Xian, who walked into the grand hall under the watchful gaze of all and took his seat upon the dragon throne. Some officials, upon witnessing Dongfang Xian seated upon the throne, were taken aback, their expressions laced with confusion, yet they hesitated to voice their thoughts. The left chancellor cast a deep glance at Dongfang Xian before sweeping his gaze over the national master and the grand tutor. He then remained silent, observing how Dongfang Xian would proceed. The Great Dream Dynasty, in alliance with the Blood Shadow Pavilion and the Evil Moon Palace, conspired to harm my father at the border battlefield, leading to the demise of 100,000 valiant warriors of the Tianyin dynasty. Not long ago, the Blood Shadow Pavilion even sent assassins to infiltrate the Crown Prince's palace and attempted to poison my elder brother. By the time he was discovered, it was already too late to save him, and I am filled with deep sorrow. They first murdered my father, and then my brother. This enmity shall not go unavenged. The Tianyin dynasty shall be united against them. However, a nation cannot be without a ruler for a single day. If the Tianyin dynasty falls into chaos because of this, it would play directly into their hands. Thus, I, Dongfang Xian, hereby declare that from this day forth, I shall take on the mantle of the Tianyin emperor. I wonder if any of you have objections. Seated upon the dragon throne, Dongfang Xian's expression conveyed profound sorrow as he spoke. What? The crown prince is dead? Many officials were taken aback by this revelation, their shock palpable. The left chancellor and the grand general of the Tianyin dynasty, Tai Poyan, narrowed their eyes, casting a penetrating glance at Dongfang Xian. How could they not understand? The Blood Shadow Pavilion had no motive to assassinate the crown prince. In fact, they would have preferred him to ascend the throne. Why would they kill him, now that Dongfang Xian announced the crown prince's death? Anyone with a discerning eye could easily deduce the true culprit behind this act. Yet, the palace is heavily guarded, with the Imperial Guard stationed to protect it. How could the assassins of the Blood Shadow Pavilion infiltrate the crown prince's palace so stealthily? An official voiced his inner doubts. The commander of the Imperial Guard, Huang Lichuan, stood in the hall and explained, "The infiltrator was a Dharma aspect realm assassin, far too powerful for my Imperial Guard to handle. Thankfully, the Grand Tutor arrived in time to repel him." What? The Blood Shadow Pavilion dispatched a Dharma aspect level assassin? That means it was a gold-ranked killer. Many officials gasped in shock upon hearing this. The Blood Shadow Pavilion is a top-tier assassin organization, with their ranks classified as Bronze, Silver, Gold, and Ace. The bronze-ranked assassins possess at least the cultivation of the Celestial Profound Realm, while those of the silver rank are at the pinnacle of the Wandering Dragon Realm. As for the gold-ranked assassins, the minimum requirement for their cultivation must be at the peak of the human realm. However, the majority of these gold-ranked killers have already reached the Dharma aspect realm. The ultimate trump cards, however, consist of merely 2 ace assassins within the Blood Shadow Pavilion, namely their master and deputy master. There are only a handful of gold-ranked assassins in the Blood Shadow Pavilion, each notorious throughout the northern domain. It is indeed astonishing that a gold-ranked assassin would dare to infiltrate the palace of our Tianyin dynasty to attempt an assassination on the crown prince. Such an act is utterly outrageous. Alas, although I managed to repel him, I was still a moment too late. It is a pity for His Highness the Crown Prince, so young yet facing such peril. The Grand Tutor Zhang Lin revealed a trace of sorrow upon his face. The demise of both the Emperor and the Crown Prince is, without a doubt, an affront to our Tianyin dynasty. Now, we have no choice but to call upon the second prince to ascend the throne, to restore the imperial authority, and to wage war against the Dream Dynasty for the sake of avenging our emperor. At this moment, Tai Han also immediately raised his head and spoke solemnly. Indeed, it is only the second prince who can stabilize the situation of the dynasty. The second prince is a prodigy of our Tianyin dynasty, and he is also a disciple of the hegemonic force, the Wind and Cloud sect. Under the leadership of the second prince, I firmly believe we shall undoubtedly breach the Dream Imperial City and avenge our emperor and the crown prince. Let us request the second prince to ascend the throne and take charge of the situation. Let us request the second prince to take the throne. In an instant, many officials, as if they had conspired, spoke in unison, subsequently bowing deeply to Dongfang Xian. Some officials, still in a state of confusion, gazed at the unfolding scene and, following suit, voiced their requests while bowing down. The Left Chancellor, the National Master, and the Grand General Tai Poyan, ranked among the 3 public officials, were exempt from the kneeling tribute, leaving only the 3 of them standing upright in the hall. Seeing that the officials had unanimously taken such action, Dongfang Xian feigned a sigh and said, "Well, since there are no dissenting voices, I shall accept the position of Emperor of the Tianyin dynasty." Dongfang Xian then produced the imperial jade seal of the Tianyin dynasty and held it aloft before him. "Long live our emperor." Hold on. It is rather premature to chant "Long live our emperor" at this moment. Just as the civil and military officials were about to pay their respects to Dongfang Xian, a voice that he was all too familiar with suddenly echoed from outside the hall. The officials were taken aback and immediately turned to look, their expressions changing dramatically. They beheld Dongfang Yuan, a solemn look on his face, striding in with 4 god-slaying guards. The Left Chancellor and Tai Poyan exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of confusion in the other's eyes. Meanwhile, Dongfang Xian's pupils constricted sharply, a flicker of shock and embarrassment crossing his face. Even the Grand Tutor and Tai Han, upon witnessing Dongfang Yuan's unexpected survival and appearance, had their expressions darken instantaneously. "Damn it! This wretched woman dared to toy with me." An overwhelming intent to kill surged within Dongfang Exine at that moment. If he could, he would have dragged that woman from the depths of hell and delivered her a few resounding slaps. He had boldly proclaimed Dongfang Yuan's demise, yet here he stood alive before them. Furthermore, beyond his fury, Dongfang Exine was beset by confusion. He had dispatched 2 individuals to the Crown Prince's palace to collect Dongfang Yuan's corpse. Even if Dongfang Yuan had survived, there was no way they would have allowed him to come here. What on earth was happening? Had those 2 lieutenants betrayed him? Crown Prince, you are not dead? The second prince, the Grand Tutor, what on earth is going on here? Were you not the ones who declared that the Crown Prince had been slain by the assassins of the Blood Shadow Pavilion? How does this reconcile? Chapter 5. The National Master takes side. Some officials, equally bewildered, spoke up with questions. The second prince and the others claimed the Crown Prince was dead, yet he stood alive before them. The truth of this matter truly perplexed them. Heh, dear brother, you truly wish for my demise, Dongfang Yuan remarked, casting a cold smirk at Dongfang Exine. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Exine's expression shifted dramatically, and he erupted in fury. You audacious scoundrel! How dare you impersonate my brother? The Blood Shadow Pavilion truly knows no bounds. Guards, seize this brigand at once and do not allow him to act with impunity in this hall. Dongfang Exine, unwilling to relent, found himself compelled to take such drastic measures as the situation escalated. Understood, Tai Han promptly replied, locking his gaze onto Dongfang Yuan, preparing to strike him down. Wait, how do you know this man is an impostor of the Crown Prince? At that moment, a burly middle-aged man interjected. This man was known as Shi Baitian, titled the Heavenly Universe King, a sworn brother of the Tianyan Emperor and the only foreign royal within the Tianyan dynasty. Shi Baitian's intervention forced Tai Han to pause his movements. Dongfang Exine's heart simmered with rage. How dare the Heavenly Universe King openly question him? He would remember this transgression. Heavenly Universe King, I just stated that my brother has been slain by the assassins of the Blood Shadow Pavilion. Both the Grand Tutor and Captain Huang witnessed this with their own eyes. Now, this brigand appears here with my brother's visage. He is undoubtedly an impostor. What further explanation is required? Dongfang Exine declared with righteous indignation. Indeed, I personally witnessed the Crown Prince's corpse. This man is undoubtedly a disguise sent by the Blood Shadow Pavilion. The Grand Tutor immediately corroborated. What a wretched old dog, learned well in catering to Dongfang Exine. Dongfang Yuan retorted scornfully. You dare! The Grand Tutor was incensed by the insult. However, Dongfang Yuan disregarded him, turning his gaze back to Dongfang Exine, or rather, the jade seal in his hand. With a mere thought, Dongfang Yuan suddenly caused the jade seal held by Dongfang Exine to vanish, only for it to inexplicably reappear in his own grasp a moment later. What? How could you? Scoundrel, if you dare to damage my jade seal, I shall have you torn to shreds. Upon witnessing the swift transfer of the jade seal, Dongfang Exine's expression shifted to one of horror, followed swiftly by an eruption of fury as he bellowed a warning. The Left Chancellor, the Grand Tutor, the National Master, and the Heavenly Universe King, all the powerful figures present, gazed in astonishment at the sight of the jade seal now resting in Dongfang Yuan's hands. Their pupils contracting in unison, so swift. How could he possibly achieve this? How could a mere cultivation waste snatch the jade seal right before our eyes? Even the Left Chancellor, renowned for his quick reflexes, was left utterly stunned. At this moment, the Left Chancellor's gaze remained fixed on Dongfang Yuan, choosing to remain silent and observe. Throughout history, the imperial family has been renowned for its ruthlessness. Fratricide is not uncommon. Yet, as subjects, choosing the wrong side could lead to utter ruin. Yet, Dongfang Yuan ignored Dongfang Exine. Instead, wearing a playful smile, he then, before the eyes of all, summoned a drop of blood from his fingertip and let it fall onto the jade seal. The blood fused into the seal, causing it to radiate a dazzling golden light that illuminated the entire hall. The Tianyan jade seal, passed down to this day, primarily serves as a symbol of identity. As long as one possesses royal blood, contact with its blood will cause the seal to emit golden light. The purer and more concentrated the bloodline, the more resplendent the golden glow becomes. What do you have to say now? Am I still an imposter, dear brother? A playful smile graced Dongfang Yuan's face as he gazed at Dongfang Xian. At this moment, Dongfang Xian's expression had darkened to the point of being nearly unrecognizable. His face resembling a stormy sea, even bearing a hint of a savage snarl. The hall fell into an immediate silence. Even the dullest of the civil and military officials comprehended the gravity of the situation. The individual before them was undoubtedly the crown prince of the Tianyin dynasty. This clearly refuted the claims made earlier by the Grand Tutor, the general of the Imperial Guards, and the second prince, who insisted that the crown prince was dead and that they had witnessed his corpse. Yet, many in the hall remained perplexed. How did today's crown prince appear to be a different person altogether? Not only had his manner of speaking changed, but his actions, demeanor, and the aura he exuded had undergone a dramatic transformation. Furthermore, the left chancellor even sensed an implicit pressure emanating from Dongfang Yuan. Was it merely an illusion? The left chancellor questioned internally, unwilling to accept such a notion. For it was exceedingly absurd. He was at the pinnacle of the Dharma aspect realm, the foremost power within the Tianyin dynasty. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Dongfang Yuan was but a young individual, a cultivation waste with no qualifications, possessing only innate level cultivation. Such a person should be easily crushed with a mere flick of his finger. How could he possibly feel threatened by him? This is largely a mere illusion of my own. Such is the inner contemplation of the left minister. However, confronted with Dongfang Yuan's inquiry, Dongfang Xian found himself at a loss for words. His complexion turning awkward, as if a fishbone had lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless. Your Highness, even if you are alive today, you cannot ascend to the throne of the Emperor. It is well known that the second prince possesses exceptional talent and qualifications, standing out even in the entirety of the northern region. Moreover, he is mentored by a powerful figure at the celestial sovereign level, possessing the innate bones of supremacy, destined to eventually break through to the celestial sovereign realm and become a formidable force. What our Tianyin dynasty currently requires is precisely a leader of such extraordinary talent as the second prince, for only he can lead our dynasty to greater heights and possess the strength to avenge his majesty. Therefore, I beseech you, your Highness, to consider the greater good for the Tianyin dynasty and relinquish this imperial position. At this moment, no one expected the national master to suddenly turn and address Dongfang Yuan. Chapter 6, Ascension. Oh? Are you implying that my status as crown prince is but a fleeting notion? Dongfang Yuan remarked with interest. If I refuse, what then will you and the rest do, your Highness? Has the situation truly reached such a critical juncture that you remain obstinate? The national master replied softly. At this moment, the national master, the grand tutor, and the commander of the imperial guards were all firmly aligned with the second prince. Dongfang Xian. Among the other civil and military officials, many harbored hopes that Dongfang Xian would ascend to the throne. After all, Dongfang Yuan had accomplished nothing and lacked any talent for cultivation. Such a person as emperor would only spell disaster for the Tianyin dynasty. Bring him away. His Highness is unwell and needs to rest. As for the imperial throne, let the second prince ascend. We, the ministers, have no objections. The national master declared upon seeing Dongfang Yuan refuse to heed his counsel. Subsequently, Tai Han stepped forward to subdue Dongfang Yuan. Bang, however, at that moment, as Tai Han approached, a god-slaying guard suddenly struck, cleaving him in two with a single sword, blood spilling forth. What? A law manifestation realm? The civil and military officials gasped in shock, and both Dongfang Xian and the national master paled, their expressions filled with disbelief. The aura emanating from this individual indeed indicated a cultivation at the law manifestation realm. A law manifestation realm expert by the crown prince's side? How is this possible? Yet before they could comprehend the implications, the left minister delivered a heavy blow. You are at the pinnacle of the law manifestation realm. The left minister recognized that the aura radiating from the god-slaying guard was indeed comparable to his own, truly at the peak of the law manifestation realm, and even slightly more imposing, leaving him aghast. The peak of the law manifestation realm. Upon hearing this, many officials wore expressions of horror and confusion. The national master and Dongfang Xian's faces also drained of color. Why would there be a peak law manifestation realm expert by Dongfang Yuan's side? Such a being is among the most formidable in the northern region, yet they stand guard over Dongfang Yuan. Just as everyone struggled to comprehend this, Dongfang Yuan smiled slightly and said, I forgot to introduce you to them. These four are my god-slaying guards. Their strength is comparable to that of the left minister, merely at the pinnacle of the law manifestation realm. I wonder if, with their assistance, I might seize the throne today. Dongfang Yuan's smile was devilishly charming, laced with a hint of terrifying intent. Before they could fully grasp the situation, the other three god-slaying guards unleashed their formidable auras. The overwhelming might of four peak law manifestation realm experts enveloped the entire hall, causing all present, including the left minister, to break into a sweat under the immense pressure. Thud. Even some of the weaker cultivators could not withstand the oppressive force and collapsed to their knees. Dongfang Xian, trembling, could scarcely utter a word, forced to bow under the tremendous weight, his complexion flushed as he gritted his teeth in resistance. Dongfang Yuan slowly approached the national master, holding the imperial seal, and gazed at him, asking, Tell me, am I worthy to sit upon the throne? The national master, too, was under the immense pressure from the four guards, fully aware that he had irreparably offended Dongfang Yuan today. With four peak law manifestation realm experts at his command, it felt like a thunderbolt, driving him to the brink of despair. Since I am doomed regardless, I might as well risk it all. Suddenly, the national master raised his head fiercely, his aura exploding forth. Sensing this, the left minister and Wang Tianyu's expressions changed drastically, and they shouted, Crown Prince, be careful. Simultaneously, the national master's hand lunged toward Dongfang Yuan, aiming to seize him. Too late. A cold smile played on the national master's lips, not even anticipating that Dongfang Yuan would dare to be so careless as to approach him directly. Just as the national master's hand was about to grasp his neck, Dongfang Yuan's face broke into a serene smile. What followed was a scene that left all in the hall utterly astonished. Dongfang Yuan, with empty hands, caught the national master's wrist, effortlessly dispelling his power. And with a swift motion, he seized the national master's throat, lifting him as one would a chick. The civil and military officials in the hall were left in shock at this sight. Dongfang Xian, the Grand Tutor, and Huang Quan were all petrified in place. What am I witnessing? The Crown Prince has instantly captured the national master. Surely this cannot be real? Many were unable to believe their eyes. It was simply because the impact of this scene upon their minds was overwhelmingly profound. A Crown Prince, deemed a waste with no talent for cultivation, had, in a single motion, subdued a late-stage law manifestation realm expert. This was enough to make one question their very existence. Even the national master, who was being held aloft, was filled with panic and confusion, fear and doubt coursing through his heart. Only he understood the sheer strength with which Dongfang Yuan restrained him, a force so absolute that it left him without even a thought of resistance. He could not muster the words to plead for mercy. To assault a sovereign is a crime deserving of death. At this moment, Dongfang Yuan's smile vanished, his demeanor turning grave, radiating an imperial aura of dominance. Then, with a single exertion, he infused the national master with the power of the celestial sovereign realm. Instantly, the national master's soul could not withstand this force, leading to an internal explosion, resulting in his demise. His body slumped, vitality extinguished. Bang! Dongfang Yuan released his grip, and the national master's corpse fell to the ground at his feet. The left minister and the others felt a shudder in their hearts. Dongfang Yuan's serious gaze swept over Dongfang Xian as he declared, Dongfang Xian, Huang Lichuan, and Zhang Lin conspired against me, plotting my demise. Their crimes are truly heinous. I hereby decree that these three shall be executed in this hall. To serve as a warning to others, yes, responded the four god-slaying guards in unison. Your Highness, spare us. We shall not dare again. Your Highness, we acknowledge our wrongs. Please, spare us. Your Highness. The Grand Tutor and Huang Lichuan wept bitterly, pleading for mercy, but before they could finish their words, the god-slaying guards had already taken action, beheading them. One approached Dongfang Xian. No, brother, you cannot kill me. We are blood brothers. You cannot do this. Upon witnessing the slaughter of his loyal underlings, Dongfang Xian was now thoroughly gripped by panic. We share the same father but different mothers. It is not that close, Dongfang Yuan replied indifferently. Blood is thicker than water. Stay back. Do not come any closer. My master is the third elder of the Fengyun sect. Should you dare kill me, thud. Dongfang Xian's last words were cut short as the sword of the god-slaying guard swept through. Thud. Head severed from body. Moreover, the small piece of supreme bone on Dongfang Xian was forcibly extracted by the god-slaying guard, in the Great Hall. The blood from several corpses pooled together, saturating the air with a pungent scent of blood. Thus, Dongfang Yuan, with the imperial seal in hand, ascended to the highest dragon throne. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! The left minister was the first to react, immediately kneeling to show his loyalty. Following suit, the other civil and military officials, once their shock subsided, also knelt in reverence. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Chapter 7. Shao Qingli after Dongfang Yuan ascended to the throne. Following the grand ceremony of succession, he received news that the emperor of the Great Dream Dynasty was personally leading a force to attack his Tianyin dynasty. In the Grand Hall, Dongfang Yuan promptly issued his orders. Left Minister, you and Grand Marshal Tai Poyan shall personally lead an army of 500,000 to the battlefield against the Great Dream Dynasty. Furthermore, I will assign you 3 god-slaying guards. I trust you will not disappoint my expectations. Upon hearing this, the left minister was filled with excitement, exclaiming, Rest assured, Your Majesty, with the assistance of your 3 god-slaying guards, I shall behead that Xiao Tianding and present his head to you. The emperor awaited your auspicious tidings, as the prime minister and Tai Poyan departed from the Grand Hall, their hearts brimming with exhilaration. Your Majesty, within the southern territories of the Tianyin dynasty, there remain several first-rate factions eager to seize a share amidst the turmoil of the empire. Now that I have ascended to the throne, I shall no longer grant them such opportunities. I will appoint a Godslayer Guardian to assist you in reclaiming the territories of those factions. Should they refuse to submit to the Tianyin dynasty, we shall show no mercy. Henceforth, any force that dares to obstruct the expansion of the Tianyin dynasty shall face annihilation, Dongfang Yuan reiterated with resolute determination. He was well aware that to earn the rewards from the system, enhancing the prestige of the dynasty was paramount. Understood. The Tianyu king responded without hesitation, with a Godslayer Guardian dispatched to aid him. He felt assured of his success. The most formidable adversaries among the first-rate factions were merely at the mid-stage of the law manifestation realm, and with a peak law manifestation expert by his side. Victory was all but assured. 3 days later, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. The prestige of the Tianyin dynasty has risen by 120, bringing the total prestige to 1320. The reward package has been dispatched. In his private chamber, Dongfang Yuan was suddenly greeted by this system notification. Calculating the timing, he surmised that the Tianyu king had resolved the matter, thus elevating the dynasty's prestige. System, open the reward package. Without a moment's hesitation, he unwrapped the reward. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 5th-grade comprehension pill, 1 semi-holy defensive array, and 1 War God Faping. Dongfang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, just as he pondered whether War God Faping was indeed the figure he envisioned in his mind. The rewards materialized before him. In an instant, a pill appeared in his hand, alongside a scaled-down defensive array resting within his palm. Moreover, a figure clad in silver armor wielding a demon-subduing sword manifested. He bore striking features, with sharp brows and a tall nose, his eyes radiant with an unwavering intensity, exuding an aura of aloofness. By the heavens! It truly is General Faping. Dongfang Yuan gasped in astonishment, a wave of elation washing over him. He had not anticipated that General Faping would be summoned by the system. Faping greets my master. The general, summoned by the system, displayed unwavering loyalty towards Dongfang Yuan and immediately bowed in respect. There is no need for such formalities, General. Please rise. Dongfang Yuan motioned graciously. System, display Faping's information panel. Name, Faping Treasures, Celestial Silver Armor, Demon Subduing Sword Qualifications, boundless physique, invincible divine body fate luck value, 98 cultivation realm, ninth layer of the celestial sovereign realm. Upon comprehending Feiping's information, Dongfang Yuan was utterly exhilarated, unable to contain the jubilant smile that graced his face. It felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. The ninth layer of the celestial sovereign realm was but a step away from semi-holy status. And with Feiping's remarkable qualifications, his combat prowess among peers would undoubtedly be formidable. Now that he had Feiping by his side, the forces capable of thwarting the Tianyin dynasty's ambitions in the northern domain were exceedingly scarce. Dongfang Yuan, brimming with excitement, then turned his attention to the other two rewards. The fifth-grade comprehension pill, when consumed at the peak of the law manifestation realm, could facilitate a breakthrough to the celestial sovereign realm without any side effects. The semi-holy defensive array could withstand attacks from semi-holy experts and below. After understanding their utility, Dongfang Yuan was thoroughly satisfied. The defensive array was a staple among dominant factions, and with this newfound asset alongside General Feiping, the Tianyin dynasty was on the cusp of transforming into a dominant power. After a moment of contemplation, Dongfang Yuan devised a new plan. He would establish the defensive array within the Tianyin palace and appoint Feiping as the Grand General of the nation. Entrusting him with the defense of the palace.as for himself, he would utilize his own celestial sovereign cultivation to depart under the cover of night towards the Daydream Dynasty. Within the palace of the Daydream Dynasty, in the chamber of the third princess, Xiao Qingli, adorned in a resplendent blue gown, sat gracefully in her room. She possessed an ethereal beauty, her flawless complexion and alluring figure exuding an enchanting charm, marked by a slender waist and curvaceous silhouette. Yet, at this moment, an air of frigid demeanor enveloped her, akin to an ice-cold beauty, deterring any intruder. In her captivating gaze flickered a trace of chilling wrath. To her astonishment, the awakening of her memories had coincided with such tumultuous events. Daydream Dynasty, how audacious you are! A glimmer of pure malice and indignation sparkled in her eyes. As the third princess of the Daydream Dynasty, she had only just comprehended her true identity after the restoration of her memories. Chapter 8. The Empress of the Nine Hells. Her name is Xiao Qingli, titled the Empress of the Nine Hells, the sovereign of the Sea of Nine Hells, who once commanded a sacred river, a truly unparalleled empress. Yet, due to a cataclysm, she nearly lost her soul in the ensuing devastation. In a desperate moment, she expended her entire soul power, transferring a fragment of her main soul along with all her memories into this world. She successfully seized the body of the newly born third princess of the Daydream Dynasty, who shared her name, and thus, she was reborn. However, due to the severe injury to her soul, her memories awakened only after 20 years, leading her to believe she was merely Xiao Qingli. This moment, thoughts of the Daydream Dynasty filled her with profound hatred. She yearned to see the downfall of the imperial ruler of the Daydream Dynasty. It was only recently that she learned the circumstances surrounding the Daydream Dynasty's successful alliance with the Blood Shadow Pavilion to orchestrate an ambush on the Tianyin Emperor. The leverage they used was none other than herself, Xiao Qingli. The ruler of the Daydream Dynasty had promised the Blood Shadow Pavilion that upon the successful assassination of the Tianyin Emperor, she would be handed over to the pavilion's young master, Guan Xingyu. Guan Xingyu's reputation had become notorious throughout the northern domain. He was infamous for his lecherous nature, having gained notoriety for his countless conquests of women. To hand Xiao Qingli over to him would be akin to delivering a lamb to a lion's den. This rationale was not lost on Xiao Tianding, the ruler of the Daydream Dynasty. Xiao Tianding, Xiao Junchen, once I have regained my strength after 10 years, I shall ensure your descent into the netherworld. Xiao Qingli's eyes blazed with murderous intent as she mentioned Xiao Junchen, known as the Prince of Sinking, the younger brother of the ruler Xiao Tianding, also an expert at the peak of the law manifestation realm. The pressing matter at hand was to vacate this perilous place. With Xiao Tianding leading troops against Tianyin, he would not have the time to concern himself with her. Now was the opportune moment. Resolving that her current cultivation was insufficient, she decided to retreat for the time being. With her innate talent and the memories of her past life as an empress, she was confident that she would break through to the celestial sovereign realm in no time. At that moment, it would be her turn to settle accounts with Xiao Tianding and the others. Xiao Qingli rose from her bed, swiftly gathered her belongings, and as she approached the door, a thought crossed her mind. With the old scoundrel absent and Xiao Junchen remaining unsuspecting of me, why not seize the opportunity to plunder before I depart? With that determination, Xiao Qingli made her way towards the treasury of the Daydream Dynasty. Having once been the Empress of the Nine Hells, she would typically look down upon the treasures within the Daydream Dynasty's vault. However, those were memories of the past. Currently, with her cultivation at the pinnacle of the Earth's profound realm, she was weak beyond measure. And the items within the treasury would still prove beneficial to her. As Xiao Qingli stealthily infiltrated the treasury to gather resources from the Daydream Dynasty, a figure appeared within the palace. Dongfang Yuan had traveled from the Tianyin Dynasty and now stood directly above the Grand Palace of the Daydream Dynasty. His presence was unapologetically bold, clad in a dragon robe that billowed in the wind, his expression indifferent as he surveyed the Daydream Palace. Xiao Tianding could never have anticipated that while he sought to wage war against the Tianyin Dynasty, Dongfang Yuan harbored intentions to pilfer his stronghold. Impudent! How dare you trespass into the palace of the Daydream Dynasty? Do you seek death? The moment Dongfang Yuan's figure materialized within the palace, it immediately alerted the vigilant forces of the Daydream Dynasty. The palace was guarded by numerous elite soldiers, their figures emerging in armor, encircling Dongfang Yuan in a tight formation. Additionally, 7 or 8 law manifestation experts soared from various corners of the palace, positioning themselves in the air, their auras locking onto Dongfang Yuan. Dongfang Yuan's gaze swept over the foremost figures, spotting a robust middle-aged man clad in a python robe, a peak law manifestation expert. If he was not mistaken, this must be Prince Junchen. However, the other figure was an elderly man in plain robes, also at the peak of the law manifestation realm. Dongfang Yuan surmised that this elder was likely not affiliated with the Daydream Dynasty. Who are you to dare intrude upon the Daydream Dynasty's palace in broad daylight? If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, you need not leave today. Xiao Junchen currently stands at the zenith of the firmament. Confronting Dongfang Yuan with a fierce interrogation, I have no intention of departing today, and my objective is quite simple: to annihilate your great dream dynasty. Dongfang Yuan responds with an air of indifference. You seek death. Upon perceiving Dongfang Yuan's provocative words, Xiao Junchen immediately retaliates. He strikes forth, unleashing a palm imprint that surges like a tempest towards Dongfang Yuan. Yet, in the next instant, the colossal palm imprint is effortlessly dismissed by a mere flick of Dongfang Yuan's hand, dissipating into nothingness. What? How can one so young possess such formidable strength? The dragon robe? Who exactly are you? Xiao Junchen, taken aback by the effortless dissolution of his assault, is engulfed in disbelief, while the elder beside him furrows his brow in astonishment. As Xiao Junchen begins to take Dongfang Yuan seriously, he notices the dragon robe adorning Dongfang Yuan, a garment not easily donned by the ordinary, plunging him into confusion regarding the latter's true identity. I am the Emperor of Heavenly Transformation, Dongfang Yuan. Dongfang Yuan states with an air of detachment. The useless prince of the Heavenly Transformation Dynasty, Dongfang Yuan? Impossible. He is notoriously known as a cultivation failure. How could you possibly be Dongfang Yuan? Xiao Junchen's disbelief deepens, his expression one of utter shock. A truly astute individual often rises to prominence in a stunning manner, before one's wings are fully formed. To be overly ostentatious is not the hallmark of a wise individual, Dongfang Yuan remarks casually as he strides forward. Have you been feigning all along? Xiao Junchen, gripped by a chilling terror, trembles at the implications. From such a young age, he has mastered the art of patience and restraint, enduring the title of a useless prince, while in truth, Dongfang Yuan is the most extraordinary genius of the Heavenly Transformation Dynasty. The elder beside him shares a look of fear, his pupils contracting sharply. Is Dongfang Yuan of the Heavenly Transformation Dynasty truly this monstrous? Is he even more extraordinary than his brother, who possesses the supreme bone? These questions flood the elder's mind, fixing his gaze upon Dongfang Yuan. All of you, attack together, kill him. Realizing Dongfang Yuan's gaze is upon him, Xiao Junchen regains his composure and commands thousands of elite guards to charge at Dongfang Yuan. Kill! Additionally, 5 other powerful beings of the Law Manifestation Realm also spring into action, all remaining strongholds of the Great Dream Dynasty. Each of them conjures formidable offensive forces, launching a fierce assault upon Dongfang Yuan. Thunderous roars erupt as massive blades slice through the air, stretching for miles, crashing down with earth-shattering force. Others summon countless fiery meteors, igniting the sky in a painful crimson blaze, raining down like ferocious meteors. Toxic clouds coalesce, enveloping the area in a dense miasma. A myriad of divine techniques emerge as the Law Manifestation Realm cultivators unleash their powers, focusing their might solely on Dongfang Yuan. Dongfang Yuan gazes at the oncoming onslaught with unwavering composure. A faint smile gracing his lips. You have gathered quite the audience for me, saving me the trouble of eliminating you one by one. Chapter 9. The might of Dongfang Yuan as all attention converges upon him. Dongfang Yuan finally makes his move. He raises his right hand, unleashing an unparalleled pressure of the celestial sovereign realm, sweeping forth like a tsunami, crushing everything in its path. Without holding back, his celestial sovereign energy radiates like holy light, engulfing the members of the Great Dream Dynasty in an instant. Soon after, the assaults of the Law Manifestation Realm cultivators are utterly obliterated by Dongfang Yuan's overwhelming might. Boom, boom. The elite guards of the Great Dream Dynasty and the Law Manifestation Realm experts find their faces contorted in horror as they are met head-on with Dongfang Yuan's crushing power. Unable to withstand such overwhelming force, their souls and bodies erupt in a cataclysmic explosion above the firmament, transforming into a mist of crimson. Now, in the vast expanse of the sky, apart from Dongfang Yuan, only Xiao Junqian and the Peak Law Manifestation Elder remain. Xiao Junqian is left utterly petrified, his countenance frozen in shock, as if turned to stone, his expression a mixture of disbelief and sheer terror. He cannot fathom the scene before him. They are all dead. The entire cadre of the Great Dream Dynasty has been annihilated by Dongfang Yuan's overwhelming pressure. Most critically, this young man stands at the celestial sovereign level, a celestial sovereign in his 20s? What kind of absurdity is this? Such a prodigy has never graced the annals of history in the northern domain. While Xiao Junqian remains in a state of shock, Dongfang Yuan strides forward. Upon regaining his composure, Xiao Junqian exclaims in a panic, Dongfang Yuan, you cannot kill me. The Great Dream Dynasty has formed an alliance with Burning Sky Island. If you dare to harm me, my royal brother will not let you go. Burning Sky Island, a top-tier force in the northern domain, possesses greater power and resources than the Great Dream Dynasty. Like the Blood Shadow Pavilion, Burning Sky Island boasts its own celestial sovereigns, ranking among the elite powers of the northern domain. Oh, Burning Sky Island? Then it appears you are one of them. At this moment, Dongfang Yuan halts, turning his attention to the elder beside him. The elder, trembling in trepidation, assumes Dongfang Yuan's pause is due to fear of Burning Sky Island. Indeed, I am the third elder of Burning Sky Island, Salen Mu. The elder proclaims, introducing himself. Dongfang Yuan nods, then a smile creeps onto his face as he queries. So, you have allied with the Great Dream Dynasty? Indeed, Burning Sky Island and the Great Dream Dynasty are allies, sharing fortunes and facing tribulations together. In light of our alliance, I implore you to let this matter pass. If you depart now, I shall not pursue the matter further. Salen Mu plays a word game with Dongfang Yuan. His claim of not pursuing does not imply that Burning Sky Island would follow suit. At this moment, he merely seeks to preserve his life, aware that he cannot afford to be arrogant before a celestial sovereign. However, upon hearing his response, Dongfang Yuan's power rises. So you are allies. That makes things even easier. You and Burning Sky Island shall be obliterated alongside the Great Dream Dynasty. What? Salen Mu barely comprehends when Dongfang Yuan's palm strikes forth, transforming him into a shower of sparks. Exploding in a brilliant display, the blood-red fireworks, accompanied by an overwhelming stench of iron, bloom against the bright sky, a sight both captivating and grotesque. At this sight, Xiao Junqian is gripped by sheer terror, immediately biting his tongue and invoking secret methods to escape. Yet, in the next moment, Dongfang Yuan's hand extends, an invisible force ensnaring Xiao Junqian's throat, lifting him high into the air. his legs dangling helplessly. Cough, cough. Xiao Junshin's face reddens, the sensation akin to suffocation, as Dongfang Yuan's might proves far too overpowering for him to endure. Despite his desperate struggles, he finds no escape. Ultimately, with a decisive exertion, Dongfang Yuan crushes Xiao Junshin's neck, his lifeless body plummeting to the ground. After eliminating these foes, Dongfang Yuan extends his soul, swiftly enveloping the entire royal palace. Utilizing his celestial sovereign's soul perception, he seeks the whereabouts of the third princess. Xiao Qingli, however, he is puzzled to find that she is not in her chambers. Thus, he extends his soul's presence throughout the palace. At last, deep within the palace treasury, Dongfang Yuan detects Xiao Qingli's aura. Found you, he whispers, a smile gracing his features. He points towards the treasury, sealing it off from the outside world, ensuring that even if the heavens were to collapse, those within would remain oblivious to the turmoil outside. Having isolated the treasury, Dongfang Yuan unleashes his unmasked celestial sovereign pressure, spreading it to every corner of the Great Dream Imperial City, embarking on a ruthless slaughter against the officials and soldiers of the Great Dream Dynasty. Chapter 10. The Massacre. Celestial Sovereign Stronghold. How could my Great Dream Dynasty have provoked such a formidable foe? Boom, boom. The palace. It's the palace. The palace is collapsing. That is the god of death. The god of death. Run. Run. Ah. In an instant, all officials associated with the Great Dream Dynasty, along with their families and military personnel, fall victim to a gruesome massacre. Dongfang Yuan manifested the majestic visage of the celestial sovereign, an ethereal figure towering 1,000 meters high, standing resolutely within the grand palace of the dreaming empire, effortlessly reducing it to rubble. He set his sights upon the officials within the imperial city, unleashing a barrage of attacks akin to divine retribution, obliterating their residences entirely. The 200,000 soldiers stationed in the city met a similar fate, utterly vanquished by Dongfang Yuan's overwhelming power. Their remains rendered into a grotesque spectacle in less than the span of half a joss stick's burning time. Every official and soldier left in the dreaming empire was annihilated, not a single soul spared. The entire imperial city ran red with blood. A thin mist of sanguine haze hung in the air, and even the very atmosphere was thick with the stench of blood. Ordinary citizens, gripped by terror, hastily retreated into their homes, caught in the crossfire of celestial beings. Many, possessing feeble cultivation, could do naught but hide, praying not to be swept into the chaos. However, while Dongfang Yuan was relentless and ruthless, he did not indulge in the slaughter of the innocent. Those who sought refuge in their abodes were largely unharmed. Meanwhile, within the treasury of the dreaming empire, Xiao Qingli exhibited a heart of steel. Around her waist hung over 10 storage pouches, brimming with the empire's treasures and precious resources. The shelves of the treasury, once laden with numerous artifacts, now bore witness to the absence of 2/3 of their contents. Xiao Qingli remained undeterred, resolutely stuffing more into her spatial ring. How audacious to use this emperor as a bargaining chip, such arrogance for a mere figure of the Dharma aspect. Once I have plundered these resources from the dreaming empire and dedicated myself to cultivation for a decade or so, I shall return on the day of their demise alongside the Blood Shadow Pavilion. As she continued to gather resources, a fierce determination graced her features. Not long after, her spatial ring was filled to capacity. Upon glancing back, she noted that nearly all the shelves in the treasury were now devoid of their former treasures, save for 3 shelves that held only mundane spirit stones, pills, and artifacts. The precious celestial materials had all been claimed by Xiao Qingli. This will sustain me for a decade. Humph. I am eager to witness the expression on that old rogue's face when he returns to find his treasury stripped bare after the destruction of the Tianyin Empire. A sense of glee welled within her as she envisioned Xiao Tianding's reaction upon discovering the scene. After organizing her spoils, she made her way to the treasury's entrance. Upon opening the door, Xiao Qingli stepped out, her arms burdened with storage pouches, her demeanor cautious. However, upon witnessing the scene outside, she was left utterly dumbfounded. What? Xiao Qingli stood in shock. Was this still the palace? The surroundings of the treasury were now nothing but ruins. Shattered walls and utter devastation. a stark contrast to the splendor she had entered just half an hour prior. As she surveyed the desolation, her brow furrowed in confusion. What on earth happened? I was inside for less than half an incense stick's time. How could the palace of the dreaming empire be reduced to this? While she was still grappling with disbelief, a figure approached from her side. Who? Xiao Qingli immediately became alert, swiftly turning to regard the newcomer with wariness. Dongfang Yuan halted before her, an air of calm confidence surrounding him. It was undeniable that he was once a titan of the world. Not only was his appearance striking, but his aura surpassed that of countless women. Upon seeing Xiao Qingli, Dongfang Yuan felt an undeniable allure emanating from her, stirring something deep within. Xiao Qingli was renowned as the most beautiful woman of the dreaming empire. It was no wonder the young master of the Blood Shadow Pavilion, Guan Xingyu, was so infatuated with her. I am Dongfang Yuan, he replied, his expression adorned with a subtle smile in response to her wariness. Dongfang Yuan, the prince of the Tianyan Empire? How did you come to be here? Xiao Qingli's brows knitted together in concern. She had heard of Dongfang Yuan, but she could not fathom how the prince of the Tianyan Empire found himself in the heart of the dreaming empire's palace. Nor could she comprehend the current calamity unfolding before her. Correction. I am now the sovereign of Tianyan. The title of prince is a relic of the past. As for my presence here, there are two reasons. First, to obliterate the dreaming empire. Second, to seek you. His tone exuded a man's confidence as he spoke with an air of nonchalance. Obliterate the dreaming empire? Just you. Although Xiao Qingli was baffled by the scene before her, she found it hard to believe that someone like Dongfang Yuan could bring down the dreaming empire on his own. Yet, before she could voice her skepticism, Dongfang Yuan unleashed a formidable aura of the Dharma aspect. Her expression shifted instantly. You are of the Dharma aspect? The aura was palpable, leaving no room for doubt in Xiao Qingli's mind. Yet, she remained in disbelief, suspecting that Dongfang Yuan had somehow been possessed by another. A young man in his early 20s wielding such power was unprecedented in the North region. With my cultivation at the Dharma aspect, extinguishing the dreaming empire should not be a challenge. Dongfang Yuan stated with an air of indifference. Then why seek me? I am also a citizen of the dreaming empire. Why not kill me? Xiao Qingli's brows remained tightly knitted, sensing that Dongfang Yuan harbored some deeper knowledge. Though she could not ascertain what it was, that I seek you for a simple reason. To bear my child, my beloved concubine, Dongfang Yuan declared with a serious smile, causing Xiao Qingli's countenance to darken in an instant, her expression transforming into one of pure fury. How dare you? Her face flushed with rage, a stark contrast to her once regal demeanor as the former Empress of the Nine Hells, a woman whom no man had dared to disrespect. The audacity of Dongfang Yuan to toy with her was infuriating. Nine Hells flash. Recognizing her disadvantage against a being of the Dharma aspect, Xiao Qingli seized the moment while Dongfang Yuan was momentarily distracted. Her figure split into 9 ethereal shadows, darting swiftly in different directions, like a streak of light racing thousands of meters away in an instant. Truly, the former Empress of the Nine Hells. Her peak earthly realm speed was unmatched in the entire North region. Seeing her attempt to flee, Dongfang Yuan remained unfazed, marveling at her speed. Yet, he slowly extended his hand. With a mere flick of his wrist, a powerful vacuum emerged, resembling a black hole, pulling Xiao Qingli's fleeting shadows back towards him. Break! With a wave of his hand, 8 of her illusions shattered, leaving only her true form, which Dongfang Yuan ensnared with a firm grasp around her slender waist, immobilizing her. Drawing closer, he inhaled the scent of her collarbone with a smirk. Delightful scoundrel! You, a being of the Dharma aspect, dare to bully a mere earthly realm cultivator? Do you not fear the scorn of the world? Xiao Qingli's face was a mask of defiance, her anger palpable. Bound by Dongfang Yuan's grip, she found herself utterly powerless to resist. Any action he might take was beyond her means to counter. Internally, she cursed her fate. Why had she awakened to her memories only to encounter such a predicament? Scorn? Ha! I am the sovereign of Tianyan. Who dares to mock me? I would simply extinguish them. As he toyed with Xiao Qingli, Dongfang Yuan added, As for you, my beloved, you are no mere cultivator. the reincarnation of the former Empress of the Nine Hells. You are a woman who once stood atop the world. Such a woman is most deserving of being the mother of my child. With his fingers gently tilting her chin, he leaned close to her ear, whispering softly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingli trembled, her expression one of shock. You have uncovered my origins. Xiao Qingli was profoundly astonished within. She had never anticipated that in such a small northern region, there existed someone capable of discerning her true identity as the former Empress. This revelation left her spirit shaken, and she became acutely aware of Dongfang Yuan's extraordinary nature. Since you are aware of this emperor's origins, let us negotiate terms. If you release me, I can impart to you the emperor's Dan, emperor's weapons, the supreme emperor's scriptures, and more. As long as you set me free, everything is open to discussion. After regaining her composure, Xiao Qingli's expression gradually turned icy, embodying the proud demeanor of a swan, revealing the unparalleled aura she once possessed as an empress, each gesture radiating authority. However, Dongfang Yuan merely shook his head. Regrettably, I have no interest in scriptures or such. My utmost curiosity lies solely in you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingli felt an overwhelming rage swell within her, nearly causing her to faint. Dongfang Yuan, you must understand the consequences of provoking an emperor. She could not help but warn. Do not think that just because you were once an emperor, you can escape your fate. Even if you are an emperor now, you will still obediently bear my children. As he spoke, Dongfang Yuan's large, rough hand came crashing down upon Xiao Qingli's leg with a resounding slap. Smack! The sharp sound echoed through the ruins. Dongfang Yuan, do not give me the chance, or I shall surely kill you. Xiao Qingli's cheeks flushed crimson, whether from rage or embarrassment, it was unclear. Dongfang Yuan, however, paid her threats no heed. Despite Xiao Qingli being the reincarnation of an empress, her rapid advancement in cultivation could never surpass his own. Currently, he was a formidable figure at the first level of the celestial sovereign realm, capable of battling even those at the 7th level. The leap in talent was historically unprecedented. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingli was merely at the peak of the earthly profound realm. By the time she reached the celestial sovereign realm, he would have already ascended to the saint realm. As for her current loathing towards him, Dongfang Yuan dismissed it entirely. They had yet to spend time together, so no feelings had developed, given time. As they became more acquainted, her hatred would naturally transform into affection. Oh, still daring to insult me? It seems I must teach you a lesson. With a wave of his hand, a branch appeared in Dongfang Yuan's grasp. He flipped Xiao Qingli onto her back, suppressing her with his strength, and began to strike her calves with the branch. Swish, 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 crack, crack, crack. The sound of the branch slicing through the air and striking her skin resonated incessantly. Ah! Dongfang Yuan, you scoundrel, you vile creature. I shall, Xiao Qingli was on the verge of tears from the humiliation, her face flushed with fury, grinding her teeth as she glared daggers at Dongfang Yuan. Though the branch inflicted no real harm, it ignited her sense of shame to an unbearable degree. Once an empress, she had commanded respect from all beings, yet now she found herself relentlessly struck by Dongfang Yuan, enduring the utmost indignity. Her heart could hardly accept such a fate. After a thorough lesson with the branch, Dongfang Yuan's hand grew sore, but Xiao Qingli's gaze remained filled with venomous hatred directed at him. However, compared to before, she had become quieter, though the resentment in her eyes persisted. Dongfang Yuan had no doubt that given the opportunity, Xiao Qingli would seek vengeance against him. Yet, he remained unperturbed. Very well, my beloved. Since you have no objections, it is time for us to depart. Trust me, becoming my woman will be the most splendid experience of your life, Dongfang Yuan proclaimed as he released Xiao Qingli from her restraints. She stood still, her gaze still burning with animosity. She did not flee, for she knew it was futile. After a moment, she spoke through gritted teeth. Fine, do not let me find the chance, or you shall pay dearly. With that, Xiao Qingli crossed her arms, her expression darkening as she turned her face away, refusing to acknowledge Dongfang Yuan any longer. This display of defiance struck Dongfang Yuan as somewhat endearing. The reincarnated empress, exhibiting the petulance of a young girl, was truly a sight to behold. "All right, let us depart," Dongfang Yuan stated nonchalantly, and with a wave of his hand, he enveloped Xiao Qingli and vanished from the ruins of the dreaming dynasty. Chapter 12. The Doubt of the Nine Nether Empress. 3 days later, news arrived from the battlefield at the borders. The sovereign of the dreaming dynasty, Xiao Tianding, along with his army of over 1 million, had perished under the iron hooves of the Tianyin dynasty. It was said that in this battle, the Tianyin dynasty's foremost authority, the left prime minister, personally led the charge, assisted by the Grand Marshal Tai Poyan, to engage the elite forces of the dreaming dynasty. At a critical juncture in the conflict, 3 soldiers clad in golden armor suddenly appeared on the Tianyin side. Wielding dragon-slaying swords, they tore through the battlefield like deities, slaying all in their path. The ruler of the dreaming dynasty, Xiao Tianding, was directly pierced thrice by their swords, culminating in one of them severing his head, leaving him in a gruesome state. 5 days later. Beep, congratulations to the host. The prestige of the Tianyin dynasty has risen by 500 points, bringing the total to 1820 points. The reward package has been dispatched. At that moment, within his chambers, Dongfang Yuan received the system's notification. Following the demise of Xiao Tianding and his cohorts, the 3 dragon-slaying guards alongside the left prime minister had completely taken control of the territories once governed by the dreaming dynasty, causing the Tianyin dynasty's prestige to soar by 500 points. "Though not touch me, scoundrel, tortoise bastard, get away from me." At that moment, distracted by the system's alert, Dongfang Yuan found himself kicked away by Xiao Qingli. She retreated in disgust, hastily wiping the remnants from her mouth, her face twisted in revulsion. At that moment, her gaze towards Dongfang Yuan was filled with both disdain and humiliation. For these past few days, she had endured relentless torment at his hands. Though only a few days had passed, for Xiao Qingli, it felt like an eternity, every moment a torturous ordeal. This guy is nothing short of a beast. After being kicked away, Dongfang Yuan licked the corner of his mouth. "My dear, your struggles only excite me further. Scoundrel, you repulse me. If you dare to touch me again, beware, for I shall self-destruct and take you with me." Xiao Qingli, cornered and desperate, threatened from her position against the wall. Surprisingly, Dongfang Yuan did not press the issue further. Instead, he took a seat. Without hesitation, he internally commanded, "System, open the reward package." Beep. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2,000 years of cultivation X1. Heart of the Nine Nether X1, Tianfa Dan X30, 4th rank Enlightenment Pill X10, 5th rank Enlightenment Pill X5, Shadow Guards X10, Golden Armored Guards X10. The system's voice rang out in succession. Soon, the 2,000 years of cultivation were directly infused into Dongfang Yuan. His aura began to rise steadily as he rapidly progressed through his cultivation. Celestial Sovereign Realm, 2nd level. Celestial Sovereign Realm, 3rd level. Celestial Sovereign Realm, 4th level. He swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of the Celestial Sovereign Realm, where his aura finally stabilized. Xiao Qingli, witnessing this transformation, was left utterly stunned. She beheld Dongfang Yuan's cultivation soar from the 1st level of the Celestial Sovereign Realm to the 5th level. The speed of this breakthrough was unprecedented in her lifetime. Could this person also be a formidable entity? Was his cultivation sealed by some force? Once unsealed, would his true power be restored? Indeed, it must be so. Otherwise, how could he see through my past as an empress at a mere glance? His identity is undoubtedly far more complex. Leaning against the wall, Xiao Qingli observed Dongfang Yuan, lost in her thoughts. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yuan remained oblivious to her musings. Feeling the newfound power coursing through him, he sensed that despite being at the 5th level of the Celestial Sovereign Realm, his actual combat prowess far surpassed the confines of that realm. Even General Faping would not stand a chance against him now. Having a system is truly advantageous. It feels like riding a rocket, breaking through realms at an astonishing pace. Dongfang Yuan mused contentedly, turning his attention to the descriptions of the elixirs. Tianfadan. Consuming it at the Xiangyao realm allows for direct advancement to the law body realm, with no side effects. 4th rank Enlightenment Pill. Consuming it at the early stages of the law body realm can elevate one to the pinnacle of the law body realm, with no side effects. 5th rank Enlightenment Pill. Consuming it at the pinnacle of the law body realm can elevate one to the celestial sovereign realm with no side effects. After perusing the descriptions, he waved his hand, summoning all the elixirs into his palm. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Qingli's eyes widened in disbelief. Tianfadan, enlightenment pills, how could this be? In the small expanse of the northern region, alchemists capable of concocting pills of the 4th rank or higher are exceedingly rare. Akin to phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, how could this individual possess such an abundance of Tianfa pills? Xiao Qingli's delicate visage was marked by astonishment. At this moment, her heart began to harbor a flicker of curiosity towards Dongfang Yuan. His methods were so peculiar that they left her pondering. Could he possibly be a renowned alchemist? Dongfang Yuan gazed at the pills in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. 30 Tianfa pills could be said to directly facilitate the emergence of 30 powerful beings at the law manifestation realm within the Tianyan dynasty. Furthermore, with 10 4th-rank enlightenment pills, alongside the 6 5th-rank enlightenment pills he had previously acquired, he could potentially summon 10 peak law manifestation experts and 6 celestial sovereigns for his dynasty. He gathered all the pills and, at that moment, 10 shadow guards and 10 golden armored guards materialized within the confines of the chamber. We pay our respects to the master. 20 figures knelt on one knee, bowing to Dongfang Yuan. Xiao Qingli was taken aback by the sudden appearance of these 20 individuals, her soft form instinctively pressing against the wall as her gaze fixated on them with trepidation. These figures had appeared without a sound, and the aura emanating from them was undeniably at the law manifestation level, which sent a tremor of fear through her heart. What other hidden abilities and trump cards did Dongfang Yuan possess? At this juncture, Dongfang Yuan began to examine the profiles of the shadow guards and golden armored guards. All 20 were peak experts at the law manifestation realm, matching the level of the God-slaying guards. The shadow guards possessed a unique ability to merge with darkness, slipping into shadows with an extraordinary capacity for concealment, making them natural assassins. The golden armored guards, clad in golden armor, were characterized by their formidable defensive capabilities. When united, they could form the golden armor formation, a barrier that even a second-tier celestial sovereign would find challenging to breach. Having perused this information, Dongfang Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction. You may withdraw, he instructed. Yes, master. The 20 figures promptly vanished from the palace. Xiao Qingli observed this spectacle, her confusion lingering. At that moment, Dongfang Yuan revealed the final reward. The heart of the 9 hells, a star-shaped gem, suffused with a deep purple hue, appeared in the palm of his hand. The heart of the 9 hells is an indispensable treasure for anyone evolving from the 9 hells divine body to the celestial body, representing an invaluable asset for those who possess the 9 hells divine body, possessing an irresistible allure. Furthermore, for those who cultivate the power of the 9 hells, acquiring the heart would significantly amplify their strength, resulting in a qualitative transformation. After listening to the system's introduction, Dongfang Yuan realized that the heart of the 9 hells held little practical value for him. However, the heart of the 9 hells. How could this be? You possess the heart of the 9 hells. Before Dongfang Yuan could respond, Xiao Qingli, her eyes filled with shock, exclaimed as she gazed at the heart in his palm. Her eyes were fixated on the gem, filled with an insatiable longing. It was indeed the heart of the 9 hells. Even at her peak, she would have fought tooth and nail to acquire such a treasure. Had she possessed a heart of the 9 hells back then, her divine body would have evolved, transforming directly into the celestial body of the 9 hells. Had she achieved the celestial body, she would not have suffered such a humiliating defeat in that battle. Yet Xiao Qingli was perplexed. In her world, the heart of the 9 hells was an exceedingly rare treasure, one she had sought for thousands of years without a hint of a lead. How had Dongfang Yuan come by it? Dongfang Yuan smiled, recognizing the serendipity of the system. It seemed to provide him precisely what he lacked. Observing Xiao Qingli's eyes gleam with excitement upon seeing the heart, he could not help but chuckle. Now, I surely have you under my control. With a gentle smile, Dongfang Yuan remarked, Indeed, my beloved, this is the heart of the 9 hells. I am aware that your physique is that of the 9 hells divine body, and thus, you have a profound need for this heart. Therefore, I intend to bestow it upon you as a token of my affection. Xiao Qingli's expression shifted in astonishment. She could scarcely believe her ears. You wish to give it to me? This scoundrel would not possibly offer the heart of the nine hells out of goodwill. No, it was unfathomable. This lecherous fiend could not be so benevolent as to part with such a treasure. With her suspicions aroused, she furrowed her brow and questioned, "Wretched thief, what trickery are you plotting now? Should you dare to deceive me further, I shall self-destruct, dragging you down to hell with me." Dongfang Yuan, appearing somewhat aggrieved, retorted, "My beloved, why would you think such things? Do I require a nefarious scheme to present a gift to my beloved? While the heart of the nine hells is indeed a priceless treasure, in my eyes, it pales in comparison to even a single strand of your hair." With sincerity etched across his face, Dongfang Yuan extended the heart of the nine hells toward Xiao Qingli. Upon receiving the heart and confirming its authenticity, her expression turned to one of utter bewilderment. What could this scoundrel's intentions be? He genuinely intended to give her the heart of the nine hells. Was it possible that, as he claimed, he harbored genuine feelings for her? No, this could not be. He was an incorrigible lecher, a despicable scoundrel. How could such a person speak the truth? Yet, if he did not hold genuine affection for her, why would he gift her the heart? If he sought to coerce her, the allure of the heart might have compelled her to yield. Yet he had not done so. He had simply offered it to her. In that moment, Dongfang Yuan's earnestness left Xiao Qingli's heart in disarray. Although she had once been an empress, standing atop the world, she had never truly experienced romantic entanglements. Her defenses were not low, but they had been built against those with ulterior motives. Yet, here was Dongfang Yuan, employing sincerity as his primary weapon, stirring her heart into turmoil. Could it be that this man was sincere? As Xiao Qingli pondered this, Dongfang Yuan, noticing her dazed expression, approached her with a gentle smile, standing close enough for their faces to nearly touch. Xiao Qingli, momentarily paralyzed by surprise, did not retreat. Dongfang Yuan leaned slightly down, and just as she expected him to kiss her, he instead whispered warmly into her ear, "My beloved, you may merge with the heart of the nine hells here in the palace. I must attend to some urgent matters now." With a faint smile still gracing his features, he did not touch her but turned to leave. Left behind, Xiao Qingli felt her cheeks and earlobes flush crimson, her heart filled with an inexplicable sensation. Once she regained her composure, she shook her head, attempting to dispel her thoughts. "Xiao Qingli, what are you thinking? You are the Empress of the Nine Hells, a cosmic giant who once commanded a sacred river. How could you succumb to someone like him?" After chastising herself, her gaze fell upon the heart of the nine hells in her hand, and her mental defenses wavered once more. Upon exiting the palace, Dongfang Yuan summoned his civil and military officials. Preparing to convene in the grand hall, a faint smile played upon his lips, for he knew that the distance to completely win over Xiao Qingli was now but a mere stone's throw away. Regardless of whether she was an empress or a queen, at the core, she remained a woman. Faced with her own vulnerability against an opponent of immense strength and profound background, combined with her inherent biological inclination towards strength and competition. Alongside a touch of sincerity, this was a formula for success with any woman. Tian Yuwang promptly stepped forward, swiftly departing the grand hall with a severed head in tow. This battle, which led to the annihilation of the Great Dream Dynasty, served as a stark revelation of the strength possessed by our Tianyin dynasty to many factions in the northern domain. However, given the current capabilities of our dynasty, it remains insufficient to eradicate the Blood Shadow Pavilion and dominate the vast seas and wilderness. Thus, I, the Emperor, have resolved to enhance the overall power of the Tianyin dynasty. Only with an indomitable foundation can our dynasty attain renown across the 5 continents. Dongfang Yuan declared solemnly, "Your Majesty, how do you intend to bolster the strength of the dynasty?" The left chancellor inquired. With a wave of his hand, Dongfang Yuan summoned 3 5th-grade enlightenment pills, 10 4th-grade enlightenment pills, and 30 heavenly law pills, all of which materialized within 3 transparent vials, suspended in midair within the grand hall. The fragrant aromas emanating from the vials invigorated the officials present, bringing them a refreshing clarity. Grand Marshal Tai Poyan was particularly astounded, his pupils widening in disbelief. "Your Majesty, could these possibly be the legendary enlightenment pills and heavenly law pills?" Indeed, 30 heavenly law pills are sufficient for our dynasty to produce 30 law manifestation realm cultivators. Furthermore, the 10 fourth-grade enlightenment pills will allow 10 of our law manifestation realm cultivators to directly ascend to the pinnacle of their realm. As for the 3 fifth-grade enlightenment pills, Left Chancellor and Grand Marshal Tai, each of you, along with Tianyu Wang, shall receive one. Once you reach the peak of the law manifestation realm, you will be able to break through to the celestial sovereign level. However, do bear in mind that the 5th-grade enlightenment pills carry a 20% chance of failure. I hope you will not disappoint me, Dongfang Yuan stated with an even expression. The Left Chancellor and Tai Poyan, along with a few others, felt their pupils ignite with fervor, their hearts racing with excitement. 5th-grade enlightenment pills. Even a dominant force like the Wind and Cloud sect possesses only a handful of such treasures. Who would have thought that your majesty would bestow upon them 3 of these? Moreover, with so many 4th-grade enlightenment pills and heavenly law pills at their disposal, how could they not wonder how the emperor procured such riches? Did he perhaps secretly recruit a top-tier alchemist? Yet, such matters seem trivial compared to their current elation. These enlightenment pills would enable them to ascend to the coveted celestial sovereign realm. Yes, rest assured. Your Majesty, we shall not fail your expectations, the Left Chancellor and Tai Poyan exclaimed, their expressions brimming with uncontainable joy as they bowed deeply. Very well, as for the remaining heavenly law pills and some 4th-grade enlightenment pills. Left Chancellor, I entrust you with their distribution, Dongfang Yuan commanded once more. Your servant obeys, the Left Chancellor replied, along with the entire court, expressing their gratitude to Dongfang Yuan with a gesture of reverence. Dongfang Yuan then instructed that after the Left Chancellor and the others had arranged all matters, they could focus on their breakthroughs. Once they all ascended, it would mark the day the Tianyin dynasty commenced its reckoning against the Blood Shadow Pavilion and other factions. After the officials had withdrawn, Tianyu Wang returned to seek an audience with Dongfang Yuan regarding certain matters. In a secluded chamber, Dongfang Yuan welcomed Tianyu Wang, who was accompanied by General Feiping. Tianyu Wang. What business do you bring before me? Dongfang Yuan inquired. Your Majesty, I have a matter to discuss, a reminder I wish to impart. Tianyu Wang replied respectfully. A reminder for me? Speak freely, Dongfang Yuan responded with composure. Your Majesty, having vanquished the Great Dream Dynasty and demonstrated our formidable strength, it is plausible that the dominant factions in the northern domain may still not regard us with due respect. However, should we proceed to annihilate the Blood Shadow Pavilion and the Evil Moon Palace, it is likely to draw the attention of those dominant powers. They would not permit another force to emerge that threatens their status. If the Tianyin dynasty captures their notice, it would not bode well for us. Thus, I wish to advise your Majesty to conserve our strength for now, and when we are sufficiently formidable, we shall rise and claim dominance over the northern domain. Upon hearing Tianyu Wang's words, Dongfang Yuan could not help but acknowledge the depth of his consideration for the Tianyin dynasty. Tianyu Wang, I grasp your perspective. However, I must affirm that the Tianyin dynasty will inevitably confront those dominant forces. When that time arrives, they shall either submit or face annihilation. The march towards unification of the northern domain by the Tianyin dynasty cannot be hindered by any faction. Furthermore, take the Wind and Cloud sect. For example, once Dongfang Xion's master emerges from seclusion and learns of his disciple's demise, he will undoubtedly seek retribution. This is unavoidable, as for our confrontation with them. I can assure you, the Tianyin dynasty will not falter. Do you comprehend? Dongfang Yuan stated earnestly to Tianyu Wang. Seeing that Dongfang Yuan had indeed contemplated these issues, Tianyu Wang appeared resolute and self-assured. As a sovereign, Dongfang Yuan's confidence inspired his loyalty as a minister. I understand, Tianyu Wang replied firmly. The Great Dream Dynasty suffered a catastrophic downfall at the hands of the Tianyin dynasty. Its palace reduced to ruins by a celestial sovereign, and the head of Shao Tianding was displayed outside the walls of Dian Imperial City. This news reverberated throughout the northern domain, causing considerable uproar. Chapter 15. The Heir of Blood Shadow Pavilion. It was unexpected that such a vast empire as the Great Dream Dynasty could be obliterated in such a short span of time. The head of Shao Tianding now hung on the walls of Tianyin Imperial City. A grim spectacle indeed. Reports suggest that a celestial sovereign personally descended upon the Great Dream Palace, slaughtering King Chun and numerous officials left behind. Rumor has it that even the third elder of the burning Heaven Island met a tragic end at the hands of that celestial sovereign. It is astonishing that the Tianyin dynasty managed to enlist the aid of a celestial sovereign. However, one must consider the depths of the Tianyin dynasty's concealment. It is said that Xiao Tianding was slain by the combined efforts of 3 peak law manifestation realm cultivators from the Tianyin dynasty. With the left chancellor, the Tianyin dynasty now boasts 4 peak law manifestation realm experts. It is said that the current ruler is Dongfang Yuan, which raises eyebrows. How could Dongfang Xin not seize that position? It appears that Dongfang Yuan must have a peak law manifestation realm cultivator supporting him from behind. Throughout the northern domain, many factions and martial artists are abuzz with discussions surrounding the annihilation of the Great Dream Dynasty and the hidden strengths of the Tianyin dynasty. Currently, speculation abounds that the celestial sovereign who descended upon the Great Dream Palace was procured at great cost by the Tianyin dynasty. After all, if the Tianyin dynasty possessed a celestial sovereign, the Great Dream Dynasty would not dare to act recklessly, let alone contemplate an invasion. At this moment, in a certain mysterious location within the northern domain. This place resembled an underground realm, surrounded by numerous pavilions and brightly colored palaces. A multitude of figures clad in red traversed between the pavilions, comprising men, women, and children alike. Their attire unmistakably identified them as members of the Blood Shadow Pavilion. This is indeed the legendary headquarters of the Blood Shadow Pavilion. As the largest assassin organization in the northern domain, the headquarters of the Blood Shadow Pavilion is shrouded in mystery. All who have learned of its location, aside from its own members, have met their end at the hands of the Grim Reaper. Within a grand hall, a slender young man with a somewhat sickly complexion sat regally in a chair. This individual was none other than Guan Xingyu, the heir of the Blood Shadow Pavilion. His ghastly pallor indicated not an ailment or injury, but rather the toll of excessive strain. Opposite him sat several middle-aged men, the central figure bearing a striking resemblance to Guan Xingyu. This was Guan Zhiyun, the leader of the Blood Shadow Pavilion. Father, is the intelligence accurate? If there were no survivors within the Great Dream Palace, does that mean my Xiao Qingli has also perished? Guan Xingyu inquired, his expression one of urgency. Hua Chan has confirmed it. Indeed, there are no survivors. When a celestial sovereign intervenes, survival is virtually impossible, Guan Zhiyun replied, his brow furrowed. What eluded him was the identity of the celestial sovereign aiding the Tianyin dynasty. They had no leads on this matter. Damn it! What an outrage! Xiao Qingli is my dearest treasure, and I was so close to acquiring her. Who would have thought such misfortune would befall us? Guan Xingyu exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Guan Xingyu exclaimed with a face full of fury. Xingyu, the death of Xiao Qingli is merely the loss of an individual meant to absorb the Yuan Yin. Once Uncle Yu finds you a few suitable replacements, all will be well. Beside him, a corpulent man, his face adorned with a benevolent smile, spoke. Though this rotund figure appeared kind-hearted, he ranked just below Guan Zhiyun as the second most powerful individual within the Blood Shadow Pavilion. He was the deputy lord of the Blood Shadow Pavilion, Nan Minyu. Alas, what a pity! Xiao Qingli was renowned as the most beautiful woman of the Great Dream Dynasty. Her Yuan Yin was undoubtedly rich and abundant. Her demise is indeed a regrettable loss. Upon hearing Nan Minyu's assurances, Guan Xingyu's anger subsided, and he let out a deep sigh, expressing his lament. By the way, Lord, I have heard that the third elder of Burning Sky Island also perished within the Great Dream Imperial Palace. The third elder was closely related to the island master of Burning Sky Island, having grown up as a life-and-death brother alongside him. Now that Saren Mu is dead, I've heard that the island master has already placed the blame squarely on the Heavenly Transformation Dynasty. They have dispatched individuals to seek collaboration with the Evil Moon Palace, so we can expect their next move to be forthcoming. Nan Minyu first smiled at Guan Xingyu, then turned to Guan Zhiyun. Guan Zhiyun sat in contemplation, reflecting on how the Great Dream Dynasty allied with Blood Shadow Pavilion and Evil Moon Palace to orchestrate the assassination of the previous monarch of the Heavenly Transformation Dynasty. We have forged an irreconcilable enmity with the Heavenly Transformation Dynasty, which cannot be mended. Even if Dongfang Yuan, that useless heir, ascends the throne, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance for his father. In such circumstances, The heavenly transformation dynasty cannot be spared. Nanminyu concurred, stating, Lord, Su Bai recently broke through to the celestial sovereign realm. Should we not send him to the heavenly transformation imperial city? If Evil Moon Palace and Burning Sky Island falter, Su Bai's prowess would suffice to cover our losses. Su Bai, ranked second among the elite assassins of Blood Shadow Pavilion, was indeed the rightful king of assassination. Guanjian pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, let Su Bai make the journey. He need only infiltrate the imperial palace and eliminate either Dongfang Yuan or Zhua Xinqi. At that time, chaos will surely ensue within the heavenly transformation dynasty. And other factions will not let such a prime opportunity slip by. They will undoubtedly seek to take a share. Excellent, I shall send word to him immediately. Within the Evil Moon Palace in the Grand Hall, the master of Evil Moon Palace, Zhang Baisheng, was in conference with Yuan Tianzong, the island master of Burning Sky Island. The two men, along with several high-ranking officials from both factions, sat in earnest discussion regarding strategies to confront the heavenly transformation dynasty. Brother Jiang, while the true strength of the heavenly transformation dynasty remains shrouded in mystery, one thing is certain. Dongfang Yuan is utterly incompetent. Given this, I believe we can send a few individuals to infiltrate the heavenly transformation imperial palace and assassinate Dongfang Yuan. By eliminating him, we may discern the true nature of the heavenly transformation dynasty's backing. Should that celestial sovereign who attacked the Great Dream Imperial Palace truly be someone they hired at great expense, we need not hold back any longer. We can simply mobilize our forces and unite to obliterate the heavenly transformation dynasty. As for the resources of the heavenly transformation dynasty, we shall divide them equally between our two factions. What do you say? The imposing figure of Yuan Tianzong spoke with fervor, his desire for vengeance tempered by a need for prudence. Regardless of their intentions, it was imperative to ascertain whether the celestial sovereign who acted against the Great Dream Dynasty had any ties to the Heavenly Transformation Dynasty, or if their relationship was merely opportunistic. Chapter 16. 3 Conditions. Listening to Yuan Tianzong's words, Zhang Baisheng of the Evil Moon Palace pondered carefully before slowly nodding. Very well, let us proceed as Brother Yuan suggests. Zhang Bai, you shall personally venture to the Great Dream Dynasty and probe the realities of the Imperial Palace. Zhang Bai, seated beside Zhang Baisheng, was the Deputy Lord of the Evil Moon Palace, possessing peak prowess at the Law Manifestation Realm, merely a half-step away from the Celestial Sovereign Realm. Understood, Zhang Bai immediately responded. Tianxiang, Sinyuan, you two shall accompany Deputy Lord Zhang to the Heavenly Transformation Dynasty to investigate its veracity, Yuan Tianzong added. The two individuals he mentioned, Lei Tianxiang, the Grand Elder of Burning Sky Island, and Bu Sinyuan, the second elder, both possessed peak prowess at the Law Manifestation Realm, representing the core leadership of Burning Sky Island. The 3 peak law manifestation experts setting forth to the Heavenly Transformation Dynasty would ensure that if they confirmed the absence of a celestial sovereign at the helm, it would mark the opportune moment for their two factions to annihilate the Heavenly Transformation Dynasty. In the private quarters of Dongfang Yuan, he entered his chambers. 2 days had passed, and Xiao Qingli's refinement of the Nine Netherheart should be nearing completion. Upon entering, he beheld Xiao Qingli seated on his dragon bed, eyes closed in meditation. Why, beloved, how goes your refinement? Dongfang Yuan approached Xiao Qingli, a gentle smile gracing his features. Upon hearing his voice, Xiao Qingli slowly opened her eyes. It was evident that her pupils had transformed to a deep purple hue due to the refinement of the Nine Netherheart. Her aura had markedly strengthened, achieving a rapid advancement to the pinnacle of the heavenly profound realm, an entire major realm leap. Now, as she opened her eyes to regard Dongfang Yuan, her expression was somewhat complex as she replied, Thank you, Dongwai beloved. I have long asserted that no matter how extraordinary the Nine Netherheart may be, it pales in comparison to a single strand of your hair. Moreover, between us, there is no need for gratitude. Dongfang Yuan took a seat beside Xiao Qingli, drawing near. Noticing her lack of aversion, he gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Embracing her closely, Why are you so kind to me? The Nine Netherheart is a treasure of unparalleled worth. Although I was once an empress, I am now merely a humble warrior. You have no reason to treat me so. Xiao Qingli inquired, her demeanor still a touch aloof. Over the past few days, she had reflected on her tumultuous feelings. if Dongfang Yuan had gifted her the 9 nether heart merely to gain her favor. The cost seemed rather excessive. Seeing this, Dongfang Yuan smiled lightly, then asked, "My beloved, do you wish to hear the truth or a fabrication?" Xiao Qingli, puzzled, replied, "What constitutes truth and what is a fabrication?" A fabrication would be to claim that we are a match made in heaven. An impeccable pair, Dongfang Yuan said with a chuckle, and the truth? Xiao Qingli pressed. Dongfang Yuan's smile gradually faded, his expression turning earnest as his gaze became tender. "Why, beloved, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated by love at first sight. Why, feelings run deep, ensnaring me in their grasp. I wish to keep you by my side, not only as the mother of my children, but also as a partner in my grand endeavors. The gift of the 9 nether heart, as I previously stated, holds immeasurable value. Yet in my eyes, it cannot compare to your every glance and smile. Most importantly, I desire for you to fall in love with me. After all, while I could resort to forceful means to possess you, I disdain such actions. A forcibly obtained fruit is seldom sweet. If I were to confess that I have ulterior motives, it would simply be that I yearn for your heart. My love for you is as gentle as a fragrant breeze, persistent and everlasting. Why, beloved, do you comprehend my intentions?" In that moment, Dongfang Yuan's sudden declaration of profound affection, coupled with his earnest demeanor, struck Xiao Qingli's heart with tremendous impact. Witnessing his heartfelt emotions left her in contemplative silence. "Very well, you wish for me to willingly become your woman, do you?" Xiao Qingli pondered for a moment before finally speaking up. "It is a pursuit beyond reach," Dongfang Yuan replied earnestly. "In that case, I can agree to your request. However, you must consent to 3 conditions. Only after you fulfill these 3 conditions will I permit you to touch me." After careful contemplation, Xiao Qingli declared with a serious demeanor. "Very well, do tell," Dongfang Yuan replied with a calm smile. "The first condition is that the young master of Blood Shadow Pavilion has ulterior motives towards me. I need you to annihilate Blood Shadow Pavilion," Xiao Qingli proposed. "No problem, my beloved. Even if you had not mentioned this condition, I would have ensured the destruction of Blood Shadow Pavilion, especially considering their collaboration with the Evil Moon Palace and their involvement in the assassination of my father. They are already on my kill list." Dongfang Yuan readily agreed to the first condition. "The second condition is that I wish to concoct a pill. I have found many materials in the treasury of the Dreaming Empire, but I am currently lacking 2 items, the Tianyu 9-leaf herb and the Night Moon crystal. I need your assistance in procuring these 2 items," Xiao Qingli stated. Dongfang Yuan pondered for a moment. The Tianyu 9-leaf herb and the Night Moon crystal are indeed rare spiritual items in the northern region, but they are not completely extinct as long as they still exist. I will find a way to obtain them. "All right, I agree to this second condition as well," Dongfang Yuan responded promptly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingli's face suddenly flushed with embarrassment, and after a moment of forced composure, she articulated her final condition. As for the third condition, regardless of how many concubines you may choose to take in the future, I do not care. I have no desire to bind you. My only request is to be your foremost. Huh? Upon hearing this third condition, Dongfang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe what he had just heard. After a few seconds, he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Very well, I will agree to all 3 conditions, my beloved. Once the first 2 conditions are fulfilled, I shall hold a grand ceremony to declare you as the Empress of the Tianyan Empire. What do you say?" After hearing the third condition, Dongfang Yuan realized that the 9 Nether Empress had begun to harbor some ambiguous feelings towards him. Xiao Qingli's face was somewhat flushed, yet she maintained an aloof demeanor. She did not respond verbally, but merely nodded slightly. Observing this, Dongfang Yuan leaned closer to Xiao Qingli while brushing her hair. Just as she thought Dongfang Yuan was about to whisper in her ear, he instead pressed his lips against her cool and delicate ones. Xiao Qingli's eyes widened in surprise, her cheeks rapidly warming. Yet, in the next moment, Dongfang Yuan's figure vanished from the palace. His voice echoed from outside the palace. "I shall go fulfill the conditions set by my beloved. You may roam freely within the palace without concern." Chapter 17. The Forest of Beasts. After departing from the palace, Dongfang Yuan summoned the left chancellor, Zhou Xuanqi, to a side chamber. Unlike Tianyu Wang and Tai Poyan, who were attempting to refine 2 insight pills to break through, Zhou Xuanqi had refined one insight pill and directly ascended to the celestial sovereign realm. Your Majesty, what brings you to summon me? Zhou Xuanqi inquired excitedly upon arrival. It was evident that his spirits were high after achieving the coveted realm he had long desired. Left Chancellor, do you know where I might find the Tianyu 9-leaf herb and the Night Moon crystal? Dongfang Yuan asked. He had already checked the treasury of the Tianyan Empire and found those two items conspicuously absent. The Tianyu 9-leaf herb and the Night Moon crystal, Zhou Xuanqi began to recollect. These items are indeed rare in the northern region. However, they were known to have appeared thousands of years ago. Your Majesty, I recalled that Wind Cloud sect possessed a stock of Tianyu 9-leaf herb 3,000 years ago, and if I am not mistaken, the Night Moon crystal can be found in the Forest of Beasts. Might I inquire if Your Majesty seeks these items for the purpose of concocting a particular pill? Zhou Xuanqi asked with curiosity. Indeed, but it is not for me to refine, Dongfang Yuan replied. It is quite a coincidence that both the Wind Cloud sect and the Forest of Beasts are involved. Although the Wind Cloud sect has not yet turned against us, it is only a matter of time before we confront them. As for the Forest of Beasts, Dongfang Yuan mused as he sat deep in thought. The Wind Cloud sect and the Forest of Beasts were both dominant forces in the northern region, governed by peak celestial sovereigns with profound backgrounds. The Forest of Beasts was particularly unique, as it was not a human force but rather a realm populated by powerful beasts. Thus, it was aptly named the Forest of Beasts. For the Wind Cloud sect, that was a matter for another day. We would inevitably clash, and conversing with them would be redundant. We could simply seize what we needed. Regarding the Forest of Beasts, Dongfang Yuan pondered while stroking his chin. Listening to Dongfang Yuan's words, Zhou Xuanqi felt a tremor of apprehension within. Goodness, Your Majesty's approach to affairs bears no resemblance to that of the past rulers of the Tianyan Empire. Previous monarchs emphasized reasoning and virtue, while Your Majesty seems to favor strength above all, even resorting to seizing what is desired, akin to some villainous forces. Moreover, he had recently observed an influx of peak Dharma realm experts within the palace. Some clad in ninja attire, others donning golden armor. Each exuded an aura comparable to that of the god-slaying guards, making them formidable adversaries. Zhou Xuanqi speculated that these might be the assassins cultivated by the emperor in secret. The methods employed by His Majesty were indeed unfathomable and profoundly mysterious. Could it be that the Tianyan Empire would become a villainous force in the future? Zhou Xuanqi could not shake this troubling thought. As Zhou Xuanqi pondered, Dongfang Yuan had already made up his mind. Very well, our foundation is still not solid enough. Having too many enemies would be unwise. Left Chancellor, here is what I propose. You shall personally venture to the Forest of Beasts. Take this and negotiate for the Night Moon crystal. Dongfang Yuan waved his hand, producing a pill before Zhou Xuanqi, a 5th-grade insight pill. Your Majesty, could this be somewhat disadvantageous? Zhou Xuanqi remarked, gazing at the pill hovering before him. The value of a 5th-grade insight pill was exceedingly precious throughout the northern region, especially in this era where alchemists and artifact craftsmen were scarce. A 5th-grade insight pill was sufficient to entice high-ranking officials of dominant forces. In contrast, the value of a Night Moon crystal did not compare to that of a 5th-grade insight pill, considering it was a readily available means for breaking through to the celestial sovereign realm. Although the worth of a 5th-grade insight pill exceeded that of a Night Moon crystal, Dongfang Yuan was not particularly concerned. With 3 5th-grade insight pills still remaining, parting with one was no great loss. It matters not. Offering this pill will better convey our sincerity. Now, go swiftly and return promptly, Dongfang Yuan instructed with a wave of his hand. Yes, Your Majesty, Zhou Xuanqi replied, refraining from further discussion. He pocketed the 5th-grade insight pill and promptly exited the Grand Hall. 2 days later, at Tianyan Imperial City, Zhang Bai, Lei Tianxiang, and Bu Xinyuan had arrived at the inn in Tianyan Imperial City. Here's the plan. Tianxiang, once night falls, you and I will infiltrate the palace. After assessing the situation within the Tianyan Empire, should an opportunity arise, we shall directly take Dongfang Yuan's head, causing chaos in the palace. Xinyuan, you will remain outside the palace walls to assist us in case of any unforeseen circumstances. What do you both think? Suggested Zhang Bai, the vice master of the Evil Moon Palace. Lei Tianxiang and Bu Xinyuan exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Sounds good. We shall proceed as Zhang Bai suggests. If no celestial sovereign is present within the Tianyan Empire, we will eliminate Dongfang Yuan and plunge the empire into turmoil, allowing us to escape. Upon our return, we will swiftly regroup our disciples and annihilate the Tianyan Empire. The three reached a consensus, planning to infiltrate the palace under the cover of night. In the dead of night, under the dark moonlit sky, the city lay shrouded in darkness, signaling the time for Zhang Bai and his companions to act. Bu Senyuan remained outside the palace walls as planned, while Zhang Bai and Lei Tianxiong concealed their auras, blending into the shadows as they swiftly navigated the palace's periphery towards the inner sanctum. As they passed through a corridor, they evaded the gaze of patrolling guards and pressed against a wall. Suddenly, amidst the darkness of the corridor, a pair of eyes flickered open, and at that moment, Lei Tianxiong felt a chill run down his spine. With a startled expression, he turned abruptly. Who? Chapter 18. A face full of confusion. As Lei Tianxiong turned his head, he found nothing behind him but a vast expanse of dark shadows. Brother Lei, what troubles you? Zhang Bai inquired, his brow furrowing with confusion. Just now, I felt as if someone was watching me, and it made me quite uneasy, Lei Tianxiong replied, glancing around with a furrowed brow. Zhang Bai scrutinized the area and remarked, Surely, you are being overly suspicious. There is no one here. Lei Tianxiong felt perplexed. He had distinctly sensed a chill on his back, as though unseen eyes were observing him from the darkness. Yet now it was as if that sensation had vanished. Perhaps you're right. Let us proceed, he said, somewhat relieved upon confirming there was indeed no one present. The two resumed their journey deeper into the royal palace. At that moment, within a side hall of the palace, Dongfang Yuan sat in his seat as one of his shadow guards reported, Master, 2 peak-level law manifestation realm practitioners have stealthily infiltrated the palace under cover of night. Their intentions seem nefarious. Shall we suppress them immediately? The eyes that Lei Tianxiong had sensed earlier belonged to this shadow guard. The shadow guard's concealment technique was exceptionally formidable, especially in the darkness of night. Unless one possessed a significantly higher cultivation level, it would be exceedingly difficult to detect his presence. Oh? 2 peak-level law manifestation realm practitioners? A hint of amusement played upon Dongfang Yuan's lips as he heard this. Instantly, his spiritual power expanded outward, for he had reached the 5th level of the Heaven Sovereign Realm, and his consciousness enveloped every corner of the palace. Indeed, in a secluded corner, he discovered Zhang Bai and Lei Tianxiong. There is also a presence. A Heaven Sovereign level aura. It seems a large rat has scurried in, he mused, delighting in the discovery of another Heaven Sovereign aura elsewhere in the palace. Though well hidden, this presence was utterly exposed before Dongfang Yuan. Not kill them just yet. Let them come forth, and also inform General Faping that I wish to have this Heaven Sovereign rat delivered to him. Remember, do not kill him outright. I want him alive. Dongfang Yuan commanded his subordinates. Yes, master. In an instant, the hall was filled with 4 or 5 voices, all belonging to hidden shadow guards. 10 shadow guards served as Dongfang Yuan's eyes, and unless someone vastly outclassed them in cultivation, no one could discern their existence. After Dongfang Yuan issued his orders, several other shadow guards cleared a path, allowing Lei Tianxiong and Zhang Bai to approach the hall without hindrance. They leaned against a window, observing Dongfang Yuan alone at his desk, reviewing documents. I hadn't expected it to go so smoothly. It seems there are indeed no Heaven Sovereigns stationed within the Tianyan dynasty. Otherwise, we would have been detected long ago, causing a significant uproar, Lei Tianxiong remarked, his expression relaxed. Having traversed without obstruction, they reached the entrance of this palace, evidently unnoticed. Otherwise, they would never have had the opportunity to expose Dongfang Yuan to danger. Since that is the case, let us act. Kill Dongfang Yuan and then immediately retreat from the imperial city. Zhang Bai suggested with a light chuckle. Agreed. Onward. Lei Tianxiong decisively declared, and together with Zhang Bai, they shattered the window and surged into the hall. The imposing aura of peak law manifestation realm practitioners emanated from them as their hands glowed with spiritual light, brimming with overwhelming power, which they directed toward Dongfang Yuan's neck. Die! Lei Tianxiong sneered, a mere waste of a prince. Killing him would be akin to squashing an ant, requiring minimal effort. Zhang Bai, standing confidently nearby, blocked the exit, dismissing the need to intervene against Dongfang Yuan. However, at that moment, as Lei Tianxiong's hand was merely 3 inches from Dongfang Yuan's neck, he found himself unable to advance any further. It was as if an invisible force was emanating from Dongfang Yuan, preventing Lei Tianxiong's hand from progressing even a fraction of an inch. How can this be? Lei Tianxiong's expression shifted to one of shock. What the hell is going on? Why can't I reach him? Zhang Bai, observing the sudden turn of events, was equally bewildered. Can it be that you can't even kill a waste? What a joke. He too charged forward, channeling his strength into his fingertips, aiming for Dongfang Yuan's face. Yet, he too met the same fate, his power unable to breach the invisible barrier 3 feet away. Moreover, their hands felt as though they were glued in place, rendering them incapable of breaking free. How can this be? Zhang Bai trembled internally, quickly realizing that the issue did not lie with them, but rather with Dongfang Yuan. This bastard is playing possum. Dongfang Yuan, maintaining a calm demeanor, closed the document in his hand, lifted his gaze toward the two, and smiled lightly. You are Zhang Bai, the vice master of the Sheiyue Hall, and you are Lei Tianxiong, the Grand Elder of the Burning Heaven Island. What brings you two to my Tianyin Imperial Palace under the cover of night? Dongfang Yuan, how is it possible for you to possess such power? Zhang Bai, lacking the leisure for pleasantries, was filled with trepidation, bewildered by the source of Dongfang Yuan's strength. What? Why do you all insist on believing that I am weak? Can't you at least entertain the notion that I might be formidable? Dongfang Yuan continued. You came here at night. Did you not wish to assess the strength of my Tianyin dynasty? If so, consider your curiosity satisfied. With a flash of light in his eyes, Dongfang Yuan unleashed a wave of power that sent Zhang Bai and Lei Tianxiong flying to the center of the hall. Bang, bang, bang. As they regained their footing, an array of figures suddenly surrounded them. Shadow guards, golden armored guards, and over 20 peak law manifestation realm practitioners encircled them within the hall. Furthermore, Iron Poyan and King Tianyu, who had rushed over upon receiving word, immediately blocked the entrance. The auras emanating from these individuals were unmasked, and the overwhelming presence of over 20 peak law manifestation realm practitioners caused Zhang Bai and Lei Tianxiong to break into a cold sweat. Their faces turning ghostly pale. At the center, the auras of King Tianyu and Iron Poyan also radiated outward. The oppressive energy of the Heaven Sovereign Realm sent shockwaves through Zhang Bai and Lei Tianxiong, their pupils widening in disbelief at what lay before them. Iron Poyan, Shi Baitian, you both have actually broken through to the Heaven Sovereign Realm. And these peak law manifestation practitioners, how is this even possible? How can the Tianyin dynasty possess such depth? This cannot be true. Zhang Bai and Lei Tianxiong were on the verge of madness. The display of strength presented by the Tianyin dynasty was utterly terrifying. With such a lineup in the northern region, aside from those hegemonic forces, it was unlikely that any other power would dare to confront them directly. However, they were perplexed. The peak law manifestation realm practitioners now before them had never been seen before. All unfamiliar faces, and the revelation that King Tianyu and Iron Poyan had reached the Heaven Sovereign Realm was even more unfathomable. The scene before them delivered a staggering blow to their psyche. Overwhelmed by shock, their expressions seemed to crystallize in disbelief. Had they known the Tianyin dynasty possessed such formidable foundations, they would never have conspired with the Dream Dynasty to target them. Meanwhile, outside the palace, atop a rooftop, a cloaked figure concealed in darkness observed the events unfolding within the hall. Though some distance away, his Heaven's sovereign cultivation level allowed him to perceive everything happening inside the side hall with clarity. Chapter 19. The Might of Faping. How is this possible? How could so many strong figures emerge from the Tianyin dynasty all at once? The cloaked figure gazed at the scene unfolding within the palace. His face hidden, yet his eyes betrayed his astonishment. And this Dongfang Yuan, it seems he is a deeply hidden individual. For so long, the people of the northern region have been deceived by him. Such a young age, yet with such exceptional wisdom. It is truly terrifying. The cloaked figure's gaze remained fixed on Dongfang Yuan within the palace, and the events of the night had clearly illustrated Dongfang Yuan's extraordinary capabilities. It is no longer wise to linger here. Assassinating him is out of the question. It is better to retreat for now. Resolutely, the cloaked figure decided it was prudent to withdraw. However, just as he turned to leave, he suddenly found a cold, armored figure clad in silver standing before him on the rooftop, arms crossed, their gaze fixed intently upon him. You thought you could just leave after watching for so long? In this world, such favorable circumstances are non-existent, Faping remarked with an expression of indifference as he gazed at the cloaked figure in black. The masked individual was taken aback, momentarily stunned. Though be frank, he had not sensed Faping's presence behind him, nor did he realize how long he had been observed. Faping's aura was repressed and concealed, leaving the black-clad figure unable to gauge his depth. Yet one thing he could ascertain with certainty: the strength of the man before him was undoubtedly superior to his own. Su Bai had never anticipated that within the Tianyin Imperial Palace, such a formidable presence lurked in the shadows. Who are you? Since when has someone like you existed within the Tianyin dynasty? Su Bai inquired cautiously, his eyes scanning for an escape route. I once had an old friend who said, "The dead need not remember my name." Faping replied coldly, "I am at the pinnacle of the celestial sovereign realm, and so are you. Should a confrontation arise, the entire palace would be reduced to ruins. Thus, I propose this. Let me go, and I can guarantee that I shall never set foot in Tianyin City again. What say you?" Su Bai, realizing the precariousness of his situation, attempted to negotiate with Faping rather than resort to threats involving the palace. Upon hearing his words, a faint smile graced Faping's sharply defined, stoic visage. "You overestimate yourself. You are not worthy of sparring with me." No sooner had Faping uttered these words than a wave of pressure emanated from him, bearing down on Su Bai. The latter immediately sought to muster his strength in resistance. However, in the brief moment following the release of Faping's pressure, Su Bai felt as though he were crushed beneath a colossal mountain, unable to withstand it, and he kneeled on the ground. The weight of that force rendered him utterly powerless. A clear instance of dimensional suppression, I warned you. You are far from qualified to challenge me, Faping stated, remaining still. He had not even lifted a finger. Merely the release of his aura was sufficient to incapacitate Su Bai entirely. Who would have imagined that the illustrious fourth-ranked assassin of the Blood Shadow Pavilion, Su Bai, known as the King of Assassins, would be brought to his knees by a mere exertion of pressure? Utterly immobilized. You are at the peak of the celestial sovereign realm. Spare me, senior. I realize my mistake. Spare me. Su Bai trembled in terror, pleading for mercy. He had never experienced such fear before, but now, having felt the overwhelming might of a ninth-layer celestial sovereign, he comprehended the true meaning of despair. The celestial sovereign realm diverges into 9 distinct layers, unlike the Dharma manifestation realm, which is categorized into early, mid, late, and peak stages. Even their Blood Shadow Pavilion's leader is but a third-layer celestial sovereign. When confronted by a ninth-layer celestial sovereign, even a third-layer celestial sovereign is left with no choice but to kneel in submission. Once a celestial sovereign reaches the 7th layer and above, each layer signifies a substantial elevation in power. In the entirety of the northern region, there are scarcely a handful of ninth-layer celestial sovereigns, each a figure of immense renown, capable of shaking the very foundations of the realm with their mere presence. The revelation that such a pinnacle figure resided within the Tianyin dynasty left Su Bai's heart racing with dread. He had not come to assassinate, but rather to court his demise. Meanwhile, the commotion in the side hall caught the attention of Xiao Qingli, who was in her quarters. Upon arriving, she witnessed the scene of Su Bai being subdued by Faping and was taken aback upon learning of Faping's cultivation level. The Tianyin dynasty was not only remarkable due to Dongfang Yuan. Others within it were equally formidable. The mere existence of a ninth-layer celestial sovereign signified that the Tianyin dynasty was not far from achieving dominance. Ignoring Su Bai's pleas for mercy, Faping remained unmoved. With the individual subdued, he now awaited the emperor's summons. Xiao Qingli approached the gathering crowd in the side hall. In the main hall, Zhang Bai and Lei Tianxiong stood on the brink of collapse, their minds overwhelmed with regret. They fervently wished they could exclaim, "If your Tianyin dynasty possesses such depth, why not reveal it sooner? Had you done so, who would dare provoke you?" Regret filled their hearts, especially since if they were to perish today, The burning Heaven Island and the evil Moon Palace would remain oblivious to the Tianyin dynasty's profound strength. The two of them dared not contemplate further. Chapter 20. Annihilation of Three. At this moment, Zhang Bai and Lei Tianxiong stood frozen in horror, their legs trembling. It was not that they did not wish to flee. Rather, they found themselves completely surrounded, unable to escape. Furthermore, before them stood both the Heavenly Emperor and the formidable Tai Poyan, both celestial sovereigns, rendering them utterly powerless and trapped in a dire predicament. Your Majesty, this matter today is a misunderstanding. We are here to offer our sincere apologies, Zhang Bai quickly signaled to Lei Tianxiong. The latter caught on and immediately chimed in with a forced smile. Yes, we indeed came to apologize to Your Majesty tonight. It seems there has been a misunderstanding. Hearing their words, Dongfang Yuan found the situation somewhat amusing. His expression shifted, and he took a seat once more, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Do you believe that it is you who are the fools? Or am I the fool? You wish to kill, yet find yourselves lacking in power, and still expect to retreat unscathed. Why not simply venture onto the streets and find a girl to entertain you? Such idyllic scenarios do not exist in this world. Once a choice is made, one must be prepared to face the consequences. Poyan, extract their souls. They are high-ranking members of the evil Moon Palace and burning Heaven Island. They must possess some valuable information, he continued. After extracting their souls, kill them and wring out whatever remains of their value. Understood, Tai Poyan replied resolutely. His expression turned cold as the aura of a celestial sovereign bore down upon Zhang Bai and Lei Tianxiong. As he advanced toward them, extract their souls. Upon hearing this command, Zhang Bai and Lei Tianxiong turned pale. They exchanged a glance, seemingly sharing an unspoken resolve, their expressions hardening as they summoned all their strength, their bodies igniting with energy as if they were about to explode. Humph! Before a celestial sovereign, you won't even have the opportunity for self-detonation. Tai Poyan scoffed at their attempts. In an instant, he appeared before them, his hands piercing through their bodies with ruthless precision, shattering their gathered power. With a sickening squelch, the two of them spat forth torrents of crimson blood. Yet in the next moment, a pair of bloodied hands withdrew from their forms. Resting upon their crowns, a tremendous force surged from Tai Poyan's palms into their bodies, initiating the soul extraction. Zhang Bai and Lei Tianxiong screamed in excruciating agony, as if they were being fried in an oil vat. Their cries were heart-wrenching and sent shivers down the spine. Soul extraction is a brutal torment of one's essence. Even if the victim survives, their soul is invariably left severely damaged, likely rendering them incapable of rational thought. Dongfang Yuan observed Tai Poyan conducting the soul extraction with an expression of calm detachment, his demeanor unperturbed. Before long, the extraction concluded. The two men slumped to the ground, resembling limp worms, utterly incapacitated. Your Majesty. They came with 3 individuals in total. Outside the palace walls is the second elder of burning Heaven Island, Bu Sinyuan, who was responsible for their extraction and did not enter the palace. I request permission to capture him alive, Tai Poyan stated respectfully. Dongfang Yuan pondered for a moment before responding, very well, you may proceed. However, capturing him alive is unnecessary. He holds no value anymore, just kill him. Then, let the heads of these 3 be hung upon the palace walls, so that Xiao Tianding does not feel so solitary. Yes, I shall obey, Tai Poyan acknowledged. He then turned and departed the side hall. While Zhang Bai and Lei Tianxiong were dragged away by 2 shadowy guards, that will be all. You may disperse, Dongfang Yuan gestured dismissively. Yes, Your Majesty. The Heavenly Emperor, the God-slaying guards, and the golden-armored guards all turned to exit the Grand Hall. Once they had all departed, Dongfang Yuan's gaze fell upon Xiao Qingli, who stood at the entrance. He smiled gently. My beloved, you are still awake at this late hour? Xiao Qingli, her expression calm, stepped inside. With such a commotion occurring here, how could I possibly sleep? What is it? Are you worried about me, my beloved? Dongfang Yuan jested lightly, while Xiao Qingli rolled her eyes in response, choosing to remain silent. With a subtle smile, Dongfang Yuan waved his hand, and a surge of power brought Xiao Qingli to his side. Sitting together on the same chair, he wrapped his arm around her and said, My beloved, since you have arrived, why not join me in meeting the largest rat of the night? General, bring him in. After ceasing his jesting, Dongfang Yuan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Suddenly, two figures appeared in the grand hall. Su Bai, his face concealed, was forcefully pressed down by Feiping's finger, crashing to the ground with a thud. The sound was accompanied by a faint, crisp noise, leading Dongfang Yuan to conclude, based on his past experiences of being hospitalized for romantic entanglements on Earth, that Su Bai's knee was shattered. However, this man was resilient. Despite the severe injury, he merely gasped and trembled without crying out in pain. You have worked hard, General, he remarked. So, you are the one from Blood Shadow Pavilion? Dongfang Yuan inquired with a playful smile. Though Su Bai's face was hidden, his eyes widened in shock. How do you know I am from Blood Shadow Pavilion? He asked, perplexed. Your agility and stealth techniques are unique to the assassins of Blood Shadow Pavilion. Furthermore, your cultivation level is at the first level of the Celestial Sovereign Realm. As far as I know, beyond your leader, Guan Jiyun, and vice leader, Nam Minyu, the only other one at your level is the top-ranked Golden Killer. The Dying Centipede. However, it is rumored that the Dying Centipede can kill from 10 miles away, so you cannot possibly be him, Dongfang Yuan analyzed objectively. Beside him, Xiao Qingli shared the same thoughts, believing Su Bai was most likely a former peak Golden Killer who had recently broken through to the Celestial Sovereign Realm. Chapter 21. You are ruthless, and I quite like it. Upon hearing Dongfang Yuan's analysis, Su Bai couldn't help but sigh. The world perceives you, Dongfang Yuan, as a useless monarch, the weakest ruler of the Tianyan Empire. Yet, I never anticipated that you could manipulate the entire northern region with such ease, at such a young age. To possess such intellect is truly monstrous. His eyes narrowed slightly as he recognized Dongfang Yuan's prowess and patience. Feeling a deep respect as a killer, the world mocks my madness, yet I laugh at their inability to see the truth. Now, tell me, who are you? Dongfang Yuan inquired coldly. Upon hearing his name, Su Bai's expression remained unchanged. So it's you, the second-ranked Golden Killer of Blood Shadow Pavilion. You have come tonight on your leader's orders to kill me, haven't you? Su Bai did not deny it. Indeed, I am here to take your head back as a report. However, it is unfortunate that I will lose my own life in the process. Having resigned himself to despair, Su Bai no longer sought mercy. Since joining Blood Shadow Pavilion, he had always walked alone, maintaining his dignity. Thus, even if death awaited him, he would face it with honor. Interesting. Given that, do you wish to live? Dongfang Yuan asked with a subtle smile. Sitting beside him, Xiao Qingli began to guess Dongfang Yuan's intentions. Su Bai raised his head immediately. You won't kill me? Life is something one must strive for. Whether you survive or not depends entirely on you, Dongfang Yuan stated plainly. Realizing Dongfang Yuan's words hinted at conditions, Su Bai asked, what do you want me to do? Quite simply, from this day forth, become mine, and you may live, Dongfang Yuan declared. You want me to betray Blood Shadow Pavilion? You wish to learn the location of its headquarters from me? Su Bai pondered for a moment and concluded that this was the most valuable information he possessed. However, Dongfang Yuan shook his head. I do need to know the location of Blood Shadow Pavilion, for I shall annihilate it. But whether you choose to divulge this information is of little consequence to me. I can easily extract it from your soul. I know that every assassin of Blood Shadow Pavilion bears a restriction in their mind, which detonates if someone attempts to probe into their soul. But do you truly believe that a peak celestial sovereign's intervention would be thwarted by such a minor restriction? After weighing the implications of Dongfang Yuan's words, Su Bai realized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, should Feiping intervene, all secrets within his soul would be laid bare. Then why do you wish for my allegiance? Su Bai ultimately inquired. Killing is also about striking at the heart. Dongfang Yuan replied, Now, you must make your choice. I have no patience for idle chatter. After considerable contemplation, Su Bai made his decision. Very well. I am willing to submit to your majesty. Dongfang Yuan smiled faintly. Having anticipated Su Bai's choice, given the resources of the Tianyan Empire before him, the decision was clear when compared to Blood Shadow Pavilion. Good. Since you are willing to serve me, take this, Dongfang Yuan said, conjuring a black pill before Su Bai. Su Bai accepted it, fully aware that this was a test from Dongfang Yuan. The pill was akin to a controller. Once consumed, he would be bound to him. Yet, after only a few seconds of contemplation, Su Bai swallowed it without hesitation. Ha ha ha, all right, rise, Dongfang Yuan commanded, sending a surge of power into Su Bai's knee, instantly restoring it. Su Bai was taken aback, astonished by the extent of Dongfang Yuan's power. His injury healed instantaneously, rivaling even Faping S abilities. Thank you, Your Majesty. Su Bai stood, removing the black cloth from his face, revealing the visage of an elderly man, appearing to be in his 60s, with graying hair. Su Bai, regarding your failed attack last night, I will spread the word that you were injured and escaped. What you must do is return to Guanjiyun and await my instructions, Dongfang Yuan stated. Outlining his intentions, Su Bai understood the implication and bowed. Yes, Your Majesty, I comprehend. Wait, did I have something to instruct you? Xiao Qingli suddenly interjected. Su Bai looked at her, puzzled by her identity. Your Majesty, who is this? This is the former third princess of the Great Dream Empire, Xiao Qingli, and she is also the future empress of the Tianyan Empire, Dongfang Yuan introduced without reservation. Upon learning Xiao Qingli's identity, Su Bai was somewhat taken aback. After all, Dongfang Yuan was the murderer of her father. Yet, she was to become the empress of the Tianyan Empire. The complexities of the noble circles were indeed bewildering. Ah, the third princess. May I ask what you require of me? Su Bai inquired respectfully. Upon your return to Blood Shadow Pavilion, seek an opportunity to incapacitate Guan Xingyu and ensure that he can no longer propagate his lineage. I want him to suffer to the point of death, Xiao Qingli stated coldly. Both Su Bai and Dongfang Yuan were startled by her words. They were aware that Guan Xingyu had designs on Xiao Qingli, but they had not anticipated her resolve to ensure his complete destruction. Deske, my beloved, you are quite ruthless, however, I find it appealing. Dongfang Yuan chuckled, embracing Xiao Qingli. Su Bai, did you hear that? You know what to do now, right? He added with a smile. Xiao Qingli crossed her arms and shot him a disapproving glance. Su Bai felt a shiver down his spine. Both were formidable individuals, each more cunning than the last. Yes, Su Bai affirmed, understanding the gravity of the situation. Should the princess desire, shall I bring back Guan Xingyu's vital parts? Xiao Qingli's expression darkened instantly. What does this princess need that filthy thing for? Have you lost your mind? Yes, my apologies for speaking out of turn. Su Bai regretted his words, wishing he could take them back. Enough, you may leave now, Dongfang Yuan said with a smile, dismissing him. Yes, Su Bai exited the hall promptly. Chapter 22. The Qian family. Look. Why are there 3 more heads hanging from the city wall? My heavens! Those belong to the deputy leader of the Evil Moon Palace, as well as the Grand Elder and Second Elder of Burning Heaven Island. How did their heads end up there? Have you not heard? Last night, these 3 attempted a night raid on the Tianyan Imperial Palace, only to be slain by 2 celestial sovereign experts within. It is said a killer named Su Bai from Blood Shadow Pavilion was involved, but he failed in his assassination attempt and fled with injuries. What? Is it true that the Tianyan Empire possesses 2 beings at the celestial sovereign realm? Goodness gracious, this is quite astonishing. They are certainly keeping a low profile. The following morning, the heads of Lei Tianxiong and his companions, displayed atop the walls of the Tianyan Imperial City, sparked considerable discussion among the populace. Moreover, the events of the previous night and the revelation of 2 celestial sovereigns within the Tianyan Empire quickly spread, causing quite a stir in the northern region. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Blood Shadow Pavilion, Su Bai, having returned injured, reported to Guanjiyun and Nanminyu about the circumstances of the previous night. You mean to say that Tai Poyan and Shibaitian have both broken through to the celestial sovereign realm, and they managed to injure you? Guanjiyun and Nanminyu were both taken aback by this news. After all, just a few months prior, Tai Poyan and his companion had shown themselves, their cultivation merely at the late stage of the Dharma manifestation realm. How could they have suddenly ascended to the celestial sovereign realm? Indeed, it is verifiable. My injuries were inflicted by their combined efforts. Furthermore, that Dongfang Yuan is not to be underestimated. He is quite the enigma, concealing his true strength behind a facade of foolishness, successfully deceiving the people of the northern region. Su Bai reported with a serious demeanor, his face pale from his injuries, which served to lend credibility to his words. What? Do you know what cultivation level Dongfang Yuan possesses? Nanmin Yu inquired, his expression turning grave with contemplation. I do not know. I was intercepted by Tai Poyan before I could engage with him. Su Bai replied. At that moment, Su Bai's gaze inadvertently fell upon Guan Xingyu, who appeared to have just indulged, a heavy scent of rouge lingering about him. Su Bai swallowed hard, quickly redirecting his focus. According to the instructions of Xiao Qingli, he needed to sever Guan Xingyu's lifeline within the next few days. He would have to ponder this carefully and find an opportune moment, per Guan Xingyu. Oblivious to the fate that awaited his prized artifact for controlling women, was soon to bid it farewell. Enough. You may leave now and find a secluded chamber to tend to your wounds. Guan Jiyun decided after some contemplation. Yes, Su Bai promptly turned and departed. The Tianyan Empire is indeed rather ominous. With Tai Poyan and Shibaitian having ascended to the celestial sovereign realm, what about Zhuoxuanqi? Could it be that this fellow has also reached the celestial sovereign realm? Guan Jiyun felt a sense of foreboding. From my observations, it is quite possible. If we assume they possess 3 celestial sovereigns, then the situation becomes considerably troublesome. Nanmin Yu stated with a serious countenance. Oh dear, father, uncle Yu. Why must you be so concerned? What if the Tianyan Empire has 3 celestial sovereigns? In terms of foundation, our Blood Shadow Pavilion surpasses them by several streets. Moreover, our headquarters is exceedingly discreet. It is typically others who worry about us, so why should we fear their retaliation? In the northern region, even those dominant forces struggle to locate our headquarters. You are overthinking this in regard to a mere Tianyan Empire. Guan Xingyu spoke casually, his tone dripping with disdain. Clearly, he did not regard the Tianyan Empire with much seriousness. Listening to his son's words, Guan Jiyun acknowledged the arrogance, yet could not deny there was some truth to it. Just then, a Dharma Manifestation Realm assassin from the Blood Shadow Pavilion entered abruptly. Lord, this is the correspondence from the Evil Moon Hall and the Burning Sky Island regarding their approach to the Dark Eye. Guan Jiyun took the letter and perused its contents, then remarked, It seems these 2 factions are quite resolute this time. The letter states that they seek to ally with our Blood Shadow Pavilion, intending to mobilize their forces to attack the Tianyan Empire, turning the tide from passive to active, and requesting us to dispatch some elite assassins to assist in the assault. Upon hearing this, Nanmin Yu's expression turned thoughtful, and after a moment he said, Zhang Bai and Lei Tianxiong have all been slain. This already indicates that the Tianyan Empire has celestial sovereigns stationed. Given the current circumstances, how can these 2 factions dare to choose to confront the Tianyan Empire? It seems they must have some reinforcements in store. At that moment, the golden-ranked assassin interjected. By the way, Lord, there is one more matter. Half a day ago, the Grand Elder of Xianqing Mountain, Shen Ningfa, visited the Evil Moon Hall. What they discussed remains unknown. Shen Ningfa. The mention of this name surprised both Nanmin Yu and Guan Jiyun. Xianqing Mountain is a top-tier force in the northern region, boasting 2 celestial sovereigns among its ranks, and its overall strength is second only to the Blood Shadow Pavilion. However, Xianqing Mountain has traditionally refrained from involving itself in the conflicts among northern region forces. What would compel them to visit the Evil Moon Hall at this juncture? At that moment, Guan Jiyun received another message from the scouts of the Blood Shadow Pavilion. Xianfeng Mountain has summoned its formidable members and has already dispatched strong individuals to the vicinity of the Qian family, likely intending to confront them. The content relayed by the scouts caused Guan Jiyun to furrow his brow in deepening confusion. The Qian family is also one of the top-tier forces in the northern region. It is rumored that the eldest daughter of the Qian family possesses poor cultivation talent, yet is extraordinarily beautiful. Some say she is merely a decorative vase, a flower confined within the house. Lovely, but lacking in substance. However, the older generation of the Qian family is quite formidable, on par with Xianqing Mountain. Even if the younger generation is not as strong, the Qian family's deep-rooted foundation is not something Xianqing Mountain can easily manipulate. Why would the individuals from Xianqing Mountain, having just visited the Evil Moon Hall, then prepare to target the Qian family? What could be the reasoning behind this? Speaking of Xianqing Mountain and the Qian family, I am reminded of an ancient rumor, Nanmin Yu suddenly stated. What rumor? Guan Jiyun and Guan Xingyu turned their attention to him curiously. Chapter 23, Treasures? Qian Shinro. There is a legend that, 5,000 years ago, Xinqing Mountain and the ancestor of the Qin family discovered an ancient relic, which contained a trove of precious and rare treasures, at that time. Neither ancestor had the means to retrieve the treasures, so they concealed the entrance to the relic. To access the relic, 2 sun and moon keys are required. It is said that the ancestors of the Qin family and Xinqing Mountain each took 1 key, intending for the descendants of both factions to unite in the future and jointly venture into the relic to claim the treasures. However, it seems that the relationship between the Qin family and Xinqing Mountain has become rather strained over time. I suspect that one of them might wish to monopolize the treasures, which has led to the deterioration of their relationship. Nanmen shared his insights and conjectures. Upon hearing this, Guan Jiun and Guan Xingyu felt a stir of intrigue within. What manner of treasures could incite such a rift between 2 once allied factions? They must be exceedingly precious. So, according to your reasoning, could Xinqing Mountain's visit to the Evil Moon Hall be related to their intentions against the Qin family? Guan Jiun expressed his skepticism. There is indeed a strong possibility, and I suspect it may be a matter of mutual interest. The Xinqing Mountain and the Burning Sky Island may assist in annihilating the Qin family, allowing Xinqing Mountain to smoothly acquire that key. Subsequently, Xinqing Mountain could support them in their efforts against the Tianyin dynasty. With Xinqing Mountain's involvement, it would be reasonable for Zhang Baisheng and his companions to launch a large-scale offensive against the Tianyin dynasty. Nanmen, you made a sharp observation. Father, if that is the case, we at the Blood Shadow Pavilion cannot remain idle. The treasure concealed by both Xinqing Mountain and the Qin family is undoubtedly of immense value. If our Blood Shadow Pavilion could obtain it, a greedy glimmer shone in Guan Xingyu's eyes, betraying his unrestrained desire. Guan Jiun shared a similar sentiment. They say like father, like son. Guan Jiun's avarice for that treasure was no less than that of Guan Xingyu. In that case, we shall accede to Zhang Baisheng's request. You make the arrangements, send 10 elite assassins to assist. Furthermore, I will contact the Death Centipede and instruct him to take action personally, Guan Jiun commanded Nanmenyu. Yes, Pavilion Master, Nanmenyu replied, promptly organizing the necessary arrangements. Within the Evil Moon Palace, Zhang Baisheng and Yuan Tianzong sat in the Grand Hall. With the addition of Xinqing Mountain and the 10 elite assassins dispatched by the Blood Shadow Pavilion to aid us, the annihilation of the Tianyin dynasty is undoubtedly imminent. However, before that, we must first pay a visit to the Qin family, Zhang Baisheng calmly stated. Yet, despite the favorable circumstances, both men bore somber expressions. After all, Zhang Bai and Lei Tianxiong were their stalwart allies, now dead within the Tianyin dynasty. They were determined to make the Tianyin dynasty pay dearly for this betrayal. I wonder why Xinqing Mountain seeks to obliterate the Qin family. I have not heard of any prior grievances between these 2 forces, Yuan Tianzong mused. Confused, it was evident from their conversation that they were unaware of the enmity between the Qin family and Xinqing Mountain, nor the matter of the treasure. Naturally, the people of Xinqing Mountain would not divulge such crucial information to them. What does it matter? After all, it is merely a partnership. We help them eliminate the Qin family, and they assist us in vanquishing the Tianyin dynasty. No one owes anyone anything, Zhang Baisheng remarked dismissively. He cared little for the intricacies of the Qin family and Xinqing Mountain's relationship. His singular focus was on ensuring the demise of Dongfang Yuan and his allies. Pavilion Master, our forces have assembled, an elder from the Evil Moon Palace announced. Excellent. In that case, board the ships and set sail, Zhang Baisheng commanded without hesitation. Soon after, the members of the Evil Moon Palace and Burning Sky Island boarded their respective flying vessels, gathering their formidable powers before soaring away from the Evil Moon Palace, heading southward towards the Qin family's domain. In Tianlin City, a sizable stronghold in the northern region, the Qin family's ancestral palace was situated within its confines. Prior to this, the Qin family had sensed impending danger, awakening their reclusive experts and activating their protective array in preparation for the crisis. Meanwhile, the people of Xinqing Mountain had already arrived in the vicinity of the Qin family. However, their tactics involved surrounding rather than attacking, clearly biding their time. Inside the Qin family estate, numerous high-ranking members had gathered, their expressions predominantly grim and heavy. The current situation was dire for them. Family head, ancestor, the people of Xinqing Mountain are now stationed within a 10-mile radius, and our scouts are unable to relay any information from the outside. We have no idea what the situation is. One elder of the Qin family spoke up. However, judging by the current state of affairs, it appears that Shan Ning and his associates have no intention of launching an assault. Seated at the head of the assembly were an elderly man and a middle-aged figure, both exuding an aura of power at the celestial master level. Qin Yurnian, the family patriarch, and Qin Juqiu, the family head. Xinqing Mountain is merely making a grand display to obtain the 2 sun and moon keys. The elder remarked, Ancestor, since Xinqing Mountain is being so brazen, we need not concern ourselves with past friendships. If they wish to fight, then let them. What do we have to fear from them? Qin Juqiu expressed with palpable anger. Daughter, I believe Xinqing Mountain's actions are not as simple as they appear. If both sides engage in a full-scale battle, it would undoubtedly result in catastrophic losses for Xinqing Mountain. Therefore, I suspect they may have a backup plan. A graceful young woman in a flowing dress spoke, her figure exquisite and her makeup subtle yet elegant. Her voice was gentle, and her demeanor courteous, making her a paragon of beauty. However, her cultivation level was only that of the Qi-gathering realm. This young lady was Qin Shinro, the current heiress of the Qin family. Although she lacked extraordinary talent in cultivation, she was far from being a mere ornament. Her keen intellect had aided her father in devising strategies, rendering her the family's strategist. Consequently, despite her relatively low cultivation, she garnered much respect within the Qin family. Hearing Qin Shinro's words, Qin Juqiu fell into deep thought before responding, Rower, what do you believe their backup plan might be? After a moment's contemplation, Qin Shinro replied, Perhaps they are collaborating with others. I have recently learned that the Tianyin dynasty has killed the vice pavilion master of the Evil Moon Palace and 2 elders of Burning Sky Island. The 3 factions are currently at odds, and the strength exhibited by the Tianyin dynasty is indeed formidable. If this is the case, Xinqing Mountain may be seeking a mutually beneficial alliance. They may assist the Tianyin dynasty in obliterating our Qin family to seize the other sun and moon key. And afterward, they would aid the Evil Moon Palace and Burning Sky Island in vanquishing the Tianyin dynasty. This could explain why Xinqing Mountain is currently surrounding but not attacking. They are waiting for reinforcements from the Evil Moon Palace and Burning Sky Island. At that point, our Qin family would be unable to withstand the onslaught. As the implications of Qin Shinro's words settled in, the Qin family members came to a sudden realization. Indeed, this possibility was exceedingly high. If this were true, they would find themselves in a precarious situation. Rower, do you have any strategies to resolve our current predicament? Qin Yurnian, the family patriarch, inquired. Qin Shinro responded, Ancestor, if Xinqing Mountain is truly collaborating with the Evil Moon Palace, then our only recourse is to seek allies ourselves. Seek allies? But where shall we find them? Qin Juqiu and the others were troubled. If they approached the dominant forces, they might not take the Qin family seriously. And if they became aware of the sun and moon key, they could very well betray them. Conversely, seeking out smaller factions would be futile, as they would be incapable of contending with the Evil Moon Palace and similar powers. Any attempts to forge alliances would be purely in vain. In the Tianyin dynasty, Father, if we are to seek collaboration, the Tianyin dynasty is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. After all, if the Evil Moon Palace were to annihilate us, they would be next in line. The principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold should resonate with Dongfang Yuan, Qin Shinro advised. After some reflection, Qin Juqiu nodded in agreement. Very well, third elder, depart through the family's secret passage immediately and seek aid from the Tianyin dynasty. If they present any conditions, as long as they are not excessively demanding, accede to them. Yes, the third elder of the Qin family promptly acknowledged. Soon after, he discreetly departed Tianlin City through the secret passage, en route to the Tianyin Imperial City. Meanwhile, in the northern region, within the Beast Forest, you of the Beast Forest have gone too far. If you refuse to exchange, then return my 5th-grade enlightenment pill. Zhuoxuanqi was unceremoniously ejected from the depths of the Beast Forest, a trail of blood staining his lips and internal injuries visible. He glared at the Beast Forest with fury, his face flushed with indignation as he shouted, How dare you? Haha, what? Considering you are also at the Celestial Master level, we are merely showing you some courtesy. Zhuoxuanqi, do not think that just because you have broken through to the Celestial Master realm, you are entitled to stand shoulder to shoulder with me. Old bear, if you are sensible, you should leave at once. Otherwise, I will break your legs. At the entrance of the Beast Forest, a colossal black bear, towering several meters in height, emerged. The fierce aura it emanated instilled a sense of terror, and the oppressive presence of a third-tier celestial master enveloped its form, rendering Zhuoxuanqi utterly defenseless. Standing rooted to the spot, Zhuoxuanqi seethed with indignation, his fists clenched tightly. Initially, he had come at the behest of Dongfang Yuan to negotiate the exchange of the Night Moon Crystal with the denizens of the Beast Forest. At first, he was accorded the respect deserving of his celestial master status. However, once he produced the 5th-grade enlightenment pill, the rich fragrance incited a greedy desire in the Bear King, one of the 3 kings of the Beast Forest. They no longer wished to engage in the exchange for the Night Moon Crystal. Consequently, Zhuoxuanqi found himself in a den of wolves. The enlightenment pill was snatched away, and the Bear King dispatched minions to forcibly expel him. Zhuoxuanqi, unwilling to leave without a word, sought to confront them, for how could such a dominant force act like common brigands? Yet, he was unceremoniously hurled out by the black bear, sustaining an injury from its blow to his chest. He stood there, seething with resentment. This black bear was merely a subordinate of the Bear King. Though it wielded 3rd-tier celestial master strength, it was far beyond Zhuoxuanqi's current capabilities. Very well, Beast Forest. Your actions today shall not be forgotten by the Tianyan Empire. I hope you will not regret it in the days to come, Zhuoxuanqi declared with a grim and solemn countenance. Ha ha ha, you, Tianyan Empire? Do you dare provoke the Beast Forest? That is truly the height of absurdity. Enough. The entrance to the Beast Forest is no place for beggars. Get out of here at once. Delay another second, and you shall not leave at all. The old bear slammed its massive paw, the power contained within capable of obliterating a mountain. Zhuoxuanqi said nothing further, transforming into a streak of light as he departed. He vowed that the humiliation he suffered today in the Beast Forest would be repaid in full. The old bear, witnessing Zhuoxuanqi's hasty retreat, merely scoffed disdainfully, completely disregarding him. Little did it know that their actions today would bring catastrophic consequences upon the Beast Forest. In the imperial palace of the Tianyan Empire, a day later, a notification echoed in Dongfang Yuan's mind while he was in his chamber. Ding! Detected a fated daughter in the Qin family of Tianlin City. Qin Shinro, with a fated fortune value of 93 points, possessing the lower-tier Heavenly Wisdom Divine Body, unawakened. It is recommended that the host take her as a consort to nurture. Once the Heavenly Wisdom Divine Body awakens, she may provide unexpected assistance. Another fated daughter? Qin family, Qin Shinro. Dongfang Yuan pondered the name, recalling some memory associated with it. The current lady of the Qin family, rumored to be nothing more than a pretty face with no cultivation talent, still only at the gathering Qi realm, yet blessed with extraordinary beauty. Her elegant demeanor and seemingly cultured disposition attracted numerous suitors, despite her lack of martial prowess. Realizing Qin Shinro's identity, Dongfang Yuan was taken aback. How could a woman with no apparent cultivation talent be a fated daughter? Moreover, her fortune value was an impressive 93 points, higher than that of the saintess of the Hahuan sect, Han Wanxiang, and merely 2 points shy of Xiao Qingli. Chapter 25. Heavenly Wisdom Divine Body. Dongfang Yuan deduced that her remarkably high fortune value was likely due to her unawakened Heavenly Wisdom Divine Body. He understood that Qin Shinro's exceptional fortune value, despite her ordinary lower-tier qualifications, was primarily attributed to her unique physique. However, he had never heard of the Heavenly Wisdom Divine Body and was unaware of its significance or how it could be awakened. At that moment, his gaze shifted to Xiao Qingli, who was immersed in meditation. As if sensing his attention, she opened her eyes and met his gaze. I have told you before. Only upon your fulfillment of those 3 conditions will I. My dear consort, I merely wish to inquire about something, Dongfang Yuan interrupted. Where did your thoughts wander? Since I have promised you, how could I possibly go back on my word? Ha! Do you think I am unaware of your true nature? Dongfang Yuan? Xiao Qingli smirked knowingly. My dear consort, have you ever heard of the Heavenly Wisdom Divine Body? Dongfang Yuan inquired, steering the conversation toward more serious matters. The Heavenly Wisdom Divine Body? What brings this up? Xiao Qingli asked, puzzled. Curiosity, of course. So, do you know anything about it? He replied evasively, not yet ready to divulge details about Qin Shinro. Xiao Qingli did not press further. Yes, I know that, as the former Empress of the Nine Hells. My knowledge far exceeds yours. Not to mention the various divine bodies. I could probably name several celestial bodies as well. Upon hearing her response, Dongfang Yuan pressed on. Then what abilities does the Heavenly Wisdom Divine Body possess? The Heavenly Wisdom Divine Body is a celestial gift, not something that can be developed postnatally. It is a congenital trait. However, even those born with it often remain dormant and difficult to discern. Unlike other divine bodies, this one requires external forces for awakening. Otherwise, an ordinary person may never awaken it in their lifetime, wasting the blessings of such a formidable physique, Xiao Qingli explained. Dongfang Yuan absorbed this information before asking, what distinguishes the awakened Heavenly Wisdom Divine Body from the unawakened? Before awakening, those with this divine body generally possess average cultivation talent, yet they exhibit exceptional intelligence and strategic acumen. Once awakened, their cultivation talent can reach immeasurable heights, and their training speed becomes exponentially faster than before. Moreover, this is not the most astonishing aspect. Upon awakening, their intelligence can soar by dozens or even hundreds of times, fundamentally transforming their capabilities. Facing such an opponent in a battle of wits would be tantamount to courting death. An fully awakened Heavenly Wisdom Divine Body can outsmart the vast majority of individuals effortlessly, Xiao Qingli elaborated, her expression grave. She recalled a figure from her world, several 100,000 years prior, who possessed a Heavenly Wisdom Divine Body. While this individual never reached the Emperor realm, they were nonetheless revered as an emperor due to their unparalleled strategies and wisdom, instilling fear in many true emperors who dared not provoke her. Having grasped the significance of the Heavenly Wisdom Divine Body from Xiao Qingli's explanation, Dongfang Yuan recognized that helping Qian Shinro awaken her divine body and keeping her by his side as a strategic advisor was indeed a splendid choice. He reveled in the thought that his harem would consist of one with the Nine Hells divine body to fend off external threats and another with a Heavenly Wisdom divine body to devise strategies. What a delightful scenario that would be. My dear consort, do you know how the Heavenly Wisdom divine body can be awakened? Dongfang Yuan inquired, rousing himself from his daydream. Upon hearing his question, Xiao Qingli's expression shifted and she feigned ignorance. Oh, I know. But I shan't tell you. Bring the Heavenly Wisdom Divine Body before me, and then I shall share the details. Hearing this, Dongfang Yuan lightly pinched her cheek, teasingly saying, My dear consort, you truly are quite mischievous. Very well, if you know, then I shall rest easy. Xiao Qingli had grown accustomed to such exchanges. Just then, a figure appeared at the entrance of the chamber, announcing, Your Majesty, the third elder of the Qin family from Tianlin City seeks an audience with you. Claiming to have urgent matters to discuss, third elder of the Qin family, Dongfang Yuan was taken aback. The system had just informed him of Qian Shinro's status as a fated daughter. What a remarkable coincidence. Very well, I am aware of the situation. Take him to the side hall to wait. Furthermore, inform Marshal Tai and King Tianyu to proceed to the side hall as well. I have matters to discuss with them. Spoke Dongfang Yuan. At present, the officials of the Tianyin dynasty, having consumed the Tianfadan and Wudaodan, have largely completed their cultivation and emerged from seclusion. It is time for him to prepare to address the forces of the Shewa Palace and Blood Shadow Tower. There can be no further delay. His prestige must be elevated swiftly. After all, given the current circumstances, it is still somewhat premature to contemplate procreation. He has yet to even attain restful slumber and must first acquire prestige points to earn some rewards. Understood, Your Majesty. The individual outside the hall promptly replied. Are you preparing to take action against the Shewa Palace? Xiao Qingli inquired, her expression calm. Indeed, I shall first eliminate the Shewa Palace and the Burning Sky Island. These two minor nuisances and subsequently annihilate the Blood Shadow Tower, thereby fulfilling the first condition set forth by my beloved. Dongfang Yuan replied gently before departing the palace. Chapter 26. Conditions of cooperation at this moment. Within a side hall of the Tianyin dynasty, Elder Qin Gong of the Qin family had been waiting for some time. Alongside him were Tai Poyan and King Tianyu, who were also present in the hall. Upon seeing the two, Qin Gong sensed the aura of the celestial sovereign emanating from them and was somewhat taken aback. He had not expected that the two celestial sovereigns of the Tianyin dynasty would be none other than Marshal Tai and King Tianyu. How peculiar! Where could left ministers Wa Xuanqi be? Qian Gong mused silently after greeting the two to at that moment. Dongfang Yuan's figure materialized at the high seat within the hall, taking his place. Greetings, Your Majesty. Both Tai Poyan and King Tianyu bowed respectfully. Elder Qian, I acknowledge your presence. Qian Gong also slightly inclined his head, clasping his hands in greeting. There is no need for excessive formalities, Elder Qian. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to the Tianyin dynasty? Dongfang Yuan asked directly. Your Majesty, I am here on behalf of my Qian family to seek a sincere collaboration, Qian Gong stated. Collaboration? What form might this cooperation take? Dongfang Yuan inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. To speak candidly, my Qian family is currently encircled by individuals from Xinqing Mountain. Furthermore, they have allied with the Sheiyue Palace and Burning Sky Island, intending to strike against my Qian family. Our patriarch suspects that these three forces are likely to have formed a complete alliance, aiming first to annihilate my family and then turn their swords towards the Tianyin dynasty. Thus, I have come to discuss a potential collaboration between our two families to jointly confront Xinqing Mountain and the Sheiyue Palace. Qian Gong elucidated the current situation and the stakes at hand, making it clear to Dongfang Yuan that should he turn a blind eye to the plight of the Qian family, the next target of their united forces would inevitably be the Tianyin dynasty. Dongfang Yuan, upon hearing Qian Gong's account, felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated that the Qian family would find themselves in such dire straits. It presented a fortuitous opportunity. If he were to leverage this situation to put forth his own conditions, it would be exceedingly effortless. Elder Qian, your intention is for the Tianyin dynasty to dispatch troops to assist your Qian family. Is that correct? Very well, however, I have one condition. The matter of our cooperation cannot merely be verbal. Therefore, I hope the Qian family can demonstrate some sincerity. I have long admired the eldest daughter of the Qian family, Qin Shinro, and I wish to take her as my consort. What does Elder Qian think of this? Dongfang Yuan stated candidly, laying bare his desires without any hesitation. To establish the eldest daughter as my consort. Qian Gong found himself in a quandary. Upon his departure, Qin Jiuqiu had informed him that he could agree to any condition from Dongfang Yuan, as long as it was not excessively unreasonable. However, the condition proposed by Dongfang Yuan left Qian Gong momentarily indecisive. Your Majesty, this matter is somewhat beyond my authority. Might I consult with our patriarch to reach a decision? Qian Gong inquired, of course. Feel free, Dongfang Yuan replied with a smile. Subsequently, Qian Gong promptly produced a communication stone, relaying the message within and utilizing a secret technique of the Qian family to contact Qian Jiuqiu. At the Qian family. The senior members were on high alert within their stronghold, while Qin Jiuqiu, Qin Shinro, and the family patriarch were gathered in a chamber discussing their next course of action. At that moment, a communication stone at Qin Jiuqiu's waist illuminated, and upon inspecting it, his brow furrowed slightly. Dongfang Yuan has agreed to cooperate but has put forth a condition, Qin Jiuqiu announced. What condition? The family patriarch inquired. Qin Shinro's eyes were fixed on her father. He claims to have long admired Rower and wishes to take her as his consort. Using this union to bind the two forces together, Qin Jiuqiu relayed, glancing at his daughter. Qin Shinro's expression registered a hint of shock. She had not anticipated that Dongfang Yuan would have such intentions towards her. Simultaneously, she felt perplexed. Her reputation in the northern region was not particularly favorable, often described as a flower confined to the boudoir, possessing little value beyond her appearance. Why would Dongfang Yuan wish to take her, who was perceived as lacking in merit, as a consort? Rumors suggested that Dongfang Yuan's previous actions were merely a facade to conceal his extraordinary capabilities, biding his time until the demise of the Tianyin monarch to reveal his true potential. With such intellect, how could he propose such a condition? Perhaps he has discerned Rower's unique qualities? The family patriarch speculated. Qin Jiuqiu shook his head. As of now, we have yet to meet this individual. It is difficult to draw a conclusion. Rower, what are your thoughts? Qin Shinro pondered deeply for a moment before responding. Father, let's agree to his terms. The current situation of the Qian family cannot afford further delay. Moreover, if we can weather this storm, a union with Dongfang Yuan could solidify a deeper alliance between our two factions. Should he indeed come to control this vast dynasty, wielding power firmly in his grasp, he is undoubtedly more formidable than we currently perceive. Marrying such a man would not be a loss for me. In that brief span of time, Qian Shinro had thoroughly considered the implications and benefits, ultimately arriving at her decision. Very well, since you have resolved this matter, I shall refrain from further objections, Qian Zhuqiu stated. Promptly conveying his daughter's decision through the communication stone. At the Tianyin dynasty. Within the side hall, Qian Gong's communication stone flashed to life. After reviewing the message, he promptly declared, "Your Majesty, our patriarch has consented to your terms. We implore your Majesty to dispatch troops immediately to support the Qian family." Dongfang Yuan, upon hearing this, adopted a serious expression and replied, "Excellent, Marshal Tai. Assemble 300,000 troops at once, preparing to march towards Tianlin City. King Tianyu, mobilize 24 powerful beings of the Law Manifestation Realm to gather at the training grounds. This time, I shall personally lead the forces to eradicate the members of the Sheiyue Palace and Burning Sky Island." "Yes, Your Majesty." Both King Tianyu and Tai Poyan promptly departed to rally the troops. At present, the Tianyin dynasty alone boasted nearly 40 individuals in the Law Manifestation Realm, with the 30 Tianfa Dawn having directly given rise to 30 law manifestation experts. Furthermore, with the addition of the Shadow Guards, God-Slaying Guards, and Golden Armored Guards, the total number of law manifestation individuals soared to over 60, a third of whom were at the peak of their realm. Qian Gong joined the two in retreat, heading towards the training grounds alongside Tai Poyan. Dongfang Yuan had informed General Faping to guard the palace during this period, entrusting him with control over the defensive formations, ensuring that no issues would arise. For this expedition, Dongfang Yuan also brought along 4 God-Slaying Guards, 4 Shadow Guards, and 4 Golden Armored Guards, 12 individuals who would serve as one of the most fearsome manifestations of his authority before the world. Chapter 27. The Dead Centipede. Tai Poyan and King Tianyu gathered the 300,000 troops and over 20 strong individuals from the Law Manifestation Realm at the training grounds. All had assembled aboard the flying ships. At that moment, Dongfang Yuan arrived, accompanied by his 12 personal guards, landing on the flagship. "Your Majesty, all personnel have been assembled. The 300,000 troops comprise the elite of our dynasty, and over 20 individuals from the Law Manifestation Realm are also ready aboard their respective ships," Tai Poyan reported. Hearing Tai Poyan's words, Dongfang Yuan nodded with a serious expression, then, with a flourish of his dragon robe, declared with majestic authority, "Set sail, destination. Tianlin City, yes." The thunderous roar of 300,000 soldiers reverberated through the air. And shortly thereafter, over a dozen colossal airships ascended into the sky, each capable of accommodating tens of thousands of individuals. These ships, propelled by spirit stones, soared directly towards Tianlin City, breaking through the heavens. The distance between the Tianyin dynasty and Tianlin City was not particularly great. Thus, by departing at this moment, they would likely arrive in approximately half a day's time. Within Tianlin City, renowned as a bustling metropolis of the northern domain, an atmosphere of desolation prevailed. The streets, typically teeming with life, now seemed eerily quiet, with shops shuttering one after another in recent days. Clearly, the situation surrounding the Xinqing mountain and the encirclement of the Qian family had alerted the populace to the impending eruption of intense conflict. Many had wisely chosen to vacate the premises. At this moment, not far from the Qian family estate, atop the roof of a pavilion, stood Feng Ma Bai, the master of Xinqing Mountain, alongside the elder Shen Ningfa. As they surveyed their surroundings, they noted that numerous inns and tea houses were filled with their own people, effectively sealing off the Qian family estate from all sides. Despite being centrally located, the Qian family found themselves besieged on all fronts. Calculating the time, it was evident that Zhang Baixing and his companions would arrive within the next 2 hours. "Today, I shall bring about the downfall of the Qian family and seize the sun and moon key from Qian Zhuqiu," Feng Ma Bai declared, his expression betraying a sense of urgency and anticipation. "Rest assured, master of the mountain. With our 3 great forces united, no matter how profound the Qian family's heritage, they cannot escape their fate of annihilation." Shen Ningfa added with a hint of excitement. At that moment, a blind scholar appeared on the street below, holding a flute and a book, making his way toward the Qian family estate. Though blind, he moved with an uncanny grace, deftly navigating the twists and turns of the street. "Who is that person?" Feng Ma Bai inquired, his brow furrowing. "I do not recognize him." I have never seen him before. Shun Ningfa replied, since you do not recognize him, then let us eliminate him. We cannot allow him to interfere, Feng Mabai replied coldly. Shun Ningfa nodded and promptly commanded several disciples nearby to deal with the blind scholar. 4 peak-level disciples of the Tianxin realm approached him, weapons in hand, glinting with lethal intent. However, just as they were about to reach the blind scholar, an inexplicable scene unfolded. Within mere 5 meters of him, all 4 fell to the ground, lifeless. The blind scholar, seemingly unfazed, gracefully sidestepped their corpses and continued toward a nearby tea house. How is this possible? Master, did you see him make a move? Shen Ningfa exclaimed, astonished. For a cultivator of the 1st level of the Tianzuan realm, he had seen no trace of the blind scholar's actions. Feng Mabai furrowed his brow, shaking his head. He did not make a move, hence there is no aura to perceive. How could that be? If he did not strike, how could those 4 disciples perish in an instant? Shen Ningfa questioned, bewildered. Feng Mabai's gaze remained fixed on the blind scholar until he saw him enter a tea house and take a seat by the window on the upper floor. Affording a clear view of the central plaza of the Qian family estate, I believe I know who he is now. Let us go. Feng Mabai urged Shen Ningfa, and they made their way to the tea house where the blind scholar Saturday. Feng Mabai stood beside him and spoke slowly, the leader of the Blood Shadow Tower's gold medal assassins, the Dead Centipede. It is an honor to finally meet you. Shen Ningfa was clearly taken aback by this revelation. The Dead Centipede. The blind scholar is indeed the infamous Dead Centipede of the Blood Shadow Tower. The honor is mine, for my name pales in comparison to that of the Mountain Master. The Dead Centipede replied with a calm smile. Feng Mabai chuckled. It is said that the Dead Centipede is a fearsome figure, a towering man skilled in controlling insects and toxins. I never expected the Dead Centipede to take the form of a scholarly youth. Indeed, such rumors are often misleading. This contrast is precisely what makes it intriguing. After all, who would suspect that a seemingly frail blind scholar could be the notorious Dead Centipede of the Northern Domain? The Dead Centipede turned his face, revealing a disturbingly charming smile. Feng Mabai, observing this, became serious. Might I inquire what brings you here? As I understand it, Jiang Baixing and his companions only sought the assistance of the Blood Shadow Tower to deal with the Tianyin dynasty. It seems the matter of the Qian family was not included in your request for aid. His words revealed a hint of trepidation regarding the Blood Shadow Tower, clearly concerned that the matter of the Sun and Moon Key might attract their covetous gaze, which could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 28. The Battle of the Qian Family. The Dead Centipede listened to Feng Mabai's words and smiled slightly. Master Feng, you misunderstand and I am merely here to witness the downfall of a top-tier force. Rest assured, I will not intervene. Consider me a mere spectator. After all, we still have to unite against the Tianyin dynasty, and for the moment, we remain allies. Despite the Dead Centipede's reassurances, Feng Mabai's inner vigilance had not been entirely allayed. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the logic in his words. As they were still allies, any disruption at this critical juncture would not be tolerated by the Blood Shadow Tower, nor by the other factions. Then please, make yourself comfortable, Feng Mabai offered. Thank you, the Dead Centipede replied with a smile. Subsequently, Feng Mabai and Shen Ningfa turned and departed, returning to the rooftop. They gazed down at the unmoving figure of the Dead Centipede, and Shen Ningfa expressed his lingering concern. Is it really safe? The illustrious Dead Centipede of the Blood Shadow Tower suddenly appears just to spectate. It seems a rather flimsy excuse, regardless of his true intentions. We cannot afford to hesitate. I suspect he is after certain treasures of the Qian family, but as long as we obtain the Sun and Moon Key, the remaining treasures should not be of significant concern to us. Feng Mabai replied, casting a glance toward the direction of the Dead Centipede before turning back. However, he remained cautious, subtly locking onto the Dead Centipede's aura to prevent any unforeseen actions. Suddenly, a vast shadow descended upon Tianlin City from the sky. Feng Mabai and Shen Ningfa looked up to see dozens of airships emerging in the sky above the city, their decks crowded with figures. The forces of the Evil Moon Palace and the Burning Heaven Island had finally arrived. Jiang Baixing and Yuan Tianzong led their troops down from the airships, joining Feng Mabai and Shen Ningfa. The streets surrounding them were soon filled with the formidable presence of the Xinqing Mountains experts. Creating a formidable alliance, the combined forces of the three factions surpassed 500,000, with nearly 30 powerful cultivators from the Fa Xiang realm, their sheer numbers overwhelming the Qian family. Brother Feng. Brother Shen, thank you for your patience. Zhang Baixing greeted them with a composed smile. Not at all. The Qian family has not managed to escape. Feng Mabai replied with a chuckle. In that case, let us commence. First, we shall dismantle the Qian family's protective formation and then unleash a massacre, Yuan Tianzong asserted decisively, leading the Fa Xiang cultivators toward the Qian family estate. Zhang Baixing, Feng Mabai, and Shen Ningfa, along with their respective forces, began their approach toward the Qian family estate, gathering their strength to breach the formation. Within the Qian family's estate, the high-ranking members gathered in the central plaza, their expressions grave as they gazed at the overwhelming number of figures outside the protective formation and the powerful aura emanating from the four Tianzuan realm cultivators. Qian Zhouqiu's expression turned serious. The combined might of the four Tianzuan cultivators would soon overwhelm their protective array. Prepare the elders and disciples for a desperate battle, he commanded. The assembled high-ranking members responded with a resolute yes. With a resonant thunderclap, a colossal sound reverberated throughout the entirety of Tianlin City, piercing the heavens. The four formidable beings of the celestial sovereign realm, led by Feng Mabai, combined their might in a singular, forceful strike upon the protective grand formation of the Qian family. Although the Qian family's defense managed to withstand this assault, a portion of its protective power was already shattered. Again, Zhang Baixing and his companions immediately continued their onslaught, unleashing a torrent of power that coalesced into fiery orbs of formidable spiritual radiance, which crashed violently against the grand formation. Boom, boom. The second, third, and fourth strikes followed in succession. With each impact, the expressions of Qian Zhouqiu and the ancestral elder of the Qian family grew increasingly grim. They were uncertain how much longer the protective formation could endure, hoping fervently for the prompt arrival of the experts from the Tianyin dynasty. Boom, bang, bang. Feng Mabai and his allies unleashed their seventh wave of attacks. At long last, under this relentless barrage, the Qian family's protective formation resembled a mirror on the verge of shattering. Riddled with cracks, as the pressure mounted, it collapsed with a thunderous roar. The formation has fallen. Today marks the annihilation of the Qian family. Kill, Feng Mabai, his face alight with excitement, raised his arm and led the elders and disciples of Xinqing Mountain directly towards the Qian family estate. Zhang Baixing and Yuan Tianzong also brandished their blades, rallying their respective forces to charge toward the Qian family. Kill! The disciples of the three factions unleashed a thunderous battle cry, their morale soaring like dragons and tigers. Surging towards the Qian family estate with ferocity. To the death! You thieves dare to infringe upon my Qian family. You shall pay the most excruciating price. The Qian family's warriors, countless and unyielding, even in the face of adversity, drew forth their spiritual artifacts and soared into the sky, engaging in fierce combat. Qian Zhouqiu and the ancestral elder of the Qian family led the charge, exerting their utmost strength to entangle Zhang Baixing and Feng Mabai in a relentless struggle. Bang, bang! The clash of countless powers echoed throughout the battleground, some taking place in the skies above, while others erupted within the confines of the Qian family estate, where a brutal melee ensued. Within the estate, numerous palaces, houses, towers, and rockeries were shattered by the violent waves of conflict, as building after building crumbled beneath the onslaught of battling warriors. Qian Xinrou, shielded by several elders of the Qian family, was pushed back further into the center of the turmoil. The united forces of the three factions, both in strength and sheer numbers, placed the Qian family in a state of overwhelming disadvantage from the very moment the battle began. Yet, despite this dire situation, the Qian family's members remained resolute, fighting fiercely to uphold their honor. Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of the Qian family estate, the ancestral elder faced off against Zhang Baixing and Yuan Tianzong alone. All three were celestial sovereigns at the first level. Yet the elder found himself at an undeniable disadvantage, thoroughly suppressed by the two adversaries, retreating step by step beneath the onslaught, nearly sustaining severe injuries multiple times. Chapter 29. The Arrival of the Tianyin Army. At that moment, within a tea house, The dead centipede leaned against the window, his eyes obscured by a strip of white cloth. Yet, even so, it appeared as though he could see everything. He faced the ongoing battle at the Qin family estate. A curious smile playing upon his lips. 2 against 1. The Qin family seems unlikely to hold out much longer, he mused to himself, lifting his teacup to sip slowly. The Sun and Moon Key. The legendary treasure of the Sun and Moon. Is it truly real, or merely a fabrication? How intriguing! A cold smile crept across the dead centipede's face as his fingers twitched slightly, and several streaks of black light darted swiftly past. Resembling snakes that vanished in the blink of an eye, alone, Qian Juqiu faced the ferocious assaults of Feng Mabai and Shen Ningfa, completely suppressed by their overwhelming power. Their unleashed energy surged forth like a tempest, battering him relentlessly. Feng Mabai even wielded his long sword, unleashing thousands of powerful sword energies, coordinating with Shen Ningfa to seal him off, leaving multiple cuts upon Qian Juqiu's body. Hemph! Qian Juqiu, today your family cannot escape annihilation. Be wise and surrender the Sun and Moon Key. I can grant you a dignified death, Feng Mabai shouted during the fray. His sword cleaved through the air, a multitude of sword lights and phantoms appearing in the skies like a swarm of sword dragons, fiercely pressing down upon Qian Juqiu. Feng Mabai, your Xinqing Mountain's ambition is disgraceful. You wish to eliminate my Qian family to seize the Sun and Moon treasure. You shall not succeed, Qian Juqiu retorted, his demeanor unyielding. No wonder your Qian family is devoid of successors. Your daughter is merely a talentless flower vase, Feng Mabai sneered, exposing his ruthless ambition. Had I found that relic first, I would have ensured your ancestral elder's demise, denying him any chance to share the Sun and Moon treasure with us. As Qian Juqiu fought against the two, his situation worsened with each passing moment, the tide of battle turning decisively against him. During this time, the Qian family's disciples had suffered thousands of casualties. Within the estate, pools of fresh blood still warm flowed amidst the ruins, where numerous Qian family disciples lay lifeless, their eyes forever closed in death. The elders tasked with protecting Qian Shinro faced the relentless assault of several law manifestation realm experts from Xinqing Mountain and Finchen Island. Their formation shattered. 3 of the 4 elders fell to this combined onslaught, while the remaining one, grievously injured and bloodied, stood defiantly before Qian Shinro, determined to shield her. Come protect the young lady, he bellowed. Realizing his time was running out, swoosh, in that moment, a blade of light sliced through the air, and the elder's neck was severed, his life extinguished in an instant. Elder Qian Shinro cried out in anguish, "Silence! You shall be next," the law manifestation elder from Xinqing Mountain declared, his gaze fixed on Qian Shinro. A sinister smile spreading across his face. In the next heartbeat, he swung his blade down towards her. Just as Qian Shinro believed her demise was imminent, a shadowy figure clad in ninja garb appeared behind her, transforming its hand into a blade, shattering the weapon aimed at her. In a flash, the figure darted forward like a bolt of black lightning, eliminating the law manifestation elder on the spot. You? Qian Shinro gazed at the enigmatic figure before her. Shock etched upon her face. Before she could voice her question, the battlefield's dynamics shifted dramatically. 12 figures emerged, exuding the aura of peak law manifestation experts, weaving through the Qian family estate, ruthlessly reaping the lives of the 3 opposing factions. Impudent! Who are you? How dare you interfere in Xinqing Mountain's affairs? Roared a peak law manifestation elder, enraged at the sudden arrival of the slaughtering gods and shadow guards. Buzz, buzz! At that moment, the aerial ships of the Tianyin dynasty appeared above the Qin family estate, drawing the attention of many. The Tianyin dynasty. Wait! That aura belongs to celestial sovereigns. The dead centipede, seated in the tea house, couldn't help but gaze upwards. On the flagship of the Tianyin dynasty, Dongfang Yuan stood upon the deck, accompanied by Qin Gong, Tai Poyan, and Wang Tianyu, all celestial sovereigns. Dongfang Yuan surveyed the battlefield below, swiftly spotting Qian Shinro among the chaos. Shadows, protect Qian Shinro. I shall not allow her to suffer a single misfortune. Everyone, kill. After issuing his command to the shadow guards, Dongfang Yuan wasted no time, ordering the army of the Tianyin dynasty to commence their assault. Yes, under the command of over 20 law manifestation experts. The army of the Tianyin dynasty swiftly descended from the ships, joining the fray. Ha 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 ha. The Tianyin dynasty has come to our aid. Kinfolk, kill. Today, none shall escape the wrath of our invaders. Upon witnessing the arrival of the grand army from the Tianyin dynasty, the elder members of the Qin family, embodiments of the Dharma aspect realm, were overtaken by fervor, their hearts ablaze as they roared with exhilaration. The Qin clan members, upon spotting the Tianyin dynasty forces descending to aid them, felt their morale surge like a tsunami, reaching a zenith of fervor. Kill. In this moment, the Qin family launched a frenzied counterattack against the three great powers, their eyes alight with the bloodlust of vengeance. Unafraid of death, determined to eradicate every disciple of the opposing factions. Meanwhile, two shadow guards seamlessly melded into Qin Shinro's shadow, ensuring their protection wherever she ventured. Chapter 30. Dongfang Yuan strikes, mastering the celestial sovereign realm. At this juncture, Dongfang Yuan stood alongside Tianyu Wang and Tai Poyan, both emanating an aura commensurate with the celestial sovereign realm. Their figures hurtled forth like meteors, crashing into the battlefield where Jiang Baixing and Feng Mabai were engaged, igniting an intense confrontation. The Tianyin dynasty. I cannot believe you have come here. Jiang Baixing and Feng Mabai's expressions shifted slightly. With the addition of the Tianyin dynasty's formidable warriors, the previously lopsided battle was instantly transformed. Particularly, the Dharma aspect realm experts from the Tianyin dynasty, along with the Golden Armored Guard and the God-Slaying Guard, unleashed their formidable powers, ruthlessly slaughtering the forces of Xinqing Mountain and the Evil Moon Pavilion. Ah! Impossible! How could the Tianyin dynasty possess such a multitude of Dharma aspect experts? This is inconceivable. The elders from Fantiando were utterly flabbergasted. At this moment, over 30 Dharma aspect realm experts emerged from the Tianyin dynasty's ranks, including more than 10 at the pinnacle of the realm. This overwhelming number could easily contend with their three factions combined, not to mention the presence of the Qin family. Now, the forces of Xinqing Mountain and the Evil Moon Pavilion fell one after another, while the morale of the Qin family soared, growing bolder with each passing moment. As the battlefield escalated to a fever pitch, Dongfang Yuan remained poised on the deck of the flying ship, his gaze fixated on the tumultuous battlefield below. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something. With a subtle press of his left foot, he crushed a black spiritual serpent beneath him, severing it in two. The insect manipulation technique. Dongfang Yuan regarded the lifeless serpent at his feet, recognizing it as a venomous creature, evidently controlled by someone with malicious intent against him. How could this be? How could he have detected it? At this moment, the dead centipede, seated in a nearby tea house, could hardly contain himself, his expression one of profound astonishment. The snake he controlled moved with such swiftness that even a celestial sovereign would be caught unawares by a moment's negligence. How could Dongfang Yuan, whose focus was evidently on Feng Mabai and the others, have noticed the serpent's stealth? For the first time, a sense of unease crept into the dead centipede's heart. He could not shake the feeling that Dongfang Yuan was far more complex than he appeared. Bang, bang, bang. Meanwhile, in the skies above, Feng Mabai and Shen Ningfa, who had been besieging Qian Zhuqiu and had inflicted injury upon him, suddenly found the situation shifting with the unexpected arrival of Tianyu Wang. A 2-on-2 scenario ensued, with both sides evenly matched, making it difficult to gain the upper hand in the short term. The sheer number of Dharma aspect realm experts from the Tianyin dynasty took everyone by surprise. If this stalemate continued, the casualties among the three great factions could become increasingly severe. Capture the leader first. Brother Yuan, Brother Jiang, we shall create an opportunity for you. Seize Dongfang Yuan and use him to threaten the entire Tianyin dynasty's forces. Feng Mabai surveyed the battlefield and quickly identified the key to breaking the deadlock, transmitting his strategy to his companions. Dongfang Yuan stood alone atop the ship, unguarded. An assault on him would leave him defenseless. Good. Both Yuan Tianzong and Jiang Baixing recognized Dongfang Yuan's presence. Suddenly, Feng Mabai and Shen Ningfa erupted with renewed vigor, redirecting their assault towards Tai Poyan and the elder of the Qian family. Tai Poyan and the elder swiftly evaded, with Jiang Baixing positioning himself in front to repel their combined force. "Now is the moment, Brother Yuan," Jiang Baixing cried out in urgent warning. Yuan Tianzong immediately charged towards Dongfang Yuan. Through the lingering essence of the serpent, Dongfang Yuan detected the dead centipede's presence, a sly smile gracing his lips. Just as he lifted his gaze, he found Yuan Tianzong approaching rapidly. Not good. The Yuan Emperor is in danger. At that moment, the members of the Tianyin dynasty remained composed. However, upon witnessing Yuan Tianzong's advance towards Dongfang Yuan, Qin Zhuoqiu's expression turned anxious as he cried out. Qin Shinrou's gaze instinctively followed, though her expression bore a hint of confusion. Sensing that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared, she noted that Dongfang Yuan displayed neither fear nor trepidation. "Very well. It is time for me to stretch my limbs." Dongfang Yuan regarded the encroaching Yuan Tianzong with a calm smile. Slowly, he raised his hand, fingers splayed. "Humph." Unknowingly courting death, upon witnessing Dongfang Yuan's apparent decision to stand his ground instead of fleeing, Yuan Tianzong could not help but scoff derisively. Yet, in the next instant, a glimmer of sword light flickered in Dongfang Yuan's palm. Without warning, a sword beam extending 1,000 meters erupted forth from his hand. The speed of that sword beam surpassed that of lightning, leaving Yuan Tianzong with no time to react. It pierced through his body, leaving him suspended in the air. Drip, drip, drip. Blood cascaded from Yuan Tianzong's chest, his complexion shifting to one of sheer horror, his face awash with disbelief and dread. "How could you possess such power?" Yuan Tianzong gasped, his voice trembling. Simultaneously, the fierce combat among the celestial sovereigns momentarily paused, all eyes drawn to the unfolding spectacle. Aside from Tianyu Wang and Tai Poyan of the Tianyin dynasty, the others stood in stunned silence, as if petrified, their pupils trembling in shock. Even the dead centipede, despite being blindfolded, bore witness to this moment. His expression betrayed a shock that rivaled that of the others. A faint smile graced Dongfang Yuan's lips. "Island Master Yuan, I believe I never claimed to be weak, did I? It is simply that you have all underestimated me, regarding me as merely a young prodigy, presuming that my prowess could only extend so far. But today, I shall reveal to you that for some, the pinnacle achieved through a lifetime of toil is but a mere starting point. You conspired with the great Dream Dynasty to harm my father. Thus, it is time to settle this debt." As he spoke, the sword light in his hand contracted, pulling Yuan Tianzong closer to him. Spare me, I was wrong. I beg you, grant me mercy, do not kill me." "Spare me, Yuan Emperor." Yuan Tianzong, trembling in fear of impending death, was drawn nearer, losing all semblance of the dignity befitting an island master. Chapter 31. A World in Shock. Dongfang Yuan struck decisively. As Yuan Tianzong was drawn within 3 meters. 2 beams of sword light sliced through him, dismembering him into 4 bloody fragments that plummeted from the heavens. "Island Master." The Island Master is dead. The disciples and elders of Fantiando, upon witnessing Yuan Tianzong's gruesome demise, were left devoid of their leader, thrown into utter disarray. Some, realizing the gravity of the situation, began to panic and flee, though not let them escape. Intercept them, kill. The members of the Qin family, recognizing the fleeing Fantiando disciples, promptly moved to block their escape, with the Tianyin dynasty forces joining in to pursue a relentless slaughter. The battlefield erupted anew into waves of chaos, yet the celestial sovereign experts remained in a state of shock, unsure how to respond. After regaining their composure, Qin Zhuoqiu and the elders of the Qin family felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Dongfang Yuan was astonishingly powerful. He had effortlessly eliminated Yuan Tianzong, a peer of their own, a formidable celestial sovereign. To witness such a person being annihilated before their very eyes by Dongfang Yuan in a single strike was staggering. How immensely powerful must Dongfang Yuan be? In an instant, both the ancient ancestor of the Qin family and Qin Zhuoqiu were engulfed in a mixture of curiosity and delight. Regardless of the strength of Dongfang Yuan, the presence of him now meant that the Qin family's predicament could be resolved with relative ease. Meanwhile, the trio of Feng Mabai, Jiang Baixing, and Shen Ningfa, having witnessed the grim demise of Yuan Tianzong, were each filled with horror and disbelief. How could Dongfang Yuan be so formidable? Was he truly just a member of the younger generation? Though their minds were rife with questions, fear overshadowed their curiosity. The ability of Dongfang Yuan to eliminate Yuan Tianzong with a single strike suggested that he possessed the power to annihilate any one of them. Indeed, the possibility of him dispatching all three of them was not beyond the realm of imagination. Contemplating this, a sense of despair began to seep into Jiang Baixing's heart, just as Dongfang Yuan's gaze fell upon him. The chill that coursed through him felt as if it penetrated to the very core of his being, causing him to tremble slightly. Were it not for the fact that he was suspended in midair, he would have surely crumpled to the ground, his limbs rendered weak and incapable of supporting him. Jiang Baixing found himself locked in a gaze with Dongfang Yuan, his anxiety palpable as his body quivered, rendering his speech incoherent. "You can rest assured," he stammered. "You and Yuan Tianzong can await your reunion in the depths of hell. It won't be long before I send everyone from Blood Shadow Tower down to keep you company on the road to the underworld. You shan't be alone." A subtle smile graced Dongfang Yuan's face as he gradually advanced toward Jiang Baixing amidst the vast expanse of the sky. Jiang Baixing's terror escalated to unfathomable heights upon seeing the smile on Dongfang Yuan's face, which resembled that of a demonic figure from the depths of hell wielding a scythe, offering the most fearsome grin imaginable. No, no. His pupils dilated, and his mind teetered on the brink of madness. In an instant, he bolted, channeling every ounce of strength he possessed to flee, his speed reaching a frenzied peak as he darted toward the horizon. Shen Ningfa, quick of mind, realized that with Jiang Baixing's flight, Dongfang Yuan's attention would surely be diverted toward him. Consequently, he also sprinted in the opposite direction of Jiang Baixing, pushing himself to the limit as he transformed into a streak of light. Hastily retreating, observing the frantic escape of the two, Dongfang Yuan remained unperturbed, a faint smile still playing at the corners of his lips. The previously restless Feng Mabai found himself calmed, suppressing the turmoil within. Suddenly, a formidable aura emanated from Dongfang Yuan, reminiscent of a celestial being at the fifth tier of the divine sovereign realm. This overwhelming energy surged through the air like a tsunami, enveloping Qian Zhuqiu and Feng Mabai, leaving them feeling as if their very souls were being forced skyward, rendering them motionless and paralyzed with fear, in stark contrast to the elation of Qian Zhuqiu and the ancient ancestor of the Qian family. Feng Mabai's countenance turned ashen, devoid of color, resembling a blank sheet of paper. "Sword Dragon Ming," Dongfang Yuan declared, forming his fingers into the shape of a sword and unleashing two crimson streaks of sword light in the direction of the fleeing duo. The sword energy morphed into bloodthirsty dragons, their gaping maws brimming with overwhelming might, lunging toward the two with insatiable ferocity. With a roar, the bloodthirsty dragons soared through the air, their speed far surpassing that of Jiang Baixing and Shen Ningfa. Feng Mabai and Qian Zhuqiu witnessed Shen Ningfa glance back, only to see the bloodthirsty dragon bearing down upon him. "No." Shen Ningfa's voice was filled with despair and unwillingness, but in the next moment, the dragon's maw engulfed him entirely. With a thunderous crash, the dragon's power detonated within, sending shockwaves reverberating through the AI. It was akin to a blood star exploding, showering the skies with crimson rain and saturating the atmosphere with layers of blood mist. For a brief moment, it was impossible to discern whether the crimson deluge was the result of Dongfang Yuan's power or Shen Ningfa's blood. All that was clear was that Shen Ningfa had met a gruesome end, utterly obliterated, even more so than Yuan Tianzong in that instant. Another explosion echoed across the heavens, blood droplets cascading down and mist enveloping the area. The figures of the two were akin to fireworks. Consumed by the bloodthirsty dragon, their souls and flesh erupting in a spectacular display of sanguine artistry. Feng Mabai was now utterly bereft of composure, his heart racing in chaos. Despite Jiang Baixing and Shen Ningfa's desperate flight, they had been unable to escape the lethal grasp of Dongfang Yuan. At that moment, he was at a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, on the battlefield below, following the demise of Jiang Baixing and Shen Ningfa, the three major factions found themselves in utter disarray, their morale shattered. The disciples of the Qin family and the Tianyin dynasty wreaked havoc, slaying their foes with abandon, causing chaos and panic among the ranks of the three factions. In that moment, the disciples of the three factions fell like rain, their spirits crushed, and with the overwhelming pressure emanating from Dongfang Yuan at the fifth tier of the divine sovereign realm. A sense of despair washed over the battlefield. One harbored thoughts of fighting to the death. Instead, their sole desire was to survive and flee. Chapter 32. The unfortunate death of the centipede. Run for your lives. Flee, hurry. At that moment, the disciples of the Evil Moon Palace and Burning Heaven Island were devoid of any fighting spirit, their faces pale with fear as they frantically fled from the Qin family estate. Chase them! The formidable warriors of the Qin family and the Tianyin dynasty were not about to let them escape so easily, pursuing them relentlessly. The battlefield expanded rapidly from the Qin family estate, engulfing the streets of Tianlin City in chaos. The forces of the Qin family and Tianyin dynasty acted like merciless reapers of death, ruthlessly slaughtering the disciples of the three factions. Qin Zhuqiu, the ancient ancestor of the Qin family, Tai Poyan, and Tian Yuang, the four divine sovereigns, did not remain idle in the skies. Instead, they led their forces in a brutal campaign against the remnants of the three factions. Engaging in the most sanguinary of slaughters, their towering divine sovereign avatars blocked the ends of every street, severing any hope of escape for the disciples of the three factions. With cries of despair echoing, waves of spiritual attacks descended upon the disciples of the three factions, resulting in countless tragedies, their lifeless bodies strewn across the streets. Many buildings in Tianlin City suffered collateral damage, collapsing under the onslaught, while the ruins became the final resting place for numerous disciples of the three factions. The entirety of Tianlin City had transformed into a veritable hell on earth, the air thick with the stench of blood, permeating every corner of the city. The forces of the Tianyin dynasty, particularly the God-slaying guards, golden armored guards, and shadow guards, exhibited exceptional combat prowess, decimating a significant portion of the Evil Moon Palace and Burning Heaven Island's personnel. Their ferocity was terrifying, their ruthlessness beyond comprehension. They displayed no semblance of emotion, adhering strictly to Dongfang Yuan's commands as they wantonly slaughtered countless disciples from the three factions, their expressions remaining utterly impassive. At that moment, Qin Shinro stood upon the square of the Qin family estate, surrounded by a mountain of corpses, the majority belonging to the disciples of the three factions. Unscathed herself, she was flanked by two unwavering shadow guards, who had assisted her in dispatching at least several thousand adversaries. For the first time, Qin Shinro felt a profound sense of security, the presence of the shadow guards granting her an unprecedented feeling of safety. Her gaze inevitably drifted toward the imposing figure standing majestically in the sky. What manner of person was he? How could he command such a cadre of mysterious assassins? Qin Shinro's curiosity about these shadow guards, the god-slaying guards, and the golden armored guards was piqued. How had Dongfang Yuan cultivated them? Their abilities were so extraordinary, transforming them into mere killing machines, treating human lives with utter disregard. From their eyes, Qin Shinro perceived an unwavering loyalty to Dongfang Yuan. Meanwhile, in the heavens above, after eliminating Shen Ningfa and Jiang Baisheng, Dongfang Yuan's gaze settled upon Feng Ma Bai. Master Feng, it is now your turn, Dongfang Yuan remarked with a faint smile, as he slowly extended his hand. Wait. Dongfang Yuan, I, Zhuangqing Shen, bear no animosity toward your Tianyin dynasty. There has been no grievance between us. I have never offended your Tianyin dynasty. Moreover, the forces that killed your father are from Blood Shadow Tower. Not me. You cannot kill me. I am innocent. Under Dongfang Yuan's piercing gaze, Feng Ma Bai felt his legs weaken in fear. In the face of death, any semblance of the mountain lord's composure evaporated, replaced by sheer terror as he pleaded for his life before Dongfang Yuan. Dongfang Yuan flashed a devilish smile. However, you conspired with the Evil Moon Palace, intending to eradicate the Qin family and subsequently turn against my Tianyin dynasty. That's still considered innocent? No. Yuan Huang, you have misunderstood. I deceived them all along. From the very beginning, I never intended to oppose the Tianyin dynasty. Feng Mabai hastily defended himself. Dongfang Yuan smiled indifferently. No matter. Regardless of the circumstances, you shall still meet your demise. One flaw of mine is that I tend to prepare for contingencies. Anything that poses a threat to my Tianyan shall undoubtedly be met with proactive measures. With that, an energy orb began to coalesce in the palm of Dongfang Yuan's hand. Feng Mabai's complexion turned ashen, panic-stricken. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the dead centipede, which was still leaning against the tea house, observing the situation. Wait, Yuan Huang. I possess vital intelligence, that individual. He is the blind scholar, the #1 assassin of the Blood Shadow Tower. The dead centipede, Feng Mabai shouted in a frantic tone. The dead centipede, who had been intently watching the battlefield, was momentarily taken aback by Feng Mabai's sudden exclamation. In an instant, he regained his composure and vanished from the tea house, transforming into a streak of white light as he hastily fled into the distance. Feng Mabai, you scoundrel! The dead centipede bellowed in rage as he fled. He felt utterly foolish. Initially, he intended to be a mere bystander, keenly observing the spectacle. Yet now he found himself thrust into the role of the protagonist. The turmoil within him was indescribable. Had words the power to kill, Feng Mabai would have been rendered utterly annihilated in the dead centipede's mind at that moment. Dead centipede. Upon hearing Feng Mabai shout, Tai Poyan, Tianyu Wang, and Qian Juqiu, along with the other celestial lords, were drawn to the unfolding drama. At this time, Dongfang Yuan maintained a calm demeanor, his expression unhurried. His gaze shifted, locking onto the fleeting figure of the dead centipede. His speed was remarkable, and his stealth techniques were superb, creating numerous phantoms in the sky to confound Dongfang Yuan's vision. Alas, the moment his spiritual serpent was crushed beneath Dongfang Yuan's foot. His aura had long been pinpointed. The reason Dongfang Yuan had refrained from striking was his unwavering confidence that the dead centipede could not escape. However, with Feng Mabai's outcry, he had no choice but to attend to the matter at hand. A beam of light shot forth from Dongfang Yuan's fingertip, racing towards the dead centipede's true form like a shooting star. The speed was swifter than lightning, covering dozens of miles in the blink of an eye, swiftly closing in on the dead centipede's rear. Impossible! As the dead centipede fled, a sudden chill enveloped him from behind. Turning to look, his expression morphed into one of sheer horror. He could not comprehend how Dongfang Yuan had located his true form in such a brief span. Yet, before he could ponder this further, the energy beam struck him directly. The dead centipede summoned all his strength for defense in the next instant, but Dongfang Yuan's power far exceeded his own. Utterly overwhelming him, boom! The force erupted, sending shockwaves that obliterated a nearby hill, reducing it to flat ground. The dead centipede, unable to even utter a cry, was consumed by the explosion, his flesh, blood, and soul vanishing from this world in an instant. The renowned head assassin of the Blood Shadow Tower was thus annihilated by Dongfang Yuan in the wilderness. Chapter 33. Rooting out evil. Please, do not kill me, Yuan Huang. If you spare my life, I can divulge a secret of immense benefit to the Tianyin dynasty. Following the death of the dead centipede, Feng Mabai, who initially sought to escape, suddenly found himself immobilized. In the next moment, Dongfang Yuan appeared before him, prompting Feng Mabai to cry out in desperation. Yet, Dongfang Yuan remained unmoved. Why complicate matters? A soul search will suffice. As his words fell, Dongfang Yuan's hand descended upon Feng Mabai's crown, a powerful force penetrating his body. Soon, Feng Mabai's soul felt as though it was being torn asunder, a great hand delving deep into the recesses of his essence. The excruciating pain elicited a heart-wrenching wail from him that echoed across the skies. After a brief moment, Dongfang Yuan completed the soul search. Upon uncovering Feng Mabai's memories, a new light flickered within Dongfang Yuan's eyes. The sun and moon treasure? How intriguing! With a single palm, Dongfang Yuan obliterated Feng Mabai in midair, seizing his spatial ring in the process. Not a single one shall be spared from the three great factions. Following this, Dongfang Yuan issued an order. Leave no survivors among those remnants. Yes, Tianyu Wang, Tai Poyan, and the Zhan Shenwei promptly responded. surrounding and eliminating the remaining hundreds of disciples. Within less than the span of an incense stick, the battlefield was thoroughly concluded. This day's battle would undoubtedly elevate Dongfang Yuan's name throughout the northern region. Just from this encounter alone, 5 celestial lords had perished at Dongfang Yuan's hands. To single-handedly slay 5 celestial lords is an achievement that would resonate profoundly across the entire northern region. After the conclusion of the battle in Tianlin City, the disciples of the Qin family and the Tianyin dynasty began clearing the battlefield. At that moment, Dongfang Yuan stood with arms crossed upon a flying vessel, gazing down at the ruins of the streets below. Tian Yuang, Tai Poyan, Qin Juqiu, and the elder of the Qin family soon approached. Yuan Huang, we are deeply grateful for your assistance in this endeavor. We had not anticipated your strength to be so formidable. Seems the world has underestimated you in the past. Qin Juqiu and the elder of the Qin family expressed their gratitude respectfully, not daring to exhibit any arrogance. After all, given the strength Dongfang Yuan had displayed today, even a celestial lord at the 5th level would only be able to contend with him if they belonged to a hegemonic force. The Tianyin dynasty could now be regarded as the foremost power in the northern region, second only to the hegemonic forces. Even Guan Jiyun, the leader of the Blood Shadow Tower, would have to tread carefully around him. Dongfang Yuan's countenance was somewhat serious as he replied, "There is no need for such formalities, but I trust you will not forget the conditions we agreed upon." Fear not, Yuan Huang. My daughter is ready to accompany you back to the palace at any moment. From this day forth, the Qin family and the Tianyin dynasty shall forge a lasting alliance. Qin Juqiu could not have been more eager. The fact that Dongfang Yuan had reached the 5th level of the Celestial Lord realm at such a young age spoke volumes about his talent. In the history of the northern region, there had hardly been anyone who had broken through to the Celestial Lord realm before the age of 20. Dongfang Yuan was undoubtedly the first. He had shattered the record of prodigies in the northern region. With the conclusion of today's battle, news of Dongfang Yuan's exploits would soar to unprecedented heights. A celestial lord in their 20s would undoubtedly unsettle even the strongest members of those hegemonic forces. The battles here have concluded. However, our grievances with the forces of the Sheiyue Palace have yet to reach their resolution, Dongfang Yuan suddenly remarked. Chapter 34. The 3 top forces annihilated. Upon hearing Dongfang Yuan's words, Qin Juqiu immediately nodded. Rest assured, Yuan Huang. I understand what must be done. In that case, I leave Xinqing Mountain in your capable hands. Tian Yuang, General Tai, each of you lead 10 powerful beings of the Dharma realm and proceed to the Sheiyue Palace and the Finchin Island to uproot those 2 factions entirely. Leave not a single survivor, Dongfang Yuan commanded decisively. With the celestial lords of Finchin Island and the Sheiyue Palace now dead, and all elite forces having perished here, all that remained within those factions were merely some elders and disciples of average combat prowess. Thus, the 2 of them leading their forces to eliminate those individuals would likely encounter minimal resistance. Yes, Tian Yuang and Tai Poyan responded without hesitation. Elder, I also implore you to personally venture to Xinqing Mountain to ensure their complete eradication. Qin Juqiu addressed the elder of the Qin family. Very well, leave it to me, the elder replied. The outcome of the battle involving the Qin family in Tianlin City spread throughout the northern region in less than a day, leaving the populace astounded. No had anticipated that the Tianyin dynasty would support the Qin family, leading to such a dramatic conclusion. The hidden strength of the Tianyin dynasty was far more terrifying than anyone had imagined. Over 30 beings of the Dharma realm, moreover, there were those 12 peak Dharma realm assassins, merciless and truly a slaughtering machine. How had the Tianyin dynasty suddenly acquired such formidable individuals? While the 30-plus Dharma realm figures were indeed astonishing, the most shocking revelation was the current ruler of the Tianyin dynasty, Dongfang Yuan. In the prime of their 20s, one has astonishingly attained the 5th level of the celestial sovereign realm. During the battle at Tianlin City, they effortlessly dispatched 5 formidable celestial sovereigns, leaving an impressive record. Such talent is unparalleled in the annals of the northern domain. I have never heard of anyone breaking into the celestial sovereign realm at such a young age, truly a prodigy among prodigies. The news of this battle has sent shockwaves throughout various factions in the northern domain, all eyes now fixated on the Tianyin dynasty. However, before they could fully digest this information, another significant event unfolded in the northern domain. The gates of the three major factions, Xinqing Mountain, Xieyue Hall, and Finchen Island, were ruthlessly destroyed by the Qin family and three celestial sovereigns from the Tianyin dynasty. All remaining disciples and elders within these factions met a tragic end, perishing within their own sections. Thus, the three top-tier factions, Finchen Island, Xieyue Hall, and Xinqing Mountain, were completely eradicated, becoming mere dust in the history of the northern domain. The annihilation of these three dominant factions stirred considerable unrest, coupled with the revelation of the Tianyin dynasty's concealed strength during the battle at Tianlin City, particularly the prodigious prowess of Dongfang Yuan. The hegemonic forces of the northern domain began to cast their gaze upon the Tianyin dynasty. A faction capable of such deep concealment is formidable. Although Dongfang Yuan is merely at the fifth level of the celestial sovereign realm, this sends a clear signal to those at the hegemonic level. The profound heritage of the Tianyin dynasty, maintained in secrecy for so long, their exceptional nature, at this moment, within the Grand Hall of Fengyun sect, the sect master Wan Renwang, deputy sect master Han Zhao, and several senior elders were seated. What are your thoughts on the matter concerning the Tianyin dynasty? Wan Renwang inquired. Sect master, I find this affair rather peculiar. If the Tianyin dynasty possesses such depth, how could the previous ruler of the Tianyin dynasty have been entangled in a deadly conspiracy by the Blood Shadow Pavilion? Questioned an elder of Fengyun sect, clearly perplexed. Elder Lu raises a valid point. It is indeed baffling. However, have any of you noticed a detail? Dongfang Yuan's abilities seem excessively extraordinary. A son surpassing his father in cultivation to such an outrageous degree suggests that the issue lies not with the Tianyin dynasty itself, but rather with Dongfang Yuan. An elder observed coolly, I refuse to believe that such a prodigy could emerge from the northern domain. If indeed there exists such a being, it is highly probable they are not of this realm. At this juncture, an elderly man seated to Wan Renwang's left, named Gao Su, maintained an objective and calm analysis. Are you suggesting that Dongfang Yuan could be the reincarnation of an unparalleled powerhouse or perhaps a vessel of possession? Wan Renwang responded. It is highly likely. Gao Su affirmed his hypothesis resolutely. If that is the case, the Tianyin dynasty should not be underestimated. Wan Renwang's expression shifted gradually. Should Dongfang Yuan indeed be the reincarnation of a transcendent entity, their growth rate will undoubtedly be swift. Such a person, if befriended, could be advantageous. However, should enmity arise, the situation could become problematic. We must eliminate him before he fully matures. Sect Master, at this moment, we need not be overly concerned. Deputy Sect Master Han Zhao interjected suddenly. What do you mean? Wan Renwang inquired. Currently, Dongfang Yuan has merely reached the fifth level of the celestial sovereign realm. He poses no immediate threat to us. Moreover, he has killed the only disciple of our third elder. Recently, an aura emanated from the rear mountain, which I sense to be the third elder successfully breaking through. The third elder will emerge from seclusion shortly, and upon learning of his disciple's demise, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance upon the Tianyin dynasty. With the third elder's strength, he should have no trouble dealing with Dongfang Yuan, Han Zhao stated nonchalantly. At this moment, Wan Renwang recalled that their third elder's disciple was none other than the Tianyin dynasty's prodigy, Dongfang Xian, who was Dongfang Yuan's younger brother. Dongfang Xian had been ruthlessly slain by Dongfang Yuan, with even his supreme bone extracted. The third elder, still in seclusion, remained oblivious to this fact. Upon his emergence, upon discovering his disciple's murder, he would surely confront Dongfang Yuan at the Tianyin dynasty. If the Tianyin dynasty dares to resist, Fengyun sect would have a legitimate cause to unite their forces and annihilate them. Indeed, since the matter is thus, let us entrust it to the third elder. Since Dongfang Yuan has already become our adversary, he cannot be allowed to remain, Wan Renwang decisively concluded. Once there is enmity, it cannot be overlooked. Chapter 35. The Demon Lord Zhonglu, the Qian family. After several days of cleanup, all the corpses within Tianlin City have been completely cleared away. The Qian family's residence, with its shattered structures, has been swiftly restored by the Qian family's powerful practitioners. Following the conclusion of the battle, Tianlin City has returned to its former state, and the populace has begun to bustle once more. Due to Dongfang Yuan's continued presence within the Qian family, the number of visitors to Tianlin City has more than doubled. as many come to witness the legendary prodigy of the Northern Domain. The Emperor of the Abyss. However, they have all been kept outside the Qin family's estate, and even individuals from other top-tier factions have been denied an audience with Dongfang Yuan. Ding, congratulations to the host. The Tianyin dynasty has occupied the former territories of Sheiyue Hall and Finchin Island. The Tianyin dynasty's prestige has increased by 1,000 points, bringing the total prestige to 2820. A reward package has been dispatched. Upon reaching 2,000 prestige, an achievement package has also been sent. Within a chamber, Dongfang Yuan received the notification from the system. Following the annihilation of Sheiyue Hall and Finchin Island by Tai Poyan and Tianyu Wang, the strong practitioners of the Tianyin dynasty were immediately dispatched to seize control of the territories and cities under their command. Consequently, Dongfang Yuan's prestige rose accordingly. System. Open the reward package and achievement package. Dongfang Yuan did not hesitate and promptly activated the packages. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have obtained 30,000 years of cultivation X1, God-slaying guards X6, Arrow God X1, Demon Lord Zhong Lu X1. Dongfang Yuan's heart surged with joy. Demon Lord Zhong Lu. Good heavens, now I have both of my favorite figures gathered in one place. Two figures suddenly materialized within his chamber. One was a middle-aged man, armed with a blazing bow. His gaze sharp as a sword, as if capable of piercing through all creation. His stature stood upright, exuding an air of authority without the need for anger. The other figure was clad in flowing black robes, tall and slender, with two sharp horns atop his head, exuding an aura of both wildness and majesty, enveloped in a dense atmosphere of demonic energy. Arrow God pays respects to your majesty. Zhong Lu pays respects to your majesty. Both figures knelt before Dongfang Yuan, paying their respects. There is no need for such formality. Please rise, Dongfang Yuan promptly responded. After they stood, Dongfang Yuan examined their attribute panels. Name: Arrow God Artifact, Blazing Bow Talent, Limitless Physique, Heavenly Arrow Sacred Body Destiny Luck Value, 89 Cultivation Realm, 6th level of Celestial Sovereign Name, Zhong Lu Artifact, Spatial Demon Blade Talent, Limitless Physique, Heavenly Demon Divine Body Destiny Luck Value, 98 Cultivation Realm, 9th level of Celestial Sovereign. Having reviewed their information panels, Dongfang Yuan was both astonished and delighted. Truly the Demon Lord, comparable to the war god Faping, at the pinnacle of the Celestial Sovereign Realm. With this, the strength of the Tianyin dynasty has increased once more. Dongfang Yuan rejoiced internally. Now, with the Tianyin dynasty and himself combined, they already possessed 3 peak combatants at the Celestial Sovereign Realm. Such strength, in the Northern Domain, would render them largely untroubled even by hegemonic forces. You too, conceal your cultivation for now. Do not reveal it prematurely, Dongfang Yuan instructed. Understood. The Demon Lord Zhong Lu and Arrow God swiftly masked their powers, appearing as mere mortals devoid of any spiritual energy in the eyes of outsiders. Subsequently, 6 god-slaying guards also appeared within the chamber. Like those summoned previously, all 6 were at the pinnacle of the Dharma manifestation realm. System, can I only use this 30,000 years of cultivation for myself? Dongfang Yuan, deep in thought, inquired. System, host, the cultivation you have acquired can be allocated to yourself or distributed among the characters summoned through the system, with the authority resting solely in your hands. Upon hearing the system's response, Dongfang Yuan promptly made a decision. Very well, I shall use 10,000 years of cultivation to enhance myself. Then, I will select 5 Shadow Guards, 5 Golden Armored Guards, and 5 Dragon Slayers, distributing the remaining 20,000 years of cultivation evenly among them. System. Command received. System. Allocation in progress. The voice of the system echoed in Dongfang Yuan's mind, and concurrently, the bottleneck in his cultivation began to loosen. His aura rapidly ascending. System. 30,000 years of cultivation has been fully allocated. System. The host has reached the 7th level of the Celestial Venerable Realm, while the 15 selected personal guards have all attained the 3rd level of the Celestial Venerable Realm. Dongfang Yuan inspected his body, feeling a significant increase in his aura, as if filled with newfound power. Beside him, 5 of the 6 Dragon Slayers had also reached the 3rd level of the Celestial Venerable Realm. Fortunately, they were all suppressing their auras, thus avoiding exposure. The system's method of allocating cultivation prioritized personal guards closest to Dongfang Yuan. The Shadow Guards and Golden Armored Guards stationed in the Qin family also received enhancements. However, while Dongfang Yuan could accept the increase for his guards, he found it difficult to comprehend the limitations imposed on his own cultivation. System, what is going on? With 10,000 years of cultivation, I only managed to break through 2 minor realms. Are you certain you haven't shortchanged me? Dongfang Yuan questioned inwardly with skepticism. This was utterly absurd. 10,000 years of cultivation resulting in merely 2 minor realm advancements. He could hardly believe that the system had not consumed it. System, host. This system prides itself on being a fair and reliable platform with credibility guaranteed by character. It is impossible for it to unilaterally consume the host cultivation. System. The reason for the host's slow breakthroughs lies primarily in the cultivation technique you practice. System. The cultivation granted by the system is infused into the host's body in the form of spiritual energy, while the Hongmeng Chaos Divine Art you are practicing is indeed one of the most supreme techniques in the universe. System. However, you have only cultivated a portion of this technique, which, while enabling you to continuously defeat multiple opponents of the same realm, comes with the drawback of restricting your breakthrough speed. System. Particularly after reaching the 5th level of the Celestial Venerable Realm. Having cultivated this technique to a minor accomplishment, your reservoir of spiritual energy is exponentially greater than that of your peers. System. Consequently, the spiritual energy required for you to break through will be several times, if not hundreds of times, that of others at the same level. System. Do you understand now? Chapter 36, a deceptive technique? A complete technique. So, what you're saying is that while the Hongmeng Chaos Divine Art enhances my combat prowess against others at the same realm, it simultaneously hampers my cultivation speed? Dongfang Yuan asked, his eyes twitching. System. Precisely. How infuriating. What kind of technique is this that it hinders my progress? If I had known this would be the outcome, I would have preferred not to practice this troublesome art at all. Dongfang Yuan nearly erupted in anger. It turned out that the consumption of his 10,000 years of cultivation was due to this technique. System. Host, please remain calm. We can discuss this matter. System. The technique you are currently practicing indeed has side effects, but the primary issue is that you have not mastered the complete version of the Hongmeng Chaos Divine Art. System. Once you learn the complete technique, the side effects will dissipate on their own. Dongfang Yuan's heart became remarkably tranquil, yet he remained silent. System. Host, are you listening? Of course, but you need to provide it to me. Dongfang Yuan internally raged. System. The complete Hongmeng Chaos Divine Art can be obtained by unlocking the Offspring Gift Pack and the Prestige Value Gift Pack. Dongfang Yuan. At this moment, Dongfang Yuan felt quite vexed. After calming himself, he let out a long sigh. Never mind. With my current cultivation at the 7th level of the Celestial Venerable Realm, I am already invincible in the Northern Domain. I will address the matter of the technique later. Dongfang Yuan contemplated that the 3 major forces had been eradicated, and the dead centipede of the Blood Shadow Pavilion was no more. Since that was the case, he decided to take decisive action and strike at the Blood Shadow Pavilion's stronghold and their hidden operatives. Arrow God, heed my command. Dongfang Yuan promptly ordered. Present. Arrow God replied respectfully. Arrow God, you are to proceed to Belodi in the Northern Domain, the stronghold of the Blood Shadow Pavilion. Lead 6 Dragon Slayers and uproot the entire stronghold. Remember, leave no survivors. Dongfang Yuan commanded. Yes, Your Majesty. Arrow God immediately set off with the 6 Dragon Slayers to Belodi. Through Su Bai, he had already familiarized himself with the Blood Shadow Pavilion's headquarters and the locations of their various hidden operatives. Considering the timing, Su Bai should have already made his move. With a thought from Dongfang Yuan, 2 shadow guards at the 3rd level of the Celestial Venerable Realm appeared in the room. Your Majesty, Dongfang Yuan looked at the 2 and promptly said, inform King Tianyu and Tai Poyan that they need not return to the Qin family, but should proceed directly to the Blood Shadow Pavilion's hidden operatives and eliminate them completely. Additionally, the 4 of you shadow guards should mobilize to eradicate all branches of the Blood Shadow Pavilion. Act immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. The shadow guards instantly vanished from the room. After their departure, Dongfang Yuan turned to Chong Lu. His gaze filled with admiration. Demon Lord, you shall remain here for now. After we annihilate the Blood Shadow Pavilion, you will accompany me back to the palace. where I will introduce you to a familiar old friend. Trust me, you will be pleasantly surprised upon meeting him. Yes, Your Majesty, Chonglu nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at a distance from Tianlin City, Tai Poyan and King Tianyu, leading the powerful members of the Tianyin dynasty, were aboard a flying vessel heading towards the Qin family's location. On the deck, King Tianyu suddenly received a message, and his expression changed. He immediately shouted, "Stop! Turn around quickly!" "What happened?" Tai Poyan inquired beside him. "The Emperor intends to take action against the Blood Shadow Pavilion. We have already sent people to their headquarters, and the Shadow Guards have instructed us to proceed to the Blood Shadow Pavilion's various hidden operatives and eliminate them without leaving a single survivor." King Tianyu stated sternly. "Excellent! We can finally help the late Emperor avenge his blood feud," Tai Poyan exclaimed with excitement. "All troops, turn around immediately." The air above was filled with the flying vessels of the Tianyin dynasty as they swiftly changed course and sailed into the distance. At the same time, within the underground palace of the Blood Shadow Pavilion's headquarters, in a certain pavilion, Guan Zhiyun and Nan Minyu wore expressions so grim they could almost drip water. Their demeanor was exceedingly serious. Clearly having received news about the battle in Tianlin City, they were aware of the annihilation of the three major forces and that the territories of Finshan Island and Sheiyue Palace had fallen under the control of the Tianyin dynasty. Most critically, they were shocked by Dongfang Yuan's unexpectedly formidable cultivation and the death of the dead centipede. How did he cultivate to such a level? A mere waste has reached the 5th level of the celestial venerable realm, surpassing all of us, and the Tianyin dynasty's underlying strength boasts as many as 30 powerful beings at the Dharma aspect realm, even more than us. If I had known they had such depth, we would never have allied with the Dream Dynasty, Guan Zhiyun lamented, a hint of regret coloring his words. Had he known Dongfang Yuan was so powerful and the Tianyin dynasty so deeply entrenched, he would have never agreed to Xiao Tianding's terms. Unfortunately, there are no remedies for regret in this world. Some grudges, once formed, can never be reconciled. Master, we have consistently underestimated Dongfang Yuan, which has led to our current predicament. His cultivation has skyrocketed to the 5th level of the celestial venerable realm. This cannot be mere coincidence, Nan Minyu remarked, furrowing his brow. Are you suggesting he is the reincarnation or possession of some ancient being? Guan Zhiyun speculated. That is quite possible. Otherwise, among the younger generation in the northern domain, even the most gifted beings are merely at the Dharma aspect realm. Yet he has reached the 5th level of the celestial venerable realm before 30. I find it hard to believe he has no ancient ties, Nan Minyu asserted firmly. However, regardless of his former identity, our enmity is now established, and he has even killed the dead centipede. We are now at an impasse with the Tiandi Pavilion, and we cannot afford to falter. Guan Zhiyun wore a worried expression, anxiously pondering their next move, while Nan Minyu, deep in thought, rubbed his chin. At that moment, a figure rushed in, flustered and breathless, disrupting their contemplation. Not good. The host exclaimed, a grave situation has arisen. What has happened now? Upon seeing the newcomer burst in, and with Guan Zhiyun's mind still in a particularly agitated state, a hint of resentment lingered in the air. It's young master. He, upon hearing that it was his own son, Guan Zhiyun's expression shifted to one of immediate concern. What has happened to Xingyu? Speak. Young Master Quan is gone, the disciple exclaimed in panic. What did you say? The countenances of both Guan Zhiyun and Nan Minyu turned pale with shock. Chapter 37. Quan has fallen. At this moment, Guan Zhiyun and Nan Minyu hurriedly made their way to the room where Guan Xingyu was located. As they entered, the first sight that greeted them was the lower half of Guan Xingyu's body stained with blood. The once vibrant young man now lay in a state of disarray, his eyes gouged out, gravely injured, and barely clinging to life. Xingyu. Upon witnessing this scene, Guan Zhiyun felt his emotions teetering on the brink of collapse. His eyes widened in fury as he stood at the bedside, gazing at his son's woeful condition, his hands trembling with rage. Nan Minyu's expression also shifted, recognizing the brutality of the assailant's actions. Not only had they deprived Guan Xingyu of his sight, but they had also rendered him incapable of ever being a man again. Such cruelty was beyond comprehension. Xingyu, can you hear me? Who did this to you? Nan Minyu leaned closer, inquiring gently. Guan Xingyu weakly parted his lips, though his words were slurred. Both Nan Minyu and Guan Jian leaned down, straining to catch the fragmented utterances of Guan Xingyu. It's Su Bai. He is a traitor, Guan Xingyu managed to gasp, as if expending the last of his strength. The excruciating pain from his injuries, compounded by the complete depletion of his energy, caused him to lose consciousness. Xingyu! Xingyu! Guan Jian cried out in desperation, immediately placing a healing pill into his mouth, hoping to preserve his son's life. At this juncture, Nan Minyu's complexion shifted again, as if he had suddenly recalled something, his expression becoming one of profound dread. Meanwhile, Guan Jian, witnessing the pitiful state of his son, roared in fury, Su Bai, you have the audacity to betray the Blood Shadow Pavilion and to harm my son so heinously. I vow to flay you alive and reduce your body to mere fragments. The intensity of Guan Jian's gaze was terrifying, his expression akin to a predator poised to strike. He had never imagined that Su Bai, a prized assassin of the Blood Shadow Pavilion, would turn against him. Now, it seemed that after gravely injuring Guan Xingyu, Su Bai had already fled. Fearing to linger, Nan Minyu, you must depart immediately and pursue Su Bai. Capture him alive. I will personally make him pay in blood for what he has done to Xingyu. Guan Jian's demeanor verged on madness as he bellowed orders to Nan Minyu. However, Nan Minyu did not comply. Instead, he spoke earnestly, Host, please, you must remain calm. If Su Bai is indeed a traitor, then he is likely to have been apprehended by Dongfang Yuan after his failed assassination attempt on that fateful night. As a high-ranking member of the Blood Shadow Pavilion, he knows many of our secrets, including the locations of our hidden operatives, branches, and the headquarters. He has undoubtedly divulged everything to Dongfang Yuan. Given the current circumstances, the headquarters is no longer safe. We must relocate at once. After objectively assessing the situation, Nan Minyu urgently urged, No. You must pursue Su Bai. While he has yet to flee too far, you must go after him at once. Xingyu's injuries cannot be delayed. I must treat him immediately to ensure his survival. Even if they discover the location of our base, we cannot afford to lose this moment. Dongfang Yuan remains within the Qian family. As long as he has not arrived, we need not rush to evacuate. At this moment, Guan Jian, driven by a mother's instinct, found it difficult to maintain composure. To him, the only threat posed by the Tianyin dynasty was Dongfang Yuan. As long as he remained absent, there was no need for concern. Furthermore, with numerous spies from various factions within the city, he would be informed the moment Dongfang Yuan departed, allowing them to relocate without haste. His foremost desire was to capture Su Bai, to exact a brutal revenge for the suffering inflicted upon Guan Xingyu. Nan Minyu stood there, brow furrowed in concern. His perspective diverged entirely from that of Guan Jian. Although Dongfang Yuan had yet to arrive, Su Bai's reckless decision to expose himself and gravely injure Guan Xingyu suggested that the Tianyin dynasty might already be en route. Given their formidable resources, they were entirely unaware of the extent of the Tianyin dynasty's power. Should they possess even one expert at the 5th level of the celestial sovereign realm or higher, the arrival of such a figure would spell certain doom for them all. Nan Minyu's apprehension grew, yet he understood the nature of Guan Jian. The life of his son held far greater value to him than his own, and even if he were to voice his concerns, Guan Jian would be unlikely to heed them. What are you still standing there for? Go after him at once. Witnessing Nan Minyu remain rooted to the spot, Guan Jian shouted in agitation. Nan Minyu cast a glance at him, then nodded, understood. In the next moment, he departed the chamber. Guan Jian wasted no time in commencing treatment for Guan Xingyu's injuries. However, once Nan Minyu exited the room, he did not pursue Su Bai. Instead, he returned to his own quarters and summoned 5 elite assassins from the Law Manifestation Realm, all of whom were his trusted subordinates. Deputy Master, have you called us together for a specific reason? One of the assassins inquired that Su Bai has betrayed us and severely injured the young master. It is highly likely that powerful figures from the Tianyin dynasty are on their way to the headquarters. I attempted to persuade the host to mobilize our forces for evacuation, but he is adamant about treating the young master's injuries. I ask you all, do you intend to follow me to safety, or will you remain here to face certain death alongside them? Nan Minyu's words were succinct, indicating his decision to disregard Guan Jian's orders. With calamity looming, He had already urged caution, but Guan Zhiyun remained obstinate and untrusting. Thus, Nan Minyu resolved to prioritize his own survival. After all, it is difficult to counsel the unwilling. He feared that his own fate was sealed. The 5 assassins exchanged startled glances upon hearing this revelation. The betrayal of Su Bai was an unexpected turn of events. Given the well-documented strength of the Tianyin dynasty, which had obliterated both the Xueyue Palace and the Finchen Island, the annihilation of the Blood Shadow Pavilion was not beyond the realm of possibility. The 5 soon reached a consensus. Chapter 38. The Fall of the Blood Shadow Pavilion. Deputy Master, we will follow you. The 5 elite assassins made a swift decision, opting to flee with Nan Minyu. Good. There is no time to waste. We must leave at once. Nan Minyu quickly gathered his belongings alongside the 5 elite assassins, and they promptly departed from the Blood Shadow Pavilion's headquarters. Meanwhile, Guan Zhiyun remained oblivious to Nan Minyu's escape, completely unaware of the unfolding events. Half a day later, as Guan Zhiyun continued to treat Guan Xingyu's injuries within the confines of the chamber, a frantic elite assassin burst in. Host, there is trouble. The deputy master, along with Zhou Qing and Bai Zhe, have suddenly gone silent. They are no longer at the headquarters, and we cannot reach them. Listening to the panicked words of the assassin, Guan Zhiyun broke into a cold sweat, his spiritual energy waning. Ts nothing. The deputy master took them to chase Su Bai. I ordered it. You may leave. But if they were pursuing Su Bai, why have all of their belongings been cleared from their quarters? The assassin queried, perplexed at this. Guan Zhiyun's entire being jolted, his body trembling violently as his pupils constricted. What did you say? Their belongings are gone? Yes. Whether it's the deputy master or Zhou Qing and the others, everything in their quarters has vanished, and a significant portion of the treasures from the treasury has also disappeared. The assassin spoke. Bewildered. In that moment, Guan Zhiyun finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Nan Minyu, you have the audacity to betray me as well. He ceased his healing efforts, his expression contorting into one of utter rage, his fury erupting like a volcano. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated throughout the Blood Shadow Pavilion, sending shockwaves through everyone inside, as the entire underground palace trembled violently, reminiscent of an earthquake. What is happening? Guan Zhiyun's expression shifted abruptly, sensing a string of calamities unfolding. Host, this is dire. It's the Tianyin dynasty. Their powerful figures have arrived. All the escape routes from the headquarters have been obliterated, and they are now breaching the underground palace. A frantic assassin rushed in, panic evident on his face. What? Guan Zhiyun was engulfed in a profound terror, yet upon a moment's reflection, he realized. That cannot be. Dongfang Yuan was clearly still within the Qian residence. How could the heavenly Yin dynasty possibly have formidable warriors assailing my Blood Shadow Tower? Master, the heavenly Yin dynasty harbors concealed powers. Several of those golden armored guards of Dongfang Yuan are at the celestial sovereign tier, and one of them wielding a bow has unleashed 3 arrows that obliterated our 3 escape routes. The assassin who rushed and exclaimed urgently, boom. Another resounding explosion echoed nearby, and Guan Zhiyun could hear amidst the cacophony of blasts the anguished cries of the dying. Master, we must leave at once. While they are still unaware of our whereabouts, we must make our exit. The renowned assassin, now pale-faced, urged. Guan Zhiyun, with no time left for regret, immediately lifted the unconscious Guan Xingchen and declared, let us flee. We must withdraw at once. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The trio soared out of the building, intent on escaping the subterranean palace of Blood Shadow Tower. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The entire underground of Blood Shadow Tower had transformed into a scene of carnage. With 6 godslayers, 5 of whom were at the 3rd tier of Celestial Sovereign, wreaking havoc, they slaughtered indiscriminately within the palace, leaving countless assassins' corpses strewn in pools of blood, with no one capable of halting their relentless massacre. The structures, pavilions, and foam mountains, after enduring the onslaught, crumbled completely, and the underground palace gradually morphed into a blood-soaked wasteland. The arrow god hovered in the air, blocking the entrance to prevent any survivors from escaping. With several escape routes demolished by his arrows, The only way for the Blood Shadow Tower's personnel to flee was through the entrance. The Arrow God, wielding a blazing bow that seemed to ignite with the apparitions of the vermilion bird and the phoenix, surveyed the battlefield and released a barrage of fiery spiritual arrows. Each arrow effortlessly annihilated nearly 1,000 assassins, creating widespread destruction, while the flames spread, forming a fiery blockade that engulfed the entire palace. Whoosh, huh? A rat? The Arrow God's gaze shifted to the left, where he spotted Guan Jiyun and his companions emerging from the building. So, you are Guan Jiyun, the master of Blood Shadow Tower, he deduced, having locked onto Guan Jiyun's position. Raising his blazing bow, he drew back a full moon. At the sixth tier of Celestial Sovereign. No, no. Upon sensing the Arrow God's formidable aura, Guan Jiyun's complexion paled in sheer horror, and without hesitation, he veered in another direction. Clutching his son tightly, the two assassins immediately followed suit, daring not to approach the entrance again. However, the Arrow God's arrow had already been loosed. Like a phoenix soaring through the skies, it sped toward Guan Jiyun. Enveloped in crimson flames, and no matter how desperately Guan Jiyun tried to flee, the next moment it struck him directly, bang. The air erupted in a tremendous explosion, a fireball detonating violently from within the roaring flames. Guan Jiyun's heart-rending scream pierced the air, soon engulfed entirely by the fire, reduced to mere ashes. The other two, too, were intercepted by a celestial sovereign godslayer, whose sword light flashed, severing their heads in an instant. The massacre at the Blood Shadow Tower's headquarters was brief, lasting not even the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, and soon all who remained within were dead. After the Arrow God and his men seized the treasures from the Blood Shadow Tower's vault, they ascended to the surface and loosed an arrow towards Baluo. The ground trembled violently for hundreds of miles, dust billowing as the ruins of the entire Blood Shadow Tower's underground lay exposed to the sunlight. Having completed this, the Arrow God led 6 Godslayers away. Not long after, astonishing news swept through the northern domain. The headquarters of Blood Shadow Tower was in Baluo, yet it had been utterly annihilated, including their hidden operatives and branch offices. All had been uprooted by the Heavenly Yin dynasty, leaving no survivors. Upon hearing this news, many dominant powers in the northern domain were left in profound shock. The Heavenly Yin dynasty had actually discovered the headquarters of Blood Shadow Tower and had obliterated them. But Dongfang Yuan was clearly still within the Qian residence, who within the Heavenly Yin dynasty possessed the capability to eradicate Blood Shadow Tower. In no time, discussions surrounding the Heavenly Yin dynasty erupted once more, with many speculating that there must be a celestial sovereign above the 5th tier concealed within their ranks. Otherwise, the obliteration of Blood Shadow Tower could hardly be explained without Dongfang Yuan's intervention. Chapter 39. A conversation with Qian Xinro.in the Grand Hall of the Qian family. Dongfang Yuan and Chong Lu sat regally. Qian Zhuqiu and several high-ranking elders of the Qian family were also present. Upon seeing Chong Lu's unfamiliar visage, they inquired about his identity, to which Dongfang Yuan replied that Chong Lu was a vassal of the Heavenly Yin dynasty. Though Qian Zhuqiu and others could not discern Chong Lu's cultivation level, his association with the Heavenly Yin dynasty indicated he was undoubtedly a formidable expert, leading the Qian family to treat him with utmost respect. Family head Qian, where is Shinro? Dongfang Yuan inquired. Ha ha ha, your majesty. Do not worry, I have already informed my daughter to come. Please wait a moment, Qian Zhuqiu responded with a knowing smile. I am not anxious. Since Shinro has yet to arrive, I have a matter to discuss with you. Concerning the Sun and Moon treasure, Dongfang Yuan stated directly. Upon hearing about the Sun and Moon treasure, the expressions of the Qian family members grew serious. Qian Zhuqiu earnestly replied, I assume your majesty has acquired a Sun and Moon key from Feng Mabai? Indeed. Furthermore, through soul searching, I have learned much about the Sun and Moon treasure. However, while Feng Mabai is aware of the specific routes within the relic, he does not know its location. It requires the combination of 2 Sun and Moon keys to reveal the relic's position. If all goes as expected, the other Sun and Moon key should be in your possession, family head Qian, Dongfang Yuan articulated. From Feng Mabai's memories, he understood the immense value of the Sun and Moon treasure. Not only celestial sovereigns, but even semi-saints and true saints would be tempted to obtain the treasure. The two keys must be combined to reveal the relic's location, and on the night of the full moon, the relic would manifest, allowing them to unlock it and access the treasure. Indeed, the other sun and moon key is indeed in my possession, Qian Zhuqiu conceded. Dongfang Yuan smiled, family head Qian. With less than 2 months remaining until the next full moon, would you be willing to join forces with my heavenly Yin dynasty to share in this treasure? 50-50. What say you? Upon hearing this, Qian Zhuqiu felt a surge of joy. He had anticipated Dongfang Yuan would attempt to seize it by force. Yet here he was, proposing an equitable division. Of course, it is my family's fortune that your majesty wishes to share the sun and moon treasure with us. Qian Zhuqiu readily agreed. Subsequently, both Dongfang Yuan and Qian Zhuqiu retrieved their respective sun and moon keys and united them. Whoosh! Instantly, the combined keys radiated golden light, coalescing into an image suspended in the air of the Grand Hall. By observing the image, it became apparent that the location was a mountain range. It is the North Star Mountain Range. One of the Qian family's elders exclaimed. Dongfang Yuan had heard of this place. The North Star Mountain Range was an immensely vast range in the northern domain, known for its proximity to the 10,000 Beasts Forest, where powerful ferocious beasts roamed. With the location of the relic now clear, Dongfang Yuan felt reassured, and both parties returned the keys to their possession. They now awaited the night of the full moon. At that moment, Qian Shinro entered the hall. Father, your majesty, she greeted, bowing to both Qian Zhuqiu and Dongfang Yuan. Shinro, no need for such formalities. Come, sit here, Dongfang Yuan gestured, and Qian Shinro took a seat beside him. Family head Qian, I intend to take Shinro back with me upon my return. Is there any issue with this? Dongfang Yuan declared. No problem at all. There is certainly no issue. The young lady has garnered the favor of the Emperor Yuan, which is indeed a blessing for both her and my Qian family, Qian Zhuqiu remarked with a smile. The senior members of the Qian family echoed his sentiments, chuckling in agreement. Haha, indeed. It is a match made in heaven for Emperor Yuan and Shinro. This girl, Shinro, has grown up before our eyes. Though she may be somewhat slow in her cultivation, her intellect is remarkably sharp. The rumors circulating outside are nothing but fabrications. Once Emperor Yuan spends more time with Shinro, he will surely come to appreciate her keen mind. Some of the elders from the Qian family chimed in, defending Qian Shinro against the slander she faced. Dongfang Yuan had not paid heed to those rumors, and at that moment, he suddenly took Qian Shinro's hand, caressing her fair and delicate skin, and addressed the elders. So, does that mean I have struck gold? The members of the Qian family exchanged knowing smiles. Qian Shinro's face, as beautiful as a moonlit flower, flushed slightly, and she gently replied, Your Majesty, you flatter me. I am but a mere girl. I hope you do not think less of me, Shinro. Your words are misguided. In this world, men and women are equal. Women too can harbor lofty ambitions. I have never underestimated anyone based on their gender, Dongfang Yuan stated earnestly. His words resonated with Qian Shinro's heart, stirring a budding affection within her for Dongfang Yuan. Before long, the conversation in the Grand Hall shifted, and Qian Zhuqiu suggested that Qian Shinro show Dongfang Yuan around the Qian family estate to help him become familiar with it. His underlying intention was quite clear, to facilitate a deeper connection between the two, perhaps even leading to a more intimate relationship. Qian Zhuqiu had gathered intelligence that Dongfang Yuan had yet to formally take a consort. If Shinro were to conceive his child first, then the Qian family would undoubtedly rise to prominence alongside him. Understanding her father's intentions, Qian Shinro did not refuse and led Dongfang Yuan through the back garden of the Qin estate. They walked hand in hand for a while. Dongfang Yuan eventually spoke. It is already dark. Allow me to escort you back to your chamber for some rest. Qian Shinro bit her lip, initially hesitant. She had not anticipated such swift progress. Truth be told, while she had a premonition, her heart was not fully prepared. However, after much contemplation, perhaps driven by impulse, she replied, Very well, I shall rely on your majesty's kindness. Chapter 40. A moment of spring night. Soon after, Dongfang Yuan escorted Qian Shinro back to her boudoir. Upon entering her room, he was greeted by a subtle fragrance and a pleasing decor that uplifted his spirits. With a gentle creak, Dongfang Yuan turned to close the door behind them. As Qian Shinro approached the chair and was about to sit down, suddenly, Dongfang Yuan appeared on the chair, causing her to inadvertently settle upon his lap. A wave of shyness washed over Qin Shinro, her entire being growing warm. Dong Fengyuan effortlessly pulled her into his embrace. The night passed in silence. The following day, as dawn broke, Dong Fengyuan was already seated, cultivating his energy. As he slowly opened his eyes, having adjusted his breathing, a knock came at the door. "Your Majesty, are you awake?" The voice of Tian Yuang rang out. Upon hearing it, Dong Fengyuan responded, "What is it?" "The left minister has returned, but the situation is not very favorable," Tian Yuang replied, his tone laden with gravity. It was clear that Left Xuanqi had brought some unfortunate news. Dong Fengyuan furrowed his brow and said, "I understand. Please wait for me in the guest room. I will be there shortly." After Tian Yuang departed, Dong Fengyuan proceeded to the guest room. There, he found Tian Yuang, Tai Poyan, the demon lord Zhonglo, the arrow god, and several members of the slashing god guard awaiting him. Upon entering, he immediately spotted the injured Left Xuanqi and frowned, asking, "Left Minister, what happened to your injuries?" "Your Majesty, the beast forest has gone too far," Left Xuanqi exclaimed, his face filled with anger as he recounted the humiliations he had suffered in the beast forest. Hearing this, Dong Fengyuan's expression grew serious. Even somber, a cold smile crept onto his lips. "So, the beast forest dares to seize my elixirs. Very well, I shall make them repay tenfold. Your Majesty, do you require me to take action and annihilate the beast forest?" The demon lord Zhonglo inquired. As a peak celestial sovereign and a being of unparalleled talent, he was virtually invincible among his peers, capable of battling half-saints with ease. To take down a mere beast forest posed no challenge for him. Upon hearing this, Dong Fengyuan maintained his composure, while Left Xuanqi and Tian Yuang were taken aback. They had no knowledge of who the arrow god and the demon lord Zhonglo were, nor did they understand the identities, backgrounds, and powers of these new slashing god guards. "Your Majesty, may I ask who these two are?" Left Xuanqi inquired curiously. "I almost forgot to introduce them. This is the demon lord, one of the esteemed patrons of our Tianyin dynasty. And this is the arrow god, also a patron of our dynasty. Do not underestimate them. Both possess power beyond the 5th level of celestial sovereignty," Dong Fengyuan elaborated. Upon hearing this, Tian Yuang and the others were instantly astonished. These two were indeed formidable experts and patrons of their dynasty, greatly bolstering their current position. Chapter 41. Back to the palace, the third elder of the Wind and Cloud sect. "Esteemed patrons, we salute you." Tai Poyan and Tian Yuang greeted the demon lord and the arrow god with respectful bows. The two patrons nodded slightly, acknowledging their newfound acquaintances. What you may not know is that the beast forest is not so easily destroyed. Their status as a dominant force in the northern region is largely due to their possession of sacred weaponry. With such a formidable foundation, we are not yet in a position to obliterate them. Dong Fengyuan explained slowly. The 5 major dominant forces in the northern region are Wind and Cloud sect, Joyous Union sect, Beast Forest, Boundless sect, and Skysword sect. Each of these factions holds sway over the land. With over 10 celestial sovereigns and numerous law manifestations within their ranks, their ability to maintain their hegemonic status without being threatened primarily stems from their sacred weaponry. Currently, the strength of the Tianyin dynasty is sufficient to stand toe-to-toe with these dominant forces, but to completely crush them would require further fortification of their foundation. Your Majesty, if that is the case, what should we do next? Are we just to let this slide? Left Xuanqi asked, of course. We cannot let this slide. The beast forest dares to bully me. If I do not retaliate fiercely, how will I, the sovereign of the Tianyin dynasty, avoid ridicule from the people of the northern region? Dong Fengyuan pondered for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, Tian Yuang, I recall that one of the 3 kings of the beast forest, the Bear King, has a son who is currently absent from the beast forest. Correct? Indeed, Your Majesty. That fellow is named Mangang, the young master of the Bear clan. There were indeed reports that the Bear King sent his men to take Mangang to the Bone Burial Forest for training. He should still be there now, Tian Yuang replied earnestly. The Bone Burial Forest is a training ground in the northern region, rife with malevolent spirits and ghosts who met untimely ends in life, making it a place thick with ominous energy. However, those spirits can also provide significant benefits. If one were to consume and refine them, they could achieve great breakthroughs in cultivation. It is likely that Mangang intends to target those spirits. Excellent! This time, I shall ensure that the beast forest not only returns my enlightenment elixirs, but also pays the most painful price, Dongfang Yuan declared decisively. Arrow God, you are to set off immediately for the Bone Burial Forest and bring that Mangang back alive to the Tianyin dynasty. Yes, Your Majesty, the Arrow God replied, vanishing from the room in an instant. Yes, Your Majesty, planning to use Mangang to threaten the Bear King. But might that backfire? Tai Poyan voiced his concerns. Once I have the person in my grasp, unless the Bear King wishes to disown his son, he will have no choice but to comply. Furthermore, should things go awry, what have I to fear? In the present moment, while it may not be possible to utterly crush and obliterate them, should a confrontation truly ensue, reducing their entire beast forest to ruins would not pose a significant challenge. The formidable Dongfang Yuan proclaimed with unyielding confidence. Half a day later, Dongfang Yuan bid farewell to the upper echelons of the Qian family, preparing to return to the Tianyin dynasty with his entourage. Around noon, Qian Shinro arose from her slumber, though her steps remained tentative and restrained. Observing the bashful demeanor of his daughter, Qian Zhuqiu and the elders of the Qian family exchanged satisfied smiles. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of various powerful figures and spies from prominent factions, Dongfang Yuan, accompanied by Qian Shinro and a multitude of strong warriors from the Tianyin dynasty, departed from Tianlin City. At the Haohuan sect, within a room adorned with ancient charm, sat a woman of captivating allure, her beauty akin to a siren's. Her large, sparkling eyes exuded an irresistible charm, and her visage seemed capable of ensnaring the hearts of men. Any man who dared to gaze upon her would find it difficult to avert his eyes. This enchanting figure was none other than Han Wanxiang, the sect's saintess. Possessing an innate allure, every subtle change in her expression radiated an array of enchanting charm. Captivating all who beheld her, on her table lay numerous missives and a portrait of none other than Dongfang Yuan himself, a celestial being under 25 years of age. How intriguing! Very well, allow me to make your acquaintance. As long as you are a man, I have no doubt you will fall under my spell. Han Wanxiang's figure flickered, and she pushed open her chamber door. Outside, two elderly women had been awaiting her arrival for quite some time. Saintess, we have been sent by the sect leader to accompany you to the Tianyin dynasty and ensure your safety, the two elders spoke in unison. Han Wanxiang regarded them thoughtfully. Her father had tasked her with concealing her identity to investigate Dongfang Yuan's true background and ascertain whether he was a reincarnated powerhouse. If so, who might he be? These questions her father wished her to unravel. The two elders were formidable beings of the Tianzuan realm, both at the 5th level of power. With their presence, her safety was assured. Very well, esteemed elders, let us proceed together, she replied. Soon after, Han Wanxiang and the two elders boarded a flying vessel, departing from the mountain gates of the Haohuan sect. Meanwhile, in the rear mountains of the Fengyan sect, an elderly man emerged from a secluded chamber, emanating an aura of the 7th level of Tianzuan. This individual, lean and with a visage that bore the marks of a fierce predator, hawk-like nose and slanted eyes, exuded an air of treachery. A prominent scar marred his left cheek, a remnant of a long-ago blade's cut. This man was none other than the 3rd elder of the Fengyun sect, Ing Yidao. Congratulations, master, on your breakthrough, a middle-aged man, who had been waiting, promptly bowed upon Ing Yidao's emergence. Ing Yidao nodded, scrutinizing him. Yiming, what troubles you? Your expression seems off. The man named Yiming, his face pale, replied, Master, the junior disciple. He has died. Ing Yidao's previously calm demeanor shifted dramatically upon hearing this news. His expression darkened, and his eyes blazed with shock. Exiner is dead? Who did this? How did it happen? Ing Yidao regarded Dongfang Xian as his most promising disciple. Now, having just emerged from his seclusion, he was confronted with the devastating news of his demise, causing a tumult of emotions within him. Chapter 42. The Meeting of Two Women. Yiming recounted the events leading to this tragedy, explaining how Dongfang Xian had perished in a struggle for the throne against Dongfang Yuan, even having his supreme bone extracted. This cannot be. That waste, Dongfang Yuan. How could he possibly defeat Xiner? Ing Yidao exclaimed, astonished. "Master, the Tianyin dynasty has transformed dramatically. They have successively obliterated the Dream Dynasty, the Evil Moon Palace, and even the Blood Shadow Tower, growing ever stronger. Their renown in the northern region now rivals that of our own dominant factions, largely due to Dongfang Yuan, at such a young age, under 30. He has reached the 5th level of Tianzuan, and rumors abound that he may be the reincarnation of an extraordinary powerhouse," Yiming reported earnestly. The 5th level of Tianzuan? This revelation deeply astonished Yi Dao. He had not anticipated such significant developments during his brief period of seclusion. The rapid ascension of the Tianyin dynasty was indeed remarkable. Suddenly, a figure appeared, none other than Han Zhao, the vice leader of the Fengyun sect. "Vice leader, what brings you here?" Yi Dao inquired, his demeanor shifting. "Third elder, Yiming should have informed you about the situation between Dongfang Xian and Dongfang Yuan, correct?" Han Zhao stated directly. Yi Dao nodded. He did. "However, I do not care if Dongfang Yuan is a reincarnated strongman. He dared to slay my disciple, and he shall pay a heavy price." His resolve hardened, and the glint of vengeance ignited in his eyes upon learning that Dongfang Yuan was responsible for Dongfang Xian's demise. "I am not here to dissuade you. On the contrary, this aligns with the sect's intentions. We have discussed it together. Third elder, feel free to pursue Dongfang Yuan. Should the Tianyin dynasty resist, the sect will not remain idle. You can rest assured." Han Zhao's words conveyed the unwavering support of the Fengyun sect. "Very well. In that case, I shall set forth immediately for the Tianyin dynasty. I shall be sure to sever that Dongfang Yuan's head in tribute to Xianer." Yi Dao responded gravely. With that, he departed from the Fengyun sect's gates, making his way to the Tianyin dynasty. At the Tianyin Imperial Palace, Dongfang Yuan returned with the Demon Lord Zhongluo and Tai Poyan from Tianlin City. Promptly, he summoned General Faping, who was equally astonished to find the Demon Lord present. The two were rivals of a sort, and their reunion was filled with excitement, a testament to their mutual respect. Dongfang Yuan proposed they indulge in a night of revelry. He then led Qian Shinro directly into the inner palace. "My beloved, I have returned," Dongfang Yuan announced as they entered the hall. There, Xiao Qingli sat upon the bed. Upon hearing their voices, she concluded her meditation and approached them. Dongfang Yuan rushed forward, enveloping her in his embrace, savoring the softness of her skin, feeling the warmth grow between them, and inhaling the alluring fragrance that wafted from her. Instantly, all fatigue dissipated like mist in the morning. "My beloved, have you missed me during my absence?" Dongfang Yuan inquired, a smile gracing his features. "Do not be ridiculous. You have only been gone a few days." "I certainly have not missed you," Xiao Qingli replied, turning her face away, exuding an air of noble aloofness akin to a proud swan. "Oh, if you truly haven't missed me, then why do your cheeks betray you with a blush?" "Such a contradiction," Dongfang Yuan teased, his hand resting on her slender waist. "Absolutely not." "Cease your nonsense," Xiao Qingli retorted, though she made no move to extricate herself from his embrace. At that moment, her gaze fell upon Qian Shinro. Standing nearby, her eyes widened slightly. This was the Tianji divine body. Xiao Qingli was taken aback. She had not observed closely upon entering with Dongfang Yuan. Now, scrutinizing Qian Shinro, she realized that she was indeed the Tianji divine body, albeit yet to awaken. Dongfang Yuan then released her and positioned himself between the two women, introducing them. "My beloved, allow me to present to you the eldest daughter of the Qian family, Qian Shinro." "Shinro, this is the esteemed Xiao Qingli, the future empress of our Tianyin dynasty and once the renowned beauty of the Dream Dynasty." Xianro, having met Sister Xiao, was quite courteous, first gesturing towards Xiao Qingli. Dongfang Yuan, fearing a potential clash between the two women, took the opportunity on their return journey to discuss Xiao Qingli and her true identity with Qian Xianro. He made it abundantly clear that Xiao Qingli was destined to be the future matriarch of the harem. Regardless of how many consorts Dongfang Yuan might take in the future, only she was worthy of the title of empress. Qian Xianro, being an astute woman, readily grasped the implications of Dongfang Yuan's words. Furthermore, upon learning that Xiao Qingli was once an empress herself, Qian Xianro harbored no intentions of vying for her favor. At this moment, she humbly lowered herself, showing utmost respect to Xiao Qingli. "No need for such formalities, Miss Qian," Xiao Qingli replied gracefully, I see. It appears that rumors are indeed just that, rumors. I never would have imagined that the so-called decorative vase from the Qin family would turn out to be a celestial intelligence physique. This place is truly remarkable, Xiao Qingli remarked with her usual composure. However, Qian Xianro looked perplexed. Celestial intelligence physique? What is that? Xiao Qingli shifted her gaze to Dongfang Yuan and inquired. Have you not yet informed Xianro? Not yet, Dongfang Yuan suddenly recalled. I've been preoccupied with my thoughts and completely forgot about it. I heard that the Blood Shadow Pavilion has been annihilated. Now, only 2 of the conditions you agreed upon remain. However, the second condition involves 2 items that are not so easily obtained. They are likely held by the dominant powers of the northern region, which may pose a challenge for you at this moment, Xiao Qingli expressed her concern. For some reason, she felt an urge to lower the standards of the conditions she had previously proposed, particularly after noticing that Qin Xianro had already been compromised. This feeling intensified within her. Chapter 43. Ambitions revealed. My beloved, fret not, I shall acquire those 2 items shortly. My thoughts have been concerning the Blood Shadow Pavilion. When I dispatched men to obliterate their headquarters, we did eliminate Guanji Yun, yet we did not encounter the Vice Master, Nan Minyu. The Divine Slayers have also investigated the vicinity without finding any trace. I worry that this elusive fish may stir up some trouble, Dongfang Yuan stated with determination. His principle was to eradicate any threats entirely, leaving no room for future complications. Nan Minyu, renowned in the northern region as the brain behind the Blood Shadow Pavilion, was a formidable figure at the celestial sovereign level. If such a person lurked in the shadows, he posed no immediate lethal threat to Dongfang Yuan. Yet if he sought revenge by targeting the Tianyin Empire or the Qin family, it could lead to complications. Thus, Dongfang Yuan pondered how to draw this fish out, but no suitable plan came to mind. Nan Minyu, if he has evaded capture, I suspect he will not linger in the northern region for long. Although he serves as the Vice Master of the Blood Shadow Pavilion, his true identity is not so simple. He is an elder from the Sea Domain and the Heavenly Pavilion. Given the circumstances, he has likely returned to the Sea Domain, Xiao Qingli mused, having a profound impression of Nan Minyu, with many rumors surrounding him in the northern region. However, it was through a fortuitous incident that the Dreaming Empire learned that Nan Minyu was not originally from the northern region, but rather a martial artist from the Sea Domain. The Sea Domain. So that is where he is from. Very well, we shall set him aside for now. There are still pressing matters at hand, Dongfang Yuan said slowly. Xiao Qingli recognized that Dongfang Yuan had tasks to attend to and proactively suggested, all right, you go ahead, that I shall converse with Xianro for a while and explain the celestial intelligence physique to her. Ha ha ha, good, Rower. Do enjoy your conversation with your sister Qingli. After all, you shall be sharing a bed in the future. Dongfang Yuan remarked with a knowing smile. Qin Xianro blushed, feeling shy and flustered. Xiao Qingli, taken aback by Dongfang Yuan's audacity, shot him a glare. Get lost, Dongfang Yuan chuckled and then turned to leave. The 2 women remained in the palace, beginning their conversation. Dongfang Yuan arrived at the main hall where Xin Qi, Tai Piyun, and Wang Tianyu had been waiting for some time. The hall also housed several divine slayers and golden armored guards, all of whom had attained the 3rd level of the celestial sovereign realm. Your Majesty, just now we received word from our spies monitoring the Feng Yun sect. Ing Yidao has exited his seclusion and left the Feng Yun sect. Seemingly enraged and most likely heading towards our Tianyin Empire, Xin Qi reported. Dongfang Yuan nodded, his expression unfazed, as it was already within his expectations. Let him come. His arrival means the Tianyu 9 leafgrass is within reach. Dongfang Yuan had long anticipated that Ing Yidao's appearance would serve as a bargaining chip for him. He intended to exchange Ing Yidao for the Tianyu 9 leafgrass and subsequently acquire the Yiyu crystal from the 10,000 Beasts forest, culminating in the coronation ceremony of the Empress. He eagerly anticipated the expression on Xiao Qingli's face during their intimate moment. TOC, a once proud Empress, who had once stood at the pinnacle of the world, willingly submit to him would be utterly enchanting. The thought of that proud, swan-like visage pleading for mercy was particularly tantalizing, especially after experiencing the obedient nature of Qin Xianro. Your Majesty, Ing Yidao was once a formidable warrior at the 6th level of the celestial sovereign realm. Now that he has broken through, he must have reached the 7th level. We should prepare our troops and be on high alert for a formidable enemy, Tai Piyun suggested. Dongfang Yuan shook his head. There is no need for such measures. When he arrives, invite him into the palace. I shall personally entertain him. He will not stir up any trouble. Dongfang Yuan felt confident. Even if Ying Dao were at the 8th level of the celestial sovereign realm or even at its peak. Once he entered the Tianyin Empire's palace, there would be no escape. It wouldn't even require Dongfang Yuan to intervene. The semi-holy protective barrier of the palace would suffice to suppress him entirely. By the way, Wang Tianyu, there is a matter I need to entrust to you. Dongfang Yuan suddenly said, I am at your service. Wang Tianyu replied with about, I shall provide you with 500,000 troops, along with 3 divine slayers, 3 shadow guards, and 3 golden armored guards, all at the 3rd level of the celestial sovereign realm, to be placed under your command. Your task is to begin clearing out all the top-tier powers surrounding the Tianyin Empire. Expand our influence from within, and if any refuse to submit, there is no need to report. Eliminate them on the spot. I want the imperial might of the Tianyin Empire to resonate throughout every inch of the northern region. Instilling a sense of reverence in the hearts of its denizens, Dongfang Yuan declared, Dio, you have the confidence to carry this out. The words spoken by Dongfang Yuan stirred excitement and fervor within the 3 men present. Your Majesty is fully committed to establishing dominion over the northern region. First, we shall subjugate all powers, allowing the imperial might of the Tianyin Empire to permeate every corner of the northern region. Ultimately, we shall rise above all other factions to become the undisputed sovereign power. This grand and ambitious goal invigorated Wang Tianyu and his companions, who stood tall and replied earnestly, Rest assured. Your Majesty, we have confidence. Excellent, General Tai. I have another task for you. I need you to recruit soldiers across the entire northern region. Currently, the combined forces of the Tianyin Empire number just over 200,000. This is far too few to unify the northern region. Therefore, we need to expand our ranks, aiming to increase our numbers to at least 10 million. As for the resources for the troops, do not worry. From this day forth, the distribution of resources will triple compared to before. Left Minister, you will be responsible for this matter. Yes, Your Majesty. Tai Piyun and Zhou Xinqi responded enthusiastically. With the recent annihilation of the Blood Shadow Pavilion and the Evil Moon Palace, they had acquired a wealth of resources from their treasures, significantly enhancing the Tianyin Empire's foundation. Coupled with the empire's rising prestige and the vast resources allocated to the military, they were confident that reaching a force of 10 million would not take long. Suddenly, the figure of the Arrow God appeared in the main hall, holding a dazed black bear in his grasp. Your Majesty, Man Gang has successfully captured the Arrow God, he announced. Dongfang Yuan smiled and replied, Arrow God, you have worked hard. Very well, Wang Tianyu and General Tai, you may proceed with your tasks. Yes, Your Majesty, they both replied, bowing before departing. The Divine Slayers and Golden Armored Guards followed Wang Tianyu as they exited the hall. Chapter 44. The Pitiful Man Gang. At this moment, within the Grand Hall, only Dongfang Yuan, the Left Chancellor, the Arrow God, and the unconscious Man Gang remained present. Dongfang Yuan then remarked, Arrow God, awaken him. Yes, Your Majesty, replied the Arrow God, as a surge of power coursed into Man Gang's body. Gradually, Man Gang regained his consciousness, his bear-like eyes slowly opening. Boldness. Who are you? How dare you kidnap me? Do you know who I am? Upon awakening, Man Gang immediately erupted in fury, shouting vehemently. With a swift motion, Dongfang Yuan flicked his hand, delivering a resounding slap that struck Man Gang across the face, leaving an imprint. Can we converse civilly? If you cannot, I shall have my men teach you proper manners. Dongfang Yuan's expression remained indifferent. Rogue, I am Man Gang. My father is the Bear King, one of the 3 kings of the 10,000 Beasts Forest. You not only dare to kidnap me, but you also have the audacity to strike me? Have you lost your minds? Although Dongfang Yuan did not strike with lethal intent, the slap left Man Gang's face flushed as he glared at Dongfang Yuan with indignation. Left Chancellor, sever his roots and chop him into pieces to feed the dogs. Dongfang Yuan commanded, noticing that Man Gang still failed to grasp the gravity of the situation, showing him no leniency. Yes, Your Majesty. The Left Chancellor immediately took action, a force pinning Man Gang to the ground. rendering him immobile. He then transformed his hand into a blade, fixating his gaze on the massive bear before him as he approached slowly. The left chancellor had long harbored resentment towards the Bear clan, and with the emperor's direct order, he was resolute in his actions. "Hey, are you insane? If you touch a single hair on me, my father will surely have you all dismembered," Meng Gang shouted in a panic. But the left chancellor showed no signs of hesitation, squatting before him and gradually extending his hand. "Stop. No. Don't come near me. Please, I beg for mercy. I will speak properly." Finally realizing the dire situation, Meng Gang surrendered, desperate to safeguard his life. "Stop, left chancellor. Let us pause for a moment," Dongfang Yuan said with a calm smile. "Yes, your majesty." The left chancellor then rose and stepped aside. Meng Gang, now trembling in terror, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. "Meng Gang, I ask you, how dearly does the Bear King cherish you?" Dongfang Yuan inquired with newfound interest. Meng Gang was momentarily taken aback, never expecting such a question from Dongfang Yuan. "He loves me dearly. I am his only son. If anything were to happen to me, he would surely rage and go to any lengths to avenge me," Meng Gang replied, his tone tinged with anxiety, subtly indicating Dongfang Yuan to refrain from rash actions. He understood that should anything happen to him, his father would ensure that Dongfang Yuan and his companions face dire consequences. Dongfang Yuan listened to this and scoffed, his curiosity satisfied. "Very well, left chancellor. Disseminate the message. Inform the 10,000 Beasts Forest that Meng Gang is in the hands of my Tianyin dynasty. If the Bear King wishes to preserve his son, within 15 days, he must bring the treasures we demand, including the 5th-grade enlightenment pill, the night moon crystal, the 10,000-year ginseng king, the purple cloud spiritual mushroom, and the black essence wood, to exchange for his son. Otherwise, half a month hence, they will find Meng Gang's corpse split asunder." Dongfang Yuan commanded decisively, making exorbitant demands beyond the enlightenment pill and night moon crystal, including several other precious spiritual treasures. Even for a dominant force like the 10,000 Beasts Forest, presenting such a bounty would undoubtedly be a significant loss. "Yes, your majesty, I shall make the arrangements immediately." The left chancellor promptly took his leave to execute the orders. "Tianyin dynasty, could it be that you are Dongfang Yuan?" At that moment, Meng Gang, hearing Dongfang Yuan's earlier proclamations, deduced his identity. Smack! Another resounding slap. This time, Meng Gang could not suppress a wail of agony. The assailant was none other than the Arrow God, who struck with such force that Meng Gang's face contorted, his left cheek caving in, his mouth swollen and several teeth lost. "Impudent! Is the Emperor's name one you may utter so casually?" the Arrow God admonished coldly, his voice laced with authority. Though Meng Gang was filled with rage and hatred, he could do nothing but comply, realizing he was at the mercy of his captors. "Once my father arrives to rescue me, I shall ensure that all of you kneel before me, and I will repay these slaps tenfold. 100-fold, he vowed silently, determined to make Dongfang Yuan and his companions pay dearly. "Enough, Arrow God, take him down," Dongfang Yuan said, his demeanor remaining unperturbed as he waved his hand. "Yes, your majesty." Meng Gang was dragged away by the Arrow God. Before long, the various powers of the northern domain were shaken by astonishing news. The young master of the Bear clan, Meng Gang, had been kidnapped by the Tianyin dynasty. They even publicly extorted the 10,000 Beasts Forest, declaring that if they did not arrive within 15 days with the demanded items, they would execute Meng Gang, leaving the Bear King to mourn his son. Upon the news breaking, all martial artists in the northern domain were left astounded. Many could not fathom the audacity of the Tianyin dynasty to dare extort the 10,000 Beasts Forest. What an act of defiance, my goodness! The Tianyin dynasty truly has guts. They already eradicated the Blood Shadow Pavilion, and now they target the 10,000 Beasts Forest, an undeniable hegemonic force. I say, Dongfang Yuan must be overly arrogant, thinking that after vanquishing the Dreaming Emperor and the Evil Moon Palace, he can challenge the 10,000 Beasts Forest. Little does he know, the depth of the 10,000 Beasts Forest far surpasses that of 100 Evil Moon Palaces. Furthermore, the Bear King is at the pinnacle of the heavenly sovereign realm, possessing the foundation of sacred weapons. How could a mere Tianyin dynasty dare provoke such a power? In my view, this act of the Tianyin dynasty is likely to lead to their demise. Truly, they are courting disaster. Chapter 45. The Wrath of the Bear King. The prevailing sentiment across the northern domain is that the Tianyin dynasty's actions are tantamount to self-destruction. Their brazen provocation of the 10,000 Beasts Forest, a blatant affront to the Bear King's dignity, would undoubtedly result in severe repercussions. Some factions eagerly awaited to see what tragic fate would befall the Tianyin dynasty. The 10,000 Beasts Forest. As the hegemonic force of the northern domain and the sole master of beastkind, commanded an authority that was untouchable. Located at the northernmost tip of the northern domain, the 10,000 Beasts Forest was quite distant from the southern Tianyin dynasty, which was a primary reason for Dongfang Yuan granting them 15 days, at that moment. Within one of the palatial halls of the 10,000 Beasts Forest, the Bear King thundered, "Rogue! That wretch Dongfang Yuan has gone too far. Daring to openly provoke this king. He seeks his own demise." With a furious expression, the mighty Bear King, taking on a human form for ease of movement, smashed a table beside him into splinters. Clan leader, the Tianyin dynasty must be harboring resentment due to our acquisition of that enlightenment pill, and thus they have kidnapped the young master to threaten us, remarked a black bear nearby, whose strength had previously injured the left chancellor. Hmph, they are courting death. That enlightenment pill was a boon for the 10,000 Beasts Forest. We were already merciful by sparing left Xuanji after his earlier indiscretion. Who would have thought they would dare to kidnap our young master? They are truly seeking their own ruin. At that moment, a brown she-bear stood beside the black bear and spoke in a furious tone. This she-bear, named Manchuan, was the second most formidable warrior of the Bear Clan, second only to the Bear King. With a cultivation level of the 8th heaven of the celestial sovereign realm, she was indeed a powerhouse in the northern territories. What she said at that moment, perhaps she herself was unaware of, was a classic case of disregarding the facts, solely concerned with the interests of her own Bear Clan. Just then, two other figures appeared in the hall. Both were human incarnations. One had gray hair, while the other bore a royal insignia upon his brow. Having seen the Wolf King and the Tiger King, both Manchuan and the Black Bear bowed their heads in respect to the two newcomers. These two were the other two monarchs of the 10,000 Beast Forest, the leader of the Wolf Clan and the leader of the Tiger Clan. The gathering of the three kings of the 10,000 Beast Forest represented the highest authority of the entire realm. The Tiger King nodded and then turned his gaze towards the Bear King, saying, "Old Bear, we have heard about the situation. The Tianyin dynasty is no longer merely a matter of extortion. They are completely disregarding our 10,000 Beast Forest and openly provoking us. Although Dongfang Yuan may be a reincarnation of a powerful being, he is currently only at the 5th heaven of the celestial sovereign realm, and we are not entirely powerless against him. Since the matter has escalated to this extent, we must thoroughly eliminate the Tianyin dynasty to prevent future troubles." The Tiger King's intentions were clear. It was evident that they would not allow the Tianyin dynasty to lead them by the nose. The Bear King's face was filled with rage, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he declared, "Dongfang Yuan dares to abduct my son. He has already crossed the line. I will ensure that the Tianyin dynasty faces utter annihilation and teach that arrogant brat a lesson. Even if he is a reincarnated powerful being, he is not qualified to challenge our 10,000 Beast Forest. Manchuan, summon all the strong members of the Bear Clan immediately. We shall proceed to the Tianyin dynasty together." The Bear King was seething with anger, resolute in his determination to obliterate the Tianyin dynasty. At that moment, the Wolf King interjected, "Old Bear, please calm down. If you gather an army and march over, it will only backfire. It may not even save Mungung." The Tiger King also concurred, stating, "Indeed, Old Bear, if we advance with overwhelming force towards the Tianyin dynasty, Dongfang Yuan is very likely to take action against Mungung. The key priority is to rescue Mungung first, then destroy the Tianyin dynasty. We cannot confuse the order of operations." After the Wolf King and Tiger King's admonitions, the Bear King gradually calmed down. "Then what do you propose?" After regaining his composure, the Bear King inquired, "I have a plan that can both rescue Mungung and eliminate the Tianyin dynasty." The Wolf King replied after a moment of contemplation. "Currently, aside from Dongfang Yuan, There should be another celestial sovereign above the fifth heaven in the Tianyin dynasty. In that case, we can be more cautious. Let Manchuan and Wolf Yao bring the items proposed by Dongfang Yuan and pretend to negotiate with them. Once we successfully exchange and rescue the young master, we will strike immediately. With two celestial sovereigns of the eighth heaven personally leading the charge, I believe destroying the Tianyin dynasty will not be a difficult task. Wolf Yao was the second in command of the Wolf clan, also a celestial sovereign of the eighth heavens. Oh, you mean we should feign negotiations with them, ensuring Mengung's safety first, before we act against the Tianyin dynasty? Pondered the Bear King. Precisely. This way, we can rescue Mengung and then eliminate the Tianyin dynasty. Even if they are somewhat prepared, I do not believe they have the capability to contend with two celestial sovereigns of the eighth heaven. Unless they have a peak celestial sovereign stationed, but how could that be possible? The Wolf King scoffed. This plan is feasible. Old Bear, what do you think? The Tiger King asked. After a moment of thought, the Bear King agreed. Manchuan, you and Wolf Yao take those materials and head to the Tianyin dynasty, executing the Wolf King's plan. But remember, ensure the young master's safety above all else. Yes, clan leader, Manchuan responded. In the Tianyin dynasty, within the inner palace chambers, upon returning, Dongfang Yuan found Qian Xinro and Xiao Qingli engaged in lively conversation, seemingly in high spirits. This left Dongfang Yuan somewhat perplexed. How could their bond have deepened so significantly in such a short time since his departure? My beloved rower, what are you two discussing so happily? Dongfang Yuan entered the chamber with a smile. Talking about secrets among women. Did you finish so quickly? Xiao Qingli replied with a calm expression. Indeed, it's done. If all goes well, my beloved's conditions should be fulfilled within 20 days. Why then? Heh, my beloved, you must obediently follow my commands, Dongfang Yuan said, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, his eyes glinting with anticipation. Hearing this, Xiao Qingli's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shyly retorted, shameless. Oh my, why is your face so red, my beloved? Are you that eager? Dongfang Yuan teased. Get lost, you shameless one. Xiao Qingli, her face as flushed as a ripe fruit, playfully kicked Dongfang Yuan, who caught her foot and tickled the sole. Xiao Qingli immediately pulled back, lifting her chin and giving him a disdainful glance. Qian Xinro watched this scene with a smile, her demeanor bright, causing the surrounding snow-capped mountains to tremble. Your Majesty, Sister Qingli just explained the Tianji divine body to me. I never imagined that I would possess such a legendary physique, Qian Xinro said, her face adorned with a sweet and charming smile, a hint of playfulness in her innocent demeanor. Chapter 46, Threats. Dongfang Yuan's expression turned slightly awkward, but he quickly responded with a smile. Look at what Rower is saying. You are so gentle and lovely. How could I not be fond of everything about you? What I love is undoubtedly the real Rower. The Tianji divine body is merely a delightful addition. He, your Majesty's words are music to my ears, Qian Xinro replied, smooth talker. Xiao Qingli shot him a sidelong glance, her tone slightly cold and proud. Dongfang Yuan smiled nonchalantly. Both women were intelligent and understood their desires and boundaries, allowing him to trust their interactions completely. Now, let us discuss serious matters. My beloved, what exactly is the method for awakening the Tianji divine body? Dongfang Yuan inquired earnestly. Qian Xinro listened attentively, knowing this was an important matter for her. If she could awaken the Tianji divine body, it would be a significant boon for both her and the Tianyin dynasty. 3 items. True Dragon Blood, by Luo Dao Fruit, and Tian Su Spirit Liquid. By refining these 3 items into a Tianji pill for Rower to consume, she can awaken the Tianji divine body. However, these 3 items are likely not available in the northern territories. We will need to venture to the sea territories. Xiao Qingli explained the method for awakening the divine body. Upon hearing the names of these 3 items, Dongfang Yuan felt a sense of trouble. The Bai Luo Dao Fruit and the Tian Su Spirit Liquid were incredibly precious spiritual materials known to awaken latent potential and open the meridians. Each of them would surely attract the interest of even a saint to ask for the true dragon blood. It was even more valuable, true dragons. They were indeed legendary sacred beasts, born at least at the celestial sovereign realm. Dongfang Yuan had heard of the mythical true dragon clan deep within the distant sea territories. They were ancient overlords of the sea, with unfathomable depths, and even saints dared not provoke them. It's fine. The sea territories are a place I will visit sooner or later. Give me some time, and I will find a way to procure these 3 items, Dongfang Yuan assured, kissing Qian Shinro gently on the forehead. Thank you, Your Majesty, Qian Shinro replied, her heart feeling grateful. At that moment, Xiao Qingli stood up, her cold face regarding Dongfang Yuan. All right, I need to go cultivate. These days are crucial for my breakthrough. Please do not disturb me. Rest assured, my beloved. I promise not to interrupt. Dongfang Yuan nodded in agreement. Xiao Qingli acknowledged him with a nod, glanced at the two, and upon noticing the flicker of desire in Dongfang Yuan's eyes, she said nothing further and left the grand hall. Your Majesty, why do I feel like I saw a hint of reluctance in Sister Zhao's eyes? Qian Shinro asked. At this moment, Qian Shinro sat in Dongfang Yuan's embrace, her voice sweet and enchanting. Ha ha ha, it matters not. Let her wait a few more days. For now, I shall first subdue you completely, Dongfang Yuan declared, leaning in to kiss Qian Shinro. Your Majesty, it has barely been a moment. Qian Shinro exclaimed, her delicate hands pressed against Dongfang Yuan's chest, blushing shyly. The last time was the last time. She barely finished her sentence before Dongfang Yuan silenced her with a fervent kiss, akin to a ravenous wolf pouncing upon its prey, as he lifted her effortlessly and laid her upon the bed. Here, 79,999 words are omitted. Tai Poyan and Wang Tianyu were also busy with their endeavors, harnessing the exponentially increasing resources of the Tian dynasty, along with their formidable reputation from the obliteration of the Blood Shadow Pavilion and Dongfang Yuan's current prestige. They had recruited over 5 million soldiers in just a few days, drawing ever closer to their goal of 10 million. Meanwhile, Wang Tianyu had led his forces to sweep through several factions surrounding the Tian dynasty, launching relentless assaults over the course of several days. With the might of Wang Tianyu's aggressive campaigns and the cooperation of the God-slaying guards and other powerful allies, 7 first-rate factions had already submitted, while 3 had been annihilated. Additionally, 2 top-tier factions, akin to the Evil Moon Palace and Blood Shadow Pavilion, had willingly pledged their allegiance to the Tian dynasty. The leaders of these factions had all been temporarily subdued with drugs, ensuring they harbored no rebellious intentions. Once their loyalty was guaranteed, the Tian dynasty would naturally provide them with the antidote in such a brief span. The Tian dynasty's territory expanded rapidly, encompassing the lands previously seized from the Dream Dynasty and the Evil Moon Palace. The Tian dynasty now governed 1/5 of the entire northern region. It could even be said that their dominion had eclipsed that of the 2 hegemonic forces, the 10,000 Beasts Forest and the Hahuan sect. However, this expansion had also instilled a palpable sense of threat among those dominant factions. The continuous enlargement of territory had revealed Dongfang Yuan's ambitious nature to those in power. If the momentum of the Tian dynasty's growth was not curtailed, they might soon set their sights on the very hegemonic forces that now felt endangered. Yet, the Fengyun sect, 10,000 Beasts Forest, and even the Hahuan sect were all biding their time. Each faction had sent representatives to the Tian dynasty. As the Fengyun sect and 10,000 Beasts Forest sought Dongfang Yuan's demise and the downfall of the Tian dynasty. In the Tian imperial city, Han Wanxiang, veiled, walked alongside 2 elderly women from the Hahuan sect. Their destination was the Tian imperial palace. Miss, the winds of change in the northern region are all due to the Tian dynasty. Throughout our journey, we have heard numerous rumors regarding Dongfang Yuan. I never expected his ambitions to be so grand, one of the elderly women remarked, and to think the Tian dynasty has truly managed to expand its rule so significantly in such a short time is simply astonishing. Han Wanxiang replied with a mysterious smile, her alluring visage concealed beneath the veil. Miss, your Hahuan sacred body has reached its full potential. It is likely that no man in the world can resist your allure. Even if Dongfang Yuan is as extraordinary as the tales proclaim, he is still but a man, and I believe he would be unable to escape your grasp. The other elderly woman chimed in with a grin. Han Wanxiang smiled lightly, radiating confidence as she entered the Tian imperial palace with her companions. At this moment, Zhuxiang stood nervously outside the inner chamber. Your Majesty, he called softly, wary of disturbing Dongfang Yuan's affairs. Dongfang Yuan had just intended to sit and recuperate when he heard Zhou Xuanqi's voice and immediately inquired, "What is it? Speak." With Dongfang Yuan's prompt, Zhou Xuanqi's tone became more normal. "Your Majesty, the Haohuan sect saintess Han Wanxiang, accompanied by 2 elders of the celestial realm, wishes to pay her respects. I have asked them to wait in the side chamber. Would your Majesty like to meet with them?" Dongfang Yuan furrowed his brow at Zhou Xuanqi's words. Han Wanxiang, what does she want? I have maintained a distance from the Haohuan sect. Although the system had suggested he take Han Wanxiang as a consort, he had not anticipated her seeking him out directly. Upon hearing Han Wanxiang's name, Qian Shinro, who had been resting, slowly opened her eyes, sensing something amiss. Does she have a particular purpose for seeking the emperor? Did she mention what she desires? Dongfang Yuan inquired. Responding to your Majesty, Han Wanxiang expressed that she has long admired your reputation and wishes to visit you to witness the legend of the northern region firsthand, Zhou Xuanqi replied. She certainly knows how to flatter. Dongfang Yuan remarked, tell her to wait a moment. I shall change my attire and meet her shortly. Yes, your Majesty, I will make the arrangements at once, Zhou Xuanqi replied before withdrawing. Dongfang Yuan began to don his dragon robe once more. At that moment, Qian Shinro spoke up, Your Majesty, what do you think Han Wanxiang seeks from you? How could I know? I can only discover her intentions upon meeting her, Dongfang Yuan replied casually, continuing to dress. Qian Shinro's expression turned serious. Your Majesty, I fear Han Wanxiang's visit may not be as simple as it appears. Oh? What is Roer's suspect? Dongfang Yuan turned to gaze at Qian Shinro, intrigued. Your Majesty, I have a theory. Han Wanxiang is renowned in the northern region for her Haohuan sacred body, captivating countless young men. Yet no one has truly won her heart. A woman capable of manipulating the affections of thousands must possess complex motives. Rumors abound that you are the reincarnation of an extraordinary powerhouse, which could explain your rapid cultivation. However, you have never confirmed this, leaving many factions, including the Haohuan sect, eager to discern the truth. I believe Han Wanxiang's purpose for visiting must align with these interests. Qian Shinro articulated her insights, a blend of astute reasoning and feminine intuition. Dongfang Yuan paused, contemplating her words deeply. After a moment, he replied, Roer, are you suggesting that Han Wanxiang's true intent is to probe my background? On what grounds could she do so? The world is aware of my cultivation at the celestial realm, while she is merely a woman of the law manifestation realm. What could she possibly use to ensnare me? Dongfang Yuan's tone carried a hint of disdain, not out of contempt for Han Wanxiang, but because he believed a celestial realm cultivator like himself could not be ensnared so easily. Your Majesty? What if Han Wanxiang has mastered her Haohuan sacred body to perfection? If you are caught off guard and succumb to her seduction, could you not find yourself ensnared? It is often said that women understand each other best, and Qian Shinro, with her keen intellect, had discerned the essential truth. Dongfang Yuan paused to reflect. If Han Wanxiang has indeed perfected her Haohuan sacred body, then your point is well taken. There is a possibility that even an ordinary celestial realm cultivator could be ensnared. However, I am no ordinary cultivator. My current level is at the 7th tier of the celestial realm, though I have yet to disclose this to the public. My spiritual power has reached a semi-holy level, and my willpower is such that even Han Wanxiang's utmost efforts would not sway me. Yet, an insidious thought began to stir within Dongfang Yuan's mind. He suddenly spoke, Roer, you raise a valid point. It is indeed possible that Han Wanxiang could enchant me, but I have already agreed to see her. What shall I do now? Qian Shinro fell into contemplation, seeking ways to assist Dongfang Yuan. However, Dongfang Yuan stepped closer, smiling as he said, Roer, you surely would not want to see me bewitched by that Haohuan saintess, would you? Qian Shinro lifted her head and, with a serious nod of her small face, remarked, Of course, this is only natural. Roer certainly does not wish to witness such a thing. In light of this, I have a splendid idea. The Haohuan sacred body is known for its ability to entice the deepest desires within a person. However, if one were to be devoid of desire, would she not lose her power of seduction? Chapter 48. The fragrance of a woman within the chamber, the atmosphere was charged with intensity. After arranging matters, Zhou Xuanqi, along with Han Wanxiang and the other two, awaited the arrival of Dongfang Yuan in the side hall. Yet, after waiting for half an hour, there was still no sign of him. Han Wanxiang remained composed, her veiled face maintaining an air of tranquility. However, the two elderly women accompanying her could hardly contain their impatience. Swixiang, what pressing matters could your majesty be attending to? It has already been half an hour of waiting. One elderly woman questioned, her voice laced with indignation. Is this your Tianyin dynasty's way of treating guests? Such treatment was utterly outrageous. Regardless of their presence being limited to 3, the Hao Huan sect was still a dominant force. Their status afforded them the expectation of respect, and the Tianyin dynasty had no right to treat them with such disregard. Please, remain calm and enjoy some tea while I check if His Majesty is en route. Zhuoxuanqi replied with a forced smile, though he felt a growing unease as he headed to Qin Xinrou's chamber to ascertain the situation. Humph. This Dongfang Yuan is exceedingly arrogant. Half an hour is quite a stretch. Does he believe himself to be the king of the northern region? Another elderly woman fumed, her frustration palpable. As esteemed figures of the Hao Huan sect, they were accustomed to being treated with the utmost respect. And to be neglected in the Tianyin dynasty was an affront they could hardly tolerate. Never mind. Since he insists on making us wait, let us see what kind of tricks he intends to play. Han Wanxiang mused calmly, taking a gentle sip from her teacup. Before long, Zhuoxuanqi returned. Miss Han, please bear with us a moment longer. His Majesty is currently bathing and dressing, but he shall be ready shortly, he said, his smile strained. Internally, he felt a bitter pang of frustration. Who knew the emperor's indulgence would be so excessive? As he approached the entrance of the royal chamber, he was startled by sounds that he ought not to have heard, causing him to retreat without uttering a word. Han Wanxiang and her companions, upon hearing Zhuoxuanqi's explanation, continued to wait in the hall. Another half-hour slipped by in silence. Zhuoxuanqi, are you mocking the Hao Huan sect? Forcing us to wait here for an hour. Do you find this amusing? One elderly woman erupted, slamming her palm down and shattering a nearby table, rising in a fit of rage. Even Han Wanxiang, despite her veiled face, displayed a hint of displeasure. This was utterly intolerable. That scoundrel Dongfang Yuan was treating them like mere jesters. No, no. Elderly, Miss Han, this is all a misunderstanding. Our emperor. Zhuoxuanqi hastily began to explain when a youthful voice interrupted. A figure clad in a dragon robe entered the hall, revealing Dongfang Yuan. Your Majesty, you have finally arrived, Zhuoxuanqi exclaimed, his face lighting up with relief, though internally he felt like weeping. I was bathing and cleansing myself, thus causing a slight delay. Please do not take offense, Dongfang Yuan said, a gentle smile gracing his features as he addressed Han Wanxiang and her companions. The elder known as Li responded curtly, Your Majesty certainly knows how to choose his moments. However, bathing for an hour is rather excessive, is it not? Do take care not to scald your skin. Elder Li's expression was grim. She found it hard to believe that Dongfang Yuan had truly spent an hour bathing. It was evident he had done so deliberately. Dongfang Yuan settled into the highest seat with an air of nonchalance, unfazed by Elder Li's words. I simply value cleanliness, so my bathing rituals tend to take a bit longer. Moreover, with the esteemed presence of the Holy Maiden today, I felt it necessary to ensure I was presentable, he replied, his honeyed words soothing Elder Li's ire considerably. The focus shifted to entertaining Han Wanxiang. She signaled for the two elderly women to take their seats and calm their emotions. The two Hao Huan sect elders exchanged glances with Zhuoxuanqi and Dongfang Yuan, their expressions icy, their displeasure still evident. At this moment, Han Wanxiang fixed her enchanting gaze upon Dongfang Yuan. Her voice was sultry and laced with playful charm as she said, Did your Majesty say you were bathing? Yet, when you passed by me just now, I could not help but notice that the fragrance surrounding you did not resemble that of bathwater. Instead, it bore the alluring scent of a woman's essence and cosmetics. A faint smile graced Han Wanxiang's veiled face as she spoke. P.S. If everyone enjoys this, please encourage updates and shower some small gifts. This is my first attempt at writing a system narrative, and if there are any shortcomings, I hope for your understanding. Chapter 49. The costly endeavor of Han Wanxiang. Dongfang Yuan had not anticipated that Han Wanxiang's sense of smell would be so acute. He had merely brushed past her, yet she had detected the lingering fragrance of Qin Xinrou. Maintaining an air of composure, Dongfang Yuan replied, Holy Maiden Han, You jest. As the esteemed sovereign of the Tianyin dynasty, it is perfectly normal for me to have attendants assisting me during my bathing. Let us focus on the matters at hand. The renowned holy maiden has come to our Tianyin dynasty with some purpose, I presume, he inquired, his expression earnest. Han Wanxiang had long heard of Dongfang Yuan's illustrious reputation, and as the foremost figure among the younger generation in the northern region, she had yearned to visit and witness this remarkable personage for herself. To her delight, he was even more handsome than the rumors suggested. With this encounter, she felt her journey had been worthwhile. Her voice dripped with seduction, akin to an enchanting melody, as she confessed, I have indeed long wished to meet the esteemed Dongfang Yuan, to behold the renowned figure of the northern region. Her captivating gaze locked onto Dongfang Yuan's, her beautiful phoenix eyes fluttering subtly, unbeknownst to her. Her Hahuan's sacred body's powers began to work their magic, emanating an aura that stirred deep desires. Zhuoxuanqi, catching sight of her, felt a fiery sensation ignite within him, his gaze fixated on Han Wanxiang, entranced. Ha ha ha, holy maiden, Han's flattery is almost embarrassing. How about this? I too hold great admiration for your esteemed self and would like to invite you for a private tea session. What say you? Dongfang Yuan declared, his laughter echoing, extending an invitation. His words jolted Zhuoxuanqi from his daze. Han Wanxiang regarded Dongfang Yuan for a moment before responding with a smile that radiated allure. I see no reason to decline. Very well, Zhuoxiang. Please escort the two elders of the Hahuan sect to the Taiqing Hall. Ensure they are treated with the utmost courtesy, and do not let our Tianyin dynasty's reputation falter. Understood. Yes, Your Majesty, Zhuoxuanqi replied, promptly leading the two elders away. With only Han Wanxiang and Dongfang Yuan remaining in the hall, Dongfang Yuan gestured for a chair to appear beside him. Holy Maiden Han, please take a seat, he invited. Han Wanxiang gracefully approached, and it must be said, her presence was captivating beyond measure. In the realm of Blue Star, a figure like Han Wanxiang would undoubtedly draw throngs of admirers. Even without showing her face, simply by donning something alluring, she settled into her seat. Her veil remained in place, her eyes slowly studying Dongfang Yuan. That moment, Dongfang Yuan waved his hand, and 2 cups of spirit tea appeared on the table. With a smile, he remarked, it is said that the holy maiden possesses beauty that rivals the heavens. Might I be so bold as to request that you remove your veil, so that I may behold your true visage? The Emperor of the Abyss wished to meet, and naturally, Wanxiang would not refuse. Han Wanxiang subsequently removed her veil, at that very moment, as the veil fell away. A barely perceptible crimson glimmer flickered within her eyes. She covertly activated the sacred body of harmony once more. Upon beholding Han Wanxiang's true visage, Dongfang Yuan's gaze met hers, and he felt as though countless threads were tugging at the desires nestled deep within his heart. However, his soul force effectively repelled those threads, preventing them from interfering with him in the slightest. Nonetheless, Dongfang Yuan had no intention of letting the matter rest there. Having ascertained that Han Wanxiang harbored ulterior motives towards him, and having invoked the sacred body of harmony, he deemed it only fitting to collect a bit of interest. Dongfang Yuan locked eyes with her. His expression suddenly shifted, becoming increasingly dazed, enraptured, intoxicated, and entranced. Each emotion playing across his features in succession. Truly, the holy maiden of the Harmony sect was a paragon of beauty, a rare gem in this world that stirred the heart of even this emperor. Dongfang Yuan feigned an admirable demeanor, leading Han Wanxiang to readily believe that he had fallen under her spell. Oh, I had thought your willpower was formidable, she mused. You earlier withstood the allure of this holy maiden's enchanting gaze, which took me by surprise. I did not anticipate that I had overestimated you. Indeed, these powerful men are all the same. Even a reincarnated paragon cannot suppress the lust that dwells within. It proved true that heroes often falter before the charms of beauty. Observing how effortlessly Dongfang Yuan succumbed to her allure, Han Wanxiang's heart brimmed with disdain. With her sacred body of harmony continuing to exude its seductive essence, she wore an exquisitely enticing smile and said, If Your Majesty the Emperor holds any interest in Wanxiang, then Wanxiang would not mind staying to spend a delightful evening with you. Oh? Holy Maiden, are you serious? You truly wish to share a spring night with me? Fear not. I shall ensure that you are swept away in ecstasy, leaving you with unforgettable memories of this night. In the midst of their dialogue, Dongfang Yuan seized Han Wanxiang's hand, and before she could react, he pulled her into his embrace. Han Wanxiang's expression shifted dramatically. She had not anticipated Dongfang Yuan's audacity in taking such liberties. Her heart was filled with revulsion towards him. This willpower was inferior even to that of other ordinary men from the northern domain. He was nothing more than a creature driven by base instincts, focused solely on his own carnal pleasures. Attempting to break free, Han Wanxiang found herself restrained by Dongfang Yuan's strength. She hesitated to resist too forcefully, fearing that it might disrupt the enchantment of her sacred body of harmony and undermine her efforts. Very well, I shall endure for a moment, as long as I can uncover the answers I seek. I shall find a way to dismiss him, Han Wanxiang resolved internally, thus tolerating the embrace, her legs resting upon his knees. With a smile that exuded charm, she seductively suggested, "Of course, but your majesty must first answer a few questions for Wanxiang. Should you resolve my doubts, then this evening, Wanxiang shall submit to your wishes." Her smile, with every fleeting expression, radiated a wealth of allure. Were this displayed on a certain platform in launching, it would surely enthrall countless admirers, leading them to squander their fortunes in pursuit of her. "You may speak freely. I shall answer without reservation," Dongfang Yuan replied, tightening his hold on Han Wanxiang. Despite her intense disdain, she managed to suppress it. Chapter 50. A Surge in Prestige, Rewards of the Sacred Weapon. It was now widely rumored in the northern domain that the Emperor of the Abyss was a reincarnated paragon, which explained his rapid cultivation advancements. Wanxiang, filled with curiosity, inquired, "So, Your Majesty, can you unravel this mystery for me?" As Han Wanxiang caressed Dongfang Yuan's face, her gaze locked onto his eyes. The alluring aura of her sacred body of harmony intensified, seducing him and provoking a surge of desire within. Dongfang Yuan played his role convincingly. His eyes, glazed with longing, were nearly drooling as he slowly replied, "Of course. Since the holy maiden wishes to know, I shall share with you." Internally, Han Wanxiang felt a mix of revulsion and triumph, deriding him, truly a fool driven by base instincts. He has bitten the bait so easily. "Come closer, holy maiden, and lend me your ear. I shall whisper a secret to you," Dongfang Yuan said, his eyes brimming with obsession. Han Wanxiang, holding back, leaned in, her ear brushing against Dongfang Yuan's side. He gazed at her tempting form, then whispered softly into her ear. "In my past life, I was known as Ye.at." That moment, as Dongfang Yuan's words fell, his hand suddenly grasped Han Wanxiang's form. She prepared to retaliate, but a wave of his aura emanated, and the power of the celestial sovereign level surged forth, sending her flying to the center of the grand hall. "Dongfang Yuan, you dare to insult this holy maiden?" Han Wanxiang seethed with indignation. In that instant, she comprehended that Dongfang Yuan had never truly fallen under her spell. From the very beginning, he had merely been toying with her, taking advantage of her while also inflicting pain. Embarrassment and fury coursed through her, her cheeks flushed crimson, her visage a blend of rage and shame. Or perhaps both. Dongfang Yuan regained his composure, rubbing his fingers together, and remarked, "Holy maiden, you are indeed the dream of countless men in the northern domain. This feeling is simply intoxicating. It is no wonder so many have fallen under your enchantment. Even I find myself slightly enamored." His brazen words only served to infuriate Han Wanxiang further. "Scoundrel, Dongfang Yuan, why did you not fall prey to my charm? Why did my sacred body of harmony have no effect on you?" Amidst her anger, she couldn't help but question the reason behind her failure. "Holy maiden, the allure of the sacred body of harmony is indeed difficult to resist. However, you are unfortunate to have encountered me, Dongfang Yuan. I have immersed myself in the study of countless tomes since childhood. Even if you are a seasoned warrior, your techniques may not surpass the knowledge I possess. Such trivial allure is merely a drizzle in the grand scheme of things," Dongfang Yuan shamelessly declared. "Bah, unprincipled. I, a dignified holy maiden of the Harmony sect, will not tolerate such humiliation. Do you not fear retaliation from my sect? Han Wanxiang warned. Holy Maiden, such words are ill-advised. You initiated this encounter and employed your charm against me first. If we are to speak of principles, your Harmony sect is the one at fault here. How is it that I have become the one to insult you? Dongfang Yuan replied with a hint of playful amusement. You? Very well, Dongfang Yuan. I shall remember this incident. Just wait and see. It will not be long before you kneel before me, begging for mercy. Han Wanxiang declared angrily, storming out of the palace. Shortly after her departure, Zhuoxuanqi hurriedly entered. Your Majesty, Miss Han and elderly have all departed. Before he could finish, Dongfang Yuan interrupted. Do not worry. They will not leave entirely. By the way, how goes the matter I entrusted to General Tai and King Tianyu? Dongfang Yuan inquired. Your Majesty can rest assured, General Tai has completed his task. 1 million soldiers have been recruited. As for King Tianyu, he is currently subjugating several factions. Outside the territory of the Tianyin dynasty, only the Zhao family's domain remains unconquered, but with King Tianyu's speed, it should not take long. Zhuoxuanqi reported. Congratulations, host. The territory of the Tianyin dynasty has expanded by another 100,000 miles. Prestige has risen by 1,500 points. Current prestige, 4320. A reward package has been dispatched, having surpassed 4,000 prestige. An achievement package has also been sent. As Dongfang Yuan inquired of Zhuoxuanqi, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Very well. I am aware. You may leave now. Also, considering the speed of Yi Dao, he should arrive at the Tianyin dynasty in less than half a day's time. Be prepared to open the palace gates for him without obstruction. Dongfang Yuan instructed. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhuoxuanqi turned and exited the palace. System. Open the reward package and the achievement package. Beep. Opening package. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an opportunity to upgrade the Guardian Array X1, 5-grade Dao Tian Dan X2, 7-grade Pizun Dan X10, 5-grade Hui Xian Dan X1000, 6-grade Hui Xian Dan X1000, 10,000 years of cultivation X1, and the sacred weapon Xian Kuren CI X1. The next moment, these treasures floated before Dongfang Yuan in the hall. Dongfang Yuan's expression was filled with excitement, his entire focus fixated on the Qian Kuren CI, which measured no more than half a sword's length, a sacred weapon. Indeed, this is a sacred weapon. The reason why those hegemonic forces in the northern region have managed to maintain their status over the years and stand unyieldingly is primarily due to their foundation of sacred weapons. The crafting of sacred weapons is exceedingly arduous. Even the most powerful beings at the sage level predominantly wield only revered-grade spiritual tools, which fall far short of sacred artifacts. Sacred artifacts are classified into upper, middle, and lower grades. Typically, a middle-grade sacred artifact, when unleashed, possesses power that undoubtedly rivals that of a newly ascended sage-level expert. System, please open the introduction for the elixirs and sacred weapons, P.S. Everyone, please do not hoard the book. Updates are daily, so read daily, or the book may easily become stale. Chapter 51. The Bestowal of Elixirs and Han Wanxiang's Cunning. Dongfang Yuan directly commanded the system to unveil the introduction template. Guardian Array Upgrade Opportunity. Can instantly upgrade the array once. 5-grade Dao Tiandan. Usable at the peak of the Heavenly Sovereign Realm. Consuming 1 enables a breakthrough to the Semi-Holy Realm. 7-grade Pizun Dan. Usable at the Heavenly Sovereign Realm. Consuming 1 elevates the user by 2 minor realms. Ineffective above the 6th layer of the Heavenly Sovereign Realm. 5-grade Hui Xian Dan. After consumption, a peak Heavenly Xian Realm expert can break through to the Wandering Dragon Realm. 6-grade Hui Xian Dan. After consumption, a peak Wandering Dragon Realm expert can break through to the Celestial Human Realm. Qian Kuren CI level. Upper grade Sacred Weapon. Power. Each attack unleashed can rival a Sage level expert at the 3rd layer of the Sage Realm. Usage restriction. The user must attain at least the peak of the Heavenly Sovereign Realm. Special ability. Can be upgraded. Qian Kuren CI was once an Imperial weapon, having fallen to the Sacred Weapon level due to damage, and still retains some of the unique abilities from its Imperial weapon period. Capable of distorting space, creating spatial storms, causing spatial explosions, and leading to large-scale spatial collapses. Special note. The spatial power of Qian Kuren CI can currently be used 3 times. To maintain its usage, it must be upgraded. Otherwise, after 3 opportunities are exhausted, it will completely lose its special abilities. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Dongfang Yuan was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated the significant origin of this Qian Kuren Ci. It had once been an imperial weapon. Moreover, it possessed special abilities capable of inducing spatial distortion and collapse, which left Dongfang Yuan immensely delighted. Additionally, the elixirs provided by the system were remarkable. The 5-grade Dao Tiandan was sufficient to enable Fei Pong and Chong Lu to directly step into the semi-holy realm. Unfortunately, the 7-grade Pazundan had restrictions, rendering it currently unusable for him. However, it would be quite beneficial for Zhuxiang and the others. The remaining elixirs could be utilized to enhance the strength of the mid-level officials within the Tianyan dynasty. System, apply the 10,000 years of cultivation to myself, and simultaneously upgrade the Guardian Array. Dongfang Yuan instructed directly. System, Ding System. Upgrading in progress. As the 10,000 years of cultivation were infused, Dongfang Yuan's aura began to ascend dramatically. Suddenly, he broke through, surging towards the 8th layer of the Heavenly Sovereign Realm, right at the threshold of the peak of the Heavenly Sovereign Realm. The growth of his aura came to a halt. That's it, damn it. Each time I enhance my cultivation, I end up cursing this damn technique. Dongfang Yuan, feeling the stagnation of his internal aura, couldn't help but curse. Ding System, Host, the Guardian Array has been successfully upgraded and now reaches the Sage Realm level. Capable of resisting and suppressing all experts below the peak of the Sage Realm, Dongfang Yuan was quite satisfied with the strength of the upgraded Guardian Array. With a flash, he exited the Grand Hall to find Fei Pong and Chong Lu. Handing the elixirs to them, on the streets of Tianyin Imperial City, Han Wanxiang, veiled, still revealed her extremely enchanting eyes, indicating her displeasure. Beside her, 2 elders from the Hahuan sect appeared equally furious. Elderly directly stated, "Saintess, that Dongfang Yuan is so audacious. Why don't Elder Hua and I return and capture him, allowing the Saintess to deal with him?" Han Wanxiang shook her head. "Elderly, I understand your intentions. But to act against Dongfang Yuan within the Tianyin dynasty, your strengths are insufficient." Dongfang Yuan's cultivation had already reached the 5th layer of the Heavenly Sovereign Realm, and there were likely strong experts within the palace. To confront him, at least the 7th layer of the Heavenly Sovereign Realm would be necessary. "Saintess, in that case, we shall return to the sect and request the Grand Elder or the Vice-Sect Master to take action. Otherwise, this person is far too arrogant, truly thinking that no one in the northern region can contend with him," Elderly exclaimed in anger. Han Wanxiang snorted coldly, recalling Dongfang Yuan's arrogant demeanor, which irritated her. "No need. He won't have much time left. We shall wait right here in the Imperial City. When he kneels before me, begging for my help, this Saintess will thoroughly humiliate him." Han Wanxiang's desire for revenge was quite substantial. At this moment, she was already eagerly anticipating the scene she envisioned. Dongfang Yuan had taken advantage of her. From the moment of her birth until now, she had never been so captured. It was truly despicable and shameless. Han Wanxiang's aversion towards Dongfang Yuan had reached its peak. If she did not properly humiliate and retaliate against him, this young lady of the Hahuan sect would surely lose sleep over it. "Saintess, are you referring to the 10,000 Beasts Forest? It seems that they have indeed sent someone, but the distance between north and south is rather far. It may take a few days." Elder Hua, walking beside Han Wanxiang, remarked, "No, although people from the 10,000 Beasts Forest have arrived, they are not the ones I am waiting for on the way here. I received news that the 3rd elder of the Fengyun sect, Ing Yidao, has exited seclusion. Moreover, there is reliable information that he left the Fengyun sect and headed towards the Tianyin dynasty. Calculating the time, he should arrive by nightfall. When that happens, Dongfang Yuan will surely face dire consequences. Once Ing Yidao arrives, we will follow behind him and enter the Imperial Palace together. At that time, we shall see what kind of fate Dongfang Yuan will meet," Han Wanxiang said with a hint of a cold smile on her face. "Understood. Saintess, then let us find a place to rest temporarily. Once Ing Yidao arrives, we will re-enter the Tianyin Imperial Palace," Elderly said. Within the Tianyin Imperial Palace, after bestowing the Dao Tiandan to Fei Pong and Chong Lu, Dongfang Yuan summons Zhuxiang and Tai Piyun. Subsequently, he provided each of them with 2 7-grade Pazundan, sufficient to elevate them to the 5th layer of the heavenly sovereign realm. Thank you, Your Majesty. Tai Piyun and Zhuo Xuanqi expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Overwhelmed with emotion, 7th-grade Pazundan, in the northern region, where alchemists are exceedingly rare, could be considered priceless treasures. At this moment, Dongfang Yuan gifted them too, which left them both astonished and touched. By the way, there are also these elixirs, 5th-grade Huixiandan and 6th-grade Huixiandan. Please distribute them. They can be used for officials in the court or the military. You may assess which individuals show potential and prioritize their cultivation. I leave that to your discretion, Dongfang Yuan stated. He reserved a few Hui Xiandan for Qin Xinro and Xiao Qingli, while the remainder was entrusted to Zhuo Xuanqi and his companions. So many! Zhuo Xuanqi and Tai Piyun were taken aback as they received the vials containing the elixirs, the sheer quantity causing their pupils to dilate in shock. Nearly 2,000. This further confirmed their belief that His Majesty had secretly recruited an alchemist. Perhaps even more than one. Indeed, on behalf of the court officials and the brothers in the military, I express my gratitude to Your Majesty for bestowing these elixirs, Tai Piyun said gratefully after receiving the elixirs. Chapter 52. The Arrival of Ing Dao. After Zhuo Xuanqi and Tai Piyun departed, Dongfang Yuan summoned Su Bai. Su Bai, pay your respects to Your Majesty. Since Su Bai had disabled the life source of the Blood Shadow Tower's young master, he had fled directly back to the Tianyin dynasty. In recent days, he had been arranged by Dongfang Yuan to remain within the palace. Su Bai, this elixir is for you. After consuming it, you can break through to the 3rd layer of the heavenly sovereign realm. Dongfang Yuan presented him with a 7th-grade Pazundan. Su Bai accepted it, astonished. Your Majesty, this is a 7th-grade Pazundan? Indeed. Once you refine this elixir, I have a task for you, Dongfang Yuan stated directly. Su Bai, overwhelmed by the honor, excitedly inquired, what task does Your Majesty have? After consuming this elixir and breaking through your cultivation, I need you to make a trip to the Sea region and obtain information regarding the Bai Luo Dao fruit and Tian Su Ling Yi. You need not take action. Simply gather accurate information about these 2 items and relay it back. The subsequent matters I will arrange, Dongfang Yuan clarified. Bai Luo Dao fruit, Tian Su Ling Yi. Yes, Your Majesty, rest assured, I will remember. Once I break through, I will set off for the Sea region immediately. Su Bai respectfully replied. Dongfang Yuan cautioned that sea area is not like the northern domain. It is rife with chaos. Exercise caution in your actions. The Tianyin dynasty has yet to unify the northern domain, so do not be too ostentatious. Rest assured, Su Bai knows how to proceed, Su Bai said earnestly. Very well, you may leave, Dongfang Yuan nodded, gesturing for him to depart. After Su Bai exited, a graceful figure appeared at the palace gates. It was none other than Xiao Qingli. My beloved consort, you have emerged from seclusion, Dongfang Yuan exclaimed in delight upon seeing her. Observing Xiao Qingli's cultivation, Dongfang Yuan was somewhat taken aback. Her aura had remarkably reached the pinnacle of the Yulong realm. Having broken through a significant boundary, Dongfang Yuan understood that Xiao Qingli had refined numerous heavenly treasures from the Great Dream Dynasty's treasury, which accounted for her rapid advancement. Nevertheless, he could not help but admire her. After all, she was the Nine Netherworlds Empress, reborn with memories of her past, a being that once stood at the zenith. Her current ascent was not something ordinary individuals could rival. Who would have thought my beloved consort would break through to the pinnacle of the Yulong realm? Truly a cause for celebration, Dongfang Yuan exclaimed, approaching her to steal a kiss. Xiao Qingli naturally blocked his advance with her hand, her expression calm as she said, enough of that. You haven't had your fill of Shinro yet, and you still wish to lay your lips upon me? Furthermore, I must say, could you possibly refrain from being excessive? I just visited Shinro's chambers, and she is utterly exhausted, nearly unable to rise from the bed. You are truly a beast. Xiao Qingli spoke with a hint of reproach. Dongfang Yuan gave an awkward smile. It's all well and good. It is merely that Shinro's cultivation cannot keep pace with my overwhelming young energy, which has left her somewhat fatigued. Humph. I would be a fool to believe you'd. It seems you are intentionally trying to make her conceive sooner. Xiao Qingli shot him a sidelong glance. It seems nothing escapes the keen eyes of my beloved consort. Yet, this cannot be solely blamed on me, my dear consort. I wish for you to be the first to conceive. but I have yet to fulfill the 3 conditions you set as of now. I have not even touched you, Dongfang Yuan said, extending his hand to wrap around Xiao Qingli's slender waist, drawing her soft form close to him, showering her with sweet words. Humph. Xiao Qingli turned her head away, somewhat aloof. Dongfang Yuan, unfazed, chuckled softly and then produced 2 Huixian pills. Beloved consort, these 2 pills are a small gift I prepared for you. Dio, take a look. Do you like them? Upon seeing the pills, Xiao Qingli's eyes widened in surprise. Huixian pills? How did you acquire such elixirs? She was well aware that the recipe for Huixian pills was nearly non-existent throughout the northern domain. Naturally, I have my own methods, Dongfang Yuan replied with an air of mystery. Here, take these 2 pills to stabilize your cultivation, and you will be able to consume them for your breakthrough. Xiao Qingli accepted them calmly and then inquired. I heard that Han Wanxiang has arrived. How did your conversation go? Quite well. I must say that I found it rather enjoyable, Dongfang Yuan replied nonchalantly. She is no ordinary woman. Did you not fall under her Hawan sacred body spell? Xiao Qingli questioned skeptically. Why, beloved consort, do you wish for me to be enchanted by Han Wanxiang? Dongfang Yuan replied with a charming smile. Certainly not. Merely a tad surprised. However, judging by your expression, it seems you might have developed a bit of an infatuation with her? Xiao Qingli observed intently. Dongfang Yuan embraced Xiao Qingli, playfully twirling her hair as he spoke. It is not so much infatuation, but rather a genuine curiosity. Fear not, my beloved consort, I shall never waver from the conditions I promised you. Xiao Qingli felt reassured and prepared to leave. Very well, I shall go to see Shinro. I have no objections to your interest in Han Wanxiang, but if you wish to win her over, you cannot follow the usual path, as the daughter of the Hahuan sect. She has likely encountered more men than you. If you truly wish to capture her heart and make her willingly draw near to you, you must make her feel that you are unlike any other man. With that, Xiao Qingli turned and left the grand hall. Dongfang Yuan pondered her words. To stand out from other men? In the Tianyan imperial city, the sun began to set. A figure exuding an incredibly formidable aura recklessly soared through the imperial city, heading straight for the palace. The release of that aura spread like a dark cloud, causing countless individuals within the city to feel a weight upon their chests, even finding it difficult to breathe. What immense pressure! This must be a powerhouse of the 7th heaven of the Tianzuan realm. Which great being from the northern domain is this? It seems they are here to cause trouble for the dynasty. In a moment, many within the city were discussing in hushed whispers, their gazes fixed in the direction of the imperial palace. Chapter 53. Suppression with a flip of the hand. At this moment, on the streets of Tianyan Imperial City, Han Wanxiang and 2 elders from the Hahuan sect rushed out from a tea house. Saintus, that aura belongs to Shadow One Blade, without a doubt. Given his aggressive demeanor, it seems he indeed intends to kill Dongfang Yuan, elderly said cheerfully. Humph, he reaps what he sows. Come, let us follow Shadow One Blade into the Tianyan Imperial Palace. I wish to see with my own eyes what fate awaits Dongfang Yuan, Han Wanxiang sneered. Yes, Saintus. The 2 elders of the Hahuan sect immediately led Han Wanxiang toward the Imperial Palace. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the palace, Dongfang Yuan sat at the throne, reviewing documents, when Zhuoxuanqi and Tai Poyan rushed in. Your Majesty, Shadow One Blade has entered the Imperial City and is currently making his way directly to the palace. Zhuoxuanqi reported urgently. Dongfang Yuan remained unperturbed, merely nodding slightly. Have you followed my previous instructions not to obstruct him? Reporting to your Majesty, we have already acted according to your orders. The guards have temporarily vacated the palace gates, and the arrow god has been prepared. Should Shadow One Blade choose to attack anyone else within the palace, the arrow god will act immediately, Zhuoxuanqi responded. Dongfang Yuan's expression remained calm as he said, Good. You 2 stand by my side and await his arrival. He resumed his perusal of the documents, showing no concern for the situation. Yes, your Majesty. Zhuoxuanqi and Tai Poyan quietly stood at the side. Sure enough, not long after, a formidable aura of the 7th heaven of the Tianzuan realm permeated the entire deep palace. Shadow One Blade's aura was released without restraint, and even before reaching the grand hall, both Zhuoxuanqi and Dongfang Yuan caught wind of it. Dongfang Yuan closed the document, his gaze drifting to the distant sky outside the hall, a smile forming on his lips. Such ostentation, even more so than I. Tsk, truly remarkable. As he spoke, a figure clad in black robes suddenly materialized within the grand hall. Bang! Upon appearing, the figure waved his hand, and the palace doors slammed shut, his own power sealing the entrance. Leaving Dongfang Yuan with no chance to escape. At this moment, Shadow One Blade's fierce gaze slowly lifted, sweeping over Zhuoxuanqi and Tai Poyan, who stood to the side, completely disregarding them. His eyes locked onto Dongfang Yuan. You are Dongfang Yuan, the culprit behind Xiner's death. Shadow One Blade's words dripped with murderous intent, his expression as frigid as ice. Standing with his arms crossed, he regarded Dongfang Yuan with an air of superiority. Zhuoxuanqi and Tai Poyan were both tense, their powers coiled in their palms, ready to respond to Shadow One Blade at any moment. However, Dongfang Yuan remained composed, seated upon the dragon throne, casting a glance at Shadow One Blade. What? Do I need your permission to take a life? Shadow One Blade, who gave you the audacity to brazenly enter my Tianyan Imperial Palace? Shadow One Blade dismissed him with a scoff. You think that because you are a reincarnated being, you can look down upon the powerhouses of the northern domain? You have thrown open the palace gates and deliberately removed the guards, intending to stage a ruse to confuse me into hesitating to seek you out. Correct? Such a clumsy ploy cannot escape my discerning eyes. The more you act strangely, the more it reveals your guilt. Your fifth heaven of the Tianzuan realm cultivation is nothing before me. Dongfang Yuan's expression shifted slightly. He nearly laughed. What a character! He was unsure whether to commend Shadow One Blade's intelligence or to scorn his foolishness. Shadow One Blade appeared well-read, yet he dared to play tricks against him. You are quite the curious creature. I must give you a thumbs up, Dongfang Yuan said, extending his thumb in approval. What curious creature are you referring to? I cannot comprehend your words, Shadow One Blade retorted. Perplexed? Enough, Dongfang Yuan. I present you with two choices. First, submit to my Fengyun sect and consume our specially concocted poison. In doing so, your Tianyan dynasty shall avert a calamity. Second, death awaits you. You have 3 seconds to make your decision. 3, 2. Dongfang Yuan regarded Yi Dao with a bemused smirk, mocking. You truly have read your fair share of books, haven't you? Coming here and showcasing your intellect to this emperor. Now you even resort to exerting pressure upon me. Yi Dao, you are providing me with endless amusement today. Point 1. Make your choice. Yi Dao paid no mind to Dongfang Yuan's musings. At that moment, his blade had already manifested in his grasp. Should Dongfang Yuan's choice not be the first, he would immediately strike, slaughtering all 3 present. Dongfang Yuan remained silent, yet his eyes shifted from amusement to a detached gaze directed at Yi Dao. The next instant, Dongfang Yuan's aura surged forth like a tsunami, sweeping through the space as if 10,000 Tianshan mountains bore down upon him in an instant. The pressure emanating from the 7th level of the celestial sovereign realm, which Yi Dao had prided himself on, crumbled like dried twigs in the face of Dongfang Yuan's unleashed power. Yi Dao's expression shifted, but before he could react, Dongfang Yuan's force bore down upon his shoulder. Yi Dao felt as if more than half of his bones had shattered under the weight of this pressure. Leaving him breathless, he found himself kneeling before Dongfang Yuan, the overwhelming might pressing down like a falling star, nearly suffocating him. He possessed no strength to resist, pinned firmly against the cold ground. Your cultivation. Yi Dao's face turned pale with terror, his heart torn asunder. His own power was utterly ineffective. Moreover, the aura emanating from Dongfang Yuan clearly suggested an 8th-level celestial sovereign. Yet, the actual strength surpassed that of the 8th level by 100-fold. Who the hell claimed he was merely at the 5th level of the celestial sovereign? This is simply absurd. Yi Dao's heart was a tempest of fear and rage, on the verge of cursing. Zhuoxuanqi and Tai Poyan, witnessing Yi Dao's effortless subjugation by the emperor, displayed expressions of relief. Their previously taut nerves loosened once more. Hemph. Yi Dao, you thought you understood our emperor's plans. Little did you know. From the very beginning, you were merely a clown. Our emperor never regarded you with any seriousness. How could there have been any talk of a ruse? Now you see, should our emperor wish to suppress you, it is as simple as flipping a hand. Yo, think you believe our Tianyin dynasty fears your Fengyan sect? At this moment, Zhuoxuanqi also seized the opportunity to humiliate him, for Ying Yidao had consistently looked down upon both him and Tai Poyan since his arrival. Zhuoxuanqi had long harbored discontent. Although this old man was advanced in age, his desire for retribution was considerable. Seeing Ying Yidao suppressed, he relished the chance to humiliate him, a means to vent his frustrations. Listening to Zhuoxuanqi's taunts, Ying Yidao knelt on the ground, writhing in pain, his face paling in horror. It is over. I have unwittingly walked into a den of wolves. Dongfang Yuan, if you spare me, I will let go of XNS matter. Otherwise, should you dare to lay a hand on me, the Fengyun sect will not rest until vengeance is served. Ying Yidao spoke with a stutter born of anxiety. But his tone gradually regained firmness. The title of the Fengyun sect's dominant power was his assurance. He could not believe that Dongfang Yuan would dare to confront the Fengyun sect directly. Hearing his words, Dongfang Yuan, seated above, chuckled with amusement. With your intellect, it is truly a miracle you have survived this long. Then, Dongfang Yuan unleashed a surge of power into Ying Yidao's body. Ying Yidao cried out in agony as all the meridians in his body were sealed by Dongfang Yuan's force. His celestial sovereign realm cultivation was suppressed, rendering him vulnerable enough for even Zhuoxuanqi to bully him. Dongfang Yuan dispersed his power and commanded, Marshal Tai, take him to the celestial prison. Let him keep company with Mangang. Furthermore, spread the word. Should the Fengyun sect wish to save Ying Yidao, they must offer the Tianyu 9 leaf grass in exchange. Yes, Your Majesty, Tai Poyan promptly replied. Ying Yidao, upon hearing that Dongfang Yuan dared to use him to threaten the Fengyun sect, seethed with fury. Dongfang Yuan, do not think your 8th level celestial sovereign cultivation allows you to act with impunity in the northern region. You threaten the Fengyun sect. This is paving a path to destruction for your Tianyin dynasty. Smack ah! As soon as Ying Yidao finished speaking, Tai Poyan delivered a resounding slap. The old man's face instantly swelled, several teeth knocked out, blood spewing forth. You think your title as a Fengyun sect member shields you from our wrath? Humph! Tai Poyan, seeing Ying Yidao's arrogance, struck him again, leaving him dazed. Finally, he dragged the disheveled Ying Yidao out of the grand hall, as the doors swung open. In the distance atop a roof, Han Wanxiang and 2 elders from the Hahuan sect stood gazing in astonishment. Is that Ying Yidao? But why is his face swollen like a pig's? He has been defeated? Han Wanxiang, Elder Li, and Elder Hua were all shocked and confused. What was happening? Ying Yidao, at the 7th level of the celestial sovereign realm, had closed the hall doors himself. Shouldn't he have showcased his power, defeating Dongfang Yuan and the others instead? How did the tables turn so swiftly? Saintess, something is amiss, Elder Li exclaimed, his face filled with shock. There was no fierce commotion within the hall, suggesting that Ying Yidao must have lacked the strength to resist, thus being captured so quickly. Saintess, there may be more powerful beings within the Tianyin dynasty. We must leave. Elder Hua also reacted swiftly. Han Wanxiang and her companions prepared to flee. Whoosh, bang. Suddenly, an arrow shot forth, forming a net that sealed off the surrounding sky and the palace beneath their feet. This is bad, break through it. Elder Li's expression changed dramatically. He and Elder Hua immediately unleashed their powers, both at the 5th level of the celestial sovereign realm, erupting with full force. The celestial sovereign law forms towered 100 feet high. They each conjured a massive palm strike, powerful enough to shake mountains and overturn seas. With a fierce concentration of energy, the heavens darkened as their combined attack crashed down upon the sealing net. Boom! A tremendous noise erupted throughout the sky. The palace guards and maidservants within the Tianyin Imperial Palace turned their curious gazes toward the commotion. As clouds of dust rose, the combined strike of the 2 celestial sovereign realm experts was earth-shattering, capable of leveling a great mountain. Yet, when the dust settled, the sealing net remained completely unscathed. What? Elder Li and Elder Hua were utterly astonished. Their combined attack had failed to damage the net in the slightest, their expressions shifting to one of grave concern. Han Wanxiang's face darkened, her brows furrowing deeply. At that moment, the arrow god appeared in the sky not far away. He traversed the void, approaching leisurely, before coming to a halt before Han Wanxiang and her companions. Holding the flame bow, the sealing net was indeed his creation. Dongfang Yuan had long been aware that Han Wanxiang and the others had infiltrated the palace. However, dealing with the two elders of the Hahuan sect did not require the intervention of Zhonglu and Fei Peng. The arrow god alone was sufficient. Saintess Han, His Majesty requests your presence, the arrow god said coldly, devoid of emotion. Request? Is this how your Majesty invites us? Han Wanxiang retorted, pointing at the sealing net, her tone harsh. The arrow god answered indifferently, Saintess Han, you three snuck into the palace alongside Yi Dao. Considering the Haohuan sect's reputation, I have merely extended this courtesy. Should you insist on lingering here, I will have no choice but to demonstrate my unique hospitality. As he spoke, flames began to engulf the flame bow in his hands. Very well, take us to him. Han Wanxiang, infuriated, gasped for breath. The arrow god waved his hand, dispelling the sealing net, and gestured, please. Humph. Han Wanxiang snorted coldly, and the arrow god paid her no mind, leading the three into the grand hall. The floor of the hall still bore the remnants of Yi Dao's blood and teeth from earlier. Your Majesty, the individuals have been brought forth. The arrow god stood upon the dais and spoke. Dongfang Yuan sat upright, nodded slightly, and then the arrow god stepped aside, joining Zhou Xuanqi. Lady Han, what a coincidence. We meet again so soon. Tell me, was it our previous encounter that captivated you? Or perhaps the delightful pain of flesh that lingers in your memory? Dongfang Yuan gazed at Han Wanxiang, a playful smile gracing his lips. Han Wanxiang's expression was icy, her demeanor frigid as she replied, speak plainly. What do you desire? Ah, Lady Han, you and your companions stealthily followed Yi Dao into my Tianyan imperial palace. Just for this, I could easily justify the execution of all three of you. Dongfang Yuan remarked with an amused smile. Ha, you wouldn't dare? Elderly scoffed, her disdain evident. She had no belief that Dongfang Yuan would risk murdering them, for such an act would surely provoke a relentless vendetta from the Haohuan sect. Dongfang Yuan's words were interrupted, a cold shadow gradually overtaking his features. Do not doubt my words. I have already dealt with Yi Dao. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to eliminate mere trifles like you three? Moreover, this is not a place for you to interject with that. A surge of energy erupted from Dongfang Yuan, striking Elderly and sending her crashing against the grand hall, utterly disheveled. Elderly, how dare you? Dongfang Yuan, Han Wanxiang trembled with rage, her countenance darkened to the extreme. Elder Hua hurried over to assist Elderly. With that single strike, Dongfang Yuan had not revealed his full strength, yet it was evident that he far surpassed Elderly and her companions. Lady Han, I am not one to show mercy in my dealings. However, out of respect for you, I shall spare her life this time. But should there be a next time? Dongfang Yuan's smile lingered, though its implications were unmistakable. Elderly, her hair in disarray and eyes filled with resentment, stood to the side. Despite her anger and hatred towards Dongfang Yuan, she understood the wisdom of remaining silent. State your terms. What must we do to ensure our departure from this place? Han Wanxiang asked directly, avoiding any further pretense. Lady Han, I harbor no interest in either of them. Their fates matter little to me. My true interest lies with you. Dongfang Yuan's voice lowered, laced with a mocking chill. He feigned contemplation before continuing. Let us make a deal. I shall not make it difficult for you. 1 month. Should you agree to serve as my maid for 1 month? I will release them immediately. After the month concludes, you may choose whether to return or not. I will not impede your decision in the slightest. Upon hearing this, Han Wanxiang's expression grew increasingly grave. Both Elderly and Elder Hua exchanged alarmed glances. Lady, do not acquiesce. Our lives are not worth compromising your honor. If it means sacrificing your reputation to save us, we would rather die. It was undeniable that both elders of the Haohuan sect exhibited unwavering loyalty in protecting Han Wanxiang. Willing to choose death over putting her in a difficult position, Dongfang Yuan interjected, rest assured, I am not a beast nor a base scoundrel. I promise not to compel you, Lady Han, to do anything unbecoming. Furthermore, within the Tianyan Imperial Palace, you will enjoy absolute freedom. Upon hearing his words, Han Wanxiang regarded him intently, contemplating her response before finally asking, "Is your word truly sincere?" "I speak not in jest," Dongfang Yuan declared solemnly. "Very well. I accept your terms. I shall remain in the Tianyin Imperial Palace for 1 month, and you shall release them," Han Wanxiang resolved firmly. "Lady, this is unwise," Elderly implored urgently. "It is far too perilous for you to be alone in this palace. Should anything happen, how shall we explain it to the sect master? If I do not agree, none of us will leave. In such a case, you would have even less to report," Han Wanxiang replied, unhesitatingly addressing Dongfang Yuan directly. Dongfang Yuan merely smiled faintly, offering no further comment. Elderly, still wavering, was interrupted by Elder Hua, who recognized the gravity of the situation. "Listen to the lady. We must depart." Thus, the 2 elders of the Hahuan sect exited the Grand Hall. Making their way out of the Tianyin Imperial Palace and returning to their sect. In the dungeon, Mangang was confined within a cell. At that moment, Tai Poyan suddenly opened the door, unceremoniously throwing Ying Yi Dao, whose powers had been completely suppressed, into the cell before locking the door and departing. Mangang, reclining on the bed, cast a glance at the newcomer, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, and could not help but chuckle derisively before resuming his slumber. "Curse you!" Ying Yi Dao muttered incoherently, his words distorted and unintelligible due to his injuries. After cursing, he turned to see the sleeping Mangang. The cell contained only 1 bed, now occupied by Mangang, which was intolerable for someone of Ying Yi Dao's stature as the 3rd elder of the Fengyun sect. "Hey, get up, let me sleep." Mangang, disturbed from his slumber, turned over with a scowl. "What do you want?" Ying Yi Dao, already incensed, further fueled his rage as he pointed at Mangang, declaring, "Do you know who I am? I am Ying Yi Dao, the 3rd elder of the Fengyun sect." Unfortunately, his slurred speech rendered his declaration incomprehensible to Mangang, who merely perceived the finger pointing at his forehead and the incoherent ramblings. "Are you cursing me? How dare you?" With that, Mangang mistook Ying Yi Dao's words as an insult and kicked him with all his might. Ying Yi Dao was sent crashing against the wall of the cell, his already weakened body unable to withstand the blow. "I didn't curse you. I am Ying Yi Dao." Ying Yi Dao, battered and bruised, pleaded from the ground, "You stabbed me? How dare you accuse me of cursing you? You must be seeking death," misunderstanding Ying Yi Dao's words as further insults. Mangang lunged forward, delivering a barrage of punches that rained down upon him. The anguished cries of Ying Yi Dao echoed throughout the dungeon, his muffled wails mingling with the sounds of his punishment. Chapter 56. The Storm of Fengyun. After Ying Yi Dao was imprisoned, the Tianyin Imperial Dynasty disseminated the news, stating that if the Fengyun sect wished to spare Ying Yi Dao's life, they must procure the Tianyu 9-leaf herb within 5 days for exchange. Otherwise, his head would adorn the city walls after the 5 days elapsed. This announcement sent shockwaves throughout the northern domain, igniting a fervor among martial artists. Good heavens! The Tianyin Imperial Dynasty's threats against the 10,000 Beasts Forest are not yet settled. And now they dare to threaten the Fengyun sect with Ying Yi Dao. The entire northern domain was left astounded. Within the Fengyun sect, the atmosphere was tense. Dongfang Yuan is far too audacious. After provoking the 10,000 Beasts Forest, he now dares to challenge our Fengyun sect. This youth has become our sworn enemy. He must die. The sect master, Wan Yinwang, wore a grim expression in the main hall. The other high-ranking members of the Fengyun sect also appeared somber. "Sect master, our 3rd elder has reached the 7th heaven of the Celestial Lord realm. Yet he was captured. It seems the Tianyin Imperial Dynasty is not as simple as we imagine. If Dongfang Yuan has concealed his strength, then there may be a celestial lord at the 8th heaven or above within the Tianyin Imperial Dynasty. It appears we must take this matter seriously," Deputy Sect Master Han Zhao added gravely. "And what do you propose we do next?" Wan Yinwang inquired directly. "Sect Master, I believe we can no longer underestimate the Tianyin Imperial Dynasty or Dongfang Yuan. It is imperative that we regard them as equals and treat them with the utmost caution." Han Zhao spoke earnestly. The sect leader and the deputy sect leader have indeed made a valid point. The capture of the 3rd elder has already demonstrated that there exists a mysterious powerhouse within the Tianyin dynasty who has yet to reveal themselves. If we wish to confront them, I believe we must employ the sacred weapons. the Grand Elder of the Fengyun sect, Imo Lini, asserted. Sacred weapons. Upon hearing this, Wan Renwang narrowed his eyes, deep in contemplation. The deployment of sacred weapons is no trivial matter. Their profound heritage is the very foundation that has enabled Fengyun sect to ascend to a dominant position, serving as their sole leverage against other paramount forces. Engaging the Tianyin dynasty with sacred weapons entails considerable risk. Sect leader, in my view, if we truly intend to strike against the Tianyin dynasty, we must ensure a decisive blow. We cannot afford to grant them any respite, but rather eradicate them entirely, leaving no room for future troubles. Han Zhao declared. Hearing the consensus among the two high-ranking officials, Wan Renwang pondered for a moment before responding, "Very well. We shall deploy the sacred weapons. Deputy Sect Leader, Grand Elder, please summon the ancestor from the back mountain, bringing with you the sacred weapons of our Fengyun sect, along with 30 elders and 200,000 elite disciples, to the Tianyin imperial city to exterminate Dongfang Yuan and obliterate the Tianyin dynasty." "Yes, Sect Leader," both Han Zhao and Imo Lini responded in unison. They then promptly exited the hall to make the necessary arrangements. At that moment, Wan Renwang turned to the second elder, Gao Su, and commanded, "Second elder, please have someone tidy up the guest rooms in the sect's rear courtyard. In a short while, Xin'er will be returning. This time, he has received permission from the sacred land to come back to the northern region for a familial visit." Gao Su's expression brightened at once. "The young sect leader is coming back. Sect leader, shall I go to welcome him, lest any mishap occurs?" Wan Renwang smiled slightly, shaking his head slowly. "There is no need. This time, he is accompanied by an elder of the sacred land in the Saint realm. With the saint personally safeguarding him, how could Xin'er be in danger?" Gao Su was taken aback. A saint is personally escorting the young sect leader. "In that case, it seems there is indeed no need for us to worry. I will immediately make arrangements for the disciples to prepare the finest guest rooms to welcome the young sect leader's return." Within the Tianyin dynasty, Han Wanxiang was retained within the imperial palace, having followed Dongfang Yuan to his quarters. Just then, Xiao Qingli and Qian Xinro entered through the door. Upon their meeting, Qian Xinro, being clever and perceptive, was the first to speak. "So, you must be the holy maiden Han. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Conversely, Xiao Qingli, who was naturally aloof, regarded Han Wanxiang with an unchanged expression. "I presume you are the young lady of the Qian family." "Qian Xinro? And who might this lady be?" Han Wanxiang inquired, turning her gaze toward Xiao Qingli. At that moment, Dongfang Yuan interjected. "This is my fiancée Yi, soon to be the empress of the Tianyin dynasty. The third princess of the dreaming emperor dynasty, Xiao Qingli." Xiao Qingli. Hearing that name, Han Wanxiang was taken aback. After all, as far as she knew, Xiao Qingli's father had indeed perished at the hands of the Tianyin dynasty. To have the slayer of her father as the empress? This left Han Wanxiang feeling bewildered and perplexed. This was their first encounter, yet she sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from this woman. A regal presence that commanded the world. Xiao Qingli remained composed, saying nothing. At this time, Dongfang Yuan nonchalantly reclined on a nearby chair, stretching out comfortably. A footbath appeared beneath his feet, filled with floral essence. "Very well, Wanxiang, come and wash this emperor's feet. My dear concubine, Xinro, do come and massage my shoulders." After such a long time, this emperor deserves to indulge. Upon hearing Dongfang Yuan's words, aside from the willingly submissive Qian Xinro who approached to massage his shoulders, the other two remained unmoved. Han Wanxiang hesitated, while Xiao Qingli maintained her aloof demeanor, ignoring him entirely. Observing this, Dongfang Yuan remarked leisurely, "Holy Maiden Han, although I do not wish to compel you, you did promise to serve as this emperor's maid for a month, and cannot go back on your word. Washing this emperor's feet is merely the duty of a maid, not an imposition by this emperor. What? Do you intend to breach the promise you made?" After Dongfang Yuan concluded his statement, Han Wanxiang took a deep breath, her expression clouded, as she approached. With her curvaceous form enveloped in a pink gown, she slowly crouched down, her slender hand dipping into the water to gently wash Dongfang Yuan's feet. Observing the two as they attended to Dongfang Yuan, Xiao Qingli felt no obligation to intervene, her proud nature resisting the notion of serving anyone. With that, she turned and exited. Seeing this, Dongfang Yuan wore a comfortable smile, understanding Xiao Qingli's pride, and did not call after her. Shinro, do apply a bit more pressure. Oh yes, your majesty. Ah, that feels delightful, Wanxiang. Do not scowl, as your maid. Once we finish washing feet, you will also assist this emperor with bathing and changing. What? Bathe and change clothes? Upon hearing that she was to assist Dongfang Yuan with bathing and changing, Han Wanxiang immediately stood up, her face filled with reluctance as she glared at him. How could she possibly do such a thing? The holy maiden Han, assisting this emperor with bathing and changing, is merely what a maid ought to do. What? Do you wish to violate our agreement? If that is the case, then this emperor need not continue honoring the promises made to you. I could do anything I pleased to you. You know? Dongfang Yuan emphasized the final word, a clear insinuation. Dongfang Yuan, you? Han Wanxiang's face flushed with anger, her expression a mix of fury and helplessness. She stood rooted in place, glaring daggers at Dongfang Yuan, who was entirely indifferent, eyes closed in bliss. Qian Shinro realized Dongfang Yuan's intention to bring Han Wanxiang into his harem, her expression merely a coy smile, choosing to remain silent. Very well. If bathing and changing is what it takes, then I shall assist you. Han Wanxiang finally relented, albeit in a huff. Fine. Let us go. We shall proceed at once. Dongfang Yuan sprang to his feet, startling Qian Shinro with his swift reaction. He took Han Wanxiang's hand and led her into the bathing chamber within the quarters, drawing the curtain behind them. From within, the sound of splashing water could be heard. Ah, be gentle. Scrub my back properly, yes. Han Wanxiang's tone was filled with resentment, tinged with shyness. Qian Shinro inquired, Your Majesty, do you require my assistance? Let us defer this time. Next time, you can join the Empress as well. Enough, Shinro, there is no need for your presence, you may rest now. It is late. Dongfang Yuan's voice came from within. Qian Shinro felt her cheeks warm slightly, her thoughts drifting elsewhere, and she replied, Yes, I shall take my leave now. Qian Shinro exited the quarters. After Dongfang Yuan finished bathing, he donned a new robe. At that moment, the two approached the bed, and Dongfang Yuan sat down. Han Wanxiang's face was now as crimson as a ripe peach. With a voice full of irritation, she exclaimed, Can I leave now? Her gaze barely dared to meet Dongfang Yuan's. Heaven knows what she had witnessed earlier. All she wanted was to escape and cleanse her eyes, to forget this embarrassing memory. The esteemed holy maiden of the Haohuan sect had been reduced to a mere scrubbing maid, and the thought of it made her shudder. Even though she held the title of holy maiden and was a Haohuan sacred body, having encountered numerous men, none had ever come close to her in such an intimate manner. Today's events would surely become her darkest secret. Dongfang Yuan chuckled lightly, then said, Leave? What are you thinking? You have yet to warm this emperor's bed. Why would you wish to depart? Warm the bed. Dongfang Yuan, you are pushing it too far. At this moment, Han Wanxiang could no longer contain herself and erupted. Dongfang Yuan calmly replied, Miss Han, since you have promised to serve as this empress maid, surely you have heard that as an emperor, one has a warming maid to assist before sleep. Moreover, as the emperor, should the temperature of the bed be to his satisfaction, one may request the maid to remain nestled within the covers, sharing slumber with him. Such attentions are merely the rudimentary duties expected of a servant to the emperor. Miss Han, do not tell me you are unaware of this. At this moment, Han Wanxiang found herself utterly speechless. She genuinely did not comprehend that serving the emperor might also entail warming the bed. She had assumed that merely serving tea, washing feet, and assisting with bathing and dressing were the pinnacle of her responsibilities. Who could have imagined that this insufferable scoundrel had such expectations? Enough of this delay. Hurry now. Dongfang Yuan had already reclined upon the bed, the covers drawn over him. At this moment, Han Wanxiang clenched her fists tightly, her countenance a blend of anger, grievance, and helplessness. Tears threatened to spill from the corners of her eyes. Yet she managed to suppress her sobs. Fine. I shall warm it, she relented, enduring her distaste as she prepared to climb into bed. Just then, Dongfang Yuan abruptly yanked the covers away. What are you doing? He barked at Han Wanxiang. Did you not ask me to warm the bed? She retorted, a mix of indignation and confusion in her gaze. What nonsense is this? I commanded you to hurry and bathe. You think you can crawl into my bed without having washed yourself? How na ve? Dongfang Yuan suddenly shifted his tone. Han Wanxiang stood there, momentarily dazed. After a few seconds, she glared at Dongfang Yuan with fierce intensity before hastily fleeing the chambers. Once she had departed, Dongfang Yuan smiled faintly and closed his eyes to sleep. Observing Han Wanxiang's demeanor, he realized that a forceful approach would not suffice with this woman. The more he pressed, the more obstinate she would become, potentially even to the point of choosing death. This was reminiscent of Xiao Qingli. Therefore, to manage her, Dongfang Yuan could only employ a tactic of contrasts, teasing her and ultimately allowing her to go, creating a disparity in her heart that would lead her to grow curious about him, gradually becoming attracted to him. This was a lesson he had gleaned from his own life experiences. There are no women one cannot win over. If such a situation arises, it merely reflects one's own inadequacy, and of course, all of this was made possible by Dongfang Yuan's current wealth and resources. He sought to possess their entire beings, both body and soul. The same was true for Han Wanxiang as it was for Xiao Qingli. However, he was confident that soon, within a fortnight, he would undoubtedly have them all under his influence, in the maritime realm. Amidst the island palaces of the Tiandi Pavilion, Nanmin Yu stood in the grand hall, reporting to a strikingly beautiful woman seated at the highest point. The situation is thus. Currently, the key to the Sun and Moon treasure is in the hands of the Tianyan Empire and the Qian family. They are likely to attempt unlocking the treasure on the upcoming full moon night. As for the fifth young master, he met his demise at the hands of Dongfang Yuan, whose true identity remains shrouded in mystery. Though he is likely the reincarnation of a formidable being, Nanmin Yu spoke with utmost reverence, his gaze cast downward, not daring to meet the eyes of the enchanting figure upon the crystalline throne. This stunning woman appeared to be in her 30s, yet her skin was flawless, smooth as sheep's fat, devoid of any wrinkles. Clad in a snow-white fox dress, her exquisite legs were on full display. Her figure voluptuous and alluring. The gown accentuated her ample bosom, and a white collar adorned her neck. She exuded an aura of mature charm and sophistication that only a woman who had weathered the trials of time could possess. Her initial impression was one of purity, followed closely by an overwhelming allure and beauty. Such a captivating woman, having endured the vicissitudes of life, held an irresistible appeal for most men, far surpassing that of an 18-year-old maiden. Chapter 58. Su Baijia, the Queen Medusa. Upon hearing Nanmin Yu's report, the woman in the crystalline throne regarded him with a curious expression. Ah, the Tianyan Empire and Dongfang Yuan. This could prove intriguing. Very well, I shall take matters into my own hands. I will eliminate Dongfang Yuan and seize the Sun and Moon treasure. Madam, you intend to take action personally? Nanmin Yu was taken aback by her declaration. He was acutely aware of her esteemed identity and power, which placed her among the most notable figures in the maritime realm. The sea's expanse far exceeds that of the continent, abundant in resources, and teeming with myriad forces, where mythical beasts coexist with humanity. Numerous powerful factions, including immortal sacred grounds and ancient clans, vie for dominance, often embroiled in conflict. The maritime superpowers boast numerous saints among their ranks, with some even led by great saints or sacred kings. This enchanting woman was Su Baijia, the esteemed wife of the pavilion master of the Tiandi Pavilion. Rumor had it that the pavilion master had suffered grievous injuries and was currently in seclusion, though his actual fate remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Su Baijia wielded considerable authority over the Tiandi Pavilion. She was not only a great saint, but also possessed the legendary extreme ice sacred body, demonstrating unparalleled talent in the cultivation of ice powers. The deceased was one of the 5 candidates for the position of Vice Pavilion Master. Given that he perished in the northern region, it is only fitting that I seek justice on his behalf while simultaneously claiming the Sun and Moon treasure. Su Baijia stated with an air of determination, her tone revealing no trace of emotion. Yet a palpable desire surfaced when she spoke of the treasure. However, madam, should you depart, what if something occurs within the pavilion? Nanmin Yu expressed his concerns. No need for alarm. The Vice Pavilion Master has successfully advanced to the Great Saint Realm. Even in my absence, with her at the helm, all will remain well now. You may take your leave. During my time away, heed the Vice Pavilion Master's commands without question, Su Baijia instructed. Understood, madam. Nanmin Yu replied with utmost respect. The following day, congratulations, host. The Tianyu King has once again subdued a top-tier power and 3 first-rate factions, thereby expanding the territory of the Tianyan Empire and increasing prestige by 1,000 points. The current prestige of the Tianyan Empire stands at 5320. You have received a prestige value gift package and a prestige achievement gift package, both of which have been delivered to the system warehouse for your retrieval. At this moment, Dongfang Yuan lay in his bed when the voice of the system resonated in his mind. The Tianyu King's efficiency is indeed commendable. System, open the gift package. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Danshin X1, Queen Medusa X1, Cultivation Enhancement Cards X3, 100 bags of Dechu Specialties, Soul-Filling Pills X5, and 9-turn Reincarnation Pills X1. Following this, all the elixirs and the 100 bags of Dechu Specialties floated in midair within Dongfang Yuan's chamber. Upon inspecting the contents, he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. This system aims to leave me utterly destitute. 100 bags of Dechu Specialties. Who could have imagined that these bags weigh 40 kilograms each? Am I expected to feed pigs with this? Just then, 2 figures materialized within his chambers, a man and a woman. The alluring Queen Medusa, with her stunning features and sultry figure, was clad in a colorful dress that accentuated her breathtaking curves. Exuding an undeniable royal presence, in contrast, the other figure, dressed in white robes, appeared somewhat aged yet wore a benevolent expression, a rich fragrance of elixirs wafting from him. We pay our respects to your majesty. Both Danshin and Queen Medusa bowed respectfully upon their arrival. No need for such formalities. System, open the character introduction panel. Dongfang Yuan commanded. Name, Danshin Treasure, Xian Luo Ding Talent, Limitless Physique, Dan Fire Divine Body Destiny Luck Value, 97 Cultivation Realm, Peak of the Saint Realm Special Introduction. Dan Shun is an 8th grade alchemist with a divine body and possessing supreme talent in alchemy. Name, Medusa Treasure, Qing Lian Mie Shi Yin Talent, Limitless Physique, 9-colored Celestial Body True Form, 9-colored Devouring Python Destiny Luck Value, 99 Cultivation Realm, First Layer of the Great Saint Realm Special Introduction. Medusa wields formidable innate combat power and possesses the ability to petrify. With sufficient strength, her gaze can turn all to stone, her true combat prowess rivaling that of the 4th layer of the Great Saint Realm. Having perused the system's character introductions, Dongfang Yuan could hardly contain his elation. By the heavens! The system's offerings are undoubtedly exquisite. Medusa's physique even surpasses that of a divine body, reaching the level of an immortal physique. Moreover, her combat prowess, when transcending levels, is remarkably similar to her own. Most importantly, the Medusa summoned by the system possesses an aura of noble elegance and unparalleled beauty. The most significant aspect is her obedience. With her presence, could I not experience the joy of not underestimating the youth in poverty? Furthermore, with both Medusa and Dan Shun, 2 formidable beings of the saint level, I now possess sufficient strength to instigate a full-scale war for the unification of the northern domain. Dongfang Yuan's heart blossomed with delight. After several moments, he shifted his tone and continued to address the system. System, please open the item introduction. Dongfang Yuan wished to understand what the Soul Infusion Pill and the 9-fold Reincarnation Pill were all about, as he had never heard of them before. P.S. Everyone, please encourage updates. Thank you. Chapter 59. Medusa's Blessing, 9-fold Reincarnation Pill. Upon ingestion, one may gain insights into the 9 lives of reincarnation. Those fortunate enough may awaken the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Soul Infusion Pill. Upon ingestion, the likelihood of a woman becoming pregnant increases by 1,000%. Cultivation Boost Card. After use, cultivation is randomly enhanced once, entirely based on luck, limited to the host and those summoned by the system. Special product of Daju. After consuming 10 grams, desire greatly intensifies, leading to confusion and chaos in one's mind. After 20 grams, one feels as if engulfed in flames, utterly unbearable, plunging into madness. After 30 grams, one loses all rationality, with only you in their sight. After 40 grams, one must endure for 7 consecutive days and nights before they will relent. Special note. The Daju special product is categorized as a divine medicine of no rank. effective for cultivators of any level. After thoroughly listening to the system's introduction, Dongfang Yuan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Aside from the cultivation boost card and the ninefold reincarnation pill, the rest were utterly unreliable. At that moment, he pondered and then resolved to test the potency of the Dazhu special product. He first summons Xiang to take Danshan away. He instructed Xiang to provide Danshan with a designated space, naming it the Medicine Pavilion. From this day forth, Danshan would serve as the pavilion master, dedicated to refining pills for the Tianyan Empire. Dongfang Yuan granted Danshan unlimited privileges. Should he require rare materials for pill refinement, he could seek assistance from Zhuo Xuanqi, who would find a solution. Upon learning that Danshan was a pill refiner, Zhuoxiang's attitude became exceedingly respectful. He thought to himself that his suspicions had indeed been confirmed. His Majesty had truly recruited a pill refiner. After Danshan and Zhuoxiang departed, only Dongfang Yuan and Medusa remained in the palace. Medusa, having cleansed herself, now donned a flowing red nightgown, seated upon Dongfang Yuan's bed. At this moment, Dongfang Yuan prepared 20 grams of the Dazhu special product, dissolving it in a bowl of water, and presented it to Medusa. "Here, drink this." "Yes, Your Majesty." Medusa did not refuse and promptly consumed it all. As Dongfang Yuan was about to place the small bowl on the table, he suddenly noticed a shadow lurking stealthily at the entrance of his chamber. With a wave of his hand, the palace doors swung open, revealing Han Wanxiang, who had been sneaking around. Her expression was startled, momentarily at a loss, but she quickly regained her composure. "Han Saintus, what brings you to loiter outside this early in the morning?" Dongfang Yuan inquired, feigning ignorance. "Did you not inquire about my departure last night?" Han Wanxiang hesitated, torn between words. After fleeing the previous night, she had not returned to Dongfang Yuan's chamber, thinking he might come seeking her in the middle of the night, leaving her anxious. Yet, the night had passed without a peep. Curiosity led her to peek into Dongfang Yuan's palace. "Are you referring to your escape last night? In truth, I had no intention of summoning you to my bed. So I naturally anticipated you would not return. Thus, I simply went to sleep." Dongfang Yuan replied with a nonchalant demeanor. Hearing this, Han Wanxiang's brow furrowed. "Then were you toying with me yesterday?" "Of course," he replied. "Did you really think I needed you to warm my bed? You?" Han Wanxiang was evidently incensed, her anger flaring. She probably did not realize that within just one night, her perception of Dongfang Yuan had begun to shroud him in an air of mystery. Especially now, when he claimed he had never intended for her to warm his bed, her inner thoughts became increasingly tumultuous. Dongfang Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. This was precisely the psychological disparity he sought. As the most esteemed young lady of the northern domain, if she were willing to warm a man's bed, that man would undoubtedly go to great lengths, sparing no expense. Han Wanxiang's allure over men was well acknowledged within the northern domain, bestowing upon her an inherent sense of superiority. Beautiful women often possess pride in their appearance. However, Dongfang Yuan's words shattered that sense of superiority, plunging her into self-doubt. Could it be that she held no allure for Dongfang Yuan? This doubt surfaced in her mind. Just as Han Wanxiang lifted her head to continue questioning, suddenly, Dongfang Yuan was embraced by a pair of slender hands. At that moment, Han Wanxiang was left utterly stunned. Who was this woman? She was even more stunning than herself. Moreover, the aura she exuded felt powerful enough to rival even her own, a natural queenly magnetism, cold and noble. Why did Dongfang Yuan deserve such an enchanting figure? The question reverberated in Han Wanxiang's mind. Dongfang Yuan hastily addressed Han Wanxiang. "Han Saintus, for the next few days, you need not accompany me. Feel free to do as you wish, except leave the city." With that, he waved his hand, causing the palace door to close with a resounding thud. Han Wanxiang stood there, dazed and bewildered. Witnessing Medusa willingly throw herself at Dongfang Yuan only deepened her sense of disparity. Why? That woman, so breathtakingly beautiful, exuding an aura so otherworldly, and possessing an undeniable authority and presence, was not inferior to Dongfang Yuan in any way. Han Wanxiang's feelings of inadequacy surged, and she could not comprehend the situation, prompting her to hurry away in disarray. 2 days later, the palace door was suddenly pushed open. The visitor was none other than Xiao Qingli, accompanied by Qian Xinro and Han Wanxiang. Only Xiao Qingli would dare to enter the Tianyan Palace without knocking. At that moment, Dongfang Yuan was seated in a chair, cultivating his energy. Chapter 60. Qian Xinro is pregnant. My dear concubine, Xinro, what brings you here? Dongfang Yuan inquired calmly. Medusa awoke from her slumber, her gaze meeting Xiao Qingli's. The two formidable and proud women, one a queen and the other an empress, exchanged glances, each sensing the potent aura and latent pride emanating from the other. What a lavish life you lead. The monarch neglects morning court to indulge in slumber, Xiao Qingli remarked with a hint of irritation. Qian Xinro's expression bore a hint of joy as she curiously regarded Medusa. Han Wanxiang remained silent, her mind racing, unable to fathom why Dongfang Yuan deserved such treatment. Ultimately, she sought out Qian Xinro, who led the trio to visit. Dongfang Yuan chuckled awkwardly. My dear concubine, I have informed Zhuxiang about the morning court. He will handle any matters on my behalf. However, it seems you have other matters to discuss. Humph. The Tianyu king has returned. Furthermore, the people from the beast forest have entered the royal city. Are you still planning to sleep? Xiao Qingli replied coldly. The people from the beast forest, Dongfang Yuan exclaimed. I nearly forgot about them. He promptly rose. Han Wanxiang, with a sulky expression, approached along with Qian Xinro to help him don his dragon robe. At this moment, Xiao Qingli cast a glance at Medusa and inquired of Dongfang Yuan. You certainly have hidden your beauty away well. Why not introduce her? Xiao Qingli, filled with a tinge of jealousy, inquired. It was not that she opposed Dongfang Yuan expanding his harem. Rather, as she was to become the sovereign of his harem, she felt it only fitting that he inform her if he wished to take any woman as a concubine. Proud by nature, she found it particularly disconcerting that Dongfang Yuan would so casually share a bed with another woman without so much as a word to her. Moreover, it was evident to her that Medusa was far from an ordinary woman, her aura suggesting a depth of power that was unfathomable. This realization stirred a sense of discontent within Xiao Qingli, and feeling jealous and angry was, after all, quite natural. Dongfang Yuan, perceptive to Xiao Qingli's state, comforted her. My beloved, this is Queen Medusa, and she will henceforth be my esteemed concubine. Worry not. Medusa is merely my concubine, and you two shall coexist harmoniously, together safeguarding my harem. His words alleviated Xiao Qingli's concerns. Since Dongfang Yuan had already promised her the position of empress, he would not retract his words. At that moment, Qian Xinro, who was assisting Dongfang Yuan in donning his dragon robe, suddenly exclaimed, Your Majesty? I am with child. With child? Dongfang Yuan was initially taken aback. Yes, I am pregnant, Qian Xinro reiterated, her cheeks flushed. Dongfang Yuan froze, his eyes widening in astonishment as he looked at Qian Xinro. You are expecting? She shyly nodded. Ha ha ha, truly, the heavens are aiding me. Excellent, Xinro, from this day forth, focus on nurturing the child to ensure a smooth delivery. Dongfang Yuan spoke with immense care and warmth. He had not anticipated that Qian Xinro would conceive even before consuming the soul-inspiring pill. It seemed that their recent fervor had led to this swift outcome. Very well, my beloved, you and Xinro should return to your chambers to rest. I shall meet with King Tianyu and the representatives from the 10,000 Beasts Forest, and will join you shortly. He tenderly kissed Qian Xinro before continuing. Xiao Qingli said nothing further and departed with Qian Xinro. Wanxiang Medusa, accompany me to the Grand Hall, Dongfang Yuan instructed, leading the silent Han Wanxiang and Medusa to the hall. In the Grand Hall, Dongfang Yuan addressed King Tianyu. You have done well this time. Our Tianyan dynasty's territory now nearly rivals that of the northern domain, with only the ruling powers remaining. Here, I bestow upon you this reward. Upon consumption, you shall break through to the 5th level of the celestial sovereign realm. Seated above, Dongfang Yuan presented 2 break sovereign pills to King Tianyu, who stood beside Han Wanxiang and Medusa. Thank you, Your Majesty. King Tianyu expressed his gratitude sincerely, having already heard from the left chancellor about the pills and their essence. 7-grade break sovereign pills. Han Wanxiang was taken aback as she watched Dongfang Yuan produce 2 with such ease. It was well known that the formula for these pills was a closely guarded secret in the northern domain. The casual manner in which Dongfang Yuan presented them only deepened her curiosity and bewilderment. Could he possibly be adept at alchemy? It was undeniable that Dongfang Yuan exuded an aura of mystery that was irresistibly captivating to Han Wanxiang, drawing her in like a moth to a flame. By the way, Your Majesty, my informant has relayed that the Fengyun sect has mobilized, deploying 200,000 elite troops, with Deputy Sect Master Han Zhao and Grand Elder Molini personally leading the charge. It appears they come with ill intent, King Tianyu reported after accepting the pills. Dongfang Yuan smiled calmly. No matter. Let them come. We shall vanquish them, as soon as I acquire the Tianyu 9-leaf grass. Following the completion of the Empress and Concubine selection ceremony, I shall commence the final battle to unify the northern domain. His words resonated with confidence. He had a complete plan in mind. First, to conquer Shao Qingli, then swiftly unify the northern domain, and finally, to unlock the Sun and Moon treasure, seizing the opportunities within. As a reminder to the readers, one must pursue their desires with caution. A one-sided chase often leads to ruin. A steadfast heart can lead one to the depths of despair. It is better to embrace solitude than to be a sycophant, subject to ridicule and scorn. Furthermore, the protagonist is not a sycophant. The term must be defined. He simply chooses not to employ overly coercive means to achieve his goals, yet his determination to win her heart remains unwavering. Lastly, for those readers with some spare time, feel free to support the author with a few free flowers or a simple 3-click support. It only takes a moment to watch an advertisement, and the author appreciates it. Chapter 61. The Foolish Mother Bear. Unifying the Northern Domain. Han Wanxiang was deeply shaken, having not anticipated the magnitude of Dongfang Yuan's ambition. Unifying the Northern Domain? Did he possess such strength? It was well known that the dominant forces within the Northern Domain were each backed by formidable holy weapons. Although Dongfang Yuan was enigmatic and possessed profound cultivation, Han Wanxiang believed he was still not equipped to unify the Northern Domain. Even their Hahuan sect could at best dominate a part of the Northern Domain. The notion of ruling over the entire expanse seemed nearly impossible. At that moment, the Left Chancellor entered, reporting, Your Majesty, Man Sun and Lang Yao from the 10,000 Beasts Forest have arrived at the palace gates. Bring them in. Additionally, summon Tai Poyan to the dungeon to escort Mangang here, and have General Faping come as well, Dongfang Yuan commanded. Yes, Your Majesty. The Left Chancellor promptly exited. Dongfang Yuan contemplated allowing Faping to demonstrate his prowess. With both he and Chong Lu having just broken through to the semi-holy realm, they were the most suitable candidates for establishing dominance. To have Medusa intervene would be an unnecessary escalation. Before long, Faping, clad in silver armor, entered and saluted. I have seen Your Majesty. No need for such formalities, General. Please stand by for now. Your presence will be required to intimidate some unruly characters, Dongfang Yuan replied calmly. Understood, Your Majesty. Faping took his position opposite King Tianyu, his expression neutral, devoid of any emotion. Dongfang Yuan had never anticipated that the 10,000 Beasts Forest would engage in a fair transaction. If they did not seek vengeance, they would no longer be the 10,000 Beasts Forest. Shortly thereafter, the Left Chancellor led the representatives of the 10,000 Beasts Forest into the hall. This time, Man Sun and Lang Yao were at the helm, accompanied by several powerful demon clan members at the Celestial Sovereign and Law Manifestation realms. Man Sun and Lang Yao had assumed human forms, yet their beastly aura remained unmistakable. Man Sun, with a serious demeanor, entered the grand hall without a hint of respect, directly demanding, Dongfang Yuan, where is our young master? Impudent! Do you dare address the name of His Majesty, the Emperor of the Tianyin dynasty, so casually? Kneel and apologize at once, King Tianyu bellowed in response. Even Faping cast a cold glance at Man Sun. With a mere command from Dongfang Yuan, he could immediately suppress and capture them all. What are you? Do you think you have the right to speak to me in such a manner? I, Man Sun, am the second strongest of the Bear Clan, a dominant power in the Northern Domain. It is you who should pay your respects to me, Man Sun retorted with hostility, her temper flaring and her hand twitching with the urge to strike. Fortunately, Lang Yao intervened, urging her to remain calm. Lang Yao stepped forward, clasping his fists and addressing Dongfang Yuan. Your Majesty, we have brought all the items you requested. However, we must first see Mangang. Without seeing him, We cannot hand over these items. His tone remained measured. He understood that their primary objective was to rescue Mangang. Should Man Sun act impulsively, putting Mangang in jeopardy, their mission would be in vain. Sending you to monitor this foolish mother bear was indeed a wise decision. Dongfang Yuan remarked with amusement. You? Man Sun's face flushed with anger, ready to retaliate, but Lang Yao managed to restrain her. The bear clan was known for its temperamental nature, and compared to the cunning and astute wolf clan, they were considerably lacking in intellect. Your Majesty, provoking her serves no purpose. We kindly request to see Mangang before discussing any further matters, Lang Yao suggested, maintaining a smile and a composed demeanor. At that moment, he noticed the woman standing to Dongfang Yuan's left was none other than the holy maiden of the Haihuan sect. What was the meaning of this? Why was Han Wanxiang, the holy maiden of the Haihuan sect, present within the Tianyin dynasty? Had the two powers formed an alliance in secret? As Lang Yao's mind raced with speculations, Dongfang Yuan playfully replied, "There is no need to rush. I have already dispatched someone to bring him here. He shall arrive shortly." At this moment, within the confines of the prison, Tai Poyan arrived with several soldiers to unlock the cell door. Upon entering, he found himself utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Mangang lay on the bed, basking in sheer delight, while Ing Yidao, disheveled and battered, was surprisingly giving Mangang a foot massage. The scene left him in a state of confusion. Mangang, Ing Yidao, what is the meaning of this? Tai Poyan inquired, furrowing his brow. However, Ing Yidao turned his head, hair pushed aside, revealing a swollen face with no teeth left intact, rendering him unable to utter a word. Ing Yidao, the third elder of Fengyun's sect? Where is he? Mangang, having heard the name, now looked around with curiosity, completely oblivious to the fact that the disheveled elder before him was the very Ing Yidao he was seeking. Tai Poyan remained silent, his brow furrowed as he observed them. Suddenly, Mangang's eyes met Ing Yidao's, and in an instant, he leapt up in disbelief. You are Ing Yidao? Ing Yidao could only nod vigorously. Unable to speak, Mangang gasped in shock. Had he truly reduced Ing Yidao to such a state? Yet, something was amiss. Where had Ing Yidao's cultivation gone? He was a powerful figure at the celestial sovereign level. How could he be devoid of power? Just as he was about to inquire further, Tai Poyan interrupted him, saying, Enough. Save your words for when you might meet again. Take Mangang away. Yes, several soldiers immediately approached, escorting Mangang and Tai Poyan out of the prison. Where are you taking me? Is someone here to rescue me? Hey, speak to me. Mangang's voice faded into the distance until it completely vanished, leaving Ing Yidao lying on the bed, wailing in deep anguish, his face etched with fury. A tiger falls in the plains, only to be bullied by dogs. Dongfang Yuan, Mangang, once I escape, I shall make you pay tenfold. I will imprison you all, cutting your flesh piece by piece, then poisoning the wounds to ensure they fester, continuing the torment. I shall make you live in eternal suffering. Ing Yidao's heart raged with a vow of vengeance for the pain and humiliation he had endured over the days. He swore that once freed, he would ensure Dongfang Yuan and Mangang paid dearly for their transgressions. In Chapter 62, The Battle of Faping Town, Han Wanxiang was left in a state of shock. In the Grand Hall, shortly thereafter, Tai Poyan brought Mangang inside. Upon seeing Man Sun and Wolf Yao, Mangang immediately shouted with excitement, Mom, Uncle Yao, you've come to rescue me. Seeing that the 10,000 Beasts Forest had indeed sent powerful allies to his aid, Mangang felt a surge of confidence, his face radiating with pride. Mom, Dongfang Yuan smiled. This Bear King is quite formidable. A rabbit does not eat the grass near its burrow, and it is rumored that Man Sun has some blood ties with him. How intriguing. Mangang, are you all right? Don't worry, Mom will ensure your safe return. Man Sun, relieved to see that Mangang had not sustained serious injuries, reassured him. At this moment, Wolf Yao furrowed his brow. Having initially planned to proceed with their original strategy, but upon seeing Han Wanxiang, he wavered. The Wolf clan was notoriously cautious. Meanwhile, Tai Poyan still held on to Mangang, not yet intending to release him. Mangang has brought you what was requested by the 10,000 Beasts Forest, has he not? Dongfang Yuan stated from his elevated position. Man Sun's expression darkened, as he produced a spatial ring and tossed it to Zhuoxuanqi. After inspecting it and confirming its authenticity, Zhuoxuanqi reported to Dongfang Yuan, "Your Majesty, the items are sufficient." "Excellent. I keep my word." "Tai Poyan, release him," Dongfang Yuan said with a smile, prompting Tai Poyan to let Man Gang go. The latter immediately rushed over. "Mom, this cannot be overlooked. They locked me up and denied me food and water. You must help me take revenge," Man Gang complained, looking pitifully at Man Sun. "Fear not, my dear. With Mom here, I will surely help you avenge this wrong." Man Sun comforted him, stroking his head, "Eti this time." The powerful allies from the 10,000 Beasts forest who had accompanied Man Sun showed no intention of leaving. They began to gather their strength, ready to strike at a moment's notice upon Man Sun's command. "Man Sun, what is the meaning of this? The transaction is complete, and you are free to leave. What is with this aggressive demeanor? Do you intend to seek vengeance for Man Gang right here?" Dongfang Yuan remarked with a subtly amused expression. Wolf Yao, observing the expression on Dongfang Yuan's face, quickly concluded that he remained unfazed. Realizing the situation was turning dire, Wolf Yao urged, "Your Majesty, you've misunderstood. We shall depart immediately." However, as he turned, he was unprepared for Man Sun, whose fighting spirit had reached its zenith. "Leave? Not a chance. Kill them. Today, not a single one from the Tianyan Empire shall escape." With a thunderous roar, Man Sun unleashed her celestial sovereign-level aura, her immense power radiating throughout the hall. The members of the 10,000 Beasts forest immediately bore down upon Zhuoxuanqi and Tai Poyan. The savage beastly might wreaked havoc in the grand hall, as Man Sun transformed her hand into a bare paw, unleashing an overwhelming ferocity as she charged at Dongfang Yuan. Han Wanxiang, witnessing the sudden turn of events, felt her expression shift. She instinctively clutched Dongfang Yuan's shoulder, fearful for his safety. Medusa remained expressionless, her eyes only reflecting indifference, as if all that transpired was merely a trivial skirmish to her. Wolf Yao, taken aback by Man Sun's fierce eruption, found himself cornered, having no choice but to join her in the assault against Dongfang Yuan. AS2, celestial sovereign-level warriors approached him. Dongfang Yuan remained composed. "Let the games begin," he said softly. In the next moment, an unparalleled aura of semi-saint power enveloped the entire hall in mere moments, causing all present to feel as though they had stepped into a magnetic field. This semi-saint force incited palpable fear among many in the hall. A semi-saint? Wolf Yao gasped, his heart racing as he scrambled to flee the hall. Yet at that moment, Faping raised a hand high above, suddenly pressing down with tremendous force. Bang, bang, bang. The members of the 10,000 Beasts forest were instantly suppressed by this semi-saint power, their massive forms crashing to the ground, causing the stone floor to crack. All those who had come from the 10,000 Beasts forest, including Man Gang, found themselves pinned to the ground, unable to move beneath the weight of the semi-saint's might. Faping slowly withdrew his hand. At this moment, Han Wanxiang, Zhuoxuanqi, Tai Poyan, and Tianyu Wang all gazed at Faping with intense shock. A semi-saint. This was a figure of paramount status among hegemonic forces, an ancient being of great renown throughout the northern region. The very fact that Faping was a semi-saint was utterly staggering, particularly for Han Wanxiang, the saintess of the Hahuan sect. She understood the significance of a semi-saint within the northern region. The revelation that the Tianyan Empire possessed a semi-saint left her astounded. Yet, she was even more curious as to why this semi-saint was so subservient to Dongfang Yuan. This man was shrouded in secrets distinctly different from others. Unbeknownst to her, her hand remained tightly grasping Dongfang Yuan's shoulder. Dongfang Yuan, feeling her delicate touch, remarked with a teasing tone, "Are you frightened, Miss Han? Fear not, for nothing unexpected shall occur while you are with me." With that, he pulled Han Wanxiang closer, drawing her into his embrace before the eyes of all in the hall. Startled, Han Wanxiang's face flushed. "Dongfang Yuan, you?" The wise and understanding woman does not allow her man to lose face, nor to be placed in an awkward position. "If you were to break free now, where would my dignity be?" As Han Wanxiang prepared to respond, Dongfang Yuan subtly transmitted his thoughts to her. Upon receiving his message, Han Wanxiang hesitated, ultimately deciding not to resist. allowing him to hold her as his hand gently caressed her smooth thigh. Humph! I am not your woman. This is merely to save face for you, lest you seek revenge against me. But mark my words, this shall be the only time. Han Wanxiang felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, she was someone who valued her pride. With a hint of arrogance, she discreetly conveyed her thoughts to Dongfang Yuan. Chapter 63. Roasting the bear. Dongfang Yuan smiled faintly, his expression serene. Despite Han Wanxiang's words, deep down, she was not entirely averse to the idea, in contrast to her previous disdain. She now realized that winning over Han Wanxiang was already a significant achievement for Dongfang Yuan. His hands gradually moved to her waist, holding her ever tighter. Han Wanxiang's cheeks flushed even more due to her shyness, a half-saint. How is that even possible? How could there be a half-saint within the Tianyin dynasty? Mansun's face was a portrait of shock and despair. She simply could not fathom the existence of a half-saint within their ranks. The foundation of our Tianyin dynasty is not something you can comprehend, Dongfang Yuan remarked with a playful interest. Mansun, Lang Yao, as core members of the 10,000 Beasts Forest, what do you think the consequences would be if I were to eliminate you? Embracing Han Wanxiang, he posed the question with a hint of amusement. If you dare to kill us, it would mean declaring war on the 10,000 Beasts Forest. The three Beast Kings will undoubtedly seek vengeance, and it will be a fight to the death with your Tianyin dynasty. At such a critical moment, Mansun still dared to threaten Dongfang Yuan. Indeed, as Chao Mengda wisely stated, anger can cause a person to lose their composure and intelligence. This statement held a great deal of truth. Meanwhile, Man Gang now trembled in fear, lying on the ground, utterly speechless. His earlier arrogance had transformed into sheer embarrassment. He had never anticipated that the Tianyin dynasty's General Faping would actually be a half-saint. Having learned from the previous lesson, Man Gang dared not utter threats and chose silence instead. Lang Yao's face had turned completely pale. He was acutely aware that Dongfang Yuan had subdued them. And with a half-saint's might at his disposal, their lives were now entirely in his hands. At this moment, their priority was to plead for mercy and save their lives, rather than foolishly attempt to threaten him. Truly, one need not fear a godlike opponent, but rather a pig-like teammate. Lang Yao's countenance was ashen, tinged with despair. Oh, by your logic, does that mean I truly cannot kill you? Dongfang Yuan said with a mocking smile. Humph! It's good that you understand. Even if your Tianyin dynasty possesses a half-saint, the 10,000 Beasts Forest is not without its own. Mansun, pinned to the ground, could not see the expression on Dongfang Yuan's face. Listening to his earlier words, she was astonished to realize that Dongfang Yuan was quite wary of the 10,000 Beasts Forest's foundation and hesitated to strike at them. Dongfang Yuan nodded with a playful glint in his eyes. Very well, since that is the case, I shall spare you. Marshal Tai, inform the troops to prepare fire and charcoal. Roast all these individuals from the 10,000 Beasts Forest. Deliver to me the most succulent meat from these bear tribes. As for the rest, you may divide amongst yourselves. Furthermore, roast the heads of Lang Yao, Mansun, and Man Gang and send them directly to the 10,000 Beasts Forest for the Bear King to sample. Yes, your majesty, come, take them all away. Marshal Tai Poyan immediately complied. Following his command, over 100 soldiers arrived, seizing Mansun and the others to drag them away for roasting. Lang Yao's face was a mask of despair. His lips trembling, rendered speechless. Mansun's expression also reflected fear at this moment. Roast, Dongfang Yuan, he intends to treat them as food. Even Han Wanxiang, cradled in his arms, was taken aback by Dongfang Yuan's words. Using celestial realm beasts for roasting. This was undoubtedly a first in the history of the northern region. Such an unprecedented act was utterly insane. While the inhabitants of the northern region might have consumed some wild beasts, devouring the core members of the 10,000 Beasts Forest was truly an unparalleled event. Sensing Han Wanxiang's astonishment, Dongfang Yuan gently caressed her thigh, playfully patting her soft flesh. He remarked, once they are roasted, let's invite Xian Rou and Qingli to join us for a delightful feast. Han Wanxiang found herself unable to refuse. To be honest, she was quite curious about the taste of celestial realm beasts' meat. All right, she replied softly. Subsequently, Mansun and the others were gradually dragged away. Dongfang Yuan, I was wrong. Spare us this once, and I am willing to serve you like a horse or an ox. Please do not roast us. Your Majesty, have mercy. Do not roast me. I still hold value. You can use me to threaten my father. Your Majesty, have mercy. At this moment, Mansun was the first to plead for mercy, realizing that being turned into food was far more terrifying than death. Just imagine being tied to a wooden frame, covered in seasoning and roasted alive. How horrifying that would be. Mangang was even more terrified, his legs trembling, willing to sacrifice himself to Dongfang Yuan to save his life. Truly a devoted son. The other Celestial Realm and Law Manifestation Realm members from the 10,000 Beasts Forest also desperately begged Dongfang Yuan for mercy. However, he had already lost the desire to spare them. As they were taken away, their cries gradually faded from the ears of the onlookers. After their departure, Dongfang Yuan brought Han Wanxiang and Medusa to Qian Xian Rose Palace. Xiao Qingli was also present. The five gathered around a table. "Why have you gathered us here?" Xiao Qingli inquired. "Do not fret, my dear. You will soon find out," Dongfang Yuan replied with a mysterious smile. Shortly thereafter, several palace maids brought in numerous plates. Placing them on the table, upon opening them, they revealed golden, succulent bear meat. "This is quite surprising," Qian Xian Ro remarked. Dongfang Yuan explained, "These are the meats of Mansun and the other celestial realm powerhouses from the bear tribes. I never imagined I would have the chance to taste celestial realm beast meat in my lifetime. I am truly grateful to His Majesty," Qian Xian Ro said with a smile. "Ha ha ha, Xian Ro. Now that you are pregnant, you should nourish yourself well. Come, eat more, my dear." Wanxiang Medusa, "You all eat too. It is freshly roasted and still warm." As Dongfang Yuan's words fell, everyone began to eat. For Han Wanxiang and Qian Xian Ro, this meat was undoubtedly a top-notch delicacy, utterly delicious. However, for Medusa and Xiao Qingli, it was not as astonishing. After all, Xiao Qingli had once tasted the flesh of a true dragon with divine beast bloodline during her reign as the Empress. That exquisite flavor was what she deemed truly delectable. Chapter 64. 9 Turns of Reincarnation. After dining with the lovely ladies, Dongfang Yuan returned to his own chamber. He still had several pills left and used in his storage system. Use the cultivation enhancement card, Dongfang Yuan thought to himself. From the system's introduction, he understood that this enhancement card was akin to a lottery, reliant on one's fortune. Using Ding, cultivation enhancement card successfully utilized. The host's current cultivation level is at the peak of the Celestial Realm. Peak of the Celestial Realm, not bad, quite satisfactory. However, this emperor still has 2 more cards. System, let us use another one. After some contemplation, Dongfang Yuan decided to employ another card. Using Ding, cultivation enhancement card used up. The host cultivation has risen to the 2nd layer of the Saint Realm. Dongfang Yuan was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that he would ascend to the Saint Realm. Feeling the holy power within him, it was indeed a stark contrast to his previous strength. Now, killing someone at the Celestial Realm felt as effortless as squashing an ant. Even slaying a half-saint could be accomplished with a mere flick of his hand. System, what is the current stage of my true combat power? Since it was his first breakthrough into the Saint Realm and he had never fought against a powerhouse of this level, he had no clear definition of the Saint Realm's power. System, host, your current cultivation is at the 2nd layer of the Saint Realm, with true combat power comparable to the 8th layer of the Saint Realm. Should you utilize the Chinquan Stab? Your strength could reach the level of the 10th layer of the Saint Realm, equivalent to the peak of the Saint Realm, not too shabby. Dongfang Yuan was quite content with his current strength. By the way, system, use the 9 turns of reincarnation pill. I wish to comprehend the power of reincarnation. As Dongfang Yuan found himself enveloped in darkness, it felt as though his consciousness had plunged into the depths of reincarnation. Upon consuming the 9 turns reincarnation pill, 9 distinct memories from his past lives unfurled in his mind. In his first life, he was a notorious flower thief, preying upon virtuous women and amassing a staggering tally of over 3,000 victims. Ultimately, he met a tragic demise, his meridians severed, and his body discarded in the wilderness. In his second life, he ascended as an ancient emperor, reigning supreme over a realm with unparalleled powers. Yet, he met a gruesome end at the hands of the woman he trusted most. a plot rife with melodrama. His third incarnation saw him as a healer, renowned for curing complex ailments, ultimately raising 18 sons to care for him in his twilight years, enjoying a peaceful old age. In his fourth life, he became a disciple of a demonic sect, driven by love for the sect's saintess, which propelled him to strive for greatness, eventually becoming the sect leader and winning her heart. However, his fate turned grim when he coveted the leader's position, secretly slaying the saintess's father, only to be met with retribution when she uncovered the truth, leading them both to perish together in the fifth life. He was a beast, devoured by a true dragon moments after birth. His sixth life saw him as a prodigy, gaining fame across 3,000 realms in his youth, yet the saying holds true: the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. He fell victim to an ambush during an outing, his life cut short. In his seventh life, he served as a divine lord, once engaging in philosophical discourse with the heavens. His eighth life identified him as the king of 10,000 worms, concocting countless poisons that wreaked havoc upon the world. In his ninth life, he lived as an ordinary man, marrying and raising children, ultimately finding companionship in the mortal realm. After traversing 9 lifetimes, Dongfang Yuan's eyes slowly opened. He spread his palms, feeling a trace of the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation swirling above them. Indeed, after enduring 9 lives, he had been fortunate enough to grasp the essence of the 6 paths of reincarnation. "System, how should I wield this power of the 6 paths?" he inquired. The system replied, "Host, the 6 paths of reincarnation is one of the most enigmatic forces in existence. To utilize it, you must at least cultivate to the minor achievement stage." The system continued, "Once you achieve minor success, you will be able to condense the reincarnation gate through the power of reincarnation, allowing you to send anyone through it. Should your strength suffice, you may even summon formidable beings who have already entered reincarnation from within the gate." Stunned by the system's explanation, Dongfang Yuan realized that only with sufficient power could he summon souls like Qingli, once a great emperor, from the reincarnation gate. The system affirmed, "Indeed." Upon receiving this confirmation, Dongfang Yuan quelled his excitement and joy. With the power of the 6 paths now within his grasp, there was no need to rush. Presently, he had acquired the Night Moon Crystal, leaving only the Tianyu 9 leaf grass to obtain. Considering the timeline, it would only be a day or two before the Fengyun sect arrived at the Tianyan Imperial City. He was particularly eager for the forthcoming nuptials with Xiao Qingli and had nearly secured Han Wanqiang as well. It would be utterly foolish to retreat for seclusion at such a critical juncture. That would be tantamount to self-sabotage. Without further hesitation, Dongfang Yuan summoned Han Wanqiang, intending to cultivate their relationship while she attended to his bathing and attire. At the Hahuan sect, after Elder Li and Elder Hua departed from the Tianyan dynasty, they promptly returned to their sect in a grand hall. They relayed all that transpired within the Tianyan imperial palace to the sect leader, Han Yunkuan, who sat at the forefront. "Sect leader, this is the situation, that Dongfang Yuan is utterly lawless, not only indirectly detaining the saintess but also showing blatant disregard for our Hahuan sect. Please, sect leader, dispatch strong members of our sect to rescue the saintess from the Tianyan dynasty," Elder Hua implored, her face a mask of urgency. Han Yunkuan, his expression grave and brow furrowed, pondered, "Are you certain that no violent disturbances erupted within the main hall, and that Ing Yidao was directly subdued?" "Sect leader, that is beyond doubt. We were at the entrance with the saintess, and upon the palace's closure, no commotion occurred. When the doors reopened, Ing Yidao had indeed been subdued." Dragged out by Dongfang Yuan's subordinate, Tai Poyan, Elder Li reported earnestly. Thus, the situation within the Tianyan dynasty became increasingly perplexing. Han Yunkuan remained composed, his intellect sharp. Though his daughter was in Dongfang Yuan's grasp, he maintained clarity and did not succumb to panic. Instead, he began to contemplate the immense power that must be at play within the Tianyan dynasty, capable of silencing all commotion while swiftly subduing Ing Yidao. After a moment of contemplation, Han Yunkuan concluded, "Very well, I shall make a personal visit to ascertain the true nature of this Tianyan dynasty." After careful consideration, he decided against sending others. He feared further complications. Inviting the ancestor would be an overreaction, and with his daughter held captive, he could not afford to take on a confrontational role. Thus, it was more prudent for him to go himself. "You too?" During my absence, should any matters arise, consult the vice sect leader and the chief steward. They will handle all affairs. Yes, sect leader. The two elders responded promptly. With that, Han Yunkuan vanished from the grand hall. Now, as Qin Shinro was pregnant, it was inadvisable to pursue her. Dongfang Yuan's thoughts turned to Han Wanxiang Rogue. Hurry up. You've seen enough. Come and help this emperor change into nightwear, she exclaimed, covering her face. What are you waiting for? If not, I shall consider it a breach of our agreement. Ultimately, at Dongfang Yuan's insistence, both he and Han Wanxiang completed their baths. Dongfang Yuan then requested Han Wanxiang to warm his bed. This time, Han Wanxiang displayed no signs of aversion, merely a hint of conflict. However, after Dongfang Yuan's repeated urging, she acquiesced. Clad in nightwear, she joined him under the covers, using her body heat to warm the bed. By the way, which powerful figure are you reincarnated from? In that general Faping, I have never heard of such a character in the Tianyin dynasty. Care to enlighten me? Han Wanxiang, nestled under the covers, inquired with newfound curiosity. Very well, tonight, I shall regale you with tales, Dongfang Yuan replied with a smile, pulling back the covers to lie beside her, relishing the warmth within. A satisfied grin spread across his face. Han Wanxiang, startled, attempted to rise. What are you doing? The bed is warm. Why get up? Dongfang Yuan grasped her hand, feigning ignorance. Han Wanxiang found herself at a loss. Her cheeks flushed with shyness, as it was her first time lying so close to a man. Despite her deep curiosity about Dongfang Yuan and his captivating aura, she was unprepared for such intimacy. The bed is warm. I should take my leave. Let us talk another time, she suggested, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Wanxiang, I have the right to request my maid to share my bed, Dongfang Yuan asserted. Han Wanxiang paused, a frown creasing her brow. However, I do not intend to compel you. I merely wish for your company to converse for a while. Should you wish to depart, feel free. I will not insist. His gaze shifted, filled with genuine affection. Taken aback by his sudden shift in tone, Han Wanxiang felt unprepared. Doesn't he intend to force me? Is he truly sincere? She was akin to Xiao Qingli, someone who preferred gentleness over force. After much contemplation, she ultimately lay back down. All right, let us talk. As they reclined on the same bed, Dongfang Yuan interlaced his fingers behind his head and spoke slowly. I am indeed a reincarnated being, and that much is true. As for Faping, they were once my subordinates, accompanying me through the cycles of reincarnation. However, I cannot yet disclose my true identity. Upon hearing these words, Han Wanxiang's suspicions were confirmed. The rumors circulating were indeed accurate. Dongfang Yuan was a reincarnated soul. What, then, is your purpose in having me as your maid? She asked, hesitantly. Dongfang Yuan gazed at her with sincerity, his eyes brimming with emotion. If I were to say I had no ulterior motives, or that my sole aim is you, would you believe me? Humph. Spare me your charms. Do you take me for a naive child? Am I so easily deceived? You, a man of such romantic inclinations, have your sights on Qin's daughter, Princess Xiao, and that Medusa too. Are they not all your targets? Now you profess such deep feelings for me. Do you think I would believe it? Han Wanxiang let out a cold snort, her tone slightly haughty. Dongfang Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he slowly extended his hand toward her, gently wrapping his arm around her shoulders. Drawing her close, their gazes locking. The tenderness in Dongfang Yuan's eyes was unwavering as he sincerely declared, Wanxiang, your perception is merely different. Who told you that affection and deep love cannot coexist? Though I find myself enamored with each of you, I have devoted my heartfelt sincerity to each individual, and my love for you is as evident as the sun and moon, as tangible as the earth and sky. You are also aware that with my current strength, it would not be difficult to forcibly claim you. However, such an act would only incite lifelong hatred from the woman I cherish, a scenario I absolutely wish to avoid. Thus, I shall never resort to such measures. Wanxiang, do you comprehend the depths of my feelings for you? Dongfang Yuan's face was tenderly close to Han Wanxiang's. Taken aback by this sudden confession from the man, Han Wanxiang felt momentarily dazed. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, witnessing Dongfang Yuan's genuine display of emotion extinguished her inner wariness. The infatuation she harbored for him erupted at that moment, her cheeks reddening like apples, her heart racing with an exhilarating fervor. Thump, thump, thump. Dongfang Yuan firmly grasped Han Wanxiang's hand, turning to face her, and said, "Wanxiang, I can hear your heart racing. You have fallen for me, have you not?" Suddenly confronted with such a question, Han Wanxiang found herself at a loss for words. Observing her bewilderment, Dongfang Yuan, seasoned in matters of the heart, seized the moment and kissed her. The sensation of Han Wanxiang's soft lips left her wide-eyed in astonishment. Nevertheless, Dongfang Yuan's firm embrace provided her with an overwhelming sense of security, and waves of numbness cascaded over her lips. Gradually, Han Wanxiang surrendered willingly, succumbing entirely to her emotions. Chapter 66. The Arrival of Fengyun's Sect. In the sky less than 300 miles from the Tianyin Empire, several ships of the Fengyun sect soared swiftly through the air. On the deck of one such vessel stood Han Zhao, the vice master of Fengyun sect, alongside the Grand Elder Emolini. Additionally, a small, elderly figure clad in a black robe stood before them. This old man, with triangular eyes and a hooked nose, bore a sinister appearance that evoked a sense of dread. He was none other than the ancestor of Fengyun sect. Guai Songxing, ancestor, we are less than half an hour away from reaching Tianyin Imperial City. Should we engage in direct negotiations with Dongfang Yuan upon arrival, or proceed differently? Emolini inquired. Negotiate. Ha! Does he even deserve it? Upon our arrival at the Tianyin Empire, we shall demand the immediate surrender of Ing Yidao, and they shall kneel in submission to avoid death. Otherwise, I will unleash the power of the sacred weapon to annihilate the Tianyin Empire completely. Guai Songxing declared disdainfully. He paid no heed to whether Dongfang Yuan was a reincarnated powerhouse. With the sacred relic of Fengyun sect in hand, his confidence was monumental. In this scenario, Fengyun sect must maintain absolute control. Should Dongfang Yuan dare threaten them with Ing Yidao, he would ensure Dongfang Yuan understood the dire consequences of such insolence. Han Zhao, however, felt a sense of unease. Cautious by nature, he advised, "Ancestor, I believe it wise not to underestimate our opponents. Upon our arrival, let us draw their attention while the Grand Elder discreetly infiltrates to seek an opportunity for rescuing the Third Elder." This proposal from Han Zhao seemed a more prudent approach. Standing beside him, Emolini nodded in agreement. Yet, Guai Songxing appeared displeased. Turning with a somber expression, he said, "Do you doubt my strength, or the might of Fengyun sect's sacred weapons?" "Ancestor, I would never dare." Han Zhao quickly corrected himself, sensing the gravity of the situation. "I did not mean that. Please do not misunderstand. Humph. A mere Tianyin Empire, in my era, was not even considered a first-tier force. With our sacred relics deployed, how could a dominant power like Fengyun sect resort to subterfuge against them?" Guai Songxing expressed his discontent, firmly believing their current strength was more than sufficient to crush the Tianyin Empire without any need for trickery. "Indeed, it was my misstep. I hope you will overlook it, ancestor." Given the circumstances, Han Zhao knew he could not press the matter further. Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall of the Tianyin Empire, Dongfang Yuan sat at the head of the table as Xuanqi and Wang Tianyu hurriedly entered. "Your Majesty, the citizens within the Imperial City have been evacuated. Marshal Tai has assembled 300,000 troops, ready to act the moment the Fengyun sect enters the city." Wang Tianyu reported, "Your Majesty, the ships of Fengyun sect are still over 200 miles away. They should arrive within half an hour," Shuixiang added. Dongfang Yuan nodded slowly, flanked by Xiao Qingli on his left and Medusa on his right, the two queens providing a formidable presence alongside the emperor. Just then, Feiping entered, announcing, "Your Majesty, the Shuanglong Tiangong has been completed and is ready for deployment." "Excellent, my beloved. Let us proceed together aboard the Shuanglong Tiangong to confront our foes." Dongfang Yuan rose, leading Xiao Qingli and Medusa out of the hall, with Feiping and Xuanqi following closely behind. Aside from Feiping and Medusa, the others, including Xiao Qingli, were filled with curiosity about the Shuanglong Tiangong that had required Feiping's painstaking efforts to craft. The Tianyin Imperial City, having anticipated the assault from Fengyun sect, had preemptively evacuated its citizens. The streets were eerily deserted, devoid of any pedestrians. At that moment, on the rooftop of an inn situated a short distance from the palace, Han Yunkuan appeared. Initially intending to rescue his daughter, he decided to remain and observe the unfolding events, contemplating that if the Tianyan Empire faltered, he could intervene to protect Han Wanxiang. After all, the Fengyun sect would likely heed the wishes of the leader of Hehuan sect. However, should Fengyun sect suffer defeat, the ramifications would be dire. Suddenly, Han Yunkuan sensed movement around him. Without turning, he spoke with an indifferent expression. If you have arrived, then show yourselves. P.S. The new book is still in its debut phase. I hope everyone can show some support by leaving small gifts, even free ones. To encourage updates, I also hope everyone continues to follow the story daily and does not let it languish. If the story gains momentum, I will certainly increase my update frequency. Chapter 67. A Gathering of Attention. Ha ha ha, Brother Han. You truly live up to your name. From such a distance, you still sensed our presence. At that moment, two figures soared through the sky towards Han Yunkuan. They were two middle-aged men, one tall and robust, the other slender and gentlemanly, wielding a paper fan. These two were Ming Zhenqi, the vice master of Wuzhizong, and Gu Juanli, the deputy leader of the Tiandao sect. Both Wuzhizong and Tiandao sect were dominant forces in the northern region, with these two men holding significant authority within their respective sections. Han Yunkuan maintained a calm demeanor, unsurprised by their presence. After all, with Fengyun sect sending a contingent of elite troops to the Tianyan Empire, it was only natural for other major powers to witness the impending conflict. Brother Ming, Brother Gu, you both have arrived rather early. Might I inquire if you harbor any intentions towards the Tianyan Empire? Are you hoping to partake in the spoils alongside Fengyun sect? Han Yunkuan asked with a casual tone. Brother Han, you jest. We are merely here to witness the outcome of this battle, with no intention of intervening. However, we are somewhat surprised to see you, as the leader of a sect, personally present here. Gu Juanli replied with a warm smile, clearly unaware of Han Wanxiang's predicament. We are simply curious. Han Yunkuan replied impassively that I wish to see how the recently ascendant Tianyan Empire fares against Fengyun sect. Oh? Does Brother Han believe that the Tianyan Empire stands a chance? Ming Zhenqi retorted, to which Han Yunkuan chuckled. I did not say such a thing. However, nothing in this world is absolute. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, one can never be too certain. Gu Juanli nodded in agreement. Brother Han speaks wisely. Indeed, until they have engaged in a decisive confrontation, it is unwise to draw hasty conclusions. Moreover, Dongfang Yuan has granted the ships of the Fengyun sect free passage, allowing them to traverse through each city without obstruction, heading straight for the imperial city. If this is not due to Dongfang Yuan's formidable confidence in turning the tide, then it would be sheer arrogance to undertake such foolishness. Gu Zili fanned himself with a paper fan. Let us observe the events of today, Han Yunkuan remarked. Soon, the three ascended into the air, concealing themselves amidst the clouds, gazing down upon the entire imperial city below. Before long, ominous dark clouds suddenly loomed over the Tianyan Empire, casting an oppressive pall over the imperial city, as if the skies themselves were heralding the apocalypse. The ships of the Fengyun sect, vast and numerous, surged into the Tianyan imperial city, their immense hulls nearly blotting out the light of day. A low hum resonated from the vessels, the sound of their magical exhaust announcing their arrival with a thunderous presence. Figures of powerful Fengyun sect members emerged upon the decks, exuding an air of haughty superiority, their very beings radiating an overwhelming aura. The spirits of the 200,000 elite disciples soared high. Brimming with fervor, people of the Tianyan Empire, do not hesitate to show yourselves. An elder of the Fengyun sect stood tall on the deck, his voice booming like thunder, echoing towards the Tianyan palace. Bang, bang, bang. How dare you, he continued. Within my Tianyan imperial city, you lack the qualifications to act so wildly. Just then, a chorus of shouts erupted around them. Above the skies of the Tianyan Empire, Tai Poyan, Arrow God, and Chong Lu led a million-strong army, encircling from all directions. The sound of drums beat and flags waved. The winds howled with fervor, as the million soldiers displayed a formidable formation, exuding an aura of fierce intimidation. With Tai Poyan and Chong Lu at the helm, the soldiers of the Tianyan Empire burned with unyielding spirit, unafraid of the name Fengyun sect, as they clutched their weapons, surrounding the ships of Fengyun sect tightly. Meanwhile, Arrow God stood firm above the celestial expanse, wielding the shadow blade. The demon lord Chonglu stood with his arms crossed, his eyes carrying a cold indifference that could rival the heavens themselves. "Master, we are surrounded." The Tianyan Empire appeared to have been prepared long in advance. The formation of this million-strong army had evidently undergone rigorous rehearsal and was indeed a well-trained force. Elder Imolini of the Fengyun sect remarked to Guade Songxing. Guade Songxing's expression was one of disdain. "Ha! Merely a swarm of ants with greater numbers. Before me, they are nothing but inconsequential." With the confidence of a semi-saint, Guade Songxing believed he could single-handedly annihilate an elite legion. Furthermore, with a sacred weapon in his possession, he regarded the Tianyan Empire's forces with utter contempt. Olini nodded. Then his figure soared from the ship, confronting the likes of Tai Poyan and the others in the skies. He had also noticed the shadow blade held by Arrow God. His brow furrowed. In merely a few days, Shadow Blade had been reduced to this state. The Tianyan Empire was truly overstepping. Where is Dongfang Yuan? Will he not reveal himself? Is he to remain hidden like a coward, avoiding confrontation? Imolini called out coldly towards Tai Poyan and the others. "Ha ha ha! If I am a rat, then surely your Fengyun sect is unworthy even of being remnants of a meal." A voice, laden with mockery, thundered from the distant horizon. Everyone turned to behold two colossal ice spirit white dragons, each measuring over 30 meters in length, adorned with majestic horns radiating a chilling brilliance. Pulling a palace of jade crystal the size of a house toward them, it was as if two dragons were pulling a chariot. However, what they bore was a magnificently decorated palace of jade crystal. Surrounding it were mirrors of glazed glass, allowing for visibility from within while concealing the interior from the outside. The presence of the two ice spirit white dragons further prevented any soul from probing within. Additionally, Feiping, Zhuanshuanqi, and Tianyu Wang stood guard around this dual dragon celestial palace. Dongfang Yuan reclined languidly within the jade crystal palace, obscured by a sheer curtain, revealing only a glimpse of his figure. He was comfortably nestled, one arm around Xiao Qingli and the other around Medusa, his expression tranquil and unperturbed, entirely unfazed by the pressure exerted by the Fengyun sect. Upon witnessing the two ice spirit white dragons pulling the chariot, Imolini and many others present could not help but display looks of astonishment. "This is impossible. How can they be pulling for Dongfang Yuan?" Imolini exclaimed, thoroughly shocked. Even aboard the ships, Han Zhao and some elders of the Fengyun sect furrowed their brows. Sensing the unexpected turn of events, before the battle had even commenced, Dongfang Yuan had already delivered a surprising blow. Meanwhile, high above the clouds, Han Yunkuan and Gu Juanli stood in disbelief. The ice spirit white dragons have been subjugated by the Tianyan Empire. "This is indeed a bizarre occurrence," Gu Juanli remarked, astonished. "Indeed, this situation is quite peculiar. These two ice spirit white dragons, while not of true dragon blood, belong to the dragon clan nonetheless. Moreover, their cultivation is substantial. Both are at the 8th tier of the celestial sovereign realm. Even we, as dominant forces, typically refrain from provoking them unnecessarily." Ming Jinshi expressed his astonishment further. "To the north of the northern domain lies an ice mountain, known as the Extreme Sky Ice Mountain, which has remained frozen for hundreds of thousands of years. Two ice spirit white dragons inhabit this mountain, and typically, no one would dare provoke them without cause. This is partly due to the extreme location of the Extreme Sky Ice Mountain, perpetually shrouded in snow, yielding scarce resources with little to gain. Additionally, the combined strength of the two ice spirit white dragons would deter even the peak celestial sovereigns from easily subduing them. Thus, the major powers rarely set their sights on these ice spirit white dragons. Yet, unexpectedly, these two ice spirit white dragons had been captured by Dongfang Yuan to pull his chariot. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the northern domain. Olini composed himself, adopting a serious demeanor as he addressed the Jade Crystal Palace. "Dongfang Yuan, you have captured our third elder, using this as leverage against my Fengyun sect. Do you realize the grave sin you have committed? If you release the third elder at once and surrender, my Fengyun sect may consider sparing your lives. Otherwise, our elite forces shall lay waste to your Tianyan Empire today, leaving not a single soul behind." Imolini's tone was resolute and cold, resonating through the skies. The Fengyun sect stood ready for battle, however. Within the Jade Crystal Palace, Dongfang Yuan paid him no heed. With a gentle clap, he commanded, "Roar!" Suddenly, the two ice spirit white dragons unleashed their formidable auras, directly confronting Emolini and sending him reeling backward. Dongfang Yuan, you? Emolini seethed with rage, feeling the overwhelming force of the beasts shake him to his core. Though he was also at the 8th tier of the celestial sovereign realm, the might of the two white dragons surpassed his OWN in a direct confrontation. His chances of victory were slim. Emolini, it seems I previously stated that should you wish to save Shadowblade, you must offer the Tianyu 9 leafgrass in exchange. I have allowed your Fengyan sect to traverse freely to my Tianyin imperial city, showcasing my grandeur and sincerity to the world. What, do you deem Shadowblade's life insignificant, or do you simply wish to abandon the effort of rescuing him, to arrive here and treat me with such disdain? I have truly given you face. Dongfang Yuan's voice echoed with a capricious tone from within the palace. Since that is the case, very well. Arrow God, take Shadowblade's life, if the Fengyan sect does not care for his fate. Why should we concern ourselves? Inside the palace, Dongfang Yuan's mercurial voice resounded. Yes, your majesty. Arrow God did not hesitate, brandishing his weapon, ready to strike down Shadowblade. Woo woo woo, Jiwu, save me. Shadowblade was instantly paralyzed with fear, his legs trembling. Unfortunately, with his cultivation sealed and his words muddled, he could not articulate his pleas for help. Wait. Just as Arrow God was about to strike, Emolini urgently interjected. Arrow God's hand halted mid-air as he turned to the Jade Crystal Palace. What? Emolini, do you wish to save him now? Dongfang Yuan humorously retorted. At this moment, seated within the Jade Crystal Palace, he was embracing Xiao Qingli while enjoying the fruits that Medusa had offered him. In such a scene, his ability to remain so relaxed could only be attributed to him, Dongfang Yuan alone. Do you truly speak with integrity? If I provide you with the Tianyu 9 leaf grass, will you release the third elder? Emolini inquired cautiously. As the sovereign of the dynasty, the ruler of a nation, my words are naturally binding, Dongfang Yuan replied. Very well, here you go. Release him. Emolini did not hesitate further and promptly produced a storage pouch, tossing it towards the Jade Crystal Palace. After catching it, Zhuoxuanqi opened it to confirm its contents, stating, Your Majesty, this indeed is the Tianyu 9 leaf grass. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yuan's expression brightened, and he affectionately kissed Xiao Qingli's delicate face. Now, with both the Tianyu 9 leaf grass and the Night Moon crystal secured, he merely needed to confer the title of Empress upon her, and he could indulge in marital bliss and bear children with a female emperor who possessed memories. After such a protracted endeavor, he was determined to present her with gifts amounting to hundreds of billions. Cradled in Dongfang Yuan's arms, Xiao Qingli felt a flicker of joy upon hearing that the Tianyu 9 leaf grass had been acquired. Though her expression soon reverted to its usual cool demeanor. Well, I, as the sovereign, honor my word. Arrow God, release him, Dongfang Yuan's voice rang out. The Arrow God said little, directly unbinding the restraints on Ing Yidao and casting him towards the Fengyan sect ship. Upon regaining his strength, Ing Yidao swiftly flew to Emolini's side, utilizing his powers to heal his bodily injuries. Having successfully rescued Ing Yidao, Emolini felt no further reservations. At this moment, he spoke coldly. Well, the transaction is complete. Now, it is a matter between the Fengyan sect and your Tianyin dynasty, Dongfang Yuan. Today you face two choices. One is to submit, the other is to die. The sudden shift in Emolini's demeanor did not astonish the members of the Tianyin dynasty in the slightest. Dongfang Yuan responded with a relaxed and natural tone. Since you have said so, I shall choose a third option. That is to keep you all here, and not a single one shall escape. Hearing Dongfang Yuan's audacious declarations, all members of the Fengyan sect, including the three concealed in the clouds, felt he was becoming overly arrogant. Be cautious, they have a half-saint. Ing Yidao began to warn, but was abruptly interrupted by a derisive laugh. Ha ha ha, such a brazen lad, to think that not a single one of my Fengyan sect will escape. I dare say even your Tianyin dynasty's ancestors would not have dared utter such words. Chapter 69. Zhonglo takes action. Everyone shocked. Suddenly, the ancestral figure of the Fengyan sect, Gui Zongxing, descended from the ship, accompanied by Han Zhao and a host of elders from the Fengyun sect, standing resolutely in the sky. "Ancestral Master!" Ing Yi Dao exclaimed in astonishment, utterly taken aback that his ancestor had personally come to his rescue. Now, upon seeing Guo Zongxing, he had momentarily forgotten to mention the presence of a half-saint within the Tianyin dynasty due to his overwhelming excitement. In the heavens above, Guo Zongxing had indeed come in person. The mobilization of a half-saint indicated that the Fengyun sect's resolve to obliterate the Tianyin dynasty was unwavering. Gu Juanli's expression trembled slightly upon seeing Guo Zongxing's appearance. With Guo Zongxing here, the combat power at the half-saint level is something the Tianzuan level cannot contend with. It seems today the Tianyin dynasty has little hope, Ming Junqi remarked, standing beside Gu Juanli, his expression returning to calm. Han Yunkuan observed the situation in silence, his thoughts inscrutable. However, Guo Zongxing's arrival did not dampen the morale of the soldiers of the Tianyin dynasty. On the contrary, many appeared indifferent, with a significant portion not even recognizing Guo Zongxing. Among those who did, such as Wu Xuanqi and Tian Yuang, they remained composed. "You possess a half-saint in the Fengyun sect, yet do you believe my Tianyin dynasty lacks one? Old man, your assertion is rather absolute. As the saying goes, the blue is more brilliant than the blue. The ancestors of the Tianyin dynasty led it to become a top-tier force. That was their peak. And I, Dongfang Yuan, shall elevate the Tianyin dynasty to unprecedented heights, a pinnacle never before reached." Dongfang Yuan's commanding voice resonated from within the Jade Crystal Palace. This declaration rendered Guo Zongxing, Han Zhao, and the others' expression somber. How arrogant! Dongfang Yuan's audacious demeanor made them yearn for his demise. Guo Zongxing scoffed coldly. "A joke? Though I am at the half-saint level in the northern region, I do not dare to claim invincibility. However, to annihilate a mere Tianyin, for me, is no challenge." As soon as Guo Zongxing finished speaking, his half-saint aura spread outwards from him as the epicenter, the overwhelming sacred might far surpassing that of the Tianzuan level. Even from a distance, Wu Xuanqi and Tian Yuang could vaguely sense an immense pressure. Yet, within the Jade Crystal Palace, Dongfang Yuan remained entirely unaffected. Given his current cultivation level, the pressure from a half-saint was merely a tickle to him. With a charming grin, he remarked, "Old man, you claim not to dare proclaim invincibility in the northern region. But I do. Zhonglo, take action, seize him." Dongfang Yuan's tone shifted as he immediately issued the command. "Yes, your majesty," responded the demon lord Zhonglo, standing beside Taipayan. The next moment, a half-saint level demonic aura erupted from Zhonglo's body. That tremendous demonic force surged forth, pressing down upon Guo Zongxing in the heavens. The two clashed in a contest of might, sending shockwaves through the air. Zhonglo stood firm amidst the tempest, unscathed, while Guo Zongxing was pushed back several steps by the force of the powerful winds before regaining his balance. Half-saint. The Tianyin dynasty actually possesses a half-saint strongman. Zhonglo's display of power left the disciples and elders of the Fengyun sect collectively astounded, including Han Zhao, Emolini, and Guo Zongxing himself. Their gazes were filled with incredulity, tremors, and confusion. A half-saint in the Tianyin dynasty? How could this be possible? In the northern region, there were only 5 half-saints, all among the 5 dominant forces, and all were figures of ancestral stature. Why did the Tianyin dynasty possess a half-saint? Moreover, he clearly seemed to obey Dongfang Yuan's commands. This left them utterly bewildered and shocked. Even if Dongfang Yuan were a reincarnated being, it would be impossible for him to cultivate a half-saint at the Tianzuan level. Such a feat was utterly astonishing. Meanwhile, Han Yunkuan and Gu Juanli's expressions changed dramatically the moment Zhonglo made his move, their bodies trembling. A half-saint strongman. This individual was indeed a half-saint. What methods did Dongfang Yuan employ? How could he clandestinely cultivate a half-saint level strongman? Gu Juanli and Ming Junqi were equally astonished. This event could indeed shake the entire northern region. With a half-saint to bolster it, the Tianyin dynasty was on the verge of becoming a dominant force. If they were to acquire a holy weapon, the dynamics of the northern region would be irrevocably transformed. The 5 dominant forces would likely become 6. Truly, this visit had not been in vain. Such a shocking scene indicated that the Fengyun sect's ambition to eradicate the Tianyin dynasty was far from simple. Dongfang Yuan was indeed a formidable character, Brother Han. What do you think? Gu Juanli expressed high regard for Dongfang Yuan, believing that the Tianyin dynasty's current state was entirely due to his singular efforts. This individual must have once been a being that dominated the heavens and earth. Otherwise, in such a short time, even some ordinary powerful reincarnated beings could not have elevated the Tianyin dynasty to such a terrifying level. Han Yunkuan added, indeed astonishing, and that last strike clearly demonstrated that the one named Zhongluo held the upper hand. Guade Songxing's power seemed to falter slightly. If this continues, the Fengyun sect's chances of victory are not high. However, if Guade Songxing were to wield the Breaking Heaven Blade, that would warrant a different discussion. The Breaking Heaven Blade is indeed crucial, but it all depends on whether he has brought it, Gu Juanli concurred. The Fengyun sect's treasured holy weapon, the Breaking Heaven Blade, was a renowned weapon throughout the northern region. A mid-grade holy weapon, it was bequeathed by the founding ancestor of the Fengyun sect, capable of cleaving mountains and calming seas with a single strike, even causing stars to fall and the heavens to change color. P.S. A new chapter has just been added, serving as an explanation to the brothers who have been continuously showering me with small gifts. I hope everyone can continue to offer their support, as gifts and subscriptions will drive this book forward more swiftly. Moreover, and this is of utmost importance, please refrain from hoarding the book. Read it as soon as it is updated. Otherwise, if you let it languish, the reading data will decline, and the book may stagnate. I earnestly implore everyone. Chapter 70. The Clash of Half-Saints. At this moment, the encounter between Zhonglu and Guade Songxing sent a tremor through all who watched. Guade Songxing's expression darkened slightly. Beneath his somber visage lay a hint of astonishment. To think that the Tianyin dynasty harbors a half-saint powerhouse. In the northern region, half-saint strongholds can be counted on one hand. Including my own? Who are you? State your name. Guade Songxing furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze upon Zhonglu, speaking with a tone of gravity. Dead men do not deserve to know my name. Zhonglu replied with indifference, his arms wielding the space-armed demon blade, sharp as a sword, radiating a chilling ferocity. Humph! Such audacity. We are both of half-saint realm. Do you truly believe you can best me? Guade Songxing huffed. Though his countenance was somewhat grim, he exhibited no trace of fear. He possessed the trump card of a holy weapon. Facing one half-saint, or even 10, he remained unperturbed. Enough of your prattle. Zhonglu's expression turned icy, his patience wearing thin. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of black demonic light. Hurtling towards Guade Songxing, the space-armed demon blade unleashed a barrage of crimson demonic light. Its blade power terrifying, each strike capable of cleaving the sun, moon, and stars. The might of the half-saint was vividly displayed as Zhonglu exuded demonic power, the heavens above thick with swirling demonic energy. The oppressive aura blotted out nearly all light, immersing everyone in an atmosphere akin to a den of demons. The disciples of the Fengyun sect, witnessing this scene, involuntarily shivered. Behind Zhonglu, a colossal demonic silhouette materialized, its blood-red eyes emanating a bloodthirsty, indifferent gaze. The overwhelming demonic force surged forth, as if a primordial demon god, accompanied by the descending blade light of Zhonglu. What a terrifying presence! Is this the true power of a half-saint? I can scarcely breathe. Even the disciples of the Fengyun sect aboard their ships, though at a distance, felt the intense pressure. Zhonglu's demonic might was omnipresent, sweeping across the skies of the imperial city, delivering an utterly shocking mental impact. Even figures like Han Zhao, Ing Yidao, and Imolini hastily retreated, distancing themselves from Guade Songxing. The battlefield of half-saint level combat was no place for them. Mere celestial sovereigns to interfere. Even a peak celestial sovereign like Han Zhao would find it nothing short of masochism to face a half-saint. Humph! On the surface, you seem quite formidable. Yet, I wonder about your true strength. Guade Songxing raised both hands, unleashing a torrent of power that coalesced before him into myriad spectral soldiers. Swords, spears, and halberds of all varieties, radiating with dazzling hues, each towering thousands of meters in length. Each spectral soldier exuded an intense aura of half-saint might. the air around them charged with lethal energy, capable of claiming lives with mere proximity. Go! Gui Zongxing pointed sharply at Zhonglu. Those spectral soldiers surged forth like a rain of arrows, faster than thunder, with a force that could shatter mountains, emanating a dense aura of slaughter, hurtling toward Zhonglu with an expression of indifference. Zhonglu unleashed his own blade light and the overwhelming demonic waves from his shadow, directly colliding with Gui Zongxing's power. Boom. The clash of the two half-saint powers sent waves crashing. Rolling like thunder, an endless cacophony of explosions echoed from the heavens as demonic waves erupted and spectral soldiers were violently torn apart. The terrifying waves transformed into a hurricane, sweeping through the Tianyin dynasty and the Fengyun sect, forcing them to retreat in disarray. Yet, the Shuanglong Heavenly Palace, shielded by Fei Peng's protection, remained unscathed, even as the tumult approached. Fei Peng, arms crossed before his chest, observed the battlefield where the two fought. Zhonglu has yet to unleash his full strength. It seems he aims to probe this old fellow's limits to uncover his fatal flaw, he remarked calmly. Swishuanqi and Tian Yuang, nearby, were taken aback by his words. He hasn't even unleashed his full power? Just how formidable is Zhonglu's strength? After the explosive clash of their attacks, both figures charged forward for close combat. Each strike of Zhonglu's space-armed demon blade carried a violent and ruthless force. Directly overpowering Gui Zongxing drew a long sword, continuously retaliating with sword techniques, his silver blade light slashing out repeatedly, yet he could not harm Zhonglu in the slightest. Within the Shuanglong Heavenly Palace, Dongfang Yuan, cradling two beautiful women while snacking on fruit, watched the clash of the two half-saints with amusement. This old fellow is quite patient. He is clearly at a disadvantage, yet refuses to employ the breaking heaven blade. Gui Zongxing was a man who valued face if, at his own level, he could not subdue Zhonglu, and ultimately had to rely on a holy weapon to secure a victory, he would feel thoroughly humiliated. He could not set aside his pride. After all, if he could only win by relying on a holy weapon against an equal, even if victorious, it would still be a loss. Xiao Qingli, nestled in Dongfang Yuan's embrace, analyzed calmly, "Your Majesty, these individuals are but ants. Let Medusa take action, and she could effortlessly annihilate them all. Why delay further?" Beside her, Medusa appeared puzzled. Dongfang Yuan smiled. "Medusa, while you certainly could obliterate them all with ease, even I could do the same if you merely displayed your power. I am confident that unifying the entire northern region would be a trivial matter. But have you considered the consequences of such an action?" "Consequences, Your Majesty. Once we unify the northern region, the Tianyin dynasty will only grow stronger." "What could the repercussions possibly be?" Medusa questioned, perplexed. Even Xiao Qingli, at that moment, understood Medusa's strength. Unifying the northern region would yield only benefits for the Tianyin dynasty. "What consequences could there be?" Dongfang Yuan, with an inscrutable smile, replied, "As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall, my dear. While the Tianyin dynasty is indeed strong, we are not yet powerful enough to dominate the world. There are heavens beyond the heavens and people beyond the people. You should comprehend that." Upon hearing Dongfang Yuan's words, the two women grasped his meaning. Xiao Qingli promptly articulated, "You mean to say that the Tianyin dynasty's trump cards must not be fully revealed. We must always maintain an air of inscrutability, correct? My dear, you are truly astute. No wonder you once stood at the pinnacle of the world." "You are entirely correct. The northern region is merely a small part of this mysterious continent. Beyond the northern region lies the ocean, and past the ocean, the very core of the continent, the central holy continent. While the strength of the Tianyin dynasty may suffice to dominate the northern region, it is far from adequate in the ocean or the central holy continent. Therefore, this is why I do not intend to reveal too many of our trump cards all at once. Remember this, a power that easily reveals its most formidable trump card is a power that is not far from its demise." Chapter 71. The Clash of Holy Weapons. After hearing Dongfang Yuan's words, the two women fell into deep contemplation, realizing the wisdom in his counsel. Should the Tianyin dynasty unveil its saint-level power, or even a great saint at this moment, word would spread, and forces from the ocean would surely take notice. They would undoubtedly be curious about the origin of the Tianyin dynasty's formidable beings, and the dynasty would quickly become the target of many. This also reminded Xiao Qingli of when she was not yet the empress. Having entered a sect, the sect master had once stated, "Until you possess absolute strength to face all adversities with ease, you must never be too ostentatious." Is the plan to unify the northern region still in progress? Xiao Qingli inquired, snapping back to the present. Of course. The northern region must be unified. The plan proceeds as normal. However, when facing different opponents, our Tianyin dynasty will only reveal as much strength as necessary to ensure our victory without resorting to overwhelming force. Dongfang Yuan had a clear understanding of the situation. To eliminate a force protected by a semi-saint, it would suffice to deploy merely one saint. If they were to mobilize a great saint all at once, it would not only be overly ostentatious, but would also attract the attention of other factions. If one wishes to operate with a sense of grandeur, at the very least, the Tianyin dynasty must possess sufficient foundational strength. Xiao Qingli also found Dongfang Yuan's strategy quite agreeable and secure. His line of thought was initially centered on the broader picture, as long as the foundational strength of the Tianyin dynasty remained obscured from the public eye. It would cloak the dynasty in an aura of mystery. Chonglu has unleashed his power. The excitement is upon us. At this moment, Dongfang Yuan noticed a shift in the battlefield of the firmament. Chonglu had already probed the upper limits of Guade Songxing's strength, thus there was no need for further concealment. He unleashed his full power, his demon blade slicing through the air in a dazzling double strike, forcefully repelling Guade Songxing. In the next breath, Chonglu moved like the wind, swiftly appearing behind Guade Songxing, delivering two vicious slashes to his back. Sizzle, thud. Caught off guard, Guade Songxing found his back wounded by the blade's radiance. His garments torn apart, blood splattering forth, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ancestor. Upon witnessing Guade Songxing's injury at the hands of Chonglu, Ying Yidao and Imolini exchanged worried glances. Han Zhao's expression also turned grave. This individual's strength surpasses that of the ancestor. He had been concealing his true power in order to find a flaw in the ancestor's defenses. What? Does this mean we have lost? Ying Yidao exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. The ancestor cannot lose. The sect master instructed us to bring the breaking heaven blade. Just in case it seems today, we truly need to resort to the sacred weapon. Han Zhao's eyes glimmered with a fierce light. His demeanor darkening. This moment, Guade Songxing hovered in midair, his countenance exceedingly grim. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he sneered, "Very well. It has been many years since I have felt the sting of injury. I must admit, you are formidable. In terms of raw strength, you are far superior to me. However, today, you shall ultimately meet your demise." As he spoke, Guade Songxing's long sword vanished. In the next instant, he produced a black blade in his hand. The blade was an ink-black hue, its edge sharp and resolute, surrounded by an aura of sacred energy, exuding unparalleled might. Guade Songxing raised the blade high, its tip pointing towards the heavens. Boom. Suddenly, the blade's radiance pierced the heavens, the skies darkening ominously, as a colossal black vortex manifested in the firmament, resembling a black hole, with dense streams of black blade light swirling about, rapidly coalescing into a massive sword radiance. The Breaking Heaven Blade. The foundational weapon of the Fengyun sect, the Breaking Heaven Blade. Upon seeing Guade Songxing unveil the Breaking Heaven Blade, Tai Poyan and Wang Tianyu's expressions darkened. As natives of the northern region, they were well aware of the legends surrounding the Breaking Heaven Blade of the Fengyun sect. One stroke could shatter the earth, 2 strokes could obliterate stars, 3 strokes could quell the seas, and 4 strokes could shake the heavens and earth. The emergence of the Breaking Heaven Blade sent shockwaves through the Tianyin dynasty's ranks, making every soldier's heart race. That was the might of the saints. Not the ordinary power of a semi-saint, but the authentic aura of a true saint. One strike from a sacred weapon rivals the full force of a saint. Ha! It seems the Tianyin dynasty is finished. Ying Yidao observed the gathering blade radiance above and sneered derisively. Olini and Han Zhao shared similar expressions, their faces revealing contemptuous smirks. This was the consequence of opposing the Fengyun sect. No matter how powerful one may be, Even if one were a reincarnated mighty figure who nurtured a semi-saint, what could it amount to in the face of true saintly power? Han Zhao was certain that once that blade descended, the entire Tianyin imperial city would be utterly annihilated. Meanwhile, amidst the clouds above the firmament, Han Yunkuan, Gu Juanli, and Ming Zhenqi observed the unfolding scene. It seemed the suspense had dissipated. Guade Songxing had brought the breaking heaven blade, fully resolved to annihilate the Tianyin dynasty at any cost. A single strike from a sacred weapon would be insurmountable, even for the formidable Chonglu. Jiyu Juanli, standing amidst the clouds, seemed to have already foreseen the outcome. Stating nonchalantly, the Tianyin dynasty has already provided us with ample shock today. However, it is regrettable that a hegemonic force is ultimately beyond their capacity to shake. The foundation of a sacred weapon is the key determinant of everything. Ming Zhenqi concurred. As core members of a hegemonic force, both understood the significance of the Fengyun sect deploying the breaking heaven blade. The Tianyin dynasty had no hope left. Even Han Yunkuan harbored the same belief within. Yet, when he saw Chonglu slowly draw forth an object from his possession, his pupils constricted sharply, exclaiming, "Look! What is that?" Chapter 72. A shocking revelation. At Han Yunkuan's exclamation, Ming Zhenqi and Gu Juanli also directed their gazes towards the source. There stood Chonglu, facing Guade Songxing's breaking heaven blade, his figure erect against the heavens, neither dodging nor evading. In his palm appeared a sharp point, the Qian Kuan spike. Prior to the impending battle, Dongfang Yuan had entrusted the Qian Kuan spike to him. Chonglu lifted the Qian Kuan spike high, a sacred aura emanating from it, spreading forth like a tumultuous wave, immensely powerful. The force of the Qian Kuan spike coalesced before Chonglu into brilliant beams of sacred light, intertwining with strands of spatial energy. Instantly, the skies shifted and the earth trembled. The sacred aura of the Qian Kuan spike manifested above the firmament, forming a radiant attack spanning tens of thousands of meters, its momentum shaking the very souls of all present. The members of the Fengyun sect, from the disciples to Han Zhao and Guade Songxing, were all struck with sheer horror. A sacred weapon. How could this be? The Tianyin dynasty possessed a sacred weapon? Han Zhao's heart raced, his face contorting in shock as he howled in disbelief. Mo Lini and Ing Yi Dao, along with the others from the Fengyun sect, stared wide-eyed at the sacred radiance of the Qian Kuan spike, their expressions filled with utter astonishment. Though Guade Songxing's heart was also tumultuous, there was no retreat now. Let us see who prevails. Guade Songxing's expression hardened with determination. He wielded the breaking heaven blade, striking down with unparalleled ferocity, the blade radiance overwhelming, capable of shattering the earth, as if to cleave the heavens asunder. Boom. Chonglu's expression was steely as he commanded the power of the Qian Kuan spike. The radiant attack, spanning tens of thousands of meters, surged forth. With a thunderous clash, the two sacred weapons collided, the ensuing shockwave demolishing numerous structures in the streets below. The onlookers felt the oppressive force, a suffocating sensation washing over them. Yet, the blade radiance of the breaking heaven blade faltered after mere moments, pierced by the might of the Qian Kuan spike. The sacred light surged forth like a swift arrow, striking towards Guade Songxing with the speed of thunder. What? Guade Songxing's countenance shifted dramatically, fear finally breaking through his facade. He hastily turned to evade, but the power of a saint provided him no opportunity for escape. Sizzle, bang! The sacred light of the Qian Kuan spike pierced through Guade Songxing's body. His form halted midair, and a massive gaping wound appeared in his upper body, his internal organs obliterated. Guade Songxing's face twisted with unwillingness and despair. No. I refuse to accept this. He was unwilling to perish so easily. However, within less than half a second, his body was reduced to ashes in the firmament. The overwhelming strength of the sacred weapon left him without a trace. His existence utterly erased. In the Jade Crystal Palace, Dongfang Yuan observed this scene with a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, the members of the Fengyun sect were engulfed in silence aboard their ships. It was an eerie stillness, akin to death itself. Fear was etched across the faces of all disciples. Even Han Zhao and Mo Lini wore expressions of ashen pallor, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Their ancestor has fallen? Retreat. We must flee. After a brief silence, Han Zhao was the first to react, shouting in a frenzy. He immediately attempted to escape. Humph. Seeking to flee, unfortunately, you shall find no opportunity, Zhuoxuanqi, having received Dongfang Yuan's orders, drew his sword and commanded, kill them. In an instant, Tai Poyan, Wang Tianyu, and the Arrow God led the soldiers of the Tianyin dynasty in a relentless charge against the Fengyun sect, the Shadow Guards. Godslayers and golden armored guards moved swiftly across the battlefield, mercilessly reaping the lives of the Fengyun sect disciples. The death of Guo Zongxing had sent both sides' morale soaring to the extreme. The Tianyin dynasty was ablaze with fervor. The soldiers invigorated, their spirits undaunted. On the side of the Fengyun sect, morale had plummeted to an all-time low, with scarcely a flicker of fighting spirit remaining. Nearly everyone yearned to flee from this place. The disciples of the Fengyun sect were utterly shattered, fragmented beyond repair, and the flying ships were continuously obliterated by the Arrow Goddess' relentless assault. Zhuoxuanqi and Tai Poyan, in concert with the Shadow Guards and the God-slaying Guards, ruthlessly slaughtered the venerable elders of the Fengyun sect. Meanwhile, Han Zhaogang, having scarcely escaped, found himself face-to-face with Feiping. The aura of a half-saint emanated from Feiping, sending Han Zhaogang sprawling, a half-saint. Another half-saint. At that moment, Han Zhaogang was nearly paralyzed with fear. What a ludicrous situation! In the entire northern domain, there existed only a single half-saint in each dominant power. Yet, the Tianyin dynasty had suddenly produced two. What on earth was happening? Spare me, Senior. Please spare me. Faced directly by the half-saint, Han Zhaogang had not even considered a desperate escape. Instead, he immediately knelt in the heavens, bowing his head to plead for mercy from Feiping. It was hard to fathom. A peak expert of the Tianzuan realm, renowned throughout the northern domain, the vice-master of the Fengyun sect, had found himself in such a humiliating position, compelled to beg on his knees for his life. How pitiful indeed! However, Feiping paid him no heed. Unfazed, he struck with his fingers as blades, unleashing a silver sword light that instantly cleaved Han Zhaogang in two, leaving no trace of him. Dongfang Yuan. The sect master will avenge us. We shall await you in hell. Boom! Before his death, Emolini's desperate cries echoed, yet he, alongside Ying, was ultimately annihilated by Zhonglu in the skies. The entire Tianyin imperial city was drenched in a gruesome slaughter, with the people of the Fengyun sect falling like lambs before the merciless hands of the Tianyin dynasty. In less than the span of a single incense stick, every member of the Fengyun sect was eradicated, leaving not a single survivor. The stench of blood in the heavens reached a fever pitch. Dongfang Yuan, seated within the Yujing Palace, commanded, Tianyu Wang, you shall lead the cleanup of the battlefield. The rest shall return to the palace. Yes, Your Majesty. Following this, two ice spirit white dragons received the order and swiftly transported the Yujing Palace back to the royal palace. Zhuoxuanqi, the Arrow God, and others also returned, while Tianyu Wang led a contingent of soldiers to commence the battlefield cleanup. Meanwhile, in the cloud-laden heavens, Han Yunkuan and his companions were rendered speechless. They were utterly stunned, their expressions frozen in horror. The Tianyin dynasty was truly formidable, possessing a half-saint and even a sacred weapon. How had they grown to such power? At this moment, Ming Zhenqi spoke, his tone saturated with astonishment. Now that the breaking sky blade had fallen into the hands of the Tianyin dynasty, they had acquired two sacred weapons. The Fengyun sect had suffered a devastating blow in this battle, and Dongfang Yuan's ambition seemed far from modest. It appeared he aspired to unify the northern domain. This is untenable. We must leave this place at once. Gu Juanli contemplated briefly before resolving that retreat was the wisest course. Nevertheless, the news of this battle would soon spread, and their Tianjin sect would need to convene a high-level discussion to determine how to address this matter. Ming Zhenqi shared his sentiments, just as he intended to depart. Suddenly, a figure clad in black robes appeared before them, trailing ominously behind. It was none other than the demon lord Zhonglu. Gu Juanli and his companions jumped in alarm. Sir, do you require something? Gu Juanli asked cautiously, his voice trembling slightly, betraying his apprehension. After all, this individual had just witnessed the cold-blooded execution of a half-saint right before their eyes. Chapter 73. Elbowing outward. Your Majesty requests the three of you to enter the palace for a discussion. Zhong Lu's tone was calm, devoid of discernible emotion. From the outset, their trio had thought themselves concealed amidst the clouds. Yet they had not eluded Dongfang Yuan's notice. With Zhong Lu personally arriving, they had no choice but to accompany him into the palace. In the Tianyin Imperial Palace, Dongfang Yuan sat upon the throne. With Medusa and Xiao Qingli seated beside him, Zhong Lu led the three into the hall. Your Majesty, the guests have been brought. Zhong Lu reported. You have worked hard, esteemed attendant. Please take your leave and rest. Dongfang Yuan replied with a smile, yes. Zhong Lu promptly exited. Han Yunkuan, Gu Juanli, and the others now stood in the grand hall. After Zhong Lu's departure, they clasped their fists in respect towards Dongfang Yuan, saying, Your Majesty, it is an honor to meet you. You three are renowned figures in the northern domain. May I inquire what your intentions were in observing this battle from the clouds? Dongfang Yuan inquired. A playful smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, Gu Juanli and the others felt a surge of tension. Your Majesty, I merely wished to witness the battle firsthand and had no ulterior motives. Gu Juanli replied with caution. Dongfang Yuan nodded, smiling, Vice Master Gu. I have long heard of your esteemed name. In that case, let us speak plainly. Do you believe that with the current strength of my Tianyin dynasty, we are capable of unifying the northern domain? The moment these words left his lips, beads of sweat trickled down Gu Juanli's brow. He quickly pondered before responding. I am but an unworthy individual. This question is beyond my capacity to answer. Dongfang Yuan chuckled lightly, a glimmer of mischief in his gaze. Then allow me to be more explicit. If my Tianyin dynasty were to seek to unify the northern domain, what would be your stance? He made it abundantly clear that he expected the three to express their positions today. Otherwise, their ability to leave this place might well be in jeopardy. Han Yunkuan's expression turned grave. He had come to rescue his daughter, only to find himself ensnared in this predicament. The Tianyin dynasty was indeed a den of dragons and tigers. Your Majesty, the question you pose may be somewhat premature. Han Yunkuan stated after a moment's thought. What do you mean by that, Sect Master Han? Dongfang Yuan inquired, his gaze fixed upon him. Your Majesty, you may be unaware that recently, the young master of the Fengyun sect, Wan Yuxuan, intends to return to the Fengyun sect. Although he is the young master, he has gained exceptional qualifications and entered the eastern ancient sacred land of the ocean region, becoming a true disciple under the esteemed leaders of the sacred land. It is said that he is being escorted back by a venerable elder of the sacred land. The news of today's battle will soon spread, and once everyone learns of the Tianyin dynasty's terrifying strength, he will undoubtedly await the arrival of the eastern ancient sacred land's personnel and seek their intervention. Han Yunkuan's words carried immense weight. Dongfang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that the young master of the Fengyun sect, Wan Yuxuan, had become a true disciple of the sacred land. This was truly a predicament. Were they to face the old masters of the sacred land once more? Thank you, Sect Master Han, for your timely warning. If that is the case, then should my Tianyin dynasty successfully resolve the Fengyun sect issue and pacify the eastern ancient sacred land's forces, what would be your stance? Dongfang Yuan mused thoughtfully. Han Yunkuan and Gu Juanli exchanged glances, then Gu Juanli spoke earnestly. If that were the case, and the Tianyin dynasty sought to unify the northern domain, our Tianjin sect would not resist and would willingly submit. I, too, from the Wuzhezong, shall do the same, Ming Zhenqi chimed in, and I, from the Hahuan sect, have no objections either. The three were in unanimous agreement. After all, if the Tianyin dynasty could subdue even the venerable masters of the eastern ancient sacred land, then their three factions' resistance would merely be a futile struggle. Excellent. Your words suffice, Dongfang Yuan declared with satisfaction, before Gu Juanli and Ming Zhenqi took their leave. Only Han Yunkuan remained. Your Majesty, my daughter, Han Yunkuan began, but was interrupted by Dongfang Yuan. Sect Master Han, I apologize for the earlier incident. It was unavoidable with outsiders present. Rest assured, Xiang'er is well within the palace. and I have already sent someone to summon her. She should be arriving shortly. Han Yunkuin was momentarily taken aback by these words. Outsiders? What could that possibly mean, father? At that moment, a voice rang out at the entrance. It was Qin Shinro, accompanied by Han Wanxiang. Xianger, are you unharmed? Han Yunkuin exclaimed, his heart racing with emotion upon seeing his daughter, relieved to note that she bore no injuries. However, as Han Wanxiang drew closer, his eyes suddenly widened in shock, for he realized that Han Wanxiang's Hahuan in Yuan had vanished. This meant his daughter had been defiled. Instantly, a surge of fury welled within him, and he felt compelled to confront Dongfang Yuan. Yet, a moment's reflection led him to reconsider. No, he knew his daughter well. If someone had forced her, it would only result in further complications. Moreover, seeing the rosy complexion and vibrant spirit of Han Wanxiang, she appeared utterly unscathed. Could it be that Xianger had consented? Father, I am fine. However, I heard that the people of the Fengyun sect are coming. You must stand with the Tianyin dynasty and help His Majesty repel them. At this moment, Han Wanxiang spoke urgently. She had been asleep and was entirely unaware that the fierce battle within the imperial city had already concluded. Chapter 74. The Nine Nether Spirits Summoning Formation. Han Wanxiang's words left Han Yunkuin in a state of bewilderment, his mind buzzing with confusion. What had come over his daughter? How could she, after only a few days in the Tianyin Empire, so readily align herself with it? What sort of enchantment had Dongfang Yuan cast upon her, compelling her to be so infatuated with him? She even intended to bring the Hahuan sect to stand alongside the Tianyin Empire. Han Yunkuin couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration for Dongfang Yuan at this moment. Xianger, you are still unaware. While you were resting, I had already dispatched all the intruders from the Fengyun sect. Dongfang Yuan, seated above, spoke with an air of calmness. What? All of them were eliminated? Father, is this true? Han Wanxiang was taken aback. She had heard that the individuals sent by the Fengyun sect were exceptionally powerful, personally led by Han Zhao and Emolini, representing a significant portion of their strength. Indeed, all the assailants have met their demise. I believe the news will soon spread throughout the northern region. Dongfang Yuan confirmed. Your Majesty, may I inquire about your relationship with my daughter? Han Yunkuin turned to ask. Upon hearing her father's question, Han Wanxiang's cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness. Han Sect Master, my love for Wanxiang is genuine. I intend to hold a grand ceremony in a few days to formally bestow her a title. You need not worry about this, Dongfang Yuan assured. Upon hearing this, Han Yunkuin glanced at his daughter, who appeared perfectly composed, showing no signs of reluctance. He sighed inwardly, reflecting on how his daughter, whom he had painstakingly raised, had been swept away in mere days. Given the present circumstances, with their mutual affection and the Tianyin Empire's current strength, Dongfang Yuan's word could very well determine the fate of the Hahuan sect. Since your Majesty and my daughter have found love, I, Han, shall not object. It is indeed a blessing for the Hahuan sect to forge a bond with the Tianyin Empire. Han Yunkuin replied with a smile. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Sect Master Han, in that case, please remain in the palace for the next few days to participate in the upcoming ceremony. It will also give you the opportunity to spend time with Wanxiang. Dongfang Yuan instructed. Yes, Your Majesty. The Left Chancellor promptly responded. My gratitude to you, Your Majesty. Han Yunkuin nodded, and soon after, Han Wanxiang accompanied him to explore the Tianyin Imperial Palace. After leaving the main hall, Dongfang Yuan, along with Xiao Qingli and Qin Shinro, returned to the palace. Shinro, once the ceremony is over, focus on nurturing your pregnancy. You may be intelligent, but do not overthink matters, as it could be detrimental to your health, Dongfang Yuan said gently, caressing Qin Shinro's small belly. Your Majesty, are you saying this because you have now experienced the joys of Wanxiang's Hahuan sacred body and have lost interest in me? Qin Shinro teased. Shinro, how could you say such a thing? My affection for each of you is impartial. However, given your current condition, I cannot impose upon you. Dongfang Yuan chuckled. Xiao Qingli rolled her eyes, accustomed to such banter and choosing not to comment further. Dongfang Yuan playfully pinched Qin Shinro's cheek, smiling softly. At that moment, he presented the Tianyu 9-leaf grass and night moon crystal to Xiao Qingli. My beloved, this is what I promised you. I have now gathered all of it. After confirming the items, Xiao Qingli accepted them, saying, "You have fulfilled 2 of the 3 conditions. Ha ha ha, fear not, my beloved. I have already arranged for the 3rd condition with the left chancellor. Prepare yourself for a romantic evening with me," he replied, causing her to blush. The thought of such intimacy with Dongfang Yuan made Xiao Qingli's heart race. Dongfang Yuan, no longer teasing her, looked at her and asked, "By the way, my beloved, I have yet to inquire. What do you intend to concoct with the Tianyu 9-leaf grass and night moon crystal?" "The 9 nether spirit summoning formation," Xiao Qingli declared. "The 9 nether spirit summoning formation? What is that?" Dongfang Yuan asked, puzzled, as neither he nor Qin Shinro had heard of such a formation. It is the exclusive formation of the 9 nether divine body. Once this formation is established, I can communicate with the 9 nether river. If fortune favors me, I may even regain a fraction of my former peak cultivation, Xiao Qingli explained. Dongfang Yuan and Qin Shinro were taken aback, astonished by the potential of the 9 nether spirit summoning formation. A fraction of Xiao Qingli's peak cultivation could surely grant her a place in the sacred realm. "And when do you plan to begin?" Dongfang Yuan inquired. "After the ceremony, it will take over half a month to inscribe this formation, and during that time, you must not disturb me," Xiao Qingli stated, her face inexplicably flushing again. Dongfang Yuan, still in a state of confusion, took a moment to comprehend. Qin Shinro chuckled, "Your Majesty, you are quite oblivious. What Xiao's sister means is that after the ceremony, you can disturb her as much as you like before she begins inscribing the formation." "Shinro, you are quite talkative today. Do you need a lesson?" Xiao Qingli exclaimed, her face turning crimson as she stood up in a fluster. "Xiao's sister is shy," Qin Shinro teased, and soon the 2 women began playfully tussling in the room. Chapter 75. The Northern Region in Turmoil. Less than half a day after the battle in the Tianyan Imperial City concluded, the news of its outcome spread throughout the northern region. Outside the Tianyan Imperial City, many spies from various factions had been lurking, observing the battle from afar. When they relayed the information back to their respective forces, the entire northern region erupted in commotion. "Have you heard? The half-saint elder from the Fengyun sect led a team to annihilate the Tianyan Empire, only to be eradicated instead. Who doesn't know that by now? It's utterly astonishing. The Tianyan Empire is on the rise. Not only do they possess 2 half-saints, but they now also wield 2 sacred artifacts. Their strength is surely unmatched in the northern region. Do you think the Tianyan Empire might still be concealing something? Who would have imagined they possessed half-saints and sacred weapons before this? Who knows? In any case, the Fengyun sect has suffered a grievous loss, and their morale is likely shattered. Across various locales in the northern region, from bustling cities to taverns and brothels, discussions centered around the Tianyan Empire. Shortly after this news broke, another announcement emerged from the Tianyan Empire. His Majesty, Emperor Yuan of the Tianyan Empire, will hold a grand ceremony to establish his empress in 8 days, inviting renowned figures and experts from the northern region to witness the event. This announcement, personally conveyed by Left Chancellor Xuanqi, was witnessed by many. The streets of the Tianyan Imperial City were adorned with festive decorations, red carpets laid out to signify auspiciousness as the city celebrated. Upon hearing this, many were taken aback. Just after defeating so many formidable adversaries from the Fengyun sect and enduring a bloody battle, the Tianyan Imperial City was already preparing for a grand ceremony? Such a display of joy seemed excessive. Meanwhile, in the Wan Beast Forest, the Wolf King, Bear King, and Tiger King sat with somber expressions. They had not received word from Mansun or Lang Yao for several days, and the Wolf King felt an unsettling anxiety rising within him. Now, upon learning of the Fengyun sect elders' demise at the Tianyan Imperial City, their hearts sank to new depths. The Tianyan Empire's strength was formidable, and with no news from Lang Yao and the others, their situation appeared dire. After a long silence, the Wolf King finally spoke. Since Dongfang Yuan did not kill Ganger previously, perhaps they are still alive. It is possible they have merely been captured. The Bear King held onto a sliver of hope, reasoning that while the Tianyan Empire was indeed powerful, eliminating Man Gang and Man Sun would yield no benefit for them. Such an act would only ensure a bitter enmity between the Wan Beast Forest and the Tianyan Empire. The best course of action remains the same as before. Capture them first, then negotiate terms with the Tianyan Empire. That is the most advantageous resolution, he concluded. Old Bear has a point. There may still be hope, as long as Dongfang Yuan presents his terms, regardless of the circumstances. We should first rescue the individuals involved. At this moment, the Tiger King shares this sentiment. Only the Wolf King furrows his brow, feeling a dissonance in his emotions compared to the other two. Ever since he learned of the tragic demise of all those from the Fengyun sect in the Tianyin imperial city, a flicker of regret has taken root within him. It is not regret over sending Lang Yao and the others, but rather a lament for their initial folly of offending the Tianyin dynasty over a mere enlightenment pill, leading to the cascade of calamities that has since unfolded. Alas, regret proves fruitless. Furthermore, how could they have foreseen that this ostensibly minor power, the Tianyin dynasty, would undergo such profound upheaval due to one Dongfang Yuan? Suddenly, a massive bear from the Bear clan burst into the room, clutching 3 boxes. Chief, these were sent by the Tianyin dynasty, and they demand your personal attention, the bear exclaimed urgently. The Tianyin dynasty. Where is the envoy? The Bear King inquired, his gaze sharpening. He has already departed, the bear responded. The Wolf King and the Tiger King also shifted their focus to the 3 boxes before them. Could it be that these boxes contain the exchange conditions proposed by Dongfang Yuan? The Bear King speculated as he gazed at the boxes. Let us open them, the Wolf King's brow furrowed, an unsettling premonition gnawing at him. What sort of exchange conditions necessitate 3 boxes? This appears highly suspicious. With a wave of his hand, the Bear King unleashed his spiritual energy, causing the 3 boxes to burst open. Zhang Gang, Man Sun, Dongfang Yuan, I shall never share the heavens with you. As the boxes opened, the expressions of the 3 kings shifted dramatically, revealing shock, sorrow, and fury among a myriad of emotions. The Bear King, in particular, was overcome with grief, howling to the heavens. Within the boxes lay not mere trinkets, but 3 severed beast heads, roasted yet cold to the touch. The heads belonged to Zhang Gang, Man Sun, and Lang Yao. Beneath Man Sun's head lay a note pinned by Dongfang Yuan's order. Upon reading it, the Wolf King's already dark demeanor deepened, murderous intent spilling forth uncontrollably. The beasts of the 10,000 Beasts Forest are deliciously delectable, befitting their status as the overlords of the northern domain. 3 Kings, remember to reproduce abundantly. When I am hungry, I shall surely come to the 10,000 Beasts Forest for sustenance. Live well, ensure your lineage does not falter. For I would hate to see my source of nourishment run dry. The implications of this message were unmistakable, portraying Dongfang Yuan's view of the 10,000 Beasts Forest as his personal feeding ground. When hunger strikes, he would simply come to feast upon them. Not only trampled upon the dignity of the 10,000 Beasts Forest, but also left the 3 kings utterly humiliated. Dongfang Yuan, you have gone too far. The Wolf King's gaze turned vicious, exuding a bloodthirsty malice as he crumpled the note into dust. The Tiger King's expression darkened like a stormy sea, declaring, from this day forth, the 10,000 Beasts Forest shall have no peace with the Tianyin dynasty. After a moment of calm, the Wolf King swiftly made a decision. Old Bear, brother, you must set off immediately to the Fengyun sect and discuss cooperation with the others. Together, we 2 overlord-level forces shall confront the Tianyin dynasty. I will seek the ancestor to emerge from seclusion. He possesses methods to deal with the Tianyin dynasty. Chapter 76. The Might of the Eastern Ancient Sacred Land. Good. The Tiger King and Bear King, after burying the 3 heads, promptly set forth for the Fengyun sect. At this juncture, the atmosphere within the Fengyun sect was thick with tension, as disciples and elders alike were reeling from the news of the catastrophic battle in the Tianyin imperial city. The death of the half-saint ancestor, the subsequent murders of the deputy sect leader and the grand elder, the loss of sacred artifacts, and the complete annihilation of their forces constituted a deluge of catastrophic news. Assaulting their minds in an instant, the disciples were gripped by a sense of trepidation, uncertain of what course to take next. Within the main hall, Wan Rinwang's expression was as dark as thunderclouds. The second elder, Gao Su, along with several other elders of the heavenly sovereign realm, sat in silence, their faces as impassive as stone. Bang! The ancestor is dead. The breaking heaven blade has been seized. Dongfang Yuan has concealed himself well. Wan Renwang's fury erupted as he shattered the table, gritting his teeth in hatred. In this battle, the Feng Yun sect had lost 2/3 of its elite combat power. Moreover, with the loss of their sacred weapon, they were now utterly bereft of the means to contend with the Tianyin dynasty. Sect leader, the depth of the Tianyin dynasty's foundation is now unfathomable. Dongfang Yuan has even announced plans for a grand ceremony, openly provoking our Feng Yun sect before the eyes of the northern domain. Gao Su seethed with indignation. Wan Renwang furrowed his brow, his hand pressed against his forehead. He understood all too well that this was a blatant provocation from the Tianyin dynasty. Yet he found himself at a loss. "Father!" At that moment, a voice rang out from outside the hall. Wan Renwang lifted his head, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "Xin'er, you have returned?" The speaker was none other than Wan Yuxian. Clad in azure robes, with a handsome visage, he had ascended to the level of the celestial realm. Accompanying him were a dozen figures. The foremost three, dressed in ancient robes, exuded an aura of profound depth. Their strength immeasurable, a young woman in red, seemingly Wan Yuxian's companion, also stood by his side. As for the remaining individuals, a glance from Wan Renwang sent shockwaves through his heart. None were beneath the 7th layer of the heavenly sovereign realm, with several even reaching the pinnacle of the heavenly sovereign realm. "Young master." The elders of the Feng Yun sect rose as Wan Yuxian entered the hall. "Father, allow me to introduce these 3 esteemed individuals. Elder Yi Kai, Elder Su Ping, and Elder Shanzhong from the Eastern Ancient Sacred Land. They have come at my master's behest to escort me back to the northern domain. This young lady is my master's daughter and my junior sister, Feng Jingyao, who has also returned with me." Wan Yuxian began his introduction. "Esteemed elders, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your escort of Xin'er back for a family visit. It appears Xin'er neglected to send word of his arrival, and I am unprepared to receive you. Please forgive me." He bowed to the elders of the Eastern Ancient Sacred Land in a gesture of respect. "Lord Sect Leader, you are too courteous. There is no need for such formalities. Given the current plight of your sect, it is natural for you to feel troubled," Elder Shinzhong replied, his expression one of understanding. "Father, we have already heard of the events that transpired in the Tianyin Imperial City on our return journey. Thus, I chose not to relay the news to you but to bring the esteemed elders back directly," Wan Yuxian explained. Wan Renwang sighed. "Alas, I must apologize for burdening you all. I did not foresee that upon your arrival in the northern domain, our Feng Yun sect would find itself in such dire straits." He shook his head, his expression weary and resigned, feeling somewhat embarrassed before Shanzhong and the others. "Uncle Wan, there is no need for such embarrassment. What is the Tianyin dynasty to us? In the eyes of the Eastern Ancient Sacred Land, they are nothing more than ants," Feng Jingyao interjected boldly. "Rest assured, Uncle Wan, we of the Eastern Ancient Sacred Land will handle the Tianyin dynasty." "Yaoer speaks true. Father, worry not. With the presence of the esteemed elders, taking down the Tianyin dynasty will be a mere trifle. I have heard that Dongfang Yuan is to hold a grand ceremony in a few days. I shall ensure that his joyful celebration turns into a funeral." A fierce glint flashed across Wan Yuxian's face. Upon hearing this, Wan Renwang's gaze shifted to the 3 elders, and he inquired, "Xin'er, may I ask what realms these 3 elders possess?" "Father, Elder Shinzhong and his companions are all formidable beings at the 4th layer of the Saint Realm and above, in the northern domain. They are virtually invincible," Wan Yuxian proudly declared. The 3 elders smiled slightly at the introduction, revealing a hint of superiority in their eyes. Should they choose to act against the Tianyin dynasty, a single strike from any one of them would suffice to crush Dongfang Yuan. The expressions of Wan Renwang and Gao Su, along with the other members of the Feng Yun sect, lit up at this revelation. 3 Saint Realm experts, and with over a dozen heavenly sovereign level fighters. This lineup is more than sufficient to overwhelm the Tianyin dynasty. Excellent. With the esteemed elders from the Eastern Ancient Sacred Land present, it seems the Tianyin dynasty's demise is nigh. Second elder, immediately issue orders to prepare a grand banquet to celebrate the young master's return and to honor the esteemed elders from the Eastern Ancient Sacred Land. In the presence of countless individuals, a sense of relief washed over. As previous worries dissipated like clouds, and joyfully it was exclaimed, "Yes, sect master." The atmosphere within the Fengyun sect transformed entirely with the arrival of Wan Yuxuan and his companions. As the looming dread of the Tianyin dynasty vanished, and all eagerly anticipated the swift passage of time until the grand ceremony of succession in a few days, marking the day the Tianyin dynasty would be consigned to history. At the Tianyin Imperial Palace, Dongfang Yuan gazed at the stars above when suddenly, an alert from the system echoed in his mind. Chapter 77. Su Baijie arrives in the Northern Domain. Ding. Detected the presence of a destined daughter in the Northern Domain. Su Baijie, the wife of the Heavenly Pavilion's master, with a destiny fortune score of 90, possessing unparalleled talent, an extreme ice sacred body, and her true form belonging to the nine-tailed divine fox lineage. It is suggested that she may be taken as a consort, bringing numerous benefits. Suddenly, his mind was flooded with thoughts. The wife of the Heavenly Pavilion's master? Is this system urging me to inherit the ambitions of Chao Zhai? However, upon further reflection, something felt amiss. The Heavenly Pavilion is a powerful force in the maritime realm, so how could Su Baijie possibly be in the Northern Domain? Moreover, the nine-tailed divine fox clan is not native to the Central Saint Continent. Their bloodline flows with the essence of divine beasts, a rarity indeed. Confusion clouded Dongfang Yuan's thoughts. At present, he was unaware of Su Baijie's whereabouts or her precise cultivation level. The fact that this woman could become the wife of the Heavenly Pavilion's master suggested her power was not to be underestimated. With that in mind, Dongfang Yuan gathered his thoughts. Very well, I shall proceed according to plan. After the ceremony concludes, I will eliminate the Fengyun sect and then unlock the Sun and Moon treasure, thus achieving the unification of the Northern Domain. Having made this decision, Dongfang Yuan ceased to ponder further, settling into meditation beneath the starry sky to immerse himself in cultivating the 6 paths of reincarnation. If he could refine the power of reincarnation to a minor success, perhaps he could summon the souls of other empresses from within the reincarnation gate. With proper cultivation, his harem could become his most formidable weapon. In the Northern Domain, within Tianlin City, at that moment in a guest house, a captivating figure adorned in a snow-white scarf, exuding an alluring charm, sat within the room. Her ears twitched slightly, allowing her to overhear the conversations of passers-by and patrons alike. The ceremony for the selection of the Empress of the Tianyin dynasty was approaching. It seems that events are becoming increasingly intriguing, since the night of the full moon has yet to arrive. I shall go and take a look. This person was none other than Su Baijie. With a swift motion, she vanished from the guest house, entering the Qian family abode as if it were an uninhabited realm. The Qian family, under the influence of Qin Shinro, was preparing to depart for the Tianyin dynasty to witness the ceremony. Meanwhile, Su Baijie exchanged identities with a concubine of the Qin family and set off alongside Qian Zhuqiu and the family's elder towards the Tianyin dynasty. At the Heavenly Sword Sect, within the Grand Hall, the sect master Jian Han, deputy sect master Gu Juanli, and various formidable members were seated in solemn assembly. What suggestions do you have regarding the Tianyin dynasty's grand ceremony? Jian Han inquired. Given the current strength of the Tianyin dynasty, it had surpassed the Heavenly Sword Sect. The invitation to the ceremony had been extended, and they could not afford to be negligent. Meanwhile, news of Wan Yuxuan and the Eastern Ancient Sacred Land's arrival at the Fengyun sect had also spread, creating a palpable tension. Master, in my opinion, with the support of the Eastern Ancient Sacred Land, the Fengyun sect no longer possesses the capability to resist the Tianyin dynasty. This upcoming ceremony will undoubtedly be fraught with bloodshed. Perhaps it is best we refrain from involvement? A senior elder from the Heavenly Sword sect suggested. Not at all, Master. While the attendance of lesser factions may be inconsequential, our stance as the Heavenly Sword sect is of utmost importance. I believe we should not only send representatives to the ceremony, but that you should also attend personally to demonstrate our sincerity. Even knowing that bloodshed awaits, regardless of the outcome, our presence may prevent us from being forgotten by either the Fengyun sect or the Tianyin dynasty. Should we choose not to attend, we will certainly be remembered. And whoever emerges victorious will undoubtedly target us next, Gu Juanli urged fervently. Jian Han contemplated this with a cool demeanor. Indeed, in conflicts where two forces vie for dominance, Any faction seeking to act as a mere observer must be prepared to face the repercussions. Very well. Prepare the gifts at once. Juanli, accompany me to the Tianyin dynasty for the grand ceremony. Jianihan decisively commanded. Yes. Chapter 78. The Floating Heaven Saint King. As time passed, the day of the grand ceremony at the Tianyin dynasty drew ever closer. The streets of the Tianyin imperial city were adorned with festive decorations, with red carpets laid out, and the populace radiated joy, creating a delightful atmosphere. At this moment, within the Fengyun sect, Wan Renwang personally welcomed the Tiger King and Bear King from the 10,000 Beasts Forest. Upon learning they represented the 10,000 Beasts Forest to ally with the Fengyun sect against the Tianyin dynasty, Wan Renwang was exceedingly welcoming. After some discussions, they made a momentous decision. The powerful figures from both factions would enter the Tianyin imperial city together on the day of the ceremony, transforming the Tianyin dynasty's celebration into their own funeral. After finalizing their plans, the Tiger King and Bear King returned to the 10,000 Beasts Forest to make arrangements before setting off for the Tianyin imperial city. Meanwhile, within a chamber of the Fengyun sect, Wan Renwang sat with his son Wan Yuxuan. Father, with the sacred land elder already present, why do we require the assistance of the 10,000 Beasts Forest? Wan Yuxuan spoke with a hint of disdain for the Tiger and Bear Kings. As a true disciple of the Eastern ancient sacred land, he had seen the vastness of the world and understood that the forces of the northern domain paled in comparison to those of the maritime realm. The three elders who accompanied him back possessed the strength to annihilate the 10,000 Beasts Forest with ease. Thus, he felt the Fengyun sect had no need to collaborate with them, as they were unworthy, my son. While the 10,000 Beasts Forest may seem insignificant before the Eastern ancient sacred land, even the mightiest of our elders must tread carefully when it comes to annihilating them. Wan Renwang remarked with a knowing smile. Wan Yuxuan furrowed his brow in confusion. Father, why is that? Could it be that the 10,000 Beasts Forest harbors some undisclosed background? Wan Renwang replied with a calm demeanor. The 10,000 Beasts Forest lacks a significant background, but their ancestral Lion King, though merely a half-saint, has some connection with the Floating Heaven Saint King. The Floating Heaven Saint King. How is that possible? A figure of such stature could never have ties with the ancestor of the 10,000 Beasts Forest. Wan Yuxuan's expression turned to one of sheer disbelief. The Floating Heaven Saint King, one of the titans of the maritime realm, was a being of immense power, comparable to the leaders of the sacred lands. It was unfathomable to him that the ancestor of the 10,000 Beasts Forest could have any association with such a formidable figure. As the story goes, millennia ago, the Floating Heaven Saint King visited the northern domain and, during a brief period, the ancestor of the 10,000 Beasts Forest served as his steed. After gaining the Floating Heaven Saint King's favor, the ancestor rose to prominence in the northern domain, achieving the rank of half-saint before retreating into seclusion. Thanks to the Floating Heaven Saint King's influence, the 10,000 Beasts Forest maintained its dominant position. Unchallenged by others, Wan Renwang continued with a serious expression. Those who are not of our kin will surely harbor different intentions. In the entire northern domain, the 10,000 Beasts Forest stands as the sole demonic force. Were it not for the Floating Heaven Saint King's connection, the other dominant human factions would never allow a demonic faction to stand on equal footing with them. Now it all makes sense. No wonder the Tiger King and his companion arrived with such confidence. Their backing is the Floating Heaven Saint King. Wan Yuxuan comprehended fully, marveling at the extraordinary fortune of the ancestor of the 10,000 Beasts Forest. Ha ha ha! It matters not as long as we can vanquish the Tianyin dynasty. Having the 10,000 Beasts Forest involved is not necessarily a bad thing. Wan Renwang chuckled. P.S. An additional chapter has been added. Let us see those gifts roll in. Chapter 79. The Terrifying Harem of Dongfang Yuan. Today marks the day of the grand ceremony. The imperial city of Tianyin is teeming with people, as the formidable powers from the northern domain have all arrived. Dongfang Yuan has commanded the palace gates to be thrown wide open, for today is a day of great celebration, welcoming all esteemed guests to witness the grand ceremony in the palace square. Many officials of the Tianyin dynasty are already seated, while numerous distinguished figures from the northern domain have gathered at the center of the square, observing the altar at the forefront. This is the site where the upcoming grand ritual will take place, during which the emperor of the Tianyin dynasty will lead the concubines to the altar to offer incense and worship to the heavens. Presently, aside from the officials of the Tianyin dynasty, there are thousands of figures present, all prominent individuals from the northern domain, including members of the Qin family and Han Yongquan. They are surrounded by the God-slaying guards and the golden armored guards, who are leading the elite troops stationed around the area. In the shadows, hidden within the darker recesses, are the shadow guards, poised to intervene should any unforeseen circumstances arise. The head of the Li family has brought 3 eternal Shintian fruits and 10 fourth-grade pure heart pills, accompanied by the senior members of the Li family, to attend the grand ceremony. The leader of the Thousand Blade sect has presented 3 ninth-grade spiritual weapons and 5 pieces of 8th-grade heart-protecting armor, with Qian Ren and the senior members of the sect also in attendance. As discussions abound in the square, several resounding voices proclaim the arrival of the Li family and the Thousand Blade sect, laden with substantial gifts. Spiritual weapons range from 1st to 10th grade, with those above 10th grade classified as holy weapons. The Thousand Blade sect is a formidable force in weapon forging, and the presentation of such an abundance of spiritual weapons marks a significant expenditure for them. The Li family and the Thousand Blade sect stand as 2 of the foremost powers in the northern domain, and after their offerings were accepted by the attendants arranged by the Tianyu king, the leaders of other first-rate forces approached them for pleasantries. "Eli brother, you have arrived. Ha ha ha. The emperor's ceremony for the crowning of the empress is an occasion we, from the Li family, dare not be tardy for." Leader Qian, the gifts from your Thousand Blade sect are indeed substantial, filled with heartfelt intentions. Of course, we, the Thousand Blade sect, place utmost importance on His Majesty's grand ceremony. In the square, many powerful figures engage in conversation with those they are familiar with. At this moment, Qian Zhuqiu stands among the crowd, conversing with the Tianyu king. "Patriarch Qian, His Majesty has decreed that today's ceremony will involve the offering of saintly blood to the heavens, making the event all the more intriguing. Therefore, regardless of any disturbances that may arise, your Qin family need not panic or disrupt the proceedings. His Majesty is well prepared," the Tianyu king assures. Listening to these words, Qian Zhuqiu solemnly nods. "Rest assured. I understand. Patriarch, it seems Lady Li is missing." Suddenly, an elder from the Qin family speaks up. Turning around, Qian Zhuqiu quickly realizes his concubine has vanished. "Has anyone seen Li Er?" he inquires of the members of the Qin family. "No, Patriarch, we have not seen Lady Li. It seems she disappeared after entering the palace," several elders respond. "What? She disappeared upon entering the palace? Why did you not inform me sooner?" Qian Zhuqiu becomes visibly anxious. This is the Tianyin Imperial Palace, where various powers from the northern domain intermingle. Should any mishap occur, it would be dire indeed. The elders of the Qin family fall silent, unsure of what to say. Upon entering the Tianyin Imperial Palace, their thoughts were consumed by the bustling crowd in the square. Who could have anticipated that the Patriarch's concubine would suddenly go missing? "Patriarch Qian, do not fret. I will immediately arrange for a search within the palace for Lady Li," the Tianyu king interjects. Having previously seen the Patriarch's concubine, he offers assistance. "Thank you, that would be greatly appreciated." With the Tianyu king assisting in the search, Qian Zhuqiu feels somewhat reassured. The Tianyu king nods and quickly organizes 3 elite troops to commence the search for Lady Li within the palace. Meanwhile, deep within the palace, Dongfang Yuan, adorned in a dragon robe and crowned with an imperial diadem, stands tall in a side hall. The demon lord Zhonglu, Fei Peng, and Zhou Xuanqi, alongside the arrow god, stand resolutely on either side of the grand hall. "Zhou Xiang, do we have any news?" Dongfang Yuan inquires calmly with a smile. "Your Majesty, our scouts have just reported that the people from the Beast Forest and the Fengyun sect are now not far from the imperial city. They are likely to arrive before the ceremony commences." Zhou Xuanqi replies earnestly. "Should we set up defenses outside the city to prevent them from disrupting the ceremony?" the arrow god asks. Dongfang Yuan shakes his head nonchalantly. "The people from the eastern ancient sacred land are undoubtedly accompanying those from the Fengyun sect. Among them are genuine saint-level powerhouses. With your strengths, it would be rather challenging to stop them. Moreover, I have no intention of obstructing them. I will allow them to enter the palace directly." This grand ceremony is not only for the crowning of the Empress, but also for me to offer saintly blood and worship to the yellow sky before the people of the northern domain. Dongfang Yuan's smile possesses a hint of sinister charm. In a chamber within the harem, the four enchanting beauties, Xiao Qingli, Medusa, Han Wanqiang, and Qian Xinro, are already adorned in their exquisite finery, their intricate makeup enhancing their unique allure. Each possesses beauty that could eclipse empires, with an unparalleled grace that captivates all. At that moment, a figure stealthily appears outside their chamber, observing the happenings within. Who? Xiao Qingli's formidable spiritual perception instantly detects something amiss. In the next moment, Medusa unleashes a powerful burst of flame from her fingertips, piercing through the outer doors and obliterating a section of the wall in an instant. The four women swiftly appear outside, only to find no one present. Sister, did you perhaps misperceive? There doesn't appear to be any signs of life, Qian Xinro inquires, bewildered, as she and Han Wanxiang, possessing lesser cultivation, are at a loss. No, there was definitely someone here. My senses are never wrong. Someone was standing here just moments ago. Xiao Qingli, donning her phoenix robe, exudes an air of unparalleled majesty, her demeanor suggesting an imperious empress surveying the realm from above, radiating an oppressive aura that silences any dissent. Indeed, someone was here just now. Their cultivation must be at least of the great saint realm, and their speed is remarkable. The fact that they evaded my attack speaks volumes. Medusa concurs. What? A great saint realm powerhouse appearing within the depths of the palace. Qian Xinro and Han Wanxiang are both taken aback that I'm unsure. Although they evaded my strike, they left behind a trace of energy. It's of beastly origin. Likely related to ice, Medusa explains, extending her hand to feel the temperature of the space around her, which has noticeably dropped. Let's inform His Majesty at once, Qian Xinro suggests. The women nod in agreement, relaying the news to Dongfang Yuan before returning to their chamber. Simultaneously, in a garden some distance from the harem, Su Baijia, transformed into Lady Li, stands in a corner, gazing incredulously towards the harem. How is it possible? Among Dongfang Yuan's consorts, there exists a great saint realm powerhouse, such overwhelming power, executed with brutal decisiveness. Had I not anticipated their move, I would have certainly sustained serious injuries, and that woman must be the Empress. Her spiritual perception is terrifyingly sharp. What kind of demons and monsters has Dongfang Yuan surrounded himself with? Su Baijia is filled with trepidation, unable to fathom that among Dongfang Yuan's women, there exists one whose strength surpasses her own. The thought of Xiao Qingli's formidable spiritual perception sends chills down her spine. Before arriving at the Tianyin dynasty, she never anticipated the terrifying nature of Dongfang Yuan's women. One with a sacred body is one thing, but to also have one with extraordinary spiritual power and a great saint realm powerhouse is quite another. What merits does Dongfang Yuan possess to command such formidable women? Could it be that he harbors secrets beyond common knowledge? Su Baijia contemplates that since Dongfang Yuan can tame these women, he is undoubtedly more complex than he appears. Perhaps he is concealing even deeper mysteries. Su Baijia contemplated her decision and ultimately resolved to observe the situation before making any further moves. It was unwise to take the risk of venturing into the depths of the palace again. With the presence of those few women, the inner court resembled a den of dragons and tigers. With that thought, Su Baijia turned and left, making her way back to the square. Meanwhile, in the eastern wing of the palace, Dongfang Yuan received news from Qian Xinro. Upon learning that a figure of the great sage realm had stealthily infiltrated the inner court, Dongfang Yuan couldn't help but furrow his brow. "Your Majesty, is something amiss?" Xuanqi inquired, noticing Dongfang Yuan's troubled expression. Dongfang Yuan did not respond immediately but pondered deeply. A being of the great sage realm. An ice elemental beast. Could it be the extreme ice sacred body, Su Baijia? After contemplating for a considerable time, Dongfang Yuan suddenly recalled the system's notification from a few nights prior. The new destined woman, Su Baijia, the wife of the leader of the Heavenly Dao Pavilion, had already arrived in the northern territory. Furthermore, she cultivated the power of ice, possessed strength beyond the sage realm, and her true form belonged to the nine-tailed divine fox clan. All the information matched that of the infiltrator perfectly. It seemed almost certain that it was indeed Su Baijia. But what could she possibly want in the Tianyin Empire? As the wife of the heavenly Dao Pavilion leader, what had drawn her to the Tianyin Empire? Dongfang Yuan mulled over the possibilities, methodically ruling out various options. Ultimately, he realized there was only one thing that might pique Su Baijie's interest: the sun and moon treasure. From Feng Mabai's memories, Dongfang Yuan learned that this treasure was left behind by a powerful figure known as the Sun and Moon's Sacred Emperor. A treasure bequeathed by a sacred emperor was undoubtedly sufficient to entice a great sage. Moreover, considering the fleeing Nanmen Yu was affiliated with the heavenly Dao Pavilion, Dongfang Yuan was now even more convinced that it was certainly Su Baijie. He further contemplated that since Su Baijie's cultivation was at the great sage level, only he and Medusa within the entire Tianyin Imperial Palace could contend with her. The others were, without a doubt, no match for her. Given that she had already been discovered and was now aware of Medusa's formidable prowess, it was likely she would not show herself again in the short term. Well then, I shall resolve the upcoming matters first before devising a way to find her, Dongfang Yuan thought to himself. To be frank, without any leads on Su Baijie, searching for her within the Tianyin Imperial Palace would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. It was perhaps wiser to set her aside for now, as she likely wouldn't act impulsively. After the grand ceremony, he could then consider how to deal with her. I am fine. Faping, Zhonglo, you two go to the palace gates. Once the guests arrive, ensure the gates are guarded well. Not a single fly shall escape, and Zhuxiang, prepare yourself. The ceremony is about to commence. The grand performance is set to begin. Dongfang Yuan issued his orders promptly. Yes, your majesty. As time passed, the crowd in the square grew larger, and Su Baijie returned to the Qin family's ranks. Wang Tianyu stood nearby, conversing with Han Yunkuan while occasionally scanning the surroundings, wary of any unforeseen developments. The Tianjin sect presented 10 pieces of Jilingxian iron, 10 Xinqing pearls, 3 9th-grade spiritual weapons, and 3 5th-grade cleansing pills, led by Jenny Han, the sect master, accompanied by powerful members from his sect, specifically to attend the ceremony. The Wuzhizong gifted 10 suits of 9th-grade diamond armor and 3 6th-grade fury pills, with Zhan Wuzhizong, the sect master, bringing along many formidable members from within the sect to witness the proceedings. At this moment, representatives from the two dominant powers, the Tianjin sect and Wuzhizong, had also arrived. Zhan Wuzhizong, tall and imposing, stood alongside Jenny Han, both leading their respective sects' elites into the square. Wang Tianyu and Han Yunkuan approached them. Sect Master Zhan, Sect Master Jin, welcome. His Majesty has already prepared seats for you. Please take your places, Wang Tianyu greeted warmly. Brother Zhan, Brother Jin. It has been a while, Han Yunkuan added, stepping forward to extend his greetings. The meeting of the leaders of the major powers from the Northern Territory attracted the attention of many nearby onlookers. Indeed, only the major powers can be this extravagant, they whispered among themselves, noting that with the arrival of the Tianjin sect and Wuzhizong, it was likely that Fengyun sect and the 10,000 Beasts Forest were not far behind. A grand spectacle was about to unfold today. Congratulations, Wang Tianyu, Han brother. The union of Han Saintus and His Majesty is indeed a great joy for the Northern Territory, Zhan Wuzhizong exclaimed with a smile. You're too kind, Brother Zhan. My daughter is fortunate to have caught His Majesty's attention. It reflects well on our Hawan sect. Now, please, take your seats, Han Yunkuan replied with a smile. Soon after, the representatives from the Tianjin sect and Wuzhizong settled down alongside Han Yunkuan. As time ticked by, the moment for the grand ceremony finally arrived. Zhuxiang's figure suddenly appeared at the center of the square, while Taipoyan stood guard with troops positioned at various points to prevent any surprises. Zhuxiang stood atop the high platform, addressing the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand ceremony of the Tianyin Empire. The time has come. The ceremony is now officially underway. I invite His Majesty and the 4 esteemed ladies to ascend the altar and offer sacrifices to the heavens. As Zhuxiang's voice resonated, a wide red carpet unfurled before the center stage, where Dongfang Yuan approached with Xiao Qingli and the 4 ladies, making their way to the altar. The 4 ladies, adorned with exquisite makeup and exuding splendid grace, captured the attention of many powerful figures from the Northern Territory the moment they appeared. Some gazed upon them with envy and jealousy. The 4 ladies were indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Dongfang Yuan's life was enviable beyond measure. Imagining the scene of him spending the night with the four ladies made their hearts ache with longing, akin to a dream too beautiful to be true. If only they could experience such a feeling for themselves. Many would willingly embrace death under the blossoms just to savor that moment. That moment, beside Qian Juqiu, Su Baijia's gaze remained fixed on Medusa and Xiao Qingli. Sensing Su Baijia's stare, Xiao Qingli's enchanting eyes inadvertently glanced towards the Qian family's ranks. Su Baijia immediately averted her gaze. How could this be possible? Amidst such a crowd, I merely glanced at her. Yet she detected it. Though Su Baijia avoided her gaze, her expression remained calm, but internally, she was greatly astonished. Xiao Qingli observed the Qian family's gathering, furrowed her brow for a moment, and then withdrew her gaze. Dongfang Yuan, accompanied by the four ladies, ascended the altar and proceeded to offer incense to the heavens. Zhuxiang hastily produced the imperial edict, prompting all present in the square to rise in unison. Even Han Yunkuan and Zhang Wuzhizong were no exception. Once all had stood, Zhuxiang opened the edict and proclaimed, "Today, we formally hold the grand ceremony. We hereby decree the former third princess of the Great Dream Empire, Xiao Qingli, as the Empress of the Tianyin Empire. We confer the title of noble consort to Medusa. We confer the title of virtuous consort to Qian Xinro, the eldest daughter of the Qian family. We confer the title of esteemed consort to Han Wanxiang, the saintess of Hahuan sect. The decree is issued, the titles are conferred." After Zhuxiang's proclamation, the officials of the Tianyin Empire knelt in unison, exclaiming, "Long live His Majesty! Long live the four esteemed ladies!" Gu Juanli and Jiani Han, among others, watched the scene unfold with relative calmness. It was all part of the expected proceedings. At this moment, Dongfang Yuan stood at the altar with Xiao Qingli and the four ladies. Overlooking the officials kneeling below, in unison, Dongfang Yuan and the four ladies declared, "All rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, esteemed ladies." With that, the officials of the Tianyin Empire stood. However, just then, a strange demonic wind suddenly swept through the air. The sect master of Fengyun's sect, Wanren Wang, along with the powerful members of the sect, presents a set of bells to His Majesty, and we implore you to accept it. The 10,000 Beasts Forest presents a coffin, requesting the ruler of the Tianyin Empire, Dongfang Yuan, to enter and rest eternally.